Battles on the horizon now culminate here. Everything that you have fought for the last 6 months now is brought to this final precipice. This is your IVRA Endurance Series finale, and what a place to do it. A circuit which has seen it all, done it all, and will always be woven into the fabric of racing history and folklore. Welcome to the circuit, the Spa-Francorchamps, and welcome to the TFRLAB Spa 8 Hour as we get this final round of the IVRA Endurance Series into the books. My name is Jake Sperry. Along with me for the ride here today for the first 2 hours will be JR Gregory. And JR, when we come to Spa here in the Belgian Ardennes, there is always a sense of this track, the great all-round track that it is. We take a little look around at this circuit, and it's one where every single corner that you look at, it is made of history and legacy and has so much weight of importance around.
Yeah, so incredible to be here at Spa-Francorchamps. I've been looking forward to this event and excited that it's finally underway. Jake, over 100 years of history here at Spa. Racing began in this area on public roads back in 1922, and this year is the 100-year anniversary of the first Grand Prix here. So you are absolutely correct. This place dripping in history and tradition. And another kind of interesting thing is Spa is one of those tracks where we've all had thousands and thousands of laps. We're all very familiar with every corner. And so the deciding gaps and intervals here are going to be in the thousands of a second because these competitors are going to be so close due to their familiarity with the circuit.
A long lap around here, 7 kilometers and 4 extra meters tacked on because of the final chicane. This is a look of where we've been. We started all the way back in November last year with the Motegi 300, and then moving through the 2 American races of Sebring and Texas, the 1,000 miles of Silverstone, which took place in March, then over for Suzuka. The Algarve came along for 1,000 kilometers, and now your TFRLAB Spa 8 Hour is now going to bring itself into full view. Classes of cars, there's 3 of them. GTPs, the Acura, Cadillac, BMW, and Porsche in play. The Dallara P217, which has been so instrumental in LMP2, and the big lot of GT3 Pros, which are out there qualifying right now. The Audi Evo 2, the BMW M4, the Corvette, the Ferrari, the Mustang, the Huracan Lamborghini, the 720 McLaren, the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, and that 911 GT3R 992.
Yeah, fantastic collection of machinery. And my goodness, I got to say, I just witnessed that Mustang GT3 in person for the first time at Laguna Seca. And you got to see it and you got to hear it to believe it. Awesome stuff.
It is absolutely fantastic. This is a little bit of a rundown of where we are. We are in the thralls of GT3 Pro qualifying. They've got about 10 minutes remaining in that session before they find themselves at completion. LMP2 qualifying will follow afterwards for 15 minutes, and then GTP qualifying for 15 minutes will bring itself into play. There's a 10-minute warm-up, and at about 3:15 UTC, that's when the drop of the green flag will fall, and we will be off to racing action here in your TFRLAB 8 Hours of Spa. As far as GTP, the top of the standings go, it is 6 teams who do mathematically have a shot of winning the championship here, but it is the number 33 Movano team on top, 60 points clear of the Williams Sim Racing Academy, with a Ryan Race team on 521. Those are the 3 teams that we'd expect to be challenging, JR, for the championship. Outside shots for Apex Racing Team, your winners last time out, Borosud plus competition, and Fiercely Forward. Those 3 teams are hoping that the stars align and a miracle happens on Belgian soil.
Yeah, and pressure up front. I mean, it's always a decision to make, how hard to go when you're up front, how much to be defensive and how much to take a breath and maintain your position. And that is a lot of psychological pressure, a lot more than most people understand.
LMP2 is the category with the least amount of teams in, and it is a 2-horse race at the top. The first victory of the season, believe it or not, was last time out for Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage. They've got themselves a margin here over Fiercely Forward, and they'll be very happy that they've got 65 points in the back pocket, a full 173 to the Maradness M Squad in their big scrap for third, with Hydro Geodesic, Nürburgring Esports, and Nix Esports all there together. Hyperion and the SRN TFR Alliance are 7th and 8th, with Composite Performance 9th and Effect Simulations in 10th. But I think the key here to look at is GT3 Pro standings. GridandGo.com VC Esports have had 3 perfect rounds of 134 points this season. Crucially, able to pick up back-to-back perfect rounds between Suzuka and Portimao. Their lead is now 81, and Acertec on the ropes.
Yeah, absolutely. And Grid and Go looking good here. But, they call this an endurance race for a reason. They can't be complacent. They got to keep their pace going. They got to keep it safe and clean. Grid and Go certainly looking good as this one heads into qualifying, though.
Yes, and we do have to keep in mind that these drivers are pushing here on a track temperature right now at just gone 7 minutes past 10. In the morning at the moment, that this is a cold track and it's going to take a while before it goes into ideal racing conditions. Mostly cloudy at the moment, expected to go overcast after that, so it looks like there might be a fair heap of cloud cover here today. What might be the biggest understatement out there. There is the Burasud Plus Competition 289 car, down by just 0.02 of a second at the moment in qualifying. Ruben Bonga there with the Burasud Plus Turner car. Rainer Talvar in front of him, trying to give him a bit of a tow here, coming along through Blanchimont corner and over to that final chicane out there on track. This is where you're starting to think about the tight margins, because they've already gone through half their qualifying. In fact, they'll both dive into the pits. So 1 set of tyres used. They'll now look at getting a second set on to go give their final runs purpose and meaning.
Yeah, and great camera work here. Spot is so beautiful, and I love that half and half livery on those BMW M4s. All these cars out here looking fantastic this morning.
Tobias Grundkotter then is going to be piloting for the Impulse Racing Mustang, which is 11th position out there here at the moment. So for Impulse, they will have Leon Mishka, who will go into the car at some point during the course of this race. So for Grundkotter, 11th position right now at the moment, but only 0.4 of a second off of pole. So definitely not impossible when you look at the train in front. Simify Esports for Lucas Perez, Daniel Sommer for Sim RC, Jonas Rutten for Dur Esports, and Trevor Vavroski for Composite Performance. It's pretty much a who's who of racing talent that's there in front, and GT3 Pro often gets a lot of strong drivers in it, JR, because it is one of the bread and butter basics of modern sim racing. You often find that a sim is defined on how good your GT3 racing is.
Yeah, too right. And my goodness, look at that timing tower, Jake. I'm looking at 21 cars separated by 1 second, and that's what I was talking about earlier. We have a lot of talent out here, as you said. We've got the BOP in effect as well. We'll look at that a little bit later, but these guys have so many laps out here. The competition is going to be so tight, and I expect it to continue to be this tight throughout the race. Really great stuff today.
Sommer then making the charge along out to the curve of Paul Fret, and now heading into Blanchimont. Such a committed corner that you just have to try and hold on through and use that slingshot run to that final chicane. There is one team out there who have already been penalised and will have a 30-second stop and hold penalty. In sim, it's the number 67 car out there, which is GermanSimRacing.de by ACV. They've currently got Jan Scholz behind the wheel, and the reason why they got the penalty, wrong number.
Ouch. And I'm sure there's some telephone joke in there somewhere about the wrong number, but it's 7 a.m. here where I am. I can't come up with it at the moment. But man, oh man, that hurts. That 67 number, a traditional number for Mustangs for historical reasons. But maybe 167 next time might serve them better, or 267.
Yeah, it would be 267 that they'd need, as Dominic Push then for Volta Sim Racing definitely needs to push in the Lamborghini and really start finding pace here down in that 20th position on a 217.2. Does have Roberto Frieser in front from XBD Racing GT3, the 205 team, to go and help. And part of what makes this Spa circuit so great, the brand new graphical updates that have been done, I believe about over a year ago now, here to the circuit at Spa-Francorchamps. That massive grandstand that sits in front of you as you look up the hill through Eau Rouge and Raidillon. It is truly a sight to behold as everybody looks to sort themselves out through this section, and the challenge completely updated from what it used to be. This used to be a place where you just had a bit of runoff and grass. Now it's a gravel's paradise.
Yeah, absolutely. Adding some additional kitty litter here for realism, and that's going to have an impact in a couple of different ways. That new debris model in night racing is going to allow some gravel to get kicked out, and you see somebody suffering a little over rotation there, kept that out of the gravel, but a little spin and cloud of smoke. And yeah, we're going to see some gravel build up on the track, and that does affect grip in this new damage model. So it'll be interesting to see if whether some of these corners get dirty and cause problems for these cars out here.
Car that was spun was Eric Grove of WSR Esports with 216. Third overall right now, Nicholas Matteo piloting for Drago Racing, the 269 team. They burst onto the scene with some wonderful, wonderful results as a primarily Polish-based outfit that has moved now more international. Nicholas Matteo will have Manuel Troncoso for help, but they back out the lap there in the Ferrari and trying to leave some space here. So that will release Gauthier Fagnan-Police, who is there in the Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim car. Ethan Critchley as well was on the back too, looking for times. Critchley does find a shade of improvement, so on that 216.8 goes 15th fastest. With that, there is Kasper Umelen, who is in 16th position at the moment, looking to go through this final chicane. And you'll see a lot of drivers take this wide line because the finish line is indicated here as they go along the Grand Prix stretch, but they won't start on the Grand Prix stretch today. They'll start out of the last horse hairpin and on the endurance stretch in terms of racing, as we take a look at the spin there from Eric Grove, taking the curb aggressively in and just not finding the balance through the mid part of the corner.
Yeah, that is a tough spot, and actually the rescan has kind of helped me there. There's a yellow curb that they added. I always found it kind of difficult to see that apex, and I think it's a little easier now after the rescan. But yeah, Grove there hitting that a little hard, over-rotating, and you see that Mustang lighten up the rear tires.
Wow, what a time by Rainer Talvar at the Burasud plus Turner team. The 295 is now into the 215s and clear by a quarter, nearly 3/10 of a second. Dino Lombardi will have it all to do now for Grid and Go. And I look around for where Ace Attack find them, Visceral Ace Attack, and where they are going to be in the 296 team. They're currently down in 12th position with David Sobrero behind the wheel. Sobrero's had a couple of not great qualifyings out there over the last couple of runs of this championship, but what we do note is that Sobrero is out and out a wonderful racer and can get that AMG Mercedes flying.
Yeah, he's going to have his work cut out for him. What a heater by Talvar. That is by far the largest interval between any consecutive positions here on this grid, almost 3/10. You got to think he had a little help maybe from a teammate and had a draft there, but nevertheless, a huge lap.
Yeah, and into the pits on the 1 minute warning as set by race control. So Sobrero will go no better than 12th. Grid and Go no better than second. And everyone's looking for a time that works. Daniel Sommer will get one more lap. Question is, who's going to be the last one over the line to allow themselves the chance to go one more and give themselves the best lap they possibly can I look around, I think it's Composite Performance who might be last team over the line. We've still got the Manatees that are there, green and red, looking to try and hop themselves up. Roberto Freezer as well, then for XPD, does find a tiny shade of improvement. Roger over the line then for Hydro Geodesic down in 24th, and they're all lining up, trying to give themselves as much. Checker flag then is out, and so the final lap times are there. There is Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Riccardo Lamogli, who's now looking to try and make sure that there is not going to be any cars that do not qualify out there. Lamogli through this final chicane here, charging towards the line, getting very much out on the curb on the right-hand side, and this one is a 2:16.9 and only good enough for 20th place.
Wow, and with the pressure on, oh my goodness, as a driver, that is a tough spot as qualifying is winding down. The pressure's on, and that balance between pushing it and making sure that you don't invalidate your lap. There's a lot of 1X traps around here at Spa, and you're always right on the ragged edge.
Notable this circuit it was back in the day for having drivers pick up a lot of instant points after many Spa 24 hours here in iRacing. It was always a running joke out there that you'd get the strongest. Oh, Sommer with a massive wiggle through campus. That will abandon that lap. I was going to say, you often found the most incredible strengths of fields for Skip Barber races in the year. The week after, you had battles at the Spa 24 hour, but here in the TFR 8 hour of Spa here, it's now a case of what more do you have left? Because we focus with Ethan Critchley here for WSR Esports. You've got the likes of the Apex Racing team trying to find improvement. Any time will do for those who look to try and jump up and gain a bit more. Tom Ryer behind the wheel of the Apex Racing team 298 in front, and Eetu Eskalainen who's there. In comes Ryer to the pits, in comes Critchley. Eskalainen will come to the line and try and find a result. To 17.2 does not improve on that. The only other car making that charge over was Trevor Vavrovsky on a 2:17.192, did improve to 23rd position, but a very crucial qualifying there for Grid and Go, who've got the front row. But you look around, Rainer Talva, Burosud, 2 cars in the top 3. They are on cloud 9.
Yeah, absolutely. Those M4s cooking out there, and Talvar manages to hang on to that 3/10 gap. That is huge. Looking up and down this timing tower, there's no other interval anywhere near that. So that was an absolute beautiful, maybe unicorn lap, but well-deserved pull there by BS and Turner.
And you look around, Team PGZ in 5th position. I'm looking down the order, seeing Dua Esports in 8th. Scuderia Volpe with a great qualifying there to go 9th fastest. And then Tobias Grundkotter for Impulse Racing, rounding out the top 10 overall. Daniel Sommer and David Sobrero on row 6. Very talented drives between them. Tim Majka as well joins that, and all Manatee 7th row. Jan Sienkiewicz and Leon Köhler then in 16th position, with Critchley and Jan Scholz, who will have the 30-second penalty to serve out there, with Freezer and Eskalainen for the Williams Sim Racing Academy, all the way down there in 20th. Likes of WSI Sports Butt Kicker, Volta Sim Racing, Delta Sports Sim Shop with Ilya Atiani in 23rd, Antonio Roger for Hydro Geodesic in 24th, and then Trevor Vavrovsky there in 25th position overall. It now brings us, of course, to your wonderful LMP2s, which now go out there, laced in number for the class, but what you get is a more true representation of pace from week to week to week. I think that's where we find such a wonderful case of drivers looking to push, and there is that 113 fiercely forward car, which is battling for the championship outright at this moment against that 188 car. Remy Legrand there for the Dullatra Automotive by Major's Garage team.
Yeah, these P2 cars, an absolute thrill. If you haven't taken one for a spin, recommend it. The mechanical grip is really something to behold. The aero is fantastic, and no nannies on these cars. So you have to have fast hands, and you have to know what you're doing to get fast times out of these things.
Absolutely, a car which was brought into the iRacing service to take over from the long-standing Honda HPD ARX back in the days of open-top LMP2 out there in the sim and in the world of motorsport. And the run that we've seen here over the course of many years to move to closed cockpit for driver safety is something that I think has been really important to see, and it has created this wonderful revival, I do believe, of great racing action, especially in endurance fields over the years. These teams, these drivers, they all look around and they say, well, I want to race in a car that feels like I'm in a spaceship, and you've got that when you get to LMP2.
Yeah, too right. Although in defense of those older cars, I've got a soft spot for that Porsche RS Spider back in the day, kind of following up that HPD. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Having a spec class here as a stepping stone to the top class has definitely revitalized the P2 class. In the old days, it kind of was dominated by who could spend the most on it, and the spec series has gotten rid of that. So it really is a test of driving and strategy, and it's fantastic stuff.
Up the hill then with Marius Rommelfanger on the Kemmel Straight into Les Combes here, this right and left, and then Malmedy Corner, the highest section on the circuit, cresting up over the top of the hill. The drop to Bruchel's Corner then, this long sweeping right. So easy to lock an inside front. There's no corner like it in motorsport. And then moving to that Speaker's Corner, the fast left-hander down the hill, taking at 165 kilometers an hour, back up onto the power and chasing over as we focus as well on James Gill, trying to do more in through the Pouhon Corner. Double gauche, as it's known, these two consecutive left-hand bends, and this middle sector making life difficult for setup, because first and third sectors all about right foot to the floor, middle sector about the medium speed corners.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is one of the really kind of fun things about Spa, is that compromise that you have to make between downforce and speed. We have a couple of really long straights here. A couple of clicks of wing will make it easy to get through Blanchimont flat, easy to get through Eau Rouge and Rédillon flat. But you crack that wing down a little bit, you get some more top speed with the risk of incidents elsewhere on the track. So it's really a great example of that balance between top speed and downforce for safety. In an endurance race, Jake, I might lean a little bit more toward an extra click of wing to keep the car on the track for the entire time.
Yeah, more downforce often in qualifying spec is quicker, but in race pace you often find that you've got to try and take away some of the wing. Rommelfanger quickest only for a moment because Anderneung goes fastest then overall for Nix Esports, the 100 team, then currently finding themselves in the right place at the right time. Effect Simulations then with Sasha Lehmann then raking that lunge over through that long final chicane, off camber through both corners. So you do have to wait to put that power down, and you'll see drivers going all the way to the excess of the curb, and it works there for Sasha, who goes quickest by a tenth and a quarter out there almost, then as that is sorted over the line. Effect Simulations get the first lap into play, but this is a car where you need 2 or 3 laps to go and get it into its operating window with the tires.
Yeah, absolutely. It does take some time to get these tires into the sweet spot, so we're going to see some pretty big bites come out of those times so far. But again, Jake, look at that timing tower. The intervals, I'm looking at 3 through 6, and those intervals are less than a tenth of a second between a group of 4 or 5 cars. So competitive here, and so evenly balanced, these P2 cars. It's really, really fun to watch.
And I do know on that opening lap that there are a couple of cars that didn't set their time. So Hyperion Racing's out there with Toby Prosser only getting their first lap in now. 54 Gold couldn't quite get the time they wanted with Mohamed Yanko. And then for Frank Schmidt, who is there for Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Gold, unable to necessarily find a first time. We focus on Yanko and Schmitz right now. What a beautiful onboard perspective we get with Schmitz going through the campus corner into Stavelot Corner, which connects to the small town of Stavelot, and all these little towns that are often found and highlighted with the likes of the Belgian monument Liège-Bastogne-Liège, the cycling classic, which often goes through the town of Spa, very close to the Col de la Redoute, which is a great finish towards the end of that cycling classic. But as Frank Schmitz and the likes then of those look to try and charge, Janko will dive into the pits there for both fiercely forward cars. Riedler as well making the call to jump in. Here comes Frank Schmitz over towards the line, and a 2:07.5 is good enough to go second row in category.
Yeah, those times starting to go down. And Jake, I'm going to ask you a question here. It is pretty early in qualifying to be going in. Are they just creating space here, or do you think they're getting another set of tires?
A little bit of A and a little bit of B is probably what I'd be thinking that they're doing right now. Yes, they would like the space. They're two teammates. They're working together out there on circuit, but they also would probably say, well, my first lap didn't work and my second lap didn't work. So we'll come in and we'll get a big, long push over towards the end. So we get our pit stop out of the way early. Don't have to worry about it later. It is worth talking about those pit stops and how important they are as they go through, because they aren't running, I do believe, just as I look at qualifying, they are not running the full endurance pits. They will be running the Grand Prix pits here today.
Yeah, and it can get super crowded right there, and a pretty tough pit entry as well. So that's going to definitely add some spice to the proceedings today. And speaking of spice, see a little bit of kitty litter picked up there, and that car being a good sport, knowing their lap is blown and getting out of the way of Ing there as he goes through in the number 100 car.
Yeah, that was Marius Rommelfanger there for Nürburgring Esports Schwalbenschwanz, then staying out of the way. Named after the corner of Schwalbenschwanz, which is there at the long Nürburgring circuit. And not often that you see an LMP2 out there at the Nürburgring, but here at Spa, very much not the case. Legrand then looking to run over towards that final chicane. 2:07.5 at the moment, 5th place. They'll be happy for now, knowing that the likes of Fiercely Forward haven't set a time. It's a very easy prospect that we talked about the championship. It's 1v1. It makes life so easy to try and deal with. But for the moment, it's a case of everybody else is just starting to find a little bit of pace here. So making that charge over towards the final sections of this circuit, and this blast through Blanchimont at 270 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, those cars look pretty hooked up right there at getting the feeling that those throttles are flat to the floor right there, a little less risky in these prototypes than they are in the GT3s. But yeah, so dramatic to see them go through there nose to tail, and we're going to be seeing a lot more of that as this one unfolds.
We certainly will. Drivers then hoping their improvements come through at the mid to late stage of this qualifying session. James Gill for Composite Performance can't improve on a time. That's an outlap to go and then attack again. So looking around, you can see just the limit that they're trying to take here, trying to get by Legrand, pick up any tiny bit of slipstream to attack here in the TFRLAB Spa 8 hour. And every amount of slipstream, because it's open qualifying, you're turning around and you're saying everybody's on track at the same time. Any little benefit will go a long way towards that lap time being complete.
Yeah, and I, for one, am a big fan of open qualifying. Of course, it's certainly more realistic. I've been in a lot of races out in the real world, and there hasn't been one yet where they've cleared the track to allow me to qualify by myself. So I really appreciate the open qualifying format, and certainly adds some strategy and kind of adds some luck, too, if you pick up a draft at the right time.
Anthony with a huge slide there through Speaker's Corner. You can tell he's pushing out there on the exit, the tail kicking out, and now this middle sector becoming vital. Remember, a 10.15 is the difference there for Nix Esports to jump. Oh, effect simulation in the barriers at Fania, and you don't often see mistakes there at that corner. It's a transfer corner. Car was loose on entry, had to try and bail out of it, and found the very much safer Tech Pro barriers. Yeah,
and my goodness, we saw that car being pushed pretty hard. He was driving the wheels off that thing, and maybe got a little bit too much heat in those fronts, washes out of the entry of that corner and right into the barrier, and that lap is going to be over as qualifying time is winding down for these P2 cars. Not the way he wanted that one to go. You could tell he was trying to put the hammer down and make up that 1/10 gap up to Lehman, and not going to happen.
Well, here comes James Gill, 8th currently. at this moment in time. Crosses the line, 2:07.6, good enough to go to P6 and leapfrogs Hyperion by 100th of a second. So that's some good news there. Legrand, that lap time won't count. So again, they'll be in a position where they've got to keep on waiting. Sasha Lehmann still happy at the front with second and third, both in the pits right now. I would say this is some sunshine happy days for Sasha Lehmann and the Effect Simulations team. They're looking around at what they've done over the course of this season, and Effect Simulations really have had a season of, well, we've definitely got great pace, but we haven't been able to convert. Just the one win this season, but twice this season they have been leading at half distance.
Yeah, and you know Lehman's feeling good right now. His teammates told him over calm that 100 car was in the barrier. So he's taking a breath, feeling good, and knowing that he has a 1/10 gap behind, and that gap is getting safer every second that ticks off that qualifying clock.
It's Fiercely Forward Purple that have moved up into third with Noah Riedler qualifying the car. They've got Bartholomew Oldworth and Aidan Matthias who can go in behind the wheel at any point. It's different for Fiercely Forward Gold, who have Morten Augerson and Daniel Antunes that they can put in at any point during the course of racing. Janko still without a lap time, and these are long laps to not get correct. Remember, they're doing 2:07s out there in a 15-minute qualifying session. That means at best you've got 8 laps in your back pocket to go and work with, but it never truly works like that.
Yeah, and somebody told Lehman, I accused him of being relaxed behind the wheel, puts down another heater. That interval now to P2 is 0.224. So Lehman really seems to have a death grip on the pole here unless something dramatic happens as it winds down.
Well, never say never as qualifying then looks to bring itself closer to conclusion. Mohamed Yanko, 36.4 in the opening sector, 57.3 in the second. And now looking to get this final sector sorted as the only car then with the, well, not even the exclusion of Hyperion Racing 2, who haven't set a representative time on a 2:17. They're about 9 seconds, almost 10 off the pace, and would be outside a 107% rule if we had one. And Yanko really attacking in the guttering, coming over towards the line, gets a 2:07.7 down, which is only good enough for 10th, and I sense pressure on that 113 team.
Yeah, and wow, we're learning something about track limits right there. I thought for sure that was going to be an off, all 4 tires in the green, but that lap did count, but not didn't give the number that they were looking for.
No, they've got one more attempt, and the 1-minute warning has been thrown by Nina Hahn, who is taking control of that then in the team. The wonderful work that is done by the IVRA Endurance stewarding team, which is a full-on foray of about 6 or 7 different highly classed drivers. Nürburgring Esports Schwalbenschwanz then going up. Hyperion 2 have gone quickest with Jeffrey Lund, 2:07.0. Where has that come from? They were nowhere. They were 10 seconds down.
Holy cow. And speaking of heaters, we're tickling the high 206s now, Jake, and that gap back to P2, 0.157. So I thought Lehman was pretty safe there, but Hyperion and Jeffrey Lund out of nowhere throws down the hammer. That was awesome.
And the checkered flag comes out, so Adam Brockway will be the first team car there for Maradnas M Squad to come to the line first. So that's going to be the first port of call for those final laps. They are allowed to finish any lap that they have started. The 115 car is the only one down in the pits currently. So these are critical laps. Have you saved yourself everything you need to the very latest availability? Adam Brockway charging over towards that final chicane, last edited in 2007 when they looked to make this public circuit into a privately owned racetrack, and Adam Brockway into the pits will not find improvements. Frank Schmidt will make a run to the line. So too will Remy Legrand out there. Rommel Fanger on screen right now is looking to make that charge. Schmidt on a 0.3 goes third. I look around at Legrand, a 7.7 won't improve, will stay at best 7th position overall in qualifying. Not what he was hoping for out there, but we still wait for the likes of Fiercely Forward Gold. SRN TFR Alliance is making a push towards the line, and they do a 7.545. That's good enough for 7th position, so they'll jump Dulatrar down to 8th position. Rommel Fanger's making his way to the line for Schwabenschwanz's Toby Prosser. Looks to try and make it 2 Hyperion cars on the front row. No improvement for Nürburgring Esports, so it comes down to the 2 Hyperion cars. Prosser making that lunge over to the line. Nice and neat on the exit there at the final corner, and a 7.7 does not improve the lap time late. So I put it right now that Hyperion Racing 2, as the final car out there, has the pole with an almighty late lap to put the 104s on pole position.
Yeah, Lund taking a breather now. We'll see if he takes another bite out of this. I'd love to see a 206, and he's like, nah, I got it. I'm going to bring it in and start thinking about the next phase, which is going to be gridding up for the race.
Yeah, so that's going to be huge. I'll have a little wait for that, but Jeffrey Lund of Hyperion Racing, the team that is 7th in the championship, gives themselves the pole position. They haven't really had a finish better than 5th this season, so keep that in mind as they look to push forward. Sasha Lehman and Effect Simulations alongside them on the front row, with Frank Schmitz and Anthony Ng, Hydra Geodesic and Nix Esports 3rd and 4th. It's then the Fiercely Forward Purple team in 5th, Nürburgring Esports 6th, with SRN TFR Alliance 7th. And here's something for you. Dulatrar Automotive starting in 8th place in their category, with James Gill in 9th for composite performance and Hyperion Racing rounding out the top 10. Their main rivals back of the class there for Dulatrar, the likes of Fiercely Forward, the 113 team have it all to do. Adam Brockway, the 170, back up there in 11th position overall. But LMP2, that is a really, I would say, interesting qualifying, that both of your championship contenders are nowhere in terms of pace today.
Yeah, they will definitely have their work cut out for them. They got plenty of time to do it, though. And even still, I keep going back to this, but looking at the timing tower, all 12 of those cars separated by only 7/10, and that just illustrates the level of competitiveness we have out here.
And it's a very competitive GTP field that sets itself off now and goes. There is Jose Miguel Galilea. Then for Fast Repair Motorsports, allowing Daniel Alves Lorenzo then to move on up and gain a bit more. Manatee with David Adam driving for them. Dylan Scrivens in the car here today for the likes then of the Fiercely Forward Red team. There's Robin Hlerum, who is there for Williams Sim Racing Academy. Always a quick driver. He is in the number 77. So keep an eye out on Williams right now, because they have got the belt and braces team here today. Jere Leitonen, Michael Partington, and Balazs Remenyik.
Wow, and look at these GTPs. And Jake, I just got back from Laguna Seca last weekend, got to see these prototypes for the first time, and it was everything that I hoped. Absolutely awesome. Glorious to see these things out here. You know, sports car racing kind of has an ebb and flow to it, and we are creeping up on a golden age of prototype racing right now. Such a thrill to see them in person. And because I know iRacing listens very carefully to me, I'm going to put a plea out there to get that Valkyrie on track, because that thing, you would not believe the sound. It was like going back in time and hearing an old V12 F1 car on the track. It was fantastic.
Sends goosebumps all across your arms, it does. It's a simply wonderful noise to hear. But for the moment, there is the BMW of Burosud Plus competition, and this is the driver I think everybody looks at in this category and goes, well, that's the car to beat in qualifying. They haven't had the best season. They're on the outskirts of the championship Burosud Plus competition, but every time I've looked at them, they have been the team that qualifies the car fantastically. They've just ran into troubles at almost every race this season. The only time they really haven't was last time out at Portimao, where they were faultless.
Yeah, and still getting some heat in these tires. Could probably come up a little bit quicker than the P2 cars, but it's going to take a little bit to get them to the sweet spot as we watch them circulate here for the first time. About 15 minutes left for them, and I'll be very interested to see what kind of times they're going to get out of these cars today. They've got pretty favorable conditions out there. Track temp sitting right now at about 25 degrees C. So I think we're going to see some pretty good pace out here.
Well, it's now just ticked up to 26, and over the course of this qualifying session, we've seen a 5-degree rise in that track temperature, so it's getting hotter and hotter out there. So these drivers, I think, will be under the impression that if they can get a great time in early, that will serve them very well compared to getting a time in late. I would rather be in a position right now where I got a quick time on the board by getting my run in perfect now compared to later. And what I find also interesting there, and it's a preference there, Maxime Canars, just behind in the Manti racing car, electing not to put lights on. Almost every other car I've seen have the beams on.
That is interesting, and you know, it's I don't think I even have a switch program for that for these prototypes because there's so much else going on that needs its buttons on your wheel. But yeah, interesting stuff there, and you got to wonder what the purpose of that is.
Well, at the moment, there is, of course, the Manatee Racing Porsche that sits there, the 963, that looks to go through. First time's then about to come through, and they are doing 206s. They're Fiercely Forward Red. What a start for Fiercely Forward Red there. They're definitely not in a warming up phase. They've just done a 204.8 straight out of the gate. And you look around at that and say, 2 seconds quicker than everybody else. Are they looking at warming their tyres up, or are they just thinking, well, let's just go flat out to begin with? I think we're very much in a phase where drivers are happier to get their tyres warmed up. Marcus Soholm then is going, or Soyholm, sorry, is looking to try and improve on that third position. And there's your number 33 car and the number 1 car there of Movano, Giuseppe Lafaro, coming across the line, goes second on a 205 flat out there, but I keep an eye on car 33, Movano Atsuro, your championship leaders, with the ever legendary and underrated sim racing legend that is Marcus Hamilton.
Yeah, and interesting you mentioned about getting the fast laps down early. That could be going on out here. It is partly cloudy, as you can see the sun popping out and going back behind the clouds. But when you're in the car and you see that sun come out during qualifying, it changes the track temperature so quickly, it can actually impact the lap that you're on. So they may be kind of watching the clouds and wanting to put their heaters down while it's overcast. And certainly Fiercely Forward throwing down a heater there at that 204.8, as you said, 0.2 ahead of P2.
Yep, so they're very happy with that as an opening chance out there. 33.4 in the opening sector for Lorenzo. Then looking around at that second sector in the Burasud Plus competition, BMW out there looking to try and really navigate through this section of circuit, coming out there of Stavolo Corner and over through towards this small kink left, which is the curve of Paul Frere, named after the Belgian driver who did very, very well in the 1960s to pick up strong results here. There goes Robin Hlerum up to the top. Williams Academy there, and it's Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter now who find themselves second with Harrison Lillis.
Yeah, the time's really starting to plummet here. We're almost under 2:01, which we're certainly going to find by the end of this qualifying session. About 11 minutes left, and the tires still kind of creeping up to operating temperature. You saw a little bit of weaving on that last lap. So we're going to get some serious times on the board here on this lap or the next, I'm presuming.
The Acura there of Galilea, only P10 as it stands. So it's Williams Sim Racing Academy, Orbit Drop Bear in second, Manatee Racing find themselves third. Then it's Orion Race Team who are very much up for the championship fight. But keep an eye on that 77 Williams Sim Racing Academy. They are the nearest challengers to the 33 Movano Atsuro team, which are right down at the bottom here in qualifying. And I'm looking around at it, 60 points to try and chase down. It's difficult, but it's not impossible when you consider 120 134 points is on offer for the championship here, but you score a third of your points at halfway, so an extra 34 in the pocket if you lead the race on the halfway lap.
Yeah, they're all going to be looking very closely at that. And, you know, that's something that plays a role in these endurance races. You got to get the car all the way through to the end, and really anything can happen. That points total sounds insurmountable, but have a problem with traffic, put one of these things in the barriers, and the race can get turned upside down in an instant.
Yeah, it's quicker than a whisper. You can find a championship changing, and remember, if you do crash the car out of the race and you can't get it finished, there's no points on offer because you haven't finished it. Maxime absolutely brutalizes the curb there, trying to go through into the pits. So manages that and gets it sorted. So that, no problems at all. Then sorting that one into play. An interesting scenario actually has developed over the course of this session. There was an incorrect submission of a team out there for the Orion Race Team 46. They entered a number 52 car, which is Team João Arvaz. So João Arvaz had to jump on to a second account to go and make sure he was in this race in the same team as Ilka Harpala.
Oh my goodness, and just these little kind of details just kind of shows how complex it is to push through one of these events. It is a team effort, and there's so much organization that goes on, especially at this level. These upper level teams have spreadsheets and have strategy meetings and have everything that a professional team does on this level. It's really quite intense.
And I've just got word through the penalties laboratory out there from the stewards that 46 car, because of that issue from João Vaz, that is going to be a 30-second penalty for the Orion Race Team in this race. And for issues out there in qualifying, the likes of Kasper Umelem, then the 279 for impeding, gets 20 seconds. And Noah Riedler as well, for a bit of contact, also gets 20 seconds worth of penalty. That will be the 115 car out there. So that will be the fiercely forward purple team that will get a 20-second penalty at the start of the race. Now moving down through the final few minutes here of qualifying. It's now Movano number 1, which is up there. Movano Rosso, Giuseppe Lafaro, 2:08. Crucially, they are top and tailing here on Movano. They've got it, I would say, exactly the wrong way round for what they need it to be.
Yeah, Movano, the first team out there to get underneath that 2:01 barrier. Probably not going to be the last. Against Williams Sim Racing Academy at a 2:01.035, and Fiercely Forward Red now jumping up to a 2:01.102. So still plenty of time left here, and for more cars to join that 2-minute club up top.
Yeah, Robin Clarum does join it, but can't improve on time. So that certainly is a little bit of hurt then in that effort. Orbit drop there now to 4th, Orion now to 5th, and there is Harrison Lillis making that lunge towards the line. This is definitely an outlap now gearing up, and you'll see drivers do this. They won't necessarily come down into the pits as much as they would do, say, in other series where it's, oh, I've cooked the tyres in 2 laps, they're done. It's a case of you can cool the tyres down on circuit by driving at 75-80% of full throttle. There's the Movano 1-2 that they were hoping for. The Atsuro team moves second, and Marcus Hamilton will be happy about that as he parks it down by the most famous house in Spa as he now escapes back to pits and says, I will not do a single lap more of qualifying.
Yeah, Hamilton putting down a heater and only 22 thousandths off of pole. So they're going to have a lockout up front, although not to maybe calling that a little soon. 6 minutes remaining, and we see some cars coming in for fresh rubber, as Jake said. So not over yet, but certainly Movano looking good right now.
Any teams now, you'd surely feel, JR, that are coming in for fresh rubber, I don't think they'll get them up to temperature and get themselves around for a huge flying lap. So that's a huge missed opportunity, and it's why you've got to pace your laps out here around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Yes, That is one of the things about Spa. That outlap takes forever because the circuit is so long. So, yeah, we are kind of realistically running out of time for those cars in the pits. And there's a few sitting in there right now. I see 5 cars in right now. And I guess it's possible that they're just throwing in the towel and are going to just hang with the positions that they've earned so far.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to, well, they've made their bed, and at this point in the qualifying session here, JR, I think the right way to say it is they've got to lie in it.
Yeah, to be sure. And, track position, pretty important here, but I'm going to say less so than at some circuits. We're going to have plenty of passing opportunities here with the draft and long straightaways and plenty of time to get it done. So qualifying less critical here than it can be at some tracks.
Well, let's just take stock of who's out on track at the moment. Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, who are 5th. You got Burosud plus Competition, who are all the way down in 10th at the moment. They're half a second off of pole, but 10th position. So a really, really strong qualifying needed right now from a lot of teams who have got similar pace. You got Orion Race Team out there with Ilka Harpala. P1Docs.com Black are out there with Nick Jelicic and trying to find times. And there is Dylan Scrivens for Fiercely Forward Red, trying to make things happen. Movano Rosso is out there as well with Absolute Motorsports Acerlith, who are on the other side of the circuit. So they're there as well with a former Oval Pro Stripe in the number 60 car, Solpec Precision Racing, and Blake Reynolds.
And Scriven's taking it quite easy here, it appears to me. He may be trying to let the tires catch a breath. He's probably only got 1 or 2 laps remaining, so we'll look for him to put down a heater next time around.
4 minutes remain on the clock, and the 1 minute call is given then by the stewarding team. So now this is critical right now for laps. You look at Dylan Scrivens, you think, if it doesn't work on this lap, you've still got 1 more. And you've got to be very alert to how you deploy all of that battery that's stored there in this hybrid system. It is an additive system out there, but definitely not a system where it's definitely unimpossible to go and get results here. Scrivens out to the final corner, over towards the line. 2:04 again. Building up momentum here for the final attempts. Harpala then will be next to the line with Nick Jelicic. We look further down the order. There's Giuseppe Lafaro, who's currently a pole sitter out there at this moment, and teams are looking around going, well, can we get over the line for one more effort improvement for Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter? They move themselves up now and get what they want, which is the front 2 rows of the grid. Checker flag falls on Maxim Knaz and Manatee. 2016, not going to be enough to get them over the line. Solpec will be next.
Yeah, and you can kind of see, it's kind of interesting watching Dylan there. He was a little bit off pace, warming his tires gently. You saw him take a line out of that final chicane to get a good run out down toward the first hairpin. So he definitely was setting up a heater here. We'll keep an eye on him and see if he can move up. But yeah, we're down in crunch time as qualifying winds down.
No improvements there for Solpec. Now to Absolute Motorsports Acerlith, down on a 201.8. Andrea Casson cannot find time, so that will be down to the lane. Dylan Scrivens will be the next car out there, and Fiercely Forward set the early momentum and tempo out there in qualifying. Can they manage to find more? You've also got P1 Docs and Orion. I think Orion have backed out of it. You've also got Burosud, who have got themselves opportunities to find a time. There's Nick Jelicic. Then for P1 Docs, they are down by half a second at the moment, and a couple tenths as they blink about quite heavily here. 2 tenths is the second row.
Yeah, Jelicic lighting the wick here as you see that BMW making its way down toward Blanchimont for probably the last time in this session. I'll keep an eye on his time, see if he can move up, currently sitting in P10. Pretty small gap ahead, though. It wouldn't take much but a couple ticks to get him up the grid. And oh my goodness, that connection issue may be a bigger problem for them than their qualifying time at this moment.
Yeah, they'll pull it into the pits. Orion will put it into the pits. But what about car 89? They'd be nowhere in qualifying. They'll stay in the mid-pack. Then 7th only for Daniel Alves Lorenzo. More to be done there. Maxime Canars has seen the checker flag. That will be that in terms of qualifying for this. It's an ultimate qualifying for Movano. And when the chips are down, the Movano team have got themselves the perfect scenario out there. 1 and 2, but their main rivals directly behind them in 3rd as Williams Sim Racing Academy sit there.
Yeah, and Williams in an unenviable spot right now. We've got those teammates in front of them working together, and that is absolutely deadly when you have two teammates on a similar pace. That can work together for a team result, and Williams is going to have their work cut out for them to get past that gauntlet of Movano up front.
Car 1, P1, Movano Rosso with Giuseppe Lafaro take the pole away in your TFRLAB Spa 8 hour ahead of the championship leading Movano Azzurro number 33, piloted by Marcus Hamilton. Robin Hlerum will start 3rd then for Williams Sim Racing Academy with Orbit Drop Bear in 4th position. Fiercely Forward and Orion are positions 5 and 6 with Burasud Plus Competition in 7th, and the two Manti cars 8th and 9th. David Adam ahead of Maxime Canars. Nick Jelicic will line up 10th for P1Docs.com. And over the page, Blake Reynolds there for Solpec Precision Racing 60. Marcus Soyholm for Apex Racing Team, a little down the order when they are thinking about championship efforts in the Porsche. And then you've got the likes of Jose Miguel Galilea for Fast Repair Motorsports and Andrea Casson for Absolute Motorsports Acelith GTP. All categories of that class then within 1 second, which I think is absolutely fantastic to see as we are in the cool down between here and the warm-up. So that will give us about 10 minutes of warm-up here for these drivers before they get themselves set over for the race. But there are a lot of pitfalls when it comes to racing at Spa, and a lot of these drivers do know them, do understand them. It's not a case of, I would say, JR, an unknown quantity when it comes to endurance racing here, but the known quantities that all of these drivers seem to run into quite a lot is that this track gets very congested, especially when it comes to the high committal corners and the very powerful straights.
Yeah, traffic is going to play a huge role here at Spa, and this is one of these situations where you think being a driver, you really need to rely on your teammates, particularly a GT3 driver. You got to know what's coming up behind you. When you're heading down one of those straights, you want to hear that there's a GTP 2 seconds back. You want your spotter to tell you where the GTP is going to catch you and where to be on the track. As a GT3 car, you want to try to control those passes, and when I'm out there, I want my spotter to say, stay left, he's coming, and take away the choice from the prototype and make sure you're in control which direction they come around you. That's the best way to avoid incidents, but where incidents are unavoidable, we are going to see some today without a doubt.
You saw there a driver's eyes perspective down in on the pits as the teams who have done their qualifying decide that as they stay in the pits, they will be out there and knowing that there is nothing that they can do except wait for these 30 minutes before they get to the final stages of the warm-up. When I'm in a warm-up and I'm looking around at what I do with an extra 10 minutes, you've gone through the whole rigmarole of very, very quick qualifying, which is a different skill entirely to that of when you're driving around in the race. Do you look, JR, at taking a warm-up, or how do you look at taking a warm-up is more rather the question I want to ask, because you look around at it, I'd probably say fill the car up full of fuel and see how the car's going to react over the first 10-20 minutes.
Absolutely. That is the most important part of doing the warm-up, is getting a feel for the car with a full fuel load. And my main experience is in GT3, so you're going from your qualifying fuel load, which probably was enough for 4 or 5 laps out here, to 100 liters, which is a huge difference. And there may be some setup changes between qualifying and race as well. So warm-up, very important to just kind of get back in the groove of being consistent consistent, and fast while you're heavy. Make sure your brake bias is where you want it, and just kind of make sure you shift your attitude. It's time to get safe. It's time to not be slow, but be steady and keep the car clean.
And this is a circuit where the barriers are very much right up close to you, and there's not much that you can do about it. I've just seen a slide on cold tyres then for the Absolute Motorsport Aceless GTP right at the start of this session, and you're going to see it here. Drivers will not be able to, in the GTP category, go flat up Eau Rouge and Raidillon, the signature corners here of this circuit. They will have to lift. Otherwise, at the top of the hill, the blind crest, you're going to have a smoke screen.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was that kind of those setup compromises that I was talking about earlier. It's possible to set these GTPs up to go flat up the hill through Eau Rouge and Raidillon and go flat through Blanchimont, but it's not competitive because you need that pace down the straightaway. So it's always a compromise in any track, but Spa really highlights that because of the extreme danger of a couple of those corners that we're talking about.
Yep, and we do see that as the teams go around, they will be looking around at how the traffic plays into factor. Now, normally responsibility is of these quicker cars to go and try and get around and use the space available. So the GT3 Pro category is the one that I don't think is going to have too much movement off the line. The interesting thing is to look at the LMP2s, because as that middle ground between the fast and the slow, you're in a position where you've got to look forward at trying to get by cars that are slower than you, but also you've got to look in your mirrors. And that was something that we'll see if we go without a safety car for about 35, 40 minutes. That's where it's all going to coalesce together to say, right, this is where all three categories jump on top of each other.
Yeah, too right. And again, you know, it's easy to think of these events as all revolving around the driver and kind of a single person effort, but it really is a team effort, and good spotting, good communication, and good strategy going into the start so critical here. You have to have a skilled spotter. You have to be used to that spotter, respond to what they're directing you to do, and you know, kind of allow yourself to be led in a way, which is tough when you're out there racing in the red mist. Somebody tells you to do something you don't want to do, but you have to have faith and you have to be a team player.
You certainly do. We're going to step aside for a very, very brief moment. When we come back, we're in race trim mode. And so to your your pole lap replay here for this, your TFRLAB Spa, 8 hours here as part of the IVRA Endurance Series. It's the #1 Movano Rosso team, Giuseppe Lafaro behind the wheel, taking a driver's eyes perspective through the opening sections of corners. Jake Sperry, JR Gregory here bringing you through. And the one thing that you've got to keep an eye out on is how much you take out of this circuit. And you look at Lafaro up through Eau Rouge here to Raidillon, and looking for the car to stay just holding on its line, not to go too light in the back step away. Once you're out of there, you're up over the top of the hill and over towards the middle sector where you can slightly breathe, but you never can around this track.
Yeah, and looking very tidy right there. You can take a bigger bite out of the curbs in Eau Rouge than you saw there. Nice. Now, that's a fast hands I was talking about. You see how quickly he went to opposite lock to save that slide. But yeah, smooth is fast, folks. And here is your proof right here as we ride along with this pole lap.
Yeah, proof very much in the pudding. And again, having to correct coming out of Speaker's Corner over towards Double Gauche, this descent down the hill through these fast left-handers, fourth gear, now working around there on the limiter there, keeping an eyes very firmly set on the Cosworth steering wheel, and then into Fania, flicking down second gear through the middle of the apex and riding the rev limiter there in the middle. It's one of those longer chicanes that you got there, JR, which often, especially in these GTPs, you're between gears.
Yeah, and again, completely clean there. And as a GT3 driver, I'm all over those curbs like the plastic on grandma's couch. But you saw there, he stayed completely on the asphalt and so smooth, man. This is impressive to drive a GTP that fast and with that kind of precision.
Yeah, and then seeing his teammate jump out of the way there of Marcus Hamilton into that final chicane, then in first gear, absolutely battering that first chicane through and very narrow through the second, having to deal with a lot of rotation through the first part. A lap time of a 2:01 there, sorry, a 2:08.82. That's perfect. Now, let's talk balance of performance here, because I think this is going to be quite telling. The Acura is pretty much the baseline, nothing to do with that, just a couple kilos to be added to the Porsche 963. The BMW and the Cadillacs, though, 12 and 14 kilograms of ballast respectively, and a 2% reduction on the fuel tank.
Wow, and that is pretty big, and I know the BMW and Cadillac fans are kind of moaning with displeasure right now. But take a look back at that qualifying. We had every car on the grid separated by less than a second. So the BOP does work. It works just as well here as it does in real life. Can be controversial, but has put together a pretty close and competitive field here for us today.
Well, no such balance of performance in LMP2, just the one car, the Dallara P217. It's as stock can get, but there is the difference, the balance of performance in GT3. A lot of power reductions across the board, the biggest of which out there is the Acura NSX, which takes 11 kilograms of ballast out there, but the likes of a 1.5% power reduction out there, and a couple of the cars there struggling a little bit for fuel. So the likes of the Ferrari, the McLaren 720S, and the Mercedes AMG going to be down a little bit on the fuel tank.
Wow, and that is a pretty big hit by that NSX, and that just shows you what Honda and Acura race division have been able to do with that car. Pretty impressive stuff from that relatively new mid-engine machine.
Yep, and of course, that Acura is piloted by the championship-leading Grid and Go.com VC Esports team, the AMG Mercedes there. We'll go through GT3 Pro and how they stack up on the grid. Rainer Talvar and the Burosud plus Turner team have themselves on the pole with a 2:15.956. Dino Lombardi alongside the company with Ruben Bonga there, the second of the Burosud cars in third, and Drago Racing in fourth position. Team PGZ line up fifth with Simify Esports in sixth position. And then you look over the next page, Tom Ryer in seventh for Apex Racing Team, Jonas Rutten for Dur Esports, with the likes of Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim and Impulse Racing rounding out the top 10. Daniel Sommer for Sim RC is 11th, and then your championship contending Acertec SimSport Visceral Team, all to do from 12th position in the TFRLAB Spa 8 hours here, as Manatee Racing house that 7th row. Team Hoisingveld and Instinct X Mechanic Racing, they're 15th and 16th, with WSR Esports 17th with Ethan Critchley, and Jan Schultz in 18th position for German simracing.de. XBD Racing are 19th. The top 20 rounded out by Ricardo Lamogli and Absolute Motorsport Acerlith. In the case, it's a game of blackjack for the Williams Sim Racing Academy team. A2 Eskalainen is there with WSR Esports Butt Kicker in 22nd. It's then Composite Performance and Volta Sim Racing on the 12th row of the category, with Delta Sports Sim Shop and Hydro Race Geodesic Racing making 26 different teams in play. As JR, you've got your eyes on LMP2.
Yeah, and the P2 class super tight. We saw Jeffrey Lund throw down that beautiful qualifying lap, gets the pole by a 157. So he'll line up front next to Sasha Lehman. Row 2 will give you Smits next to Anthony Reidler will be next to Rommelfinger in 5 and 6. And a quick scroll here. There we go. It's Stephen McGarvey next to Remy Legrand in 7 and 8. James Gill next to Prosser in row 5. Brockway next to Mohamed Yanko there in 11 and 12. And two more, I think, or no, that will be the LMP2 grid. And again, I sound like a broken record, but 0.7 gap between all of those cars. Super impressive.
Very much is, and when your championship rivals are 8th and 12th, it says all you need to know. The big story here is that it's Movano 1 and 2, Lafaro and Hamilton, the Acuras going quick then here today at Spa, with Robin Claren for the Williams Sim Racing Academy in 3rd and Orbit Drop Bear in 4th position. Fiercely Forward and Orion Race Team are 5th and 6th in class, with Burosud then going 7th with Daniel Alves Lorenzo, and Manatee Racing 8th and 9th. David Adam ahead of Maxime Knars. Nick Jelicic for P1Docs.com then rounds out the top 10 with Blake Reynolds and Marcus Soyholm in 12th position. That leads only to Jose Miguel Galilea for Fast Repair Motorsports, Andrea Casson for Absolute Motorsport Acelith, and technically the reason why Orion have a penalty, João Vaz will have his own team entered in 15th position and get themselves sorted. Lining up under the Total Energies banner with 31 degrees track temperatures right now, overcast conditions on the run to Fania. So not a full pace lap, which will also be worth keeping in mind for drivers trying to get temperature into their tyres. They've only got half a pace lap to deal with to try and get themselves up to speed for what is a third of the way twice round the clock here for this 8-hour enduro.
Yeah, and the prototypes are going to suffer the most from that short pace lap. So they will really be needing to take a breath and keep it tidy here at the beginning. You don't want to be that guy that wads up the car on the first lap, but there's some good opportunities for mistakes, especially on that first blast up the hill over Eau Rouge and Radion, and that first entry into Lacombe.
Well, I've just seen they have extended the caution by a lap, so because the lights are on there on the iRacing sedan safety car, which is out there at the moment, this is going to be a race that will not start immediately under conditions here. They will take the time to get all of the categories separated, which is what we call traditional in this series, that they all start in their own separate little world and then they go on and drive and race. But the thing here with the IVRA Endurance Series is that the safety car plays a massive value over the course of racing action, and IVRA caution is one that can last up to a quarter of an hour sometimes to get the categories all back together again. Very unique in terms of the way it happens, but it is a complete momentum changer sometimes for these races.
Yeah, it really is. And as a spectator, there are few things more exciting to me than a restart in these races. It can completely change the complexion. And my gosh, look at that. That safety car must be rolling upwards of 60 or 70 kph right now. So if you need to take a rest break or grab a cup of coffee, go ahead and do that, because this Space Lab is going to be a little while before we get to the green.
It certainly will. They are running at speeds right now. Well, the pace car is 97 kilometers an hour on the straights is what the pace car is allowed to do. So these drivers are going to be really trying to find as much tire temperature as they can to allow themselves the all-important runs that are needed. And we do need to stress there is one car starting down in the pits. That will be Team Huysingveld, who are down there. The 248 team, Jan Senkowski, missing the grid, and because of that will have to go from pit lane, which when you got the short pit lane, which they've got here today, that's not the end of the world. If they use the full endurance pits for this one, then that could have been a huge amount of toil and trouble for Jan Senkowski.
Yeah, too right. And this is going to make some people groan out among our viewers. But sometimes I kind of like starting from the pits, especially in a longer endurance race. If you feel that there's going to be some kind of kerfuffle ahead of you, you can kind of take a breath, ease your way out there. There's plenty of time to work your way through traffic, and sometimes it can be beneficial to get that pit start, and we'll see how it works out for this driver here this morning.
Yeah, I think that Team Huysingveld are a team that do look at all of the options available to them. Senkowski is their only driver in the car at the moment in sim, so he's got to go until another driver comes along and helps him out there. The Diach team, which about 6 or 7 years ago was one which was completely all-conquering when it came to the iRacing VLN events, and that's where Team Hoisingveld really got a claim to fame as a team that everybody should be aware to. Unable to hit as much of the same heights as everybody has pushed hard into GT3 and has tried to make it their battleground that they want to win. But I look around at these championships and I do have to look at what's going on at the very front of the field, because Movano Azzurro is a team that I'd say on paper always are a threat. Williams as a team in the esports sphere of sim racing right now, JR, are the #1 team in the world.
Yeah, and really, I think that may be one of the stories of this race. What are those Movano cars going to be able to do working together to thwart Williams, and how will Williams respond? And pit strategy, all kinds of things are going to come into this, and it's going to be fascinating to see how that unfolds.
It very much will do, and those battles going right down. Dullatra Automotive and Fiercely Forward Gold, they're going to have to really work hard over the course of this 8 hours to give themselves the gaps that's needed. Dullatra with a sizable advantage at the moment, but 60 points. Fiercely Forward Gold from the back, they've got to find a way to run the gauntlet and get to the front. They're going to need a lot of help and maybe some strategy to make that happen.
Yeah, help strategy, and you know, that's one of the things about these endurance races is that you never know when luck is going to rear its head. It can giveth, it can taketh away, but so many times in an endurance race, you keep your head on the swivel, keep it clean, and you can benefit from misfortune striking others, and that's one of the things that make these races interesting. And if you're sitting back there in P12 as Yanko is, or you're a fan of that car, never fear. There is plenty of time left, and anything could happen, especially at Spa.
Anything can, and it usually does. The old mantra that was said by the legendary Murray Walker, who, of course, is the greatest of all time when it gets to being behind the mic. Now, all the categories start to slow themselves up, give themselves enough of a gap to the category in front as they run at 95 kilometers an hour here on this short shoot run out of Blanchimont towards that final chicane. Movano then in P1 and 2, and crucially choosing the right side of the circuit is Movano Rosso out there. Blue team of Azzurro will have the left-hand side. Pace car dives down into pits. Let's get ourselves into scenario now. 8 hours here is what we've got. The green flag drops and we're underway in the TFRLAB Spa 8 hour. Immediately Robin Claren gets to the inside of their main championship rivals, Movano Azzurro. Nothing Marcus Hamilton can do at turn 1. Drops the pace as now here goes LMP2.
Wow, and what a move up front by Williams Sim Racing. I was imagining a blockade that would slow them down, and they got that out of the way right away.
Yeah, Nix Esports and Hyperion Racing tangle at the opening corner. Here comes GT3 Pro to get themselves underway. 3 wide, they go through with the championship leading car down there on the inside there in second position. Dino Lombardi holding against Nicolas Matteo and the Drago team. Perez there behind, battling with Ruben Bonga as they will charge up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion. Your category at the top of the hill, now descend down at Bruxelles.
Oh my goodness, and oh wow, and there is a huge incident right off the start.
And that will catch everyone as the likes of those try and go through. The Volta car gets turned around. It was Gauthier Fagnan Police for Scuderia Volpe, and that might signal a caution immediately. Dominic Push is caught up. Ilya Rattiani had to try and scramble through it, but a big dramatic start to the race, which has not even gone a couple corners there for the GT3 Pros. But we are still green for the moment. Pit exit is still declared as open, but for the moment, Giuseppe Lafaro leading, car off the road there in the background, heading all the way towards Fagna as they now start driving through. Now we're going to get one off the road again, Nick Jelicic for P1 Docs Black, but crucially at the front, it is now a case of Movano, Williams and Movano.
Yeah, and again, what a huge start by Glarum there in coming out of P3, able to take advantage of the inside line and beat Hamilton down into that hairpin, and immediately dispenses with one of the two cars in front of him. You see a little wiggle there coming through the bus stop. These tires still cold, so these drivers are going to have to take a breath here and take it easy. And here's a replay of our kerfuffle up front. You see that Benz going wide. Oh my goodness. And a Mustang into the barrier.
Oh, and the Manatee car is the one that gets caught up with it. Hydro Geodesic get the bumper gone. Oh, caution. So there we go immediately. Yellow flags out. Dominic Push has the car stopped up at Les Combes by the barriers. Of course, he was caught up in the early for that one incident. So this race pretty much gets itself to caution immediately out there. Delta Sports Sim Shop as well in trouble. Fiercely Forward Purple have dived into the pits. The pit lane's still open, so they were allowed to do so. Rattiani there having that contact down at the bottom of the hill with damaged suspension, deciding that's going to be day done as Riedler leaves the pits. Dominic Push, who was caught up in that incident, realised damaged suspension, JR, and pulled it over to the side of the road. You can see it slightly crabbing.
Yeah, that is tough stuff. And in staying with the realistic approach here, they have to wait, I think, to take a tow. They can't push escape as we're used to doing in the sim. They had to get permission from race control if they're not causing an immediate danger. So they are sitting and stewing right now. An 8-hour race. You don't want to be the guy that wads up the car off the start. And man, oh man, that is really tough stuff. And speaking back of, we talked about Hoysinkveld starting out of the pit. And my goodness, Jake, that may have worked out for them. They may have avoided being in the middle of that by taking that start out of pit lane.
Yeah, very clever by Team Hoisingveld. They have avoided all of the trouble. They now find themselves behind Absolute Motorsport Acerlith, the 266 team. So they've done very well to navigate by that. This is Dominic Push's perspective here. You can see just how big there that rear camera is. Not a rear mirror, but a rear camera that they have there in the GT3 Pros. But up over the top of the hill, looking around, there's the smoke. It's not to signal that the new Pope's been crowned, but bang, pretty much trying to slow down. There's the contact into the rear. And Dominic Push is a bystander at that point.
Yeah, and gosh, it's I'm not a steward here, but that geodesic car seemed to be coming in there pretty hot into that cloud of smoke. There had to have been a yellow showing there, and my goodness, that Lambo, the victim, just getting absolutely destroyed from behind.
Well, here's the issue sometimes you find in sim racing. Because there is no real-world ramification, JR, to having an accident out there, some drivers do go into issues like that and try and thread the needle because they think they're a superhero.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that is something that, well, it's one thing that live stewarding is going to help in this situation. In the real world, real life racing, if you see the yellow and floor it and try to gain advantage from cars slowing for a yellow, they're going to park you, and you might not even get to finish the event. You might not get to participate in the next event. They take it that seriously, and I think it should be taken equally seriously here in the sim. Yellow does not mean punch it and get a couple cheap ones. It means slow down and show some respect.
And there would be localized yellows for anything that's going up in front. You've got to be reactive, especially at Eau Rouge and Radion. It is a corner that has been so dangerous over the years. I look around in the open formulas of what it's done to the likes of Antoine Hubert, for example. It is such a deadly corner that you've just got to be alert to on the opening laps. Gautier, Fagnan Police, Scuderia Volpe, you can see, just gets loose over the top of the curb, tries to catch the tank slapper, but that influx of grip just absolutely throws it about, and ultimately tried to keep that car as away from any dramas, but ultimately when you spread eagle across the circuit there like that, you've just got to be so switched on to, can I hold the brakes? Can I be predictable?
Yeah, and so tough right there coming off of the pace lap, cold tires still, and that far back in the field, I would think that a little lift and just making sure you get through Eau Rouge clean for the first time may be a little more important than keeping the hammer down. But you saw that Mustang, and boy, that thing really snapped, Jake. I don't think he had any chance of saving that. That was pretty dramatic.
Yeah, no, that was a case of you try and hold on and do what you can, and it didn't quite work. There's your movers then through 1 lap's worth of racing, and that tells you a lot actually from 1 lap out there. Williams Sim Race Academy up 1, Manatee Racing up 3, Apex up 4.
Yeah, Apex, I would kind of like to see where they got that done. There can be a crowd coming off the start there at the initial hairpin coming off of the old pit straight, and you often see some moves done there. Some people will try the outside there if there's a little bit of a concertina around the apex, but very well done by a couple of those cars, and a couple of cars getting kind of caught out and swamped. For all those cars that moved up, there was obviously a handful that moved down as well.
What a start for Mohamed Yanko and Fiercely Forward Gold. 7 spots on the opening lap, and they are directly ahead of their main championship contenders, Delatrar Automotive by Majors Garage. What a start from the 113 team after that qualifying.
Yeah, that really is something we were talking about, how their fans and drivers should keep faith that being in the back of that field wasn't that big a deal. And they proved that right in less than a lap, moving up 7 positions, and they're going to be right in the thick of it on this restart.
They certainly are. WSR Esports, the biggest mover in your GT category. Grid and Go ultimately ended up 3rd from that. Drago +2, but WSR +6 will take that, along with the 277 Williams Sim Racing Academy team. So Eetu Eskalainen's team, they're getting a very nice run, and they can go to, over the course of racing, Olivier Piatek then to go and make that work from Club Georgia. So that will be where the team goes. Spot Sim Short 203, the only team out there at the moment, the black and orange mechanical flag. They're down on pit lane and having to navigate through that system at the moment. But I think if you're at the front of the field, you don't actually mind too much that there is a quick caution that's come out. Yes, it does set the tempo for the race, that everyone's going to be very nervy that they haven't had time to settle down into a rhythm. But it takes a lot of time out of the race here, because it's taken out a good 7 minutes so far, if not 8. And you're getting the fuel save from it.
Yeah, absolutely. All the spreadsheets are being maniacally edited right now. And, you know, you survive the start. You've shed that adrenaline, and we're going to get a restart here, single file restart, and jump right into the rhythm of this race. But my goodness, Jake, that GT3 field, 5 cars taking a tow from that incident in Radion. And man, oh man, nothing hurts worse than having an incident like that at the front end of an 8-hour enduro, especially with your teammates waiting to get in the car. I've been there. I've been the guy that stuffed the car, and I've been the guy waiting to get in when that happens, and it definitely is a bummer.
It's such a team game, though, when you look at it here, and we'll take it in slow-mo here once more with Scuderia Volpe moving across the circuit. At this point, you look at the car coming across, and you've got to hope as a driver who comes up onto the scene that either it doesn't come across a lot, as that Porsche desperately tries to stay out of the way. Actually, 224 having to drift through. That's instinct mechanic. Or the other scenario, you hope that it doesn't come across as much as it does, and you can sneak onto the inside. Ultimately, middle of the road, worst place to be in an incident like that. You basically have to lift your hands off the steering wheel, brace, and pray.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a car following that, you know, you would prefer to see him walled up on one side so that you didn't have to make a choice, have the choice made for you. But right there, you saw a couple of cars going evasive. Pretty good driving, actually, by a lot of those guys dealing with that incident, with the exception of that geodesic car, who, as I said, kind of put the hammer down coming up on that. But yeah, it's really tough. And imagine being behind the wheel of that car and seeing that traffic come at you. And I know it's only a simulator, but your adrenaline is up. It feels real. You see those headlights coming up the hill toward you, and you're just shaking your head and closing your eyes.
interesting here in LMP2, Hyperion Racing have decided to go and make a pit stop. They are down in the lane right now, looking to try and get themselves done with that to allow themselves to go forward again. So a very interesting scenario out there where a slightly different course of strategy is going to be brought in. And I tell you what, over what was the opening section of this race, that one lap, 6 penalty protests came in on the opening lap of the race.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see the stewards' decisions on some of that stuff. I think probably the Mustang that got loose and started it, that will be one of those stuff happens. It's going to be more about how the other drivers around him reacted to that and reacted to the yellow that the stewards may put the hammer down. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. And yeah, those penalty decisions starting to come in. And for car 100, 144, and 162, that's a racing incident, and a couple more still under review.
Yep, so they will have to try and deal with those out there and the penalties that will get served as those go by. So we'll keep an eye on that as this race progresses. Your IVRA Endurance Series here, this championship finale in the TFRLAB Spa, 8 hour under caution after the opening minute of this race where a big pileup happened at the top of Radion out there. And it's a section where the barriers are naturally close up there. If you designed that piece of track for the modern world, if you said this was a brand new track, you'd try and build it about 30, 40, 50 meters back where the barriers are to give as much time for the cars to decelerate. Because it's a sheer cliff on the exit there of Radion Corner, that there's legitimately no more room to extend out with the barriers, it often creates this choke point where nobody can get away at a very high speed section of track.
Yeah, and you often see cars hit right there where that Mustang hit. They start over rotating across Eau Rouge and try to correct and end up spinning off to the right. And I remember even Kevin Magnussen in an F1 car doing the exact same thing. It is a high speed, huge hit, and more often than not, that car will bounce back out into traffic. And again, Spa is not a mystery to these drivers. They've driven it before. They've watched races there before. And that cloud of smoke at the top of the hill has got to be a signal of danger and to be super careful. And we saw a couple drivers not being super careful, I would say.
Live timing is available. Head on over to timing.appgeneering.com and follow the link which is pinned in the YouTube chat to give yourself an opportunity to follow your favorite driver as and when it goes. The lights then are officially off then of the safety car. That's now driven into the pits. We will resume with Giuseppe Lafaro in control in the number 1 Movano Rosso team, with Williams Sim Racing Academy directly behind and trying to get the jump early through the corners to get that launch away. We will be back to racing here at Spa, and we are underway now on lap 5 of this race. Already 15 minutes put down in the book.
Yeah, Faro getting a huge jump there, and I have my eye on Hamilton. A rare opportunity to maybe get back that P2 and not able to get it done. Cars mostly nose to tail, little side-by-side action between P5 and 6 there coming down the hill, but going to be a clean start here, single file, and so far so good as we head back up towards Eau Rouge for the second time, I suppose, under speed.
Yep, so now the charge goes through, a little bit of a gap then given, and so now the question will be what they do. A nice comfortable run for Burosud plus Turner as they look to climb up the hill. Drago Racing though, look at the way they're following as we go all the way up then to the likes of Manatee Racing as they go all the way searching here against Fiercely Forward, down the hill to Bruxelles, trying to make it happen. Scrivens not in a position to go there. Rounding outside tries Lucas Perez, by the way, here, and that's going to be a change for the lead in GT3 Pro.
Oh my goodness, and people feeling racy here, and that's what I love about restarts. Restarts are an opportunity to make up for gaps that you once had ahead of you. Oh!
And there's a car off there, and that's one of the LMP2s that's found themselves off. That's Nix Esports and Anthony Ung, who's off the road. But that got very hectic very quickly. Nicholas Matteo, nowhere to go past Rainer Talva, and Dino Lombardi was having a little search down, try and find what was needed, couldn't get there. Lucas Perez waits, Ruben Bonga's there in the mix, and then you start looking around there. Jonas Rutten, Oskari Karkinen, you got Tom Ryer, who's all in there. They're all searching about then, and this is going to be a very, very quick start to the race. You can hold slipstream very well around Spa, and that might mean we get a bigger battle pack than we used to here at the front of these fields.
Yeah, Matteo here looking very racy. Going to be looking for him to maybe make a move down into the chicane. Like I said, these restarts present an opportunity, and the opportunity can go away pretty quickly. So you want to pounce if you think you can. And I think Matteo has designs on that M4.
Yeah, will definitely want to try and navigate on up to the race lead, and knows how important it's going to be. Thinking about it then to that final chicane, and once more, not quite finding anything that's needed. They do have to try and work out, though, this entire group, how they let the LMP2 through safely and securely in this without losing time or position.
Yeah, and a little bit out of rhythm right now. Typically in this portion of the race, you'd be able to kind of calm down, think about the GT3s around you, and think about running that race. And then we have off pit cycle P2 car coming through right now. And again, this is where the spotters are so critical. Your spotter is in your ear, helping predict when that P2 is going to come through, what your track position should be, so that you can do what you can to control that pass and make it safe.
Well, up the hill, here comes the search then. Nicholas Matteo will move on over, left-hand side of the road. Once again is going to be where the pass is going to try and be made. It's Ferrari versus BMW. Contact. Oh. Nicholas Matteo goes sliding across at Lakeum. Now he's got to be very careful about the rejoin here. Back up onto circuit. Manages it behind Sim-RC.
Oh, my goodness, Matteo. And yes, folks, we are going to take another look at that. And I wanted to talk about that. That is a feature here at Spa. We have a couple of chicanes coming off of high-speed straights, one of them right there, one of them the bus stop. And the easy defensive move is to cover the inside. And when your competitor does that, it is possible to make that outside pass work and beat your competitor to the left-hander. And you saw Matteo try it there, and it ended in contact. And Matteo, I think, may have been able to make that work, and we'll see whether or not the BMW owed him space that was not given.
That's what we call a race to the apex that was lost essentially there by Nicholas Matteo. Now, a lot of work to do to get back up through. Moves made. Burosud is really making passes. We'll get a replay on screen. It's there now, as they're now up to 4th position in class. But there's the look, round the outside, trying to pinch it off. Yes, there's a bit of net code there, but that's front to rear contact. That's always going to happen.
Yeah, that is tough, man. You could have stuck a Volkswagen in that gap between those two cars, net code rearing its ugly head there. And Matteo may have turned in a little aggressively there. It's a very tough move to make there. It is doable, but you have to brake very deep and turn in late. And there's a little shuffling there in the same spot. Good stuff going on in P1.
This is getting feisty, and Clarum going round the outside of Giuseppe Lafaro. Lafaro having none of it at Bruxelles. Can you keep the nose in? No. So Lafaro holds that place. Robin Clarum is uber aggressive here today. Needs places, needs positions, and that Movano Rosso team car has one goal and one goal only. Hold up and give Marcus Hamilton a chance to attack back.
My goodness, that Williams car is feeling racy, and these tires not quite there yet. So he is rolling the dice and trying to take advantage of maybe the car in front being a little cautious, waiting for those tire temps to come up. And he is sticking it in. He is all over painting the back bumper of that Acura. My goodness, great stuff here early. Only 21 minutes in, and that kind of dicing going on up front.
Movano at Zero, Burosud, fiercely forward, Manatee, Apex, Orbit, Drop Bear, Orion, they're all there. They all want to join in. They all want to say, I want to go for this one. Out of Blanchimont now at over 290 kilometers an hour, looking over to the left-hand side, deciding against making the move into the chicane as fiercely forward make a huge power move. Marcus Hamilton from 3rd to 5th in the blink of an eye coming out of Blanchimont.
Yeah, and a little smooch there, a little contact under braking, and there's a big move in the hairpin and a little hip check, and oh my goodness, things going from bad to worse for Faro.
Well, Giuseppe Lafaro, well, look at that. That came back from a mile away. He turned in for the corner. Normally, he'd had to have left the room because, to be fair, Robin Hlerum got there. But Hlerum, I don't think, is going to have the race lead much longer. He's held it for 3 corners. Here comes Burosud to the front. Danny Alves Lorenzo isn't going to wait around too long. In through Les Combes they go. What an electric start to this race. Burosud from 7th now lead.
Holy cow, making short work of it. And like I said, I love restarts. Restarts are an opportunity, and you see that opportunity being milked for beautiful moves up through the field here early. And again, only 23 minutes in, but this is the kind of racing we're going to see for the next 7 hours and 37 minutes. And there's a replay of that pass, a little hip check there, a little bit of a dive, but I don't think there's going to be any penalty for that one.
I don't think so either. Even though the car goes deep there from the Williams team, the one thing you've got to remember in a scenario like that is that they had to wait for the turn. If they could have waited for that turn in and know that the car of Williams was going to run wide, they could have just snuck back up the inside, no problem at all. I think it's just a case of their own issues. Movano Rosso, remember, they were 1 and 3 this time a lap ago. I look at them now, and you just got to count back actually where they are. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. They are 7th and 8th.
Wow. And my goodness, yeah, I am a broken record on this, but restarts so thrilling in these endurance races. And I really love how IVRA puts that safety car to use to provide these restarts that can really mix up the field here. We're probably going to get more, folks, so we're going to see that happen again. But really, really exciting stuff. If you have the nerve to pounce on cold tires after being behind the pace car, you can really make stuff happen.
Maxime Canars then 4th in the Manatee Porsche out there at 963, looking to charge up then with the fiercely forward red number 11 just in front, and now starting to search about that BMW you can't miss with the big sniffer style nose, which is there in front, and it's 2 of them in front to try and chase down the long charge along this back stretch here, the Kemmel Straight, the long climb up to Les Combes in the highest section of this circuit. The throw into Les Combes section, wonderfully done and sorted. Top 2 starting to break away in GT3 Pro. Burosud plus Turner, they lead 2 categories to Burosud at the moment, but it's your championship leading Grid and Go.com Esports IVRA Endurance team. Dina Lombardi never too far away from the front.
Yeah, the action getting hot there in the front of the GT3s. And Jake, as predicted, the stewards have brought the hammer down on a couple of those cars involved in the pileup on the first lap there in GT3.
They certainly have 100 seconds worth of penalty then for what will be the 2:03 out there. So that is Ilya Rattiani out there. So and Antonio Roger and the team there, the 262 team out there is going to pick up a penalty. That's Hydro Geodesic Black, 40 seconds they will have in the lane. So that's going to be worth keeping in mind. I want to go to LMP2 right now between Remy Legrand and Mohamed Yanko. The 2 championship contenders are battling with Rommel Fanger on the back, along with Barraclough and James Gill. So there's that going, but Hlerum, watch out, down the inside, fiercely forward, trying to find a way through, very high up on the curve. This might open up Canars for position here, and look at this duel as they head over towards La Source.
Wow, these GTP cars are battling like a bunch of GT3 cars on a 20-minute sprint, and look at that move down the inside. Oh my goodness, that Acura looking good out there.
Yeah, that's wonderful in terms of the scrap. So it's going to be just enough to hold station right now for these 3. Up the hill, they are allowing Burosud to walk away, but Maxime Canars now trying to box in along the Kemmel. Nowhere to go, nowhere to go. Slipstream comes into play, and then there's the move, and it gets busy behind with the likes of those trying to go. Clarum to the outside, doesn't work. Now to the middle of the corner, tiny bit of contact there. Canars still with the inside then, up at Malmedy, and it's drive off the exit. One touch, two touch, red touch, blue touch. Now they bring Apex into the balcony as they go down the hill into Bruxelles. Just about leaves the room. Williams going through the ringer.
Wow, and that 963 pushing its way through there, elbows out, and my goodness, this is some fierce battling for the beginning of an 8-hour enduro, and I know you folks are glad that you have tuned in for this one. This is going to be nonstop, and also my apologies to your BMW fans out there. I called that car inaccurate, of course. That's the BMW prototype, but wow, great stuff here in the prototype field.
Absolutely sensational here. Marcus Soyholm then sits in the number 99 Apex Racing Team machine, looking to try and navigate a way through with Harrison Lillis there just behind, trying to make work of it right now. So Porsche's then littering around a lot of BMWs, which are the favorite cars. You then got the likes of the Acura that Marcus Hamilton is playing about with at the moment, trying to make that work at the moment. Lillis now with a little search over towards the inside, but at some point, yes, you can be bombastic and go out there and make all these fantastic moves, but there's one thing that costs you every time you go and make that move. It's time, because you're taking the suboptimal lines and you're making it too wide and you're making it difficult. At some point, they've got to cool down.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that's keeping this field close. If they the front runners just ran nose to tail for a few laps, they might be able to gap out, but all this fighting is keeping that prototype field tight, and it's fighting leads to more fighting. And man, when this stuff is going on in front of you, you get the red mist going, you sense that opportunity coming, and you just want to go faster.
I've just had a look at Frank Schmitz in the 162 Hydro Shared Desert Racing Gold car go off the road at the final chicane. It's brought them back here in this group. This is now the battle on for third in LMP2. Schmitz from Yanko, Legrand, Rommel, Fanger, Barraclough, Gill, Brockway. They're all there, and for a small category in LMP2, they're all together and they're all going to duel up the Kemmel.
Yeah, they absolutely are. That is, my goodness, about 6 cars with a second and a half between them. And this is the kind of stuff that we expect out of these P2 cars. Very tight competition, and want to see what happens down here on the entry to the Lacombe. Always exciting. And, you know, call me crazy, but I'm a little envious of all those artificial people that are standing right there. If I was ever attending at Spa, that's a place I would want to spend some time.
I certainly would do as well. There is such a huge fervent fan base that goes onto the bank along the Kemmel Straight and then up over at the very top end of the circuit at Malmedy Corner, down the hill through Speakers Corner. You've also got the battle on the top side of your screen. That changes now to the GT3 Pro battle going on for the last spot on the podium. Dua Esports trying to find a way through. There's some crossing of the beams behind as Tom Ryer of Apex tries to get into the slipstream, and you got in the middle of all of this there on the back of that group of 3, David Sobrero, Visceral Esports, IVRA Endurance, looking to try here the Ace Tech car to move on, gain places, get back to Dino Lombardi, and moves over to the left-hand side at the latest possible section, because that is a slowdown for Apex, and look at how much it drops them.
Yeah, and we were talking about before, watch this Turner car and the Grid and Go car. They've decided that they're not going to fight. They're going to drive together nose to tail and create that gap behind, and so far so good. Almost 3 seconds now as P1 and P2 drive away while they're watching these other cars scrap behind them. They're taking a breath. They know they've got 7.5 hours left, and a gap is more important to them right now than whether they are P1 versus P2.
Yes, and that's what you got to think about, the end game of this, but also halfway. If you can break away from this group and it stays with a green flag for a fairly sizable amount of time under the Total Energies signing, you look around and say, well, I want points. And if I was Dino Lombardi, I'd look around at that and say, yeah, there's 34 points on offer if I'm in P1, but at the moment, my nearest rival is going to be scoring hardly anything at the halfway stage right now. I will try and break away, keep as many variables out of the race as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lombardi as well, maybe thinking fuel savings here. The longer he can run tucked up under the rear bumper of that M4, the less time he's going to spend in the pits. They may even be able to get a stop out of it. Of course, those full course cautions will change the pit strategy, and the engineers all working on their spreadsheets, but it can make a huge difference, just a couple laps of fuel saving when it comes down to the end game.
JR, it's lapping time.
Oh, and here we go. Here's where the adrenaline starts. Your spotter is in your ear telling you that the P1 cars are here. The speed differential, huge, especially here at a place like Spa. They come out of nowhere. So you're thinking about the race around you, and you're also thinking about these prototypes and how to manage those passes. And as I've said before, as the GT3 driver, you have a lot more control over those passes than you think, and you should exercise that control and make sure the P1 car is going the direction that you want them to go.
IVRA Geodesic Black in the pits. They're taking their 40 seconds worth of penalty that has been applied to them up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion, and now on the exit. Look out, because Williams Esports here are going to be vulnerable along this straight. Now there's going to be, oh, this is interesting, a pitch. Oh, Scheuholm had to jam on the brakes. That is so cheeky there by Williams Esports, trying to use the WSI Esports car to say, you back out or you're going in the back of the GT3.
Oh my goodness. And that is some of the fun of being the faster car. You can use this GT traffic to scrape off your opponent, and you saw it done expertly right there. That Williams driver showing his racecraft and showing his expertise and experience, and making it happen there, and shedding his competitors on the slow traffic.
Robin Clarum right now is pretty much giving his inner barbarian at the moment. He is saying there is no remorse and no mercy for any driver that he's racing up against at the moment. Diving and weaving through the traffic right now. This is 4th, 5th and 6th at the moment. Harrison Lillis trying to hold on in the Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter car there behind in 6th position, managing to weave away through. And there's another slew that they've got to get by, and that's the big group there of Critchley and Matteo who's in there. And you're looking around and thinking, well, every car we've got to try and dance through. Now you're going to get to Blanchimont Corner, and I think everyone's going to be looking around going, where do I go? Oh, they've got to go into the grass, trying to get by. Oh, that was scary.
That was insane. And Glarum there really not showing an enduro mentality. He is going all out like we are on the last lap here, and going through Blanchimont and taking the line away from GT3 cars is rolling the dice. No question about it. He doesn't care. He wants to make something happen. He wants it now.
Yeah, this is a case of I will take the whole cake and I will eat it too out there on circuit for Robin Clarum. And you can definitely tell he's in a championship scenario right now, and he's looking for each and every single point that he can hold his hands onto at this stage. It's a very, very tough scenario to go through, but crucially, he's through most now of the GT3 traffic, and he's built a little gap to Scheuholm at this stage of about a half a second or so. So you'd certainly eat that up in a heartbeat. It's getting busy behind that as well, with about Movano at Tsuro here, who are looking around at Andrea Casson, Absolute Motorsport, Acerlith down the inside, Acura versus Acura into Lecube, and it's going to be one position gone, and here comes the second, Nick Jelicic, yoink, I'll take that one.
Oh my goodness, Jelicic following through there, and that can happen in heavy traffic. You try to be cautious, leave space, and all of a sudden there's another car next to you, and you can absolutely get swamped, and you saw it happen there.
Yeah, wonderful from Jelicic there. That's an easy pass to go and take away. And now following through the traffic, eyeing up Casson now, and that would be for 8th place, trying to gain that one away. So wonderfully done by that scenario, and they've still got moves as they go on through, even behind that still, because that's David Adam trying to get by Marcus Hamilton, who's vulnerable at this moment, can't quite find a way through on the exit there of Fania into Campus, the Campus Institute of Technology there on the inside, and there is Galilea, Fast Repair Motorsports, also trying to keep himself in range. Movano have gone like an absolute stone over this stint.
Yeah, they really have, and great camera work right here. Look at that speed differential between the GTPs and the GT3 cars. They blow by them like they're pulling an anchor and coming into one of the dicey sections through Blanchimont here. And we saw on the last lap the prototypes not shy about sticking it on the inside, taking space that those GT3s need. The GT3s are on the ragged edge there, and it really is risky to take either the apex or take their exit away from them. Could result in contact easily.
It very much could do, and that's what they're trying to navigate around at this moment in time. There is a look. Robin Clarum, super slow-mo. Apex, look at them. They tried to bully their way through, and Clarum was having none of it.
Wow, brilliant way to stand your ground, holding the middle of the track, forcing your competitor into the slow traffic. That was great stuff. And there's a position change for P5. That's a 68 car getting through on the entry to look home, and great stuff there.
Absolutely sensational. Harrison Lillis now making the pass for Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter. That moves them top 5, and they'll eye up Williams and try and stay with them over this next run through. Getting close as well in LMP2 race lead right now. Jeffrey Lund has started to find that rhythm and momentum, has caught back up to Sasha Lehmann here for Effect Simulations. These two away from that next group containing Geodesic Gold, Fiercely Forward Gold, and Dulatrov Automotive. So they're clear at the moment, and there is 4th position at the moment in LMP2. Mohamed Yanko and Fiercely Forward Gold, they've done what they've needed to in this first stint, get ahead of the French team behind.
Yeah, they've gotten ahead, and they're kind of cooperating here. You see, we talked about whether or not to fight and when to do it, and they're just going to go nose to tail, try to increase that gap, and so far so good.
So far so good. David Barraclough now for the SRN TFR Alliance, TFR being Talk Freak Racing. James Gill having a little search there into Bruchel's corner, trying to find things through. I guess this is where we call it, in terms of the racing that we've seen so far, the gentleman's category. They're all happy to sit behind and wait for the opportunity to present.
Yeah, and really that's more of the enduro mentality. Get in a rhythm, save fuel if you can, keep the car clean. And, you know, right now with the gaps that we're looking at, is there really that much of a difference between P6 and P7? I'm going to say that there isn't. We're just trying to get laps down and get the car to the end game. If you're not, you know, if the car's wrecked in the last hour, you're not going to be in a position to make anything happen when you need to.
Well, we are zooming on through here this race at now heading towards 40 minutes of the 8 hours of the TFRLAB IVRA 8-hour endurance being put into perspective at this point. This is going to be all about these categories and the championships that go around them here. LMP2 battling for the lead. GT3 Pro still on for 3rd position right now. And I do want to focus on the GT3s for a moment here, because Lucas Perez is the car at the front. Simify Esports at this stage find themselves there in the Lamborghini. Behind is the BMW of Buroshin Plus Competition, Ruben Bonga. Then behind that is the McLaren of Dur, and behind that the Mustang of Team PGZ. It's 5 cars in 5, 6 in 6. If you want to go as far back as Drago Racing, that's what balance of performance is all about.
Yeah, it really is, and I like balance of performance. Some people complain about it. It's easy to complain when your car picks up 10 kilos, loses fuel capacity, or gets a restrictor added. But look at that line of cars, all different manufacturers, and great fighting here. And I got to say, that Lambo up front has got to be feeling the pressure. That M4 all over him, keeps showing his nose on either side of him, showing that he's got better grip on entry, and that Lambo's got to be driving his rear view right now.
4 seconds down now is the Simify Esports team on Dino Lombardi and the gridandgo.com esports machine in the 247 Acura out there at the moment. So make that 7 different manufacturers, second on through to 8th place at this stage. You've got the looks of those around. Bonga and Rutan and Karkinen, who's there. Sobrero's trying to hold on. Mateo's trying to hold on. But this group of 4 right now, they will be looking at, right, we got to settle down into rhythm. We've got to make sure that we're in place. But I don't think there's any of that. Bonga was thinking about the inside, but Lucas Perez held it pinned down to the inside, feigned that I was going to go out, but never did until there was committal from behind.
Yeah, and I think that M4 really wanted to try that outside move into the chicane that we were talking about, get around the outside, break deep, and win the race to the second apex. But pretty good defense there. Maybe a little movement in the braking zone, but probably still fair. But I really don't like the chances of that Lambo to hold off the M4 much longer. He is all over him.
Well, up the hill through Radion Corner and now onto the Camel. This is where the slipstream comes into play. 250 kilometers an hour. Now going over to 260 for Ruben Bonga, leaning on each other as they move on over towards Lake Coombe. Ruben Perez does not want to give this up, but there's no choice in the matter. The Beamer finds a way to the podium.
Yeah, and there it is. That's the move I've been talking about. That's how you get the Spa Merit Badge, is making that outside pass on the entry to Lacombe. Can also do it at the bus stop. But if you want to make stuff happen here at Spa, you got to overcome that inside defense. And that was textbook how it's done.
That was simply wonderful, that pass, and now a chance to break away from the Lamborghini. We are soon heading over to our first commentary change of the day. JR, it's been a pleasure to have you alongside with me in terms of this action, but it has been the most atypical start to an endurance race I think I've seen in a very long time.
Yeah, it's been crazy, and I'm going to go back and rewatch that prototype action up front. These P1 cars are driving, I said it before, like GT3 cars on the last lap. They are banging, they are testing the limits, and not really driving with an enduro mindset, and that's how you get to the pointy end of a field this good.
It's starting to become traffic now for the LMP2 category as Jeffrey Lund has now taken the race lead, but he has to fight hard there with the Volpe car, which found itself in the barriers then at turn 3 in this race. Gauthier Fagnan Police, who then took this race to caution, and it has been simply flying out there ever since. Sasha Lehmann giving that chase to go through. Budosud leading in 2 categories, GTP and GT3 Pro. The change almost there for one Mr. Sasha Lehmann, trying to find that pass and getting it sorted. Is going to take that decision to dive down into the pit, and that puts the pit strategy into play. Joining us now for the next hour, I'll step away with JR Gregory. It's David Haynes and Ewan O'Leary. Ewan?
Thanks very much, Jake. Thanks, JR, as well. What a first hour this has been, or first 45 minutes more accurately. It has been absolutely crazy, and as the guys are just saying, not what you'd expect from the early part of an endurance race. Unfortunately, we did start with a bit of a crash and a caution early on, but the racing afterwards has been absolutely sublime. Good to be alongside you for the next few hours, David. As Jake said, really atypical for the start of an endurance race, but I've been enjoying it so far.
Well, Spa's known for being high risk, having super high average speeds. It's keeping the racing in the fields pretty close, and we just kick into the start of some of the pit strategy, I reckon, for those LMP2s. You're seeing that as well. So they're getting into their pit window early into this 8-hour race.
They certainly are. They'll just push that on a little bit further than they otherwise might because of that caution period. I don't believe anybody came in under that, apart from a very small number of teams. We are likely to see these full pit stops play themselves out in the next few moments. Unfortunately, I don't think we mentioned it so far, Volta Sim Racing are out of the race in GT3 as a result of that opening crash, but most of the other teams have stayed in, even though some of them have had very long pit stops. Here is the battle in the midfield of that GT3 category. At the front of it, BS Competition to the podium, as we've just seen. They're up to 3rd, Dory Sports in 4th with Jonas Rutten, and then you get the guys in behind coming very, very quickly as well. This is all very lively back here, and look at Mateo's on the back of it. 8th place for him after his spin, battling for the lead in the early part of this race.
Already covered off by our co-commentators, the great mix of models in this GT3 Pro field up the front. I think when it comes to trying to have them all race together, Spa is a great sort of baseline to compare. You've got slow stuff like here, we go through the bus stop chicane. We head up towards La Source, also quite a tight corner. But there's a lot of sort of long-loaded medium speed corners, quite a few slipstreaming opportunities, some long straights. There's sort of a little bit of everything around Spa, and it's full 7 kilometres of layout. So there's that La Source hairpin. Now you're going downhill. You're picking up so much speed towards an incredibly famous set of corners.
Absolutely. This circuit has seen a lot of changes down the years, but this has been one of the constants over Virgin Radion, over the top of the hill, over the rise there, the crest, where track limits are often a big talking point, and slowdowns as well if you are unlucky enough to get one. Over the end of the other lap, over the other side of the circuit, I should say, Williams versus Orbit Drop Bear going on in towards the final chicane. This is in LMP2 traffic for the first time, as the LMP2s are passing the GT3s. So we're seeing all three categories on the circuit, in the same part of the circuit, all at the same time here for the first time. And here come Orbit Drop Bear. Harrison Lillas on the inside of Robin Glarham in towards turn one, and he's got that done down the inside.
Spa's sort of such of a horsepower track that we've made this comparison at some of the other race tracks. LMP2 is normally a little bit closer to GTP pace than GT3 Pro is to LMP2 pace, but here at Spa, LMP2 is basically smack bang in the middle. The performance advantage of having 200, 300 more horsepower in a GTP has them about 7 seconds a lap faster than LMP2, whose handling and lightweight make them about 7 seconds a lap faster than GT3 Pro, and three evenly paced cars. It's sort of the orbit aligns on all three classes eventually, and that's sort of happening right now, no pun intended.
Yes, the orbit drop, but I'm sure the pun was intended, but there we go.
Oh no, I'll revel in taking full credit when I mean it.
Okay, fine. Yeah, fine. That is true. Orbit Drop Bear in fourth position, just on your screens at the moment. Then it's Glarham. Then Marcus Stoholm and Ilkka Happela just next in line, by the way. And Marcus Stoholm's got a 20-second time penalty, by the way, for an overlap at the restart. So in this series, just when we have, well, all the restarts are single file. When we go back green flag racing after a caution flag, you can't have any part of your car alongside the car in front of you. And if you do at the start-finish line, that is a penalty. 20 seconds handed out to both Maxime Naz and Marcus Stoholm on 99. 99 overlapping number 68. That was Harrison Lillas. And Maxime Naz was overlapping the BS competition car that is now leading the race and is still leading the race, Daniel Alves Lorenzo, by just 6 seconds. Plenty more under review at the moment, and we'll bring you those decisions when race control get through them, because it has been a very, very lively start to this race. Here is Marcus Stoholm, though, getting closer to Robin Glarham. This is Williams versus Apex, and don't forget, they're only separated by 46 points in the championship as well. This is the final day in the IVRA Endurance Series, and there's going to be plenty of chops and changes as far as the point standings go across the afternoon.
A couple more LMP2 pit stops coming in. They're the car in this category and in this racing with the smallest fuel tank, 75 litres. And so Nürburgring Esports Pit, Effect Simulations pitted 2 laps ago, and in between them, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing's 162 has made a pit stop. So there's a few LMP2s taking their fuel on board.
They're not quite done, though, as a class. I'm surprised this is such a spread out pit window. I thought, given the fact this is a 7-kilometre circuit, that they'd all be in together, actually, but there's clearly been some different games going on so far. And as I mentioned earlier, the caution has pushed their stint on quite significantly here, even in cases where they haven't come in for an early stop. Hyperion, who are leading, for example, didn't come in under the caution for a top-up. That's Tom Rea. Meanwhile, straight on at Stavilo. That's a bit of a weird one in GT3.
Didn't look like the gravel slowed him down much either as well, and it just went nose into the tyres out there. This is super committed, and I think your race lead has been put off a little bit by the LMP2 moving its way through. Manages to keep grid and go behind through Blanchimont.
And that was Rainer Tauvar, who is leading ahead of Dino Lombardi, and then that is the LMP2 leader coming into the pit lane. So maybe that's why there was some early stops in LMP2. Some teams realising they were about to negotiate all the GT3s, instead of overtaking them all and then pitting and having to do it all again, they may have decided to pit a bit early there and get out the way. We will see whether that strategy worked out, though, as we go on board with Dino Lombardi here, down the hill, out of La Source, in towards Eau Rouge. This, as I mentioned earlier, section of the circuit that really hasn't changed very very much over the last decades, even while the other parts of this circuit certainly has. Over the top of the hill, the LMP2 will just sneak through on the inside, and that prevent him from getting the slipstream for just a moment, but it could just delay that slingshot into the right moment for him here. As he goes in towards Les Combes, is there going to be a move? No, there isn't. The few games have begun. They've finally got their head screwed on, and they're not battling hell for leather anymore.
Yeah, so that's a very, very deliberate move from Dino Lombardi there. Gets a good run, cracks it to sort of half throttle quite a bit before the braking zone, gives himself a big coast into the braking zone at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Now through the twistier midsection of the racetrack, going to follow about a car length behind the race-leading BMW. So games afoot. You would think, like we said, it's sort of a horsepower track. It's high average speeds. It's relatively high fuel consumption, therefore, as well. Maybe this is what you've got to do to reach 60 minutes on a tank of fuel, or give yourself some other kind of advantage in this battle for the lead that has these two just clearing away a little bit from the rest of GT3 Pro before we get to pit stops, and then is when you start to see another aspect of the balance between the cars.
Yeah, the balance of performance taking effect over the different manufacturers. BMW versus Acura out front as it stands. 5.8 seconds, by the way, the gap back to third place. That's why you can't see them in the background. These guys have done a good job, actually, of pulling away from the rest. Ruben Bonga and Jonas Rutten are just getting themselves away from the rest as well. A disintegrating midfield group, I think you'd say, at this point. They are no longer in the wild train they were earlier on, and that will be pleasing to the GTPs, by the way, who are not far off the back of these guys. More pit stops in LMP2. There, though, is Williams versus Apex again. It feels like the early part of the race all over again, actually, with Robin Glerum and Marcus Soholm. Here they are, fighting for fifth position. Harrison Lillas just slowed through Blanchimont slightly by one of the Porsches as they get down on the brakes. This is still really high-intensity stuff early on in this race.
Got to be so careful with where you put your nose, and it's millimetre perfect at the moment from Williams in this battle, just keeping ahead of the Apex Racing Porsche as they work their way through all of this traffic. Lucky for them, some of the LMP2 stuff is sort of clearing up, but all these GT3s out here, you just got to wait for the straight and put the horsepower down. There's a look at a couple more LMP2 cars on the pit lane here, the Grand Prix pits.
Ooh,
where the pit lane speed limit is 80.
Sorry, that's not a good run for Harrison Lillas there, and he's going to lose a couple of positions to Glerum and Soholm in one go down the Kemmel Straight. He's going to try and win one on the back again, but he's not going to get it. Yeah, interesting we're using just the Grand Prix pits this time around. Normally, especially in endurance racing, even in sim racing, you take on both of the pits lanes, if you like, the Grand Prix pit lane that we normally use, and also the endurance pits that goes down the hill as well. But the fact we're using Grand Prix circuit pit lane will be pleasing, I think, to these drivers. Much shorter pit stop times, much shorter penalty times as well when you're driving through the pit lane.
Yeah, it massively reduces the pit delta, which, as far as racing is concerned, I actually really like. Had this discussion with my friend Mia Rose, I think yesterday, about F1 needs to make a circuit where there's like an 8-second pit delta, see what happens, and that is some track limits happening.
Yeah, that might be logistically difficult, but I can see your point. That was really quite far off the road from one of the Mustangs. Sorry, I was looking away at my timing screen when I looked back and saw someone straight off the road down there at Pouhon there, the downhill left-hander, the famous downhill left-hander. And that was down towards the back end of the midfield, if we can call it that, in GT3 Pro. More flashes of the lights here. Glerum grass cutting again there on the way towards Blanchimont. Soholm will follow through. Lillas again for the second lap in a row through Blanchimont, not getting the rub of the green with traffic at all there. And that's just how things go sometimes. You will get good laps and bad laps, and I'm afraid it's been a bit of a bad one for Harrison Lillas, who will end it outside the top 5.
Another thing about the pit lane, 72 km/h pit lane speed limit in there on this Grand Prix pits, as we take a look at how Ethan Critchley's Mustang ended up way out. Well, just a little bit of help, bit of assistance, and then a bad ride over the curb. Does super well to catch it. Hello, Ford Mustang to Dakar. And there's 25 pit stalls in the pit lane with 53 teams. That means pit stalls 1, 2, and 3 are tripled up. You're not just sharing your pit stall with another team, you're sharing your pit stall with 2 other teams if you are the top 3 from qualifying in GTP.
Yeah, if you are, that's, by the way, with one LMP2, I think, will be sharing right up towards the front, and then one or two of them, and then a lot of GT3s sharing with GTPs up towards the front of the pit boxes. We've had the discussion before that the first pit boxes, those who do well in qualifying, should be put towards the back of the queue for sharing, if you like. But anyway, the way iRacing works means that it goes from front to back and then back to front again, if you see what I mean. So 26th in this case will be in the first pit stall, whereas I think we've agreed in the past 26th should probably be in pit stall 25, if you see what I mean.
Yeah,
and,
it should zigzag instead of zebra. That's what we're going to go with. That's our political campaign.
Yes. Anyway, that's a fairly minor detail, but it will be a factor later on. I suspect when some of these classes start pitting together, it won't happen first
Crunch
time
the
round.
numbers. Movano Rosso GTP are sharing their pit stall with Maradmus M Squad LMP2 and Volta Sim Racing GT3 Pro. So they're all going to be good buddies and know each other's coffee orders by the end of this 8-hour race.
Luckily for them, Volta Sim Racing are out, so that's a bit of a relief. But otherwise, yeah, they would have been doubling up there with two other teams, which is a bit of a squeeze. But as I say, Volta Sim Racing, the first team out of this race after crashing on lap 1, unfortunately, in that incident. First GTP pit stop, though, is now come for Maniti. Maxime Naz will kick us off after just getting through a load of GT3 traffic. He's in after 56 minutes, just about. Now, I don't expect to see near hour-long stints again from these GTPs, but I just suspect that the caution flag has given them a bit of extra fuel, and it may be a bit of a strategic call from Maniti, this, because they are the only two GTPs in.
Maniti Racing Black qualified 8th, Maniti Racing qualified 9th, means they're sharing their pit stalls with Dor Esports and Scuderia Volpa by P1 Sim GT3 Pros. And they are directly line astern there in the Grand Prix pits, taking on their first service of this race, getting their Porsche 963s out of the traffic. I think if you were going to need to pit the next lap, get out of all of that GT3 Pro traffic that we were seeing. Could be a good call from Maniti to go early on this.
I certainly do get the call, but I just don't know why that lap has been chosen for it, because effectively they got past the worst of it by that point when they pitted. If they'd done it a few laps earlier, then they might have had a point, but I think they've just put themselves right back in it again. And of course, they've got the tyre warm-up phase, so maybe that'll help them in a roundabout kind of way. Absolute Motorsport have already been in, and they might have been doing a similar thing. Andrea Casson will stay ahead of David Adam after the tyre warm-up phase. That's for 13th at the moment, but it will be for a higher position later on, rather. Might even be a top 10 as we close in rapidly on the end of the first hour here in the TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa, the final round of the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2024-25. And what a great season it has been. We're having a fantastic finale so far as well. This is Robin Glaren and Marcus Sohom in two of those cars that could win the title later on this afternoon, fighting it out through Blanchemont on the way down to the bus stop chicane before pit stops for the very first time. Glaren defending there, maybe suggesting he is coming in here, and he is. Sohom follows, as does Harrison Lillas. We've got a pit lane battle between the GTPs, all of whom are in the top 5 apart from Dylan Scrivens.
You just can't quite see the yellow cones in the pit entry there that have the pit lane speed limit beginning, but then everyone down to 72 k's an hour to roll down towards the lane. Most of the GTP cars are down this end of pit lane towards the pit exit end, and yeah, look how much space they've got. Oh, that's an overshoot from P1 Docs, I think.
Not ideal. You will lose precious seconds. If you're wondering, by the way, where the other two went, Ilkka Happila and Marcus Sohom have penalties to serve. Sohom for 20 seconds, the one we've already told you about fairly recently. Ilkka Happila, I've just lost for the moment, so I'll try and get that one up in a couple of moments. But sorry, joined with multiple teams. There's an admin error before the race for Orion Race Team, so they were given 30 seconds for that one. Here's Glaren and Lillas, though, at the end of pit lane. They should be overtaken at the end of pit lane by Daniel Arias-Lorenzo, and indeed they already have been out onto the circuit. Again, Glaren beats Lillas out onto the circuit. Maxime Naz didn't serve his penalty just yet, so that one's still to be served by them, but he will be ahead of these two pretty comfortably. And it's now a two-driver battle after that penalty served from Marcus Sohom. That's seen him back, by the way, down all the way to possibly 13th position in the field.
Yeah, costly. You saw them using the penalty box, which is on the way into the lane before you get to the actual pit box areas that almost all of the other GTPs are in. So the notable is the ones that carry on fiercely forward red, Movano Azzurro and Movano Rosso. So Movano fuel in GTP seems very, very strong.
Yeah, that's very noticeable actually, especially considering the pace they've had so far. Maybe we're starting to get some explanation on that. This is the composite performance car in third, by the way, in LMP2, where pit stops have all been completed. So I will just run through the order while we've got a moment. It's Effect Simulations who are leading the way with Sasha Lehmann. They pitted quite early, actually, Effect Simulations, and they might be seeing the benefits of that right now. Geodesic Racing Gold, Hydrace Geodesic Racing Gold are in second, ahead of Composite Performance, who we're following here in third. Hyperion Racing are a second or so behind them, and they pitted a couple of laps later than those in front, as did Fiercely Forward Gold, who round out the top five. Delta's Automotive are in sixth position, just 3 seconds ahead of the SRN TFR Alliance, who are holding off Nürburgring Esports and Moradn's M Squad at the moment. Hyperion Racing round out the top 10 with Nix Esports and Fiercely Forward Purple rounding out the whole field. So it's very noticeable. Those who pitted earlier in LMP2 have seen the benefit of that. Having said that, some of them did take slightly less fuel on board. I guess maybe because they still had some in the tank when they started to fuel. But anyway, they are seeing the benefits of that right now because those LMP2s are right up towards the front again there.
Look at this, Fiercely Forward are done with their pit stop. They're going to blend out just ahead of all of this GT3 Pro traffic, while those two Movanos are soon going to exit the pit lane just behind all of this on your screen right now. Don't have enough fingers on my hands to count all of those cars intermingled and potentially costing each other a little bit of time. Over the hill where you really want to use the horsepower advantage up the Kemmel Straight. And okay, yep, Williamson Racing Academy, Robin Glarham going to work his way through.
Yeah, doing his best BMW driver impression there on the grass. That's Harrison Lewis, by the way, overtaken by Andrea Casson. What a great strategy from Absolute Motorsport to get themselves into the top five. And cold tyres are starting to bite Dylan Scrivens as well, because Maxime Naz has just overtaken him. Dylan Scrivens is not able to get those tyres up to temperature quite quickly enough to hold on to second. So it seems the later you pit, the more damage to your race is being done. Movano Azzurro are down to 10th, and it might not stop there. Same for the number one car, down to 13th after staying out for the longest time.
Yeah, it looks like 41 to 42 second stops for everyone in these GTPs. You can see that the tyre change happens comfortably within the amount of time needed for the fuel to go in. All sorts of schmozzle. The exit of Bourne, they're heading in towards Lafania. Piff Paff here for Blake Reynolds. Sound of the Cadillac V8 echoing through the trees, I'm sure.
We'll listening more closely a bit later about the great roar that the Cadillac has in the GTP class. For now, Blake Reynolds 8th place, just ahead of that second of the two Manisi Racing cars, and all three classes on your screen together. It's a wonderful sight, and so far Andrea Casson able to put good use to it. I think Robin Glaren's got off, and it might have even been at Blanchemont. There's smoke here, and is it because of the Williams Esports car? Oh, well, there's a bit more smoke, and that's because Impulse have gone for a spin in the Mustang. Side by side for Blake Reynolds in the meantime, as he's under a lot of pressure from David Adam, part of the Maniti Racing squad. He's trying to just crowd him behind one of the LMP2s, and will he manage that? Not quite. They'll be side by side out of the source again.
That LMP2 wants none of being part of your battle. Don't at me. I'm getting to the side. You can battle each other, but don't use me as a pick. And they will battle each other up through Eau Rouge and around the outside of Radion. That is amazing racing.
Great stuff from both of them. The fact they gave each other space, first of all, but the fact that Blake Reynolds has executed the move as well. Fantastic job. Further up in front, by the way, Robin Glaren's losing more places. That's Nick Jelicic going through in the P1 Docks BMW. Even despite overshooting his box slightly, he hasn't been halted too much. Robin Glaren certainly has, though. He's had a bad lap here. He's down to 7th, now under pressure from Blake Reynolds, who will be full of confidence after that move.
Yeah, so there's really created a bit of a rift in GTP here. There are a few that got into pit lane and out just ahead of the GT3 Pro traffic. Some of the cars deeper in the GTP field, no such luxury, and this is what they're involved in. take a look. So does the smoke come from first? Okay, off the GTP, then Impulse's Mustang here cops a little bit of contact.
Yeah. Tobias Gruncutter, the one who goes around. So it was Robin Glaren, the one providing the smoke screen, and thankfully nobody piled into it. They all got away with it in the end, but the irony being it was the Williams Sim Racing Academy teammate there, the GT3 Pro car, that sent Gruncutter into a spin and very nearly into a crash straight away with Robin Glaren, but he was able to avoid, as was everybody else, and we stayed racing with nobody needing long repairs, which is a very good thing indeed for the race as they get down on the brakes again here. Blake Reynolds trying to close in on Robin Glaren, but these last couple of moments, Glaren has found his feet again. He's going to end the lap in 7th place, but at least he's not falling through the field any further. He stopped it at 7th, and now he can focus on moving back forward again on this next lap.
The wind currently moving just 5 kilometers an hour, so when that smoke goes up in the air, it doesn't clear as quickly as it does on a breezier day. One of the things that, weird little things I've noticed, is that how that happens, the way smoke disperses, does depend on the wind speed, where it's quite light from the northwest. 19 degrees Celsius in the air, 30 on the track, so that's quite a moderate track temperature. A chance, though, that, of course, the weather will change across 8 hours.
Yeah. A high likelihood indeed that it will.
Clear up a bit, I reckon.
Okay. I was wondering actually, when we joined in qualifying, I thought it was very, very overcast. But it doesn't look like we're having any sinister weather by any means. It does look like it's actually brightening up a bit. So maybe this track temperature is going to go through sort of a bit of a cycle. I'm sure it will over 8 hours, as you say. Probably getting hotter to begin with and then maybe cooling off towards the end of the day.
And just a quick point about Solpec Precision Racing. Do you ever think about the fact that Blake Reynolds would be her name if she'd taken her husband's?
No.
Okay, just me thinking about David Reynolds and Blake Lively. Okay.
No, I can't say that's crossed my mind, to be honest with you, but there we go. Meanwhile, through the curve pull for effort, this increasing battle in size, that is. P1 Docks, Williams Sim Racing Academy, Solpec Precision Racing and Maniti Racing as well. This is meanwhile Eric Grove, who's been, I would say, served up into a spin there through Lecom.
The front on angle won't tell you enough. Was he 90% clear and tried to turn in and got himself, did the car down the inside, just really try to bomb it in, get to the apex, overlap, be damned and make a bit of contact. It's one of those ones you've got to see an onboard, you've got to see above to judge. The front on angle just tells you, oh, there was a bit of contact as both of them got to the end of the longest straight at the highest speeds on the racetrack and wanted to negotiate the chicane ahead.
Some more penalties coming in, by the way, for some of the top GTP contenders. 2 for Robin Glaren, unfortunately, in the Williams Sim Racing Academy car. 10 seconds, first of all, for attempting an overtake on the number 1 car and not leaving enough space. I'll get back to that after we've seen this from Adam Brockway into Stavilo. Oh, I'm not sure there was contact, actually, but there was a spin. He ends up into the gravel on the outside. But the other penalty for Glaren, 5-second rule violation for a stop and go. That will be a stop and go, sorry. 5-second rule violation. That's when you're pulling into your pit box in pit lane that you can violate that rule, and unfortunately they have. So a couple of penalties there for Williams Sim Racing Academy. The good part for them is that there's still a very long way to go and they're getting them out the way early. Speaking of getting out of the way, GT3 Pro teams getting their pit stops out the way after an hour and 10. Good opening stint from all of them.
Yeah, so they've been densely packed as a group on the racetrack. Now they're densely packed as a group on the pit lane and on the exit there as well. Mustang ahead of Mustang, then comes through Maniti's NSX, Williams Sim Racing Academy's Mercedes AMG, Impulse's Mustang, and the poor, lonely iRacing safety car there does not have a GT3 spec version of iRacing sedan.
No, and not required just for the moment either. Hasn't been for nearly an hour now as Harrison Lillis goes down the inside of Andrea Casson and goes into 4th. So a good race so far for Orbit Drop Bet. Unfortunately, they are the first of the teams who are not able to win the title here today. 144 points adrift of the championship leaders, Movano, with a possible 134 to gain today. That does mean we've got 6 involved in the fight, but realistically, it's going to come down to even fewer than that. This is free wide in the meantime. Side by side for third place between James Gill and Mohamed Yanko. Yanko on the outside for Fiercely Forward. He's not going to get far around there, but let's see if he can at least keep the overlap. Oh, just about. He was very close to contact as James Gill tries to defend this newfound third position for Composite Performance.
Yeah, slipstream effect at the end of the Camel Straight, though, will be pretty powerful for these cars. We'll be using the tallest gear set here at Spa. So now you've got to pick which side of the racetrack you're going to go to, and it's going to be to the outside as they head side by side up the hill.
And he's going to go straight through. Yanko into third. And you'd expect that some of these moves are going to be coming in the next few laps because of those pit stops we talked about earlier on. Fiercely Forward chasing Delastros Automotive in the LMP2 Championship, by the way. The gap coming into today was 65 points, and this would be an incremental gain. They do need to ideally gain to keep it realistic that they can take the title. They need to gain points at halfway, but that, after all, is even 2 hours 48 away. So a very, very long way until we get any kind of points. Speaking of Composite Performance, by the way, they're still out there in GT3. The only team to come in who weren't damaged, as far as I'm aware, under that first caution of the race, has just given them a little bit of extra fuel. Trevor Vavrosky is currently leading, only by 10 seconds, but they've maybe given themselves a bit of extra tactical wiggle room. And of course, they put themselves up towards the front for a couple of laps as well.
Yeah, put themselves into a bit of clean air, which is interesting. This will become the race lead. Dino Lombardi, he was cautious and fuel saving in the first stint. We get into the second stint, and I think the same is happening again as you watch him just follow Reina Talva here and not look to challenge at every opportunity, but look to perhaps look towards the halfway point and look towards the checkered flag at the end of 8 hours of racing for when he's really going to try to make his strike.
Olivia Piatek, unfortunately, has got a penalty as a result of 5-second rule violation from that latest round of pit stops, by the way, in GT3 Pro. That is the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, the latest to get a stop and go. And the Visceral Esports Championship chasing car, the car chasing this one, Dino Lombardi's, also 5-second time penalty for them. That's for moving in the braking zone and touching 298. Number 298 is the Apex Racing team, Guillaume Levesque. They were battling earlier on. They're quite a few seconds apart now, but that's a 5-second time penalty where it was David Sobrero and has now been taken over by Matteo Cuenza in the Visceral 296. So a few more penalties coming in here, and some for championship contenders as well. Grid and Go starting the day 81 points ahead of Visceral. They're in a similar situation to what the situation is in LMP2, to be honest. The championship chasers need to gain some points at halfway to have a chance at the very end of the race, which at the moment does feel like a very long way away.
And I'd say yes, because it is. So Composite Performance Pit, this goes through into the lead battle once again, as we know theoretically that it was, and now practically is.
There's visual confirmation of Trevor Vavrosky on the pit lane. There's a bit of change for third in the pit stop cycle as Jonas Rutten gets ahead of Ruben Bonga. Both of these two drivers staying in for a second stint at the start of the race, as have most of the GT3 Pro drivers, actually. In fact, most of the drivers overall, as the BS Competitions teammates just slipped through very late on there up towards Eau Rouge, and that could just help Ruben Bonga here in that BMW as he gets right into the slipstream of that McLaren now. Traditionally quite a good car in a straight line, this McLaren, but it may need to defend here a little bit to the inside for Ruben Bonga, who wants his podium place back, and he's going to get it as well. Jonas Rutten not particularly intent on fighting him there.
Yeah, it sort of looked like he knows where he stands on that one, and went, well, if you're really going to be committed for going for that, I lose more defending it than if I don't at this stage of the race. So I just won't for the moment, and everyone in GT3 Pro will be aware of that sort of gap that the race leaders BS Turner and Grid and Go have, and maybe if anything is going to erode that lead a little bit, they'll just go with it.
And this is the battle for second overall, by the way, as Dylan Scrivens tries to regain this position over Maxime Naz. Earlier on in the pit stop cycle, Naz came in a couple of laps earlier than Scrivens, and it turned out to work okay for them in the end. They are back in GT3 traffic again now, by the way, as a result of those GT3 stops, so don't be alarmed by that. But Naz is going to be alarmed by the presence of Dylan Scrivens right in behind him here. He actually looks quite quick as well, does Scrivens, and might be working his way past in the next few laps.
So we've had a pit stop from every category. LMP2 is the next that we're going to see again. You had a couple of cars stop early from LMP2, not take a full tank of fuel at that point. Gave them a bit of track position, but they're slowly all being hunted down. We saw a couple of those moves like Fiercely Forward Gold going past Composite Performance. And so for those that stopped a little on the early side for LMP2, crazy to think about, but I think their pit window is not too far from coming back around again, probably sort of looking at the low 20s as a lap stint for the LMP2s. I don't know why I hesitated earlier. I was absolutely confident that it's a 75-litre fuel tank in these LMP2s. I'm loaded into the session in an LMP2. It has a 75-litre fuel tank.
Certainly just that little bit smaller than a GTP these days. I'd say these days, of course, because the LMP2s have been secondary category to plenty of different categories at this point over the course of the last 8 years or so. As we go split screen to focus on some of the midfield battles in both of our prototype categories, I should say. This is David Adam just on the back of Blake Reynolds for 8th position. Oh, looking left, looking right. This is going to be a squeeze, and rightfully David Adam deciding that jumping down the inside there, making it 3 wide in towards Lecombe was not a good idea, and Blake Reynolds will hold on to 8th place.
I think SimRC's Mustang looks at them like, what are you guys doing? He had to take a tiny bit of avoiding action there as these GTPs barrel through, and there's a lot of action and a bit of feeling for those GTPs right now, as they're right amongst a whole swath of GT3 Pro traffic. 26 of those GT3 Pros were on the list. I think we've got still 23 or 24 running.
Yep. Oh, whoa! Blake Reynolds just going from left to right there, round one side of the fiercely forward Mustang, round the other of the semi-fied Lamborghini, and that is going to give Reynolds a bit of a gap actually over Maniti Racing, and that will be pleasing to Solpec, but a nervy moment initially there as they were weaving around all the way down in towards the Piff Paff chicane. At the top of your screen, the battle for 7th in LMP2. And for some of these guys, I think you are right. This pit stop phase is not that far away. Noah Riedler will be first. 17 laps ago, Fiercely Forward Purple were into the pit lane. And so that can't be very many laps away from another pit stop. And we're going to very soon get to the stage of the race where they're almost constant. Having said that, the LMP2s might well be in about the same time as the GT3s are in next. That's how short their stints can be on occasion. As we go aboard with Dylan Scrivens here. Nearly an hour and 20 gone here of the TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa. The final round of the IVRA Endurance Series in 2024-25. Scrivens right in the slipstream here, trying to use that Lamborghini power, that BMW power, I should say, not Lamborghini, in towards Lecombe, and Naz is going to let him have that one. Or he was just fuel saving himself, not sure. Side by side, and Naz does keep the place after all.
Yeah, interesting. A real early lift from Naz, but not giving up the position. Speeds from these cars along that section of the racetrack pretty fierce. So Scrivens was already doing 300 kilometers an hour before they made their way through the Camel Kink, and then just kept pulling a little bit of speed on the Porsche, but not enough to make a move at the end of the Camel Straight. But yes, competition's lead just continues to grow here in GTP, now to 17 seconds. Daniel Alves Lorenzo is ahead of what's shaping up as a bit of a battle between these two.
This is allowing that lead to absolutely balloon. If you remember, the before pit stop cycles, about 10 seconds smaller than this. The PS competition car is running away with this race lead as it stands. As we continue on with this race, I'll say an hour and 20 just about gone now. First time around, by the way, they're about 25 laps in terms of their first stint. Whether they can do that again with no caution, I'm not sure. As we look on the bottom of your screen at the other BS competition car, the BS Turner BMW, that is leading the way in GT3 Pro. But that is the biggest non-battle I've seen in a while, to be honest. Dino Lombardi is not even pretending to want to overtake.
Yeah, Lombardi very steadfastly refusing to violate Reina Telva's neutrality here, and the two of them have a slowly growing lead over the rest of GT3 Pro. It's far more tightly packed. They're only sort of 4 or 5 seconds ahead of third, not like what we're seeing in GTP.
It's almost like watching two completely different races, GT3 and GTP. I know they are different races on the same circuit, but GT3 has been so much more calm and considered than some of the battles we've seen. You see another one at the top of your screen. There goes Scrivens finally through into second, and that's a bit more like what I was expecting to see last lap, to be honest with you. Maxime Naz lifts off. This time, though, Dylan Scrivens does file his way through on the inside.
Yeah, it's a pick your own adventure, and this time we got the good ending there. Scrivens clearly with a little bit more pace. Naz deciding for whatever his goals and his team's goals are, that Scrivens was just significantly faster and he wasn't going to be able to keep him behind and save tyres, save fuel, etc., etc. We're going to see if Scrivens has the pace to just chip away at the race lead, currently sitting at 17.5 seconds.
It is the biggest lead we have got across our three categories so far this afternoon, by some distance as well, because the LMP2 leading gap is closing into just 1.5 seconds right now between Effect Simulations and Hydra Race Geodesic Racing. We'll see if Scrivens can do anything to just close that a little bit in GTP here. He did go the longest on fuel in that first stint for Fiercely Forward, and that does maybe open their options out just a little bit later on. A lap longer than BS Competition, 2 laps longer than Maniti just in behind. Good 5 laps longer than Absolute Motorsport, although their call to pit early seems to have been a genius one so far. They're still running comfortably inside the top 5, although they evidently don't have the speed of those around them as things stand. Frank Schmitz, though, in LMP2 is closing in on Sasha Lehmann at the front of that class. And there maybe is a bit of a reason why as well. They're into GT3 traffic, and just as I say that, the gap is going to double pretty much as Geodesic and Frank Schmitz get stuck in that battle headed by Simify in GT3 Pro.
But doing a really smart job to just wait it out, and so the gap balloons a little bit. Not too much risk taken by Hydra Race Geodesic Racing and Frank Schmitz. They've got a bit of time in hand over the next car behind them. We've already sort of name-checked some of the LMP2s that we think are going to need to stop again in the next sort of 5 laps or so. It is a few of those ones up the front of class that stopped early, so Effect, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, and Composite Performance.
Yeah, if we go with 20 lap stints, then Sasha Lehmann will be 2 laps away. We'll get, oh! Contact! You could see that coming from a mile away. 2 teams not in proper communication with each other there. That was the Movano 33 car, I think, hitting Ruben Bonga, who'll be furious about that. He'll say, I was coming across on my racing line and why on earth didn't you see me? And he's got damage. He's let Jonas Rutten through and he's either got damage or a slowdown. I think it's the former, but Bonga will be furious about that because his line was clear. He was staying on the racing line, and in that number, is that number 1 or number 33? I can't quite tell for the moment. I think it might be number 1 actually. Giuseppe Lofero. We'll have another look here, but to me, I'm not sure why they thought they could squeeze through that gap. Have a look at this. You could see Ruben Bonga coming across on his line. The prototype didn't want to slow down.
No, Giuseppe Lofaro, Giuseppe low percentage move, unfortunately. A gap that he was... Stunning that he went for that, because I thought he had no overlap with the GT car as they were both at the apex at the bottom of the hill, and then the rallycross circuit's a little bit higher up the hill there at Circuit Spa-Francorchamps, but he still had to go for a little bit of that, kept his foot absolutely pinned. Both of them might have cut the top of the hill after that. We'll see if this car gets back up to speed, or if it did clip, get a little bit of damage. I don't think it will have got that much damage actually. when we looked from above, there didn't seem to be too much contact, except it was super, super risky and a millimeter away from being both of those cars absolutely in the fence. No overlap until about here. My goodness.
Goodness me. I think it was just slowdowns, by the way. I don't think either of them got damage. And Giuseppe low percentage move is some of your best work, by the way. That was that did make me chuckle. But, anyway, it certainly was. He's going to be getting at least a slap on the wrist from race control for that one, I would imagine. We will wait and see. Marius Rommelfanger, since we last talked about penalties, by the way, is the most recent one to have fallen afoul of race control. 10-second time penalty for causing a collision by losing control of their car through turn 8. Turn 8 should be the second part of Le Combe, I think. But there we go. This is Blake Reynolds in towards turn 1. I think this is a replay of a few moments ago. Oh, David Adams steaming down the inside and didn't quite get that stopped in time before spinning around the Solpec Cadillac.
Yeah, so because of the traffic, Reynolds has a little bit of a checkup, and then he tries to turn down at the apex. The car stuck their nose in. Sticking your nose in happening here for Kohler.
And that is graze with the wall at Le Combe as well. Leon Kohler, the Instinct Mechanic Racing driver. I think he was trying to pass XPD Racing, although I could be wrong there, actually. But anyway, grazed the wall through Le Combe and gets out of the gravel and back out onto the circuit again. And as I note in race control, they have got that incident we just watched noted down. We will bring you the result of that when we get it, but race control getting through some of the earlier incidents as it stands. This is Dylan Scrivens in second place. Look like they're all on their own here, which of course they are, I suppose. They are catching up to GT3 and LMP2 traffic all over again, but a final few moments of respite for these two. In the meantime, while that traffic-free, or those traffic-free laps have gone past, they haven't really been able to make a dent in BS Competition's lead, which still stands well over 17 seconds.
Yeah, with all that clear air, the lap time's pretty fierce at the moment from these GTPs. So race leader Daniel Alves Lorenco, his last lap at 2:03.1 was only 4 tenths away from basically being the fastest lap of the race. And these other cars here, second and third, they're also only about 3 tenths away from their personal best laps of the race. So we're sort of getting a little bit further through the fuel, finding a little bit of clear air, and the lap times are reflecting it.
LMP2 stops, and that's the second time this afternoon. Even less than an hour and a half into this race, we are seeing them in again. Been such a lively race in LMP2 so far. You don't really know who's leading. I know it doesn't sound like it makes much sense. Mohamed Yanko obviously is currently leading as it stands, but in terms of those on different strategies and all sorts going on here, it is difficult to tell. Maximilian Bouy has got into the Hydro Race Geodetic Racing Gold car, and for Effect Simulations, Joe Spencer has taken over in 107. There they are, the side-by-side. 41.6 for Spencer. Bouy with a little bit of a shorter stop by 1.5 seconds in the end. Those two were battling for the lead early on. They might be battling for the lead again in the next few moments. However, they've just come out behind all of the GT3 traffic they've just overtaken, so it might not be brilliant for them. Let's see. There's the traffic, by the way. We will see how this pans out, but their earlier stop is now coming back to bite them just a little bit here.
Trying to keep an eye a little bit on that sort of tyre strategy, what's happening for LMP2. I think I didn't see a whole lot happening with regard to it at that stop. So they'll come out with still warm tyres, but they'll start to get a little worn and suddenly the car is heavier. Oh, that's in hot at the end of the braking zone there.
This is back in GT3 land. Oh, Scrivens has lost the second place to Maxime Naz in traffic, so we'll go back and watch that a little bit later, but that's the first bits of traffic for Maxime Naz and Dylan Scrivens. They've just reversed places, but this is Lucas Perez we're on board with here. Oskari Karkinen and Alexander Davidson are the two drivers in front of us there in those two Mustangs. That's for Team PTZ and WSR Esports, battling over 7th place.
P10 going full noise as Perez goes up to 6th gear, making up shift from 3rd to 4th through second Stabilo.
a change for second in LMP2 as well, and that's because Composite Performance are into the pit lane. I think we're about to see something in the way of an incident. Just heard a grunt from Ramiro, so we're definitely saying
I didn't know which one of you two that was.
Here's what happened. It's Casper Ummerlin. Oh, and that's what it was for Dylan Scrivens. That's how he's lost second place. So that's all kind of a bad traffic jam there. Oh dear, and that's bad damage for Ummerlin as well. Let's hope he's been able to get that back, because if he stops somewhere out there on the racetrack, we might require a caution right in the middle of an LMP2 pit stop phase. That was a bad traffic jam, and Dylan Scrivens is pretty damaged as well. Casper Ummerlin's got horrific damage. Oh, and there's the championship leader nearly hitting the back of him there. Goodness me, this could be a caution.
Well, it's driving, but it's slow. We'll take another look at sort of what's caused it all at some point. I'm trying to check what's his speed right now. He can't drive faster than about 80. He gets up to 80, and then the broken rear suspension, the suboptimal, out of spec, out of homologation toe, wants to loop the car around, so he's just nursing it. It's at 80, 90 k's an hour at the moment. He's in his own personal virtual safety car.
He is. Unfortunately for him, nobody else has got one either, so he's very much on his own there, getting that back. Casper Ummerlin. Dylan Scrivens was able to get it back, but it was quite slow. Not as slow as Ummerlin, but it was quite slow. And he's now going to drop down the field pretty significantly there. He's already taken on a pit stop time that you'd expect at this time in the race. It's going to go on a lot longer than that. They started the day 6th place in points, by the way, for Piercy Forward, with the perhaps least percentage chance of winning the title, apart from those who are mathematically out of it. 126 points behind. They are certainly going to be mathematically out of it now. As you just saw there, Ummerlin through the gravel. He is going to make it back. Great job from him, to be fair, and he's kept us green flag racing here.
That rear toe link looks like how my toe feels when I stub it on the coffee table on my way to the kitchen in the middle of the night. It is sort of wobbling around, not something I've seen a whole lot. It's more than just, oh, that's way out of spec, but it's also, wobbling around as he gets up to speed. So he's ended up way out of the way, partly deliberately, perhaps partly accidentally with that, and they'll do what they can to fix the Manidi Racing Red.
That could be a long repair down there for them. Let's hope it's not another retirement. We've already seen Volta Sim Racing out of this race, and Delta Sport Sim Shop seem to be out as well. They've been in the pit lane for over 50 minutes now as the battle for 4th gets physical in GTP. P1 Docs moving through with Nick Jelicic, but Andrea Casson not willing to give that one up just for the moment, and he's accurate. He'll be on the outside on the way towards La Source, and Jelicic will make his way through on the inside line. Casson will try and get the exit instead, maybe, as they run towards the Kemmel Straight again here. Now, I'm fearful about this every time they're going to do this now, after what we just saw for Ruben Bonga earlier. And this time, Casson just takes the sensible line. Oh, he's going outside, though, over the top at Radion. That might not have been quite so sensible. He has got a better run, though, on Jelicic, and he actually keeps away the challenge from Glerum, which would have been pretty fierce at the time, but no, he's not going to get anywhere closer. And P1 Docs are up to 4th place.
Yeah, I didn't quite like how they went about it at the bus stop, to be honest, but since then, yeah, it's been okay. They might not have made friends of Absolute Motorsport Asalith, who definitely were trying to give them a bit of squeeze down towards La Source, and then the traffic sort of decided in the end for this group in this battle. I want to think that P1 Docs probably lost a second or two on pit lane, because they were the car that we saw overshoot their pit stall and reverse. That doesn't count to your 5 seconds, does it?
I wouldn't have thought so. I'd hope not. This is what happened to Scrivens, by the way. It's Keanu Learturd who's now at the wheel after a driver change in the pit lane. I think it's hard to really know how Scrivens could have reacted to that. It was so happening all so fast in front, and in the end he very, very nearly avoided, but just clipped them on the way past, and that has given them damage that they've spent 3.5 minutes repairing now and counting.
Yeah, you said Leotard in the car, but not on the track, because he's gotten into the car while they're still working on it, and some work they are doing. That thing was all 4 in the air, would have cleared the high jump, would have got like at least silver at the Olympics. It's back live again, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Because they're other side of the track from each other.
Yeah, it's Glaren trying to get past Casson. It's clear that Absolute Motorsport don't have the speed of those around them, but what a great strategy from them in the first stint of this race to get themselves up towards the front and giving themselves a good chance in this race. Fantastic job from them so far. In towards Eau Rouge, they're going to follow one another again. Glaren just in the wheel tracks of that Acura now up the top of the hill here and over the rise at Radion. Now into the slipstream of the Maniti Acura. He's going to be weaving one way, then the other here. Casson, but he wasn't quite alert to that. He needed to get in the defensive mode from Glaren, if indeed he even wants to keep this place. It doesn't look like he quite wants to, and so Robin Glaren does go into the top 5 for the first time in a while since the pit stops at it, actually.
Yeah, there we go. Shoe on the other foot, wheel on the other hub. Sim Racing Academy ahead of Absolute Motorsport Asalith, who are fighters by the looks of things at the moment. You were perhaps praising their strategy earlier, has them in 6th.
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be temporary, unfortunately, but great that they've given themselves a good chance up there. We're still halfway through a pit stop cycle in LMP2, by the way, and I think for the rest of this race, or at least until we get a safety car next, if we get another one, this race is pit stop cycles are going to feel very long in LMP2 because of the strategies we've been talking about in that class as well. Here is Nix Esports versus SRN TFR Alliance. They're battling for 3rd for now, but it won't be later, and that's why. Pit stop's still yet to happen here, and David Barraclough comes in, so Anthony Young comes into, into the pit lane, sorry. He stays on the racetrack, and he will take the lead away just about from Mohamed Yanko, who now changes over. Actually, Morgan Argerson takes over from him.
Hungarian Racing's Toby Prosser that was following in behind and heading to, that's the Naughty Kids corner, and now moving forward to their pit stall. It's got a number next to it. It's probably in the 20s somewhere. You're seeing a couple of services happening, so tyres definitely going on over there on SRN. Dramas
Almost
up the entry.
everybody.
Oh, has this been a miscommunication around pit entry or just a crash at the bus stop?
I suspect Solpec have been involved in another incident, unfortunately. I think there may have been just a normal incident. It looks like there was contact with Marcus Solholm because he's got some damage on the front end of that Porsche now. You can see a bit more of that front left wheel than you should be able to there. The fender's slightly out of shape. Shouldn't be too much damage, but we will see, and just for ourselves, just how much damage it is with this replay in towards the final chicane. Solpec are quite a long way back from this. So how's this all happen? Jose Miguel Galea goes for a spin initially. Oh, and he tries to get going. Goes straight into the side of the Solpec car, and then the Apex cars come to a stop, and they hit each other there. Solholm hits his GT3 teammates.
Well, I don't know what I was expecting to see. It wasn't quite that. Just a lazy spin, a lose of the rear tyres. Guess it can happen at the bus stop there. There's a little nasty bit of elevation change as you're just turning into that first bit of the curve that often can unsettle a car right as you're looking to change the direction. And then a tough place to be, but the result certainly not great.
No, I agree. I wasn't expecting to see that either. It's a rather bizarre turn of circumstances all going on there through that final chicane. And I think Galea's going to find himself in a bit of trouble for that rejoin, to be honest with you. Leon Köhler has got a 20-second time penalty for causing a collision with number 299, by the way. That is down in GT3 Pro. Leon Köhler is an Instinct Mechanic Racing driver, number 299 in the GT3 Pro class. Is a car that I can't find for the moment. So anyway, that's one of them he was involved in an incident with earlier on. As LMP2, GTP and GT3 traffic all at once, 3 wide on the way in towards Blanchemont. These are among guys who have pitted, by the way, in LMP2, and it's on! Big crash! Big accident by Period Racing! Oh, Derek Heiberg has hit the wall very hard down at Blanchemont, and he immediately goes back to pit lane.
That thing exited stage right at one of the fastest corners on the racetrack, more than 200 k's an hour contact, and it spits him sideways straight towards an absolutely monumental accident in the LMP2 field.
That is one of the biggest crashes we've seen this season. from Derek Heiberger. I suspect he might have actually found himself over the tyre wall. I almost don't think he could have stopped the car and towed in time. I think he might have been an automatic tow, sorry, from iRacing. For some reason as well, Maximilian Bui is missing some of his front bumper at the moment. He's slightly out of shape as well. So there's been all sorts going on here in LMP2, which, by the way, Anthony Eng is still leading because he hasn't stopped yet. Joe Spencer is going to lead in a few moments' time, but he's now miles ahead of Morten Argerson in Fiercely Forward. 10 seconds the gap, as opposed to the 1 second it was when they exited the pit lane. This is Bartholomew Alderworth for Fiercely Forward, 155. That's the non-championship contending car, just in front of Stephen McGarvey. He's just gotten into SRN TFR Alliance. Dear oh dear, that is an absolutely huge crash, and yet another one here this afternoon. We've seen some very large incidents already.
I think that Spa, when there is one, it's large. So we had the possibility for a massive one earlier on.
Oh dear, so it's started a long way back. Ilkka Happala, first of all. And now there's a caution. Now there's a safety car, and Happala has got big damage. Is he stopped maybe out there on the circuit, or did he get it back in time? I don't, maybe he did have to stop actually, Ilkka Happala. He has towed back to pit lane now, but after all of the carnage of the last few moments, we are seeing the caution flag wave, and Nix Esports have gotten into the pit lane before it did, so Anthony Eng is going to gain loads of time here for number 100.
It's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, isn't it? So that's why some of the LMP2s have sort of brought their pit stops a little bit earlier, get yourself into a window where maybe you end up benefiting from it. The sun's out at Spa and it's shining on them in LMP2 for the moment. There's a couple of others, GTP, that might have made it as well. Perhaps some damaged cars as well is also what we're seeing on pit lane.
Yeah. Did Mavano Rossi wouldn't have made it in time, would they? Giuseppe Laferro's in, but I think safety car was out, to be honest. Andrea Casson has also been in, but I'm not sure he made it in time. Ilkka Happala was one of the reasons for the caution, so no surprise to see him into pit lane, and that'll be a long repair, at least relatively, for the Orion race team. But it's going to be a real rush to come in if you're a GTP car on this safety car when the pit lane opens a bit later.
Yeah, so most of the GTP field that haven't stopped in about 20 laps are thinking about it. Your GT3 Pro field, they basically all stopped together about 14 laps ago. And we had all of this LMP2 whatnot going on. Quite a few of them had just pitted. A few of them had pitted 5 laps ago. So I think you were just starting to see the tail end of that LMP2 pit stop window that had become 8 up to 10 laps wide, just as we went full course yellow.
And they will get a pretty long stint out of this, actually, because you wouldn't imagine they'll pit, but they will save fuel as the leader is slowing down just to allow the train to catch up. Trying to see who's caught behind there. Is that Hydros Geodesic Racing, maybe? Antonio Rogier, who is caught behind. He's one of the only ones, actually, in GT3 who's caught behind. BS Turner will need to be the first ones in the train, so there will be a bit of a wave around for those two in GT3, and there might be a bit of a wave around for some LMP2s as well, although maybe not, because they're all pretty close together in the field. We will wait and see when we get picked up by the safety car here in a few moments' time. I know some of you asking for a replay of that crash at Blanchemont a couple of moments ago. We will line that up for you in a couple of moments' time and see some of the things that have been going on so far under this caution, as the safety car now does pull itself back out onto the circuit, and it will get in front of these guys now for the first or second time this afternoon, rather. And after an hour 45, we are under safety car again. Trying to figure out, other than the obvious, who this really helps. And we spoke about Nix Esports in LMP2, sort of just brought all the gaps closer in GTP, and maybe the only real losers, BS Competition, are going to lose their big lead.
Yeah, it's all gone now as they've caught the safety car. Race Control doing their thing, working through all of their flowchart of what happens with the safety car and with these procedures. decent speeder safety car here at this new version of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Everyone knows that's one of my favourite high horses. Pace car does 97 kilometres an hour here. Not like Motegi where it does 55.
It's still too slow though, isn't it? 97. I mean,
like a Honda Civic safety car would get up to like 150 on the Kemmel Straight, and the race cars would be like, oh, that's only half of our normal 300, but I could get a 1 litre Ford Fiesta up to a bit more speed.
it's still something that happens on the road courses that it is a bit slow. But anyway, at least it's not Motegi, as you say. We were there early this season. Let's have a look at the big crash then for Derek Heiberger. A real shame to see Hyperion Racing's season effectively ending in this way. Oh, on the inside at Blanchemont before they go up and over, and it was an automatic tow by iRacing. Derek Heiberger was going to find himself in the forest here at Spa.
Yeah, so the car went into the Shadow Realm in something like 4 or 5 pieces. It was as massive as an accident as you can get. Get a look at that Gibson GK428 engine in there, because then it is gone.
You spoke about the high jump earlier. That's pole vault sort of height there.
That's pole vault on the moon.
Yeah. That's what's his name? That guy. His world record's gone. Forgotten his name. Anyway, that would have been a.
I thought you were going to talk about the pole vaulter who lost on account of the equipment he
possesses.
Yes, exactly.
No, I would never talk about such a vulgar thing.
I mean, life's just unfair to some people, isn't it?
I know, yeah.
You can't help but feel for that guy. Pit entry will be open this time, which we imagine is really going to line up all of our GTPs, basically all of them with the exception of Absolute Motorsport Asalith. I think, and yeah, it's about time for a pit stop. So you ask yourself the question, where will Absolute Motorsport Asalith and Movano Rosso, the number 1 car, end up if everyone else pits? The answer might be leading.
Well, I still suspect they are going to be outside of the rules as far as when they pitted, but I don't know that yet, so I can't. I guess I can't say it with too much certainty. But I think they came in under caution personally. We will see though whether they benefit. If they can stay out there, as you say, they will be right in the game here. Should see fiercely forward stay out and get one of their laps back. By the way, they're only 3 back. With this amount of time remaining in the race, they could get themselves back in the game. But let's have a look. GTP pit stops are going to be all round here. There's almost no point staying out. You might even run out of fuel before the end of the caution, or certainly pit straight afterwards. There is no point staying out, and that's why none of the GTP cars are. Daniel Alves Lorenzo leads them all into pit lane, and because of the lack of traffic around them at the time, they are all in one after the other. And don't forget the pit box jam they're going to have here as well. 3 teams, or 3 boxes being shared by 3 teams, and so a lot of the GT3s and GTPs, all of whom are in here, are going to be sharing boxes. BS Turner, Drago Racing and Simify Esports all stay out in GT3, but none of the others. Everybody else in so far. I'll let you know if there are any more who stay out, but they're coming towards the end of a pit stop here up in GTP. In first, Daniel Alves Lorenzo. He should be out first as well, as Andrea Casson gets past all of them for Absolute Motorsport. Look at the traffic jam there's going to be at the end of the pit lane here, by the way. Oh dear, you can see the squeeze down the bottom end of pit lane, and thankfully the green light is on at the end of pit lane. The 2 championship rivals in GT3 came out almost side by side there as well, by the way, as they all try and filter into the fast lane all at once. It's going to be Williams Sim Racing Academy who are out first with Jere Lehtinen, then Owen Carroll, who's down in next for BS Competition. Orbit drop there of 4th head of P1 Docks. Maxime Naz has dropped to 6th place. It's all changed in GTP after this latest safety car.
Oh my, yeah. So Movano Rosso stopping again. Is this drama?
Oh, hello. Sorry,
trying
David.
to catch up to the train?
We've got a P1 Docks car without a rear wing here. cold tyres for Ruben Paulino. It's his first lap in the car, and he's put P1Docs.com in the wall by the looks of it.
Now, we thought there might be chaos coming out of the pits. We didn't know there'd be chaos catching the safety car train. So yet more to look at. That is a significantly tariffed BMW. It's missing about the back 25%.
Nice.
Because you said rear wing missing, but it's the whole rear deck that's gone. There's no rear lights. It's half of the diffuser gone.
It is true.
It's the rear wheel cover's gone. It's the whole rear.
And they're being asked to jump forward here now in the train. Don't forget, we do sort out the classes in order of speed here for GTP, then LMP2, then GT3. So the GTPs will come through here in the next couple of moments. I think no, there isn't going to be anybody getting laps back here because Andrea Casson's going to stay out. Now, is it on the exit of pit lane maybe? In terms of stopping for a red light. Oh, yes, it is. Now, there you go. There's what's happened. Oh, dear. And it's raining rear bumpers here. Maniti Racing have also lost theirs by the looks of it. Ruben Paulino didn't do it on cold tyres. I think it's the red light at the exit of pit lane that has struck again here.
As race control said, pit exit is open. Okay, yeah. So where they're using the line at the end of pit exits, sort of halfway round the hairpin on pit exit, isn't it? So it was just then as race control declared pit exit open that they went going, but gigantic checkup. The Maniti. Yes, okay, it's the Maniti further up the road that's also lacking its rear stuff.
So how is Paulino behind it then, if he was ahead of it in that replay? Did he spin at Radion afterwards? Because when we picked him up, he was off the road. Maybe he spun as well.
Class split going on now, and 2 GTPs have been split.
Yes, the LMP2s, by the way, are now passing some of the GT3s. That's why we're not going green this time, but it might be next time. Maniti are in, P1Docs.com are in as well. That's a real shame to see them get damaged in that way. Ruben Bonga, by the way, has come in to repair damage there as well, by the way. He spent nearly 2 minutes in pit lane. Guillaume Levesque spent a long time in pit lane for Apex as well after a bit of contact through the bus stop chicane. So it's another one of those things for a safety car. A good opportunity to save some, to get some repairs done. This is, goodness me, what a mess. Starts, I think, with the Hyperion LMP2 that hits the back of Maxime Naz, then Ruben Paulino. I just want to follow Paulino just up the road here because I suspect he had an extra spin here as well. We will maybe catch that up later on, but that's how both of them got the damage. I mean, we see that so often in IVRA, to be honest. You've just got to be aware of the red light that's on at the end of pit lane, and unfortunately, I think it's Hyperion car just wasn't there.
I mean, this is all great for Absolute Motorsport Asalith. They had, just entered pit lane as the caution was called, from what we can tell. And so they've gone and cycled all the way to the front. Head of Williams Sim Racing Academy, BS competition, drop bed, Jupiter. So a lot of driver we saw so many cars on pit lane. And having just reached about 2 hours into the race, I think we've seen quite a lot of driver changes take place across all categories as well.
Yeah, we have now, after a couple of hours. We've got some prototypes still out of position here, so we might not go green this time. Unfortunately, Maxime Naz is still in pit lane, and the damage looks a bit worse for number 17. Now he's going, so he might just about catch up to the train in time here at the restart. But number 8 now is having to work its way through the field and up to the rest of its class. It's going to be in 11th position. This is Ruben Paulino afterwards. Thanks to Ramiro, as always, for the replays tonight. This is what... so I'm not sure whether it's because of the rear wing or because of the cold tyres, but anyway, he went for another spin, and thankfully he didn't hit the wall.
just looked like a billiard ball rolling across the table there. No downforce, no drag, just sliding backwards over the surface. It would have been incredibly pointy at that point with the front deck still in place and everything missing off the rear. So yeah, no rear wing, no rear wheel covers probably makes the rear wheels make lift. No rear diffuser.
Not ideal for number 8, but they are back in the race. So is number 17, and they're just firing their way through some of the traffic, by the way, to get back up to the GTPs. Not sure whether we're going to get going green this time round or whether it will be next. Andrea Casson is going to restart from the front, though, it looks like, for Absolute Motorsport. Asliff timing his pit stop to absolute perfection. Jere Lehtinen has gotten into the Williams Sim Racing Academy car, which is now second, ahead of Owen Carroll, who's third. Sam Sutton is now in the Orbit Drop Air car in fourth, ahead of Luc Marchand, who's made a very good stop for Movano Azzurro, as now Lehtinen drops to the back of the field. They're serving their penalty effectively with an end of line Williams Sim Racing Academy, so that's going to take some time to sort as well here before the restart. So Marchand will move up to fourth. Norbert Tamas will move into the top 5, ahead of Sergio Fernandez, who's now at the wheel of the Fast Repair Motorsport car. Daniel Civisabo in the driver of number 99 now, ahead of Jesse Lyon. Dennis Robin Wolf is in number 1, ahead of Ruben Paulino, then Maxime Naz. Then Jere Lehtinen's dropped to 12th place. Yao Vaz and Kino Leotard are the only drivers off the lead lap. They are 2 and 3 laps down respectively. They're both championship contenders actually, and one of them is lining up second there, looking to restart well and get themselves back into at least 2 laps down before too long. I think in that case, David, if I'm not mistaken, everybody apart from Maxime Naz has gotten out of their cars at that pit stop and changed over to a new driver.
Yeah, I'm just looking at how many laps each driver has done. So who's still in the car since the start of the race? It's Andrea Casson for Absolute Motorsports, Asliff, the race leader, and it's Maxime Naz in Manidi Racing in GT3 Pro, because they hadn't quite really gotten to their second pit stop window. There's a lot of drivers still in that have been from the start, like Reina Talva, Tim Matske, Oskari, Kakinen. And then in LMP2 for Nix Esports, Anthony Ng still in, and Remy Legrand for Dolatra still in, and but a lot of driver changes did happen at that last pit stop. You think about it, that's sort of often how it goes. 2 hours is a good amount. If there's no time penalty to the driver swap, then you're sort of balancing up, rhythm and being in the zone versus sort of fatigue. And normally about 2 hours is sort of, right, let's keep it snappy, let's swap it over.
It's, I think, a good time to do it, to be honest. So we are going to have a restart at the end of this lap, it looks like to me, with all the drivers weaving around trying to get tyre temperature. It seems pretty obvious that we're going to go back green flag racing. One more thing before we do, though. What do you make of those 4 teams or now 3 teams actually in GT3 who have stayed out here? BS Turner, Drago Racing and Simify have decided to stay out. As you said, it wasn't quite right pit stop time for them, but we're nearly at the end of another hour now, and in the next 10 laps or so they're going to have to pit in again. So I'm not sure whether they've made the right call or not by taking this track position, especially BS Turner, who at worst would have dropped to 3rd place if they'd have pitted with everybody else anyway.
Yeah, so the GT3 Pro fuel stint can be sort of 27 laps or so here, and it's 18 into the stint, probably like 16 into the stint when the caution was called. BS Turner, Drago Racing, Simify have said, no, we'll stay out, but the reality is they will be restarting with less than half a tank of fuel here, and they'll have to, I guess, hope that being out the front of the field really benefits them in the 10 to 15 minutes time when a giant gaggle of GTPs comes around to lap the GT3 Pro, starting with the tail of the GT3 Pro.
They've suddenly got quite a big gap in front of them in GT3 Pro there. Reina Talva suddenly having to close a bit of a gap, but anyway, he'll have them all stacked up in line again in time for the restart of this race. Restart that should contain 50 drivers, 50 teams. In this one, still Delta Sport Sim Shop and Volta Sim Racing, the only teams out of the race so far, as we officially complete 2 hours of this race now. Still 6 hours to go at Spa in the TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa here, the 7th round of the IVRA Endurance Series in 2024-25. I have the feeling this is going to be a very lively restart, but unfortunately for Andrea Casson, a lot of the overtakes might be on him, actually, as he is restarting from the front.
Can I just say how absolutely insane it is that the 104 Hyperion Racing 2 LMP2 is back in this race?
Yes.
They have returned from orbit, made a successful touchdown, and are back amongst the rest of us.
3 laps down only as well. I guess some of their repairs being taken on under safety car conditions have certainly helped, but yeah, that is absolutely remarkable. They are only 3 laps down and they're still very much in this race. Vistey Forward are only 3 laps down as well, and they're restarting from second in line here, so just bear them in mind as they're trying to win a lap back now and maybe get a quick second caution to get themselves a bit closer to the front. But it's going to be Andrea Casson who starts this race from, or this restart rather, from the front of the field. Absolute Motorsport Aslip, whose best result this season, by the way, was a 9th place finish. Right now they're on the front at the 8 hours of Spa and the second restart of the afternoon. He weaves and bobs, and now he is going to, well, he's not quite going to go as soon as he straightens it out. He's going to leave it right into the final chicane. He runs quite wide as well into the first bit. He's going to give himself a real big run into the last part, and he's not quite going to go just yet. Now he does. Just hesitates for a moment, and he does catch the others off guard. He's not going to cause a big stack up down the field either, which is a good thing. Remember, no overlapping before the line, and hopefully all the drivers remember that this time, because 2 GTPs fell afoul of that rule on the first restart of the afternoon. In towards turn 1 for the first time, though, Andrea Casson holds on to the lead very comfortably, and he will do with that lap car in between himself and BS Competition.
Will be cold tyres for a lot of drivers all through the field. The track's actually cooled off a little bit as some clouds have come across down to 28 degrees Celsius. And this is the first racing laps for a few of these set of tyres for many who stopped underneath the yellow. LMP2 up over Radio GT3 Pro going to rise over the crest of the hill as well.
That is Brendan Talbot and Nicholas Matteo, who are battling in the background. And look at that, Talbot having to go on the defensive. It's been so calm at the front of GT3 Pro for so long, but now Dino Lombardi's not second. It's no longer calm. Here comes on the outside line Nicholas Matteo, and he does take the lead for Drago Racing. Last time he tried that in towards Lecom, he was into a spin after contact with the BS Competition car, the BS Turner M4. But this time round, Drago Racing get to the front.
Ran it a bit wide out of Malmedy there, I think, had to defend again, and it brings into play all of these other cars. You've got a couple GT3 Pros up front, and you've got a damaged LMP2. Who's off there? Is that Delatraz?
Remy Legrand, Delatraz, the championship leaders. The championship leaders in LMP2 are off, and they're down to 11th position. Not only that, Remy Legrand has found himself in amongst the GT3 traffic now on this restart.
So how's that happened? LMP2 obviously a bit further up the road, 4th in the train, and it's just cold tyres and he just loops it.
Completely on his own.
Downhill through the Jackie X corner. Doesn't appear to have done too much damage, but look at all of this traffic it puts him behind. It puts him last on the lead lap of his class. That's not what they need, and it's really no one else to blame.
No, that is exactly not what Delatraz Automotive needed here at the 8 hours of Spa, as they have a big spin out of the left-hander and into the wall pretty much down there. They've got some GT3s to overtake now before they even get back to the LMP2s. Still being led, by the way, by Joe Spencer, who's over a second out front now after a good restart for effect simulations. Nobody in LMP2 bothered coming in under that caution, by the way, because they had all been in so recently when it came out. Here's the GTPs in the meantime. Relatively calm here, although the number 1 car is defending in the background. Jari Lehtinen tries to get past Dennis Robin Wolf in towards Lecom, and Lehtinen doesn't get anywhere. He will stay in 12th, and so well, still at the defence actually from Dennis Robin Wolf, but he should keep that place just for the moment. Somewhat surprisingly, the calmest of the starts I think has been in GTP on this restart this time round, as Nicholas Matteo continues to lead in GT3 Pro now.
Yeah, so looking at this, Drago Racing, BS Turner, Simify haven't stopped yet. Door Esports, the McLaren back there, Jonas Rutten is the highest running car that has stopped. So I think he's jumped a car or two with that strategy as well. I think they're well placed and they're leading a group of cars that are on the same strategy as them. WSR Esports, Grid and Go, Team PGZ, SimRC, etc. McLaren, Door, I think are in a really strong spot at the moment.
Yeah, it is slightly skewed by some lap traffic that's going on at the moment in GT3 Pro. There's only 20 on the lead lap compared to the 24 that are still running. So there are some cars dotted around, like that Mustang, for example, in line. But yeah, this is looking good for Drago Racing as things stand, and Nicholas Mateo, who is leading the way. Second place still the battle and the focus in LMP2. And right now, this is all Joe Spencer could have really hoped for. Morten Igeson's doing a good job of defending his second place, but it's helping the leader ultimately.
Delatraz LMP2 just working through the GT3 Pro leaders. That's how costly this has been. They lost time with that spin. They have lost an amazing amount of time in the traffic because they still haven't got all the way through. And then there's a question of, is there a bit of damage on that car? Just very light contact with the arm coat. It doesn't look exactly perfect at the moment. He's just going through the source now, while second in his class is already on the Camel Straight, weaving one way and the other. It looks spicy there in those prototypes.
It absolutely is. And the firstly forward drivers working together. Anthony Eng on the inside line's going to get mugged there on the inside. Not quite. He can't quite lose his third place for the moment. That's Bartholomew Aldworth who's trying to get past. Don't forget, Nick Esports really benefited from that safety car as well. They were already making their pit stop when the yellow flag flew, and that has promoted them to third place here. Morten Igeson now defending from them, but ultimately it's helping fiercely forward purple. Bartholomew Aldworth currently in that fourth position. And they will continue the fight. Liveliest start probably in all of the three classes, to be honest, to LMP2 so far. Morten Igeson, though, so far is keeping his position.
No, Lively got out of the Solpec Precision Racing car and Jesse Lyons in. That's a callback to an earlier poorly executed joke. I'm doubling down, I'm twice as deep in the hole.
Well, we've got to double down. Here comes Anthony Eng. Oh, he is going to go for it in George Blanchimont, hesitating because I didn't think he was going to, but through Blanchimont, just at the scene of a big crash in LMP2 that brought out a safety car a few moments ago. Anthony Eng makes his way through. Great racing between the two of them. Igeson loses that position, and finally, maybe now we're going to have some separation in the battle for second in this class, but Anthony Eng goes through, passed into that second position ahead of Igeson, then Bartholomew Aldworth, who's next in line, and there may be a swap between the teammates coming up soon as well.
Yeah, fiercely rules in play, potentially gold ahead of purple for the moment. All of this battling has been great for class leader Joe Spencer in the effect simulations LMP2. But when he's got a bit of pace, maybe he can hunt them down onto the Camel Straight again in these cars. Oh, they're so exciting. I love the LMP2 because you can see just now as we approach 270 k's an hour, exactly the benefit with the tall gears in the slipstream and in the toe. Fiercely Forward are going to engineer that swap. No chance of passing Nix.
Yeah, Aldworth ahead of Igeson now. That will be an engineered swap between the two of them. Andrea Casson is still leading this race in GTP. We're not missing anything there, although the top 8 are all within a second of one another. Not all covered by a second. The increments, the intervals are 1 second. And the Fiercely Forward car is now starting to fall its way through the field. So Owen Carroll is now past Keanu Leto, and that is just allowing a bit more pressure to fall onto the shoulders of Andrea Casson. There is Owen Carroll in number 89. You'd imagine actually it's not that far away from a lead change here, but Casson's had a good restart so far.
Sam Sutton's third, he's got those headlight flashes on. Little bit drop air. Jupiter just in behind some of the traffic. You've seen the others get through now. He wants some of it. So how firmly can you try to defend? Because that is exactly what's happening. Surely, if you're not a chance of catching the outright leader and getting your lap back, defending as you just continue to drop through the middle of the field doesn't achieve you much.
It is very, very interesting to see how the balance is going to be struck now for Fiercely Forward in terms of that, because Sam Sutton will already be exclaiming that BMW up in front of him should be getting out of the way, but it won't for the moment as they just come up over the top of the hill here. Eau Rouge and Radion again, a little bit of a cut track maybe, but they'll get away with it. Owen Carroll gets close to Casson as well immediately here, almost at his first opportunity. He's going to go down the inside. How hard are Absolute Motorsport going to fight this? Well, the answer, not very. Andrea Casson loses the place to Owen Carroll, who is now into the lead.
It's a great strategy from Absolute Motorsport Asalith. Kept them that lead for quite a while, keeps them up front for some time here, but eventually there's no replacement for the pace that BS Competition have got. They move ahead. Sam Sutton in that BMW versus BMW thing there still looks a little frustrated with the train of cars in behind him of Movano Azuro, Maniti Racing Black. We're going to look at some GT3 Pro action.
Oh! Martin Schmidt goes around. That was contact with XPDMO Racing in the front.
He's lost.
Yeah,
he's lost the rear wing.
And there you go.
And he knows it.
He certainly does now. Oh, he's going to back into the
P1 Docs
well.
royalties. Now he also owes P1 Docs royalties, and I think he owes a visit to his pit crew as well with that one. Unfortunate. I think it would have been avoidable reversing into the wall, but I mean, easy for us to say. And then one thing has led to another.
Yeah, I think it would have been avoidable, but as you say, it is easy for us to sit here and say that. 248 did get back to pit lane without causing another safety car, so we are going to stay green, thankfully, and we'll keep the safety car in pit lane for the moment at least. As now Effect Simulations see their lead, well, not quite coming down just yet, but it might do if Aldworth gets past under the egg. You've got to remember that there's 8 laps less fuel on board in number 115, and that might be playing a bit of a role here as Fiercely Forward work their way down the inside. They're up to second place now, and there wasn't much that under the egg could have done about that. Bartholomew Aldworth up to second place.
Works better than Ferrari's strategy, that one. It's a great move. Moving up with that lead now at 2.8 seconds for Effect Simulations. That could close very, very quickly if someone else has a little bit more pace to show. Stacking up behind this group though, in sort of the 4th, 5th, 6th there, coming out of the source. The LMP2s will stay in clear air for a little while on this restart, longer than GTP and GT3 Pro will, so they can all sort this out for a couple of laps.
Ken Richardson's going to come through here into 4th position, looks like. This has not been a good restart for Morten Eichsen, who's just going backwards now for Fiercely Forward, just when they needed some good performance and some good track position. With their championship rivals dropping down the field, they are now dropping down the field as well, although not quite as quickly. They are down to 5th. Stephen McGarvey is next in line. If the halfway points were to be awarded now, by the way, Fiercely Forward would score 22. They've lost 12 in the last few minutes. And Delatraz would score 11, so it would be an 11-point gain. But when you're 65 behind coming into today, you need every point you can get.
Yeah, absolutely, you do. We look up to GTP, where it's a couple of Porsches nose to tail here, followed by the Acura. Maxime Naz is in 6th at the moment. I had my eyes on sort of what was the pace that Delatraz Automotive were doing in LMP2, knowing that they should have clean air, and it didn't look that good, so I wonder if they are still nursing a little bit of damage there.
Well, Maxime Naz is he's going to be right in the wheel tracks of Daniel Sivisabo here, as this very close GTP restart continues. There's not been too much overtaking, but there's been a lot of close racing, and here's some more of it as well as Maxime Naz tries to get himself back through the field again in number 17 for Maniti Racing. Oh, weaving around on the straight as well. Sivisabo just going to the defensive pretty late on before Lecom, but Maxime Naz is undeterred and he moves into the top 5. That's both Maniti Racing cars now inside the top 5.
Yeah, negotiated it just right. Goes ahead. Manidi Racing line astern on the racetrack here now. Apex behind them. Dropping just a little bit behind that group as that Solpec running wide. P1 Docs will also run wide. Everyone's trying to redistribute Circuit Spa-Francorchamps gravel today.
Going to be a lot of it on the track by the end of the race, that's for sure. We've already seen some brought onto the circuit in using the new model. So a lot more gravel around the outside of Spa these days than there was a few years ago, notably here, for example, and of Curve Pour Frere there as well. And you can see already some of the stones on the outside of the circuit slightly misplaced. Further up the road, you can see Andrea Casson defending from Sam Sutton again here for second place in GTP, as well as fourth in GTP. And down at the bottom of your screen, René Taubauer is using Nicolas Matteo, I think, to fuel save a little bit here.
They're closely stacked in all of the categories, and what you can then tell is that there's only about 3 or 4 corners between GTP and GT3 Pro. You could get a lead change for GT3 Pro now.
We do. Taubauer through on Nicolas Matteo. I thought Taubauer would want to stay behind, actually, because it's clear Matteo wants to battle with him. Taubauer seemingly not wanting to take the fuel save this time around, as they now make their way in towards Eau Rouge again, the GTPs. You're right, we are going to see traffic again on this restart, and it's going to be like the start of the race all over again. If you remember back to the start of the race, it was very, very lively in traffic for the first time. I suspect it will be again in GTP.
Yeah, the battles that we've been keeping an eye on in GTP, just catching the tail of GT3s right now, and in a tough spot because they've negotiated the Camel Straight. Now it's into places like Rivage here, where they've really got to just try to muscle and force their way through. You're looking at second and third with the lap down fiercely forward car now behind Sam Sutton, which is what's given him the ability to try to attack for that second place. And there's a few more other GTPs coming as well.
It's going to be a squeeze in towards Pouhon. How many can get through? Well, all of them in the end. The GT3s were rather forced to leave a bit of a gap down the inside there. Daniel Civisabo staying with those two Maniti Racing cars up in front. Williams Sim Racing Academy, meantime, trying to make up some more positions. Ruben Paulino next. Jesse Lyon has already been overtaken, as has Movano Rosso and Faster Pair Motorsport so far. They are already back in behind them. Here comes Sam Sutton off of the Curve Pour Frere. And again, this is just going to be very, very busy. Although it feels like maybe a little bit different to the start of the race. It feels slightly more spread out, actually, this time round.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of spread of strategies, so, I mean, it should be still pretty close. The difference between a safety car restart and the race start is how much gap there is between the classes. So on a race start, GTP goes, then there's a gap to LMP2, then they go, then GT3 Pro go. By the time GT3 Pro go, GTP are halfway around the lap, whereas they're all one unbroken single file on the safety car restart. I think it might take 1 or 2 laps longer for GTP to get amongst the GT traffic. Just perfect timing for Sam Sutton, but he's still going to get monstered up the top of the hill.
He is. It's going to be 3 wide here before he knows it. Sam Sutton doesn't know which way to look right now. On one side, Maxime Naz is coming through. On the other side, the fiercely forward car trying to come through as well, but that one's going backwards through traffic. Goodness me, that is close. But what a great drive so far from Maxime Naz. He's up inside the podium places now after this restart. Latest one, Sam Sutton to be overtaken down the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, now second, third, fourth looks so hot here. You've got 2 Maniti Racing Porsches going forward. The track has cooled massively down to 24 degrees Celsius. Is that in the favour of these Porsches a little bit, potentially? Through the traffic, they're also doing a really, really solid job, which is so critical. A lot more GT3 Pro cars to come, though.
Oh, and that was contact. You don't want one of the GT3s to be ended up out there on the exit curb of Pouhon, but Thankfully, the bump didn't strike that time round. Through the fifth half chicane now, there's going to be, oh, in towards Stavolo. Andrea Casson had to change his line, and thankfully he didn't have Maxime Naz alongside. Otherwise, there would have been big trouble there. You can see Sam Sutton next in line, then Norbert Thomas as well in the 78. This is looking very, very tasty indeed on the way towards Portimont. Look at the defending as well from Casson already having to happen here. It's not going to be three wide though with the GT3s who are all staying to one side. The GTP prototypes staying all the way to the other here. And Maxime Naz has got the run in towards the final chicane. He's going to look to the outside line. Close, but he's not going to go for it this time round. The 296 slightly in the way as Norbert Thomas does get through into fourth position. It's Sam Sutton who's gone backwards on this lap to fifth.
Just got swamped, and then you get to the traffic and he's got no chance to try to get his spots back. Begin to clear a lot because you can see they're up to at least fourth in GT3 Pro. So by the time they get down to Eau Rouge and Raidillon and then across the Kemmel Straight, they've worked their way through almost most of that GT traffic. Oh, it's causing a bottleneck in the background as well. You're going to have a lot of drivers thinking, do I send it, do I wait, into Eau Rouge Raidillon?
Nicolas Pater also through here on Reina Tarvot for the lead in GT3 Pro, just a bit further up the road. That looks like a cordial battle for the moment. Here comes Maxime Naz down the inside. Meanwhile, for second. Oh, and that was close. That was tight. Andrea Casson doesn't want to give this place up just for the moment here. Just in the way that he gave up the lead to Owen Carroll, who's now already restored 5 seconds of his previous gap. PS Competition are dominating this afternoon, and it's being helped by Andrea Casson's defending here.
Yeah, for sure. So they go by Simify from GT3 Pro. So the road really should begin to open up once they get past BS Turner and Drago Racing as well. Absolute Motorsport Asalith just don't seem to be holding on to that same pace that some of the others have got in the top 5 of this class. But they pulled a master stroke of timing on the strategy, massively benefited from the full course yellow. They can hold on to the next pit cycle still inside of the top 5. I'd call that an absolute win.
And Nicolas Pater has gained through this traffic as well here, 1.3 seconds the gap, and that is going to maintain pretty much there to BS Turner, who are now a lot further behind them as 5 of those GTPs all come through at once. Latest of them was Daniel Civisabo, actually, who's now onto the back of Sam Sutton. This is all inside the top 6, but 5 of them for second place as they finally get into clean air for the first time in some time. Civisabo goes down the inside, immediately taking opportunity here of that clean air. Bit of side-to-side contact, and Sam Sutton will keep 5th place for now. He's on the outside down towards turn 1, and he does finally shut the door.
It brings the BMW across, and then they head towards La Source. Clear track just for the moment once again, but the traffic's brought a lot of the GTPs together and a train beginning to form behind Absolute Motorsport Asalith. From the front of GT3 Pro, you've got Drago Racing and Simify coming in, so they pull out of all of this, and they've gone as far as they could. 28 laps it was for Drago Racing, 269 was leading.
I think I saw Ruben Paulino go for a spin in the background, by the way, in number 8. There was certainly something happening in the background as Civisabo closes in again for 5th position. Nicolas Pater also definitely came into pit lane. It may have been with BS Turner actually here, where Paulino did make contact. I suspect Paulino thought he was clear, but he wasn't quite, and he cut across the nose of the BMW.
Well, the bus stop chicane being one of the slowest parts on the racetrack is going to be the number 1 culprit for, at low speeds, the GT3 Pros aren't that much slower through the really, really tight stuff than the GTPs that are quick in a straight line and quick through high-speed corners. But right there, I mean, you should know that you're probably going to be still side by side with the GT3 if you're going through such a slow corner.
And that was a pretty slow piff-paff chicane from Andrea Casson, unfortunately. He is, oh, look at that, right under pressure of Maxime Naz, who almost hit him there on the way into Stavolo. This is all getting very, very, well, too close for comfort, you would say. As they now go on the straight on the way towards Blanchimont. The gap is just ballooning out front, and if they want to keep this BS competition lead in check, they've got to get past Andrea Casson at some point.
So close once again. I'm going to try to dive into some of these sectors, see, is that Acura and that car really quick in a straight line, and these Manidis are quick through the middle sector, so they're struggling to pass, but their clean air lap times would would be much, much quicker. We'll see a dive down the inside towards Lesorth. Not enough overlap to really claim that, but just scares his rival, who's now going to give him a little return serve. And it's a straight line speed there for the Acura.
Yeah, had to give a bit of space, did Casson, otherwise there would have been a spin there, so he keeps the place for the moment. So close though over the top of the hill, and there could be 3 wide here with 2 Minitis coming through at once as they come through onto the Kemmel Straight now. Let's see where Norbert Thomas is going to go. I'm not sure he is actually going to get 3 wide, but he will see his teammate alongside, and again the Acura quicker. It does look like there's maybe a straight line speed advantage for that car at the moment, but Maxime now so much stronger through the corners, and now he's off. Just a bit of side-to-side contact with Casson, and now the Maniti Racing cars go side by side. Maybe it's time for Norbert Thomas to try and give this one a go. They're still side by side, by the way, and they're not quite sorted it out between the teammates. You'd think they'd be single file down in towards Bruceros at that time, but no, they do stay how they were. But that was not particularly well coordinated. That was a bit physical as well, as they went side by side with Andrea Casson.
For me, Casson moved in defence at the end of the Kemmel Straight. He covered one side, so Maniti swapped, and then he looked to cover that side. It's like, well, pick your side of the fence, and you kind of got to stay there, is the racing rules. And then he goes super deep in here. I'm not sure you're ever going to achieve much putting your nose there, but it was before that where I thought, you can't pitch your sign both sides of the fence defending into a braking zone like that.
And they've got a 10-second time penalty, by the way, for their restart as well. Bit of restart inexperience, I think, from leading the pack. Failed to stay within the 60 to 70 kilometre speed bracket. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, you sort of called that they had gone, and then we thought, oh, no, actually, they've slowed it down on the exit of the bus stop here. And then they went again, and it caused sort of a ripple through the field. And that also looked a little questionable. And so they might have accelerated too early. Is that what you're saying?
Failed to stay inside the 60, 70 kilometre speed bracket. That doesn't suggest whether they went over or under, I don't know.
Well, maybe they went over before the restart zone.
Yeah, I don't know what side of the line they tread there, but I think just a bit of inexperience with restarting at the front of the field, unfortunately, for Absolute Motorsport. I don't think they've done it this season, although I haven't been here for every restart, so I don't know. But I think they may have just had a little bit of inexperience with that one. Some pit stops in LMP2, by the way. Bartholomew Ordruff is just in front of these guys right now because he's stopped. Joe Spencer has stopped as well from the lead in LMP2. So plenty of these GTP cars are about to come past those LMP2s who will be stopping. Same will go in GT3, I suppose, because we've just seen some stops there. Oscari Rene is now in that BS Turner car, 2.5 seconds behind Manuel Troncoso, who is now driving for Drago Racing, and Gavin Montoro now driving for Simify Esports. So some of the first green flag stops since the most recent restart.
So this is the part where I feel like Maniti is strong. They always get to the back of Absolute Motorsport Asalith through these parts of the lap, and now there's a tiny bit of LMP2 traffic to go along with it. Could it be Maxime Naz's opportunity to spring a surprise?
In towards Stavalo. Maxime Naz is super close in behind here, as they might even use a bit of slipstream from the LMP2. Not too different coming off of Courpulfrère, but now Naz has got a chance. He'll have to do it on the outside of Blanchimont if he wants to, and he's going to have some space here. Oh, this could be spectacular as they go through side by side. Maxime Naz taking second place in spectacular fashion. Outside line through the fastest corner on this circuit, and through on the inside as well. Could come his teammate. There's side-to-side contact, but Maxime Naz is through. Oh, that was a fantastic pass on Andrea Casson. Norbert Thomas couldn't quite follow through, but great work on the outside of Blanchimont that time round.
Guts and glory, and it almost gave a big opportunity to his teammate as well here, Norbert Thomas. But with all of this, it's checked them up, and Orbit Drop Air Jupiter, Sam Sutton just there as well, Apex just there. Everyone is here. This is the party. Everyone except your race leader Owen Carroll, 8 seconds clear of all of this. Can Maxime Naz do something about this? And who's next, and which way do they try to pass Casson?
I think you've got to do it somewhere through a corner based on what we've seen so far, and that's so far much easier said than done. There's the another one of the LMP2s, by the way. Hyperion Racing have just lost a couple of places, or just exchanged places. Maximilian Bouy actually. That's towards the lower end of those who haven't stopped yet in LMP2. Loads of penalties have come in, by the way, where we've been focusing on the racing action in these last few moments, including a pretty big one from Remy Legrand, 20 seconds for moving in reaction to the Orion race team and causing a significant collision. 20 seconds of a time penalty yet to be served by them. 40 seconds for the Fast Repair Motorsport team for that bad rejoin through the bus stop chicane. Number 1, 15-second penalty for that dangerous move in towards Eau Rouge on the BS Turner BMW, or was it BS Competition? Ruben Bonga, wasn't it? In towards Eau Rouge. David Adam, 10 seconds for making contact with car 60. So many different penalties coming in, and most of them are for main contenders in these classes as well. Lots of teams still falling afoul of rules even towards the end of the season.
Gasson's under pressure again, ran wide out. Stavolo kicked up a little bit of gravel, but not as close as the previous time through Blanchimont here. That was so spectacular. Down
in towards the bus stop chicane again, and Casson is still holding firm. And oh, in the background, didn't spot that initially, in the background there is a BMW with no front end. It's Williams Esports Academy, or Williams Sim Racing Academy I should say, second place in the championship, 60 points behind number 33. Jere Lehtinen has made contact, I think, with a Mustang, and number 77 is in the pit lane again.
That was the Mustang super sideways through Blanchimont, and penalties to serve before they go to their pit stalls for these two cars. We saw how tightly packed all of the GTPs were, and they come up on the Mustang. It's led a few of them astray.
Well, that could simplify this even further as far as the championship is concerned. Movano 33 not having the best day, but at least they're not out of the running, and that's the main thing. 2 already championship contenders, 2 out of the 6 already multiple laps down. We've got BS Competition, of course, leading the race, but Apex have had contact at some point today. Now Williams have as well. And all of a sudden, it's becoming more and more simple for number 33, Movano. As, by the way, we're in the last hour and a half before the halfway points that are going to be so crucial this season as well. And surely some of the teams will be thinking about how they're shaping up for that as well.
Yeah, so then for a few of the classes, not too far away from the sort of critical stop before that halfway. So you might see some GT3 pros just as we're sort of an hour to go. So that's with 5 to go, and then a little bit after that, GTPs, a little bit after that, LMP2s. Let's look at what happened into the bus stop.
Oh, no.
Oh. It's all one incident. It's all connected.
It is. That is a real shame for Williams Sim Racing Academy. I mean, you know, it's very difficult to see that kind of thing coming. Just one of those very unfortunate ones. They are still in pit lane, and they are going to lose a lap. So that's half of our GTP championship contenders within 3 hours losing a lap.
And an ever-increasing amount of GT3 traffic now for a few of these leaders. Although actually they might have worked their way through a chunk of it. You've got some that had to stop after the caution. You've got those that stopped at the caution that are still running. So it's split a little bit of the GT3 Pro field, which I'm sure is nice for your race leader in BS Competition, Owen Carroll. And then this next few cars coming from Max and Naz for Minidi Racing. Gasson now finding a little bit of time to relax, I think, in third. Tamas lost a little bit more through all of that traffic, everything we just saw at the bus stop. Half of a second back, and we'll have to close that in. Sam Sutton's lost out to Daniel City Sabo. Apex Racing Team 99's gone ahead, and they were 3 wide heading into Rivage back there.
Yeah, Sam Sutton just dropped in behind by a very small margin. It was really close in the background. Civi Sari just squeaked through. That's the Ryan race team, by the way, who just get through there. Jao Vaz, who is 2 laps down at the moment, trying to win those back, and is now at least ahead of Sam Sutton, but still got 5 drivers in front, and he's about 12 seconds away from getting one of those 2 laps back naturally. That's not going to happen, though, I wouldn't imagine, with the pace of Owen Carroll out the front of the field at the moment. The GTPs are coming through GT3 traffic again here, by the way, for yet another occasion. They're not going to be pitting in any time soon. In fact, it'll be GTPs who are in before them, but it'll be at least another 5 laps yet until we start to see pit stops here. That makes it even more important for the likes of Norbert Thomas to come through on Andrea Casson, because they've still got plenty of time spent behind him if they don't overtake.
So now 20 laps into the stint for a lot of these GTPs. A few of them underneath the safety car, which I think for a hybrid race car is incredibly fuel efficient. Need someone to give me some updates on that. Now cutting between the traffic. So as long as they race here, Absolute Motorsports, that's going to be one of the first cars that need to stop. Being in the next 5 laps or so, you've got Williams Sim Racing Academy still in there for 3 minutes, but no one else jumping to the lane without damage just yet from this class.
And still locked in a battle, these 3. And it seems that Absolute Motorsport are even more difficult to pass now. They've got a slipstream from that second place Maniti Racing car, and they're staying with them quite well as well. In the background, saw Movano Azuro weaving around there. Luc Marchand trying to get close to Sam Sutton now and maybe overtake him. Sutton has been just struggling a little bit in this stint so far, in terms of, not in terms of speed particularly, but in terms of getting overtaken, and track position has been a bit of a problem for him in these last few moments. Ruben Paulino is just in behind Jesse Lyon as well, and just making his way through as we go back to GT3, because the 2 championship contenders are now nose to tail. 3rd and 4th, it's Matteo Kunze and Jarno Koch, who are 3rd and 4th in the race. Oh dear, and that is Derek Heiberger off the road again, thankfully less spectacularly this time around. But yeah, the 2 championship contenders nose to tail now in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, that Hyberian car from LMP2 already several laps down after the earlier incident. So once they were wide in the gravel, they thought, all right, I'll just get out of this because I see what's happening and I don't need to be a part of it just yet. There, okay.
Really congested through here for these guys. They are just in front, by the way, of the main GTP field. You can see the LMP2s are very much around them, although they are very much pitting around as well at the same time, because we are at that point in the race. That amount of time in this restart has since flown by as they go over the top of the hill at Eau Rouge. It's actually Jarno Koch who's under bigger pressure this time round. Askari Kakkonen is right in behind for TPGZ, as you can see, staying to the one side, letting the 2 LMP2s past. Can he get past? The answer is no, unsurprisingly perhaps, as Askari Kakkonen watches the 2 championship leaders battling it out.
The fact that the gear indicator in the dash is Ford's blue oval is one of the little touches to the Ford Mustang GT3. One of the other little touches to a Ford Mustang GT3 will knock bodywork off historically.
Historically, indeed it would. You'll remember the early days of this car. Don't know if that was ever simulated in iRacing, to be honest, but
it seems like it was for the rear wing earlier.
Yeah, that's true. The whole thing lifting off is not quite it's not quite happening for the moment.
That was the same technique as how my dad reversed parks. Once you hit the back of the garage, that's when you stop.
I was exposed on the broadcast there. But, there you go. Thankfully, I've never done that. Out onto the run towards Bodstrom for the 3 of them, and Hakkinen not going to get anywhere close to the 2 ahead, I wouldn't imagine, as they run in towards Bodstrom. Fast left-hander through here, and down on the brakes for the bus stop chicane. There will be no pass this time round. Lombardi has been, well, it's not Lombardi anymore, is it? Sorry, it's Jarno Koch, but they've been very patient so far, Grid and Go, and you can understand that with the points lead that they've got, but it's still very respectable for this race so far, just how patient they have been.
Yeah, so we've had pit stops from GT3 Pro of all of those that didn't stop underneath the last caution. It means everyone who's still out in the front of glass all stopped on the same lap. took the same service under caution. Esports have cycled to the lead like we thought they would at a WSR, but third. And find this battle. The Acura seems to have some straight line speed in GTP, but it has some straight line speed in GT3 Pro.
And towards I'd imagine it's going to stay the same here as Maniti come through down on the inside, and as GTP battles start to get a lot more spread out now because of these battles that we've been following in our slowest class of the three. Oh, a bit wide through Malmedy that time for Kunze, and now he's going to get that bit of breathing space as Andrea Casson fires down the inside. Daniel Civisabo is now past Norbert Tamas, by the way, in the battle for fourth position. Briefly side by side again there as they come in towards the left-hander. But yes, Apex Racing Team up into fourth position. And this has been a decent restart from Daniel Civisabo.
Slowly progressing his way up the field. No, that's not going to work. And somehow it does. I would have thought going around the outside of a GT car and deciding to do so in the middle of the corner would normally be a bad idea if the GT car was already committed to its line. Very heads up from Kunze there to not escort Civisabo to the same realm that Hyperion Racing went to.
And they'll be very pleased for that as they come out of curve full threat. And they, again, close in on a pit stop. This is lap 24 for Andrea Casson, by the way, so he can't be that far away. Andrew Yang is in LMP2. They should be coming in pretty large numbers as well right now. Only two more teams to come in, apart from that team, as it's still side by side for fourth in GTP. Civisabo can't quite close the door that time round on the Maniti number 78. He's going to have to do the hard work round the outside through the second part, and he does. He'll clear him on the way towards La Source, over the line again, but Tamas comes back again. Oh, and there's contact. Ever so slight contact, and they were both moving around towards the braking zone, but Maniti Racing back into fourth.
Just in the back there, you've got to give you credit to Draw Esports, who've gone to the lead of GT3 Pro, giving themselves about 2 seconds. They were witness to what's just happened here, the contact between Maniti Racing 78 and Apex Racing Team 99. Was it turning down on a car that was already there, or was that a cheeky late dive from Maniti to the inside of La Source?
Exactly. It's going to be all decided on before too long. And having said that, there are a lot of incidents currently being looked at by race control, in fairness. They will, of course, get through them all and will report on any penalties that are going to be coming through. Maxime Naz has still got a pending penalty over him, by the way, in this race. So number 17 will drop back at some point in this race, you would imagine. Especially if we get a long green flag run. When there are safety cars, the penalty timer, as it were, gets reset, and so you can go quite a while before you actually end up serving it. But if this is going to be a long run, then they will eventually have to serve it. 5 hours 17 to go. They probably would have to just before the halfway point as well, or right around the halfway point as well. But still 2 stops for the GTPs between now and that halfway stage, that, especially for BS competition, we'll be hoping that they're ahead of Movano at the time. Championship leading Movano still running in 8th place as it stands.
"20 laps since that last. Everyone stopped under that last full course yellow. GTP's still a little way away from needing to blink. Again, absolute is the first one we're going to see. Got Muradness M Squad from the lead of LMP2 now, hitting after 21 laps.
And 30 forward red for GTP as well. They stayed out under that previous safety car, but that does mean the other GTPs are not far away from a stop. And it does mean the LMP2s have now completed their stops. Joe Spencer should be out in the lead then, ahead of Bartholomew Ardwov in the geodesic car. There's Effect Simulations. Joe Spencer, who will be leading the way, as he has been for some time now. Nix Esports should be third with Oscar Soltero. But overall, in LMP2, it's just going to be very, very close. And that is a fantastic thing. Even with that previous safety car, the pit window hasn't exactly been shortened, if you like. If anything, it's got even more strung out, actually, as this has gone on.
Yeah, so that all comes up well for Joe Spencer in Effect Simulations as he goes back through to the lead of the race. Has broken the slipstream, which is very powerful in the LMP2 cars here at Spa. That's pretty key in his battle versus Fiercely Forward. GT3 Pro. Just seeing that Mercedes just put a couple more car lengths between themselves and the others behind. So I think Visceral are strong when they can have their clean air pace. They've just had all of the GTP field go through. So it's just the GTs by themselves for a moment here. And it looks good for Visceral's Mercedes.
It does for now. However, I still think they're yet to serve their... Yeah, they are yet to serve their 20-second time penalty for colliding with number 220 that stopped at a closed pit exit. So a number of the penalties coming through in the last few moments was as a result of that big stack up when the red light was on at the end of pit lane, and people were more alert to stopping than others. As we saw at the time, 296 was very much at the fore of it, and there was a 20-second time penalty for that car as a result. So that's going to send them a long way back, unfortunately, as they try and take this title away from Grid and Go. Currently, the gap 81 points. If Grid and Go gain 19 at the halfway stage, then they'll win this title with 4 hours still to go. Thankfully, though, all championships are still in play as things stand, and we are going to get at least 2 of them to the very end of the race as well. Not possible for GTP or LMP2 to be sewn up until the checkered flag flies tonight.
Absolute Motorsport Asalith taking their pit stop and their first driver change of the race. So Ricardo Schiavone takes over. And Solpec Precision Racing, it looks like Jesse Lyon is staying in. Only just got in at the last stop, so that all checks out. Slightly short run, I think, from Solpec. We were expecting them to be the first to need to stop, and it suggests we're 1 to 2 laps away from the rest of GTP. I'd say 1 lap. I'd say 1 lap from a lot of other GTP cars coming in.
I would say, well, I think normally yes, but I think they might go further.
The only difference was 2 laps under safety car, or 2 to 3 laps under safety car, which is much lower consumption. So I think the advantage very slim there.
Yeah, maybe you're right, actually. Well, they're coming up towards the line right now, so we're about to find out. And it looks like BS Competition are indeed in, and you are correct, unless they've made a mistake. No, they haven't. They're coming into pit lane. So, yeah, 25 laps then for Owen Carroll, it looks like. Don't forget, Maxime Naz did top up after that crash on the exit pit lane, but he can't even go on any further anyway. And we'll see whether he does now start to serve some of his penalty. And indeed, we haven't got a very wide pit window at all in GTP. Almost everybody is in, apart from Movano Azuro, who have carried on, and they're going to lead.
David Stradamus sitting in this chair over here for GTP, just trying to estimate what the consumption's like on the safety car, for what difference it was going to be for everyone else versus Absolute Motorsport Asalith. This GT3 group are a little while away from pitting. They are very closely packed. Slipstream just bringing Grid and Go back into it, just bringing the Ford Mustangs back into picture as well. If everyone's aware of what Visceral's penalty situation is, sometimes if you're only a tiny bit quicker than the guy, you will just sit there and wait it out. That looked slippery in the traction zone for the Mercs suddenly. Track temperature has fluctuated drastically. It was started at 30, went up to sort of 33, it went down at 24, it's back up to 30 degrees Celsius again. So there's something in the sun around here.
Hopefully not. Otherwise we'll be in big trouble. But,
the sun is a deadly laser.
Oh, and
you can't park there.
Number 8's off. Ruben Paulino is off, and he's just stopped on the exit of Eau Rouge here, on the outside of the right-handed part of that famous switchback corner. And Ruben Paulino is just fresh out the pit lane, by the way. He's on his outlap right now, and he has just stopped, and the caution flies.
Pulls off and he stops. The Ferris wheel behind him was turning, but the BMW M Hybrid V8 is not.
Well, what does this do for the race? Movano haven't stopped with either of their front two. Surely that's going to just send them to the back.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to send BS Competition back to the lead of GTP. It's going to be a very similar situation for LMP2, where everyone's just stopped before a full course yellow has flown. So most of them, except maybe one or two cars at the very back. For GT3 Pro, you got to imagine, all right, well, we're 23 laps into the stint. We get a safety car, we take that. But then we're an hour and 10 from the halfway points, and you won't make it from here.
Well, and number one's in. Now, is that emergency service for Dennis Robin Wolf? Number one is into pit lane. They might well just take the end-of-line penalty here and do their pit stop under safety car. We weren't sure whether Absolute Motorsport came in under caution before it flew or during it. Well, we know the answer to this question this time around. There's number 8 having towed. Number 1 makes his way right to the very end of pit lane, almost, after a good qualifying today. They are going to do full service, and this will put them to the back anyway.
So, what have P1 Docs done? Have they, like, you know how many times I've seen drivers sort of take a pit stop and somehow no fuel goes in? So some kind of like pit stop error. Did he leave pit lane, get that far and go, I do not have fuel to make the lap here? Or did he have some other kind of technical problem? Did he hit the wall on pit exit, which you can do? Because the car didn't look damaged. It didn't look out of control.
Yeah.
It looked like he just, pulled off.
One thing I did notice, as I said, he was on an outlap there. I did notice his pit stop time was 20 seconds, which lines up for a tyre swap. Maybe, as you said, he did not do
now,
fuel.
There's no way that they served a penalty, got moving, and then missed their pit stall.
That is also a possibility, but and we did see them slightly miss their pit stall and have to reverse earlier. But I find that unlikely, surely. Fuel didn't go in the car. Just heard in YouTube chat. I presume that's someone with connections to the P1 Docs team. Fuel did not go into that car, and so they would not have made the lap. So that's a real shame for P1Docs.com. Ruben Paulino will now drop off the lead lap, and we've got just 10 now in GTP. After a very good start, by the way, where all the GTPs stayed on the lead lap. We've now got 4 off the lead lap. It looks like Williams Sim Racing Academy are properly out of the running as well here. This is what happened for Paulino. He would have noticed pretty immediately there, and he just pulled off to the side of the circuit, knowing he would not have made it all the way back. There are the track conditions here this afternoon, fluctuating wildly. Up as high as 32, down as low as 28, all in the same 20 minutes or so. Right around the middle of that right now as we get towards late afternoon.
The track temp actually super cooled off underneath the clouds a little bit earlier on. It's as low as 24 Celsius and now back up again. Pit entry open this time by is going to give us plenty to think about.
And no brave by required, by the way, this time round. Everybody is where they need to be.
A couple of LMP2 drivers that have been in since the start of the race. So Composite Performance, Manidi Racing, that's GT3 Pro I'm looking at. Composite Performance, Manidi Racing Green, PGZ, Door Esports, SimRC, BS Competition, Manidi Racing Red. I think have been no driver changes just yet. So surely 3 hours into the race, you make your first driver change. Track condition drops 1 degree. Did you feel it?
It's almost as likely that the track temperature went down by 1 degree because the cars are not going quite so fast over it anymore. makes such a little amount of difference. But anyway,
the
the number
wind picked up
33 car should
blowing
be in
over
this
it.
time. There you go. And watch out for the GT3s who are all going to be in here. The question is going to be down towards the back if anybody stays out here, because as you were saying earlier, there's a question mark about whether you make it to the end. We'll stay with this camera on the way to the exit of pit lane just so we can see what's going to go on down here, because that's where the action's going to be. You're going to see in the distance all the GT3s coming into the pit lane, and even those with penalties are going to not be able to serve them yet. Thinking of 296 so far that won't have been able to serve it under that particular occasion. All into the pit lane pretty much for everybody in GT3. We've got Movano, Zero, Orbit, Drop Bear and Solpec so far in from GTP. That looks like it is it. Nobody has stayed out so far in GT3. Just a little bit of fuel for Orbit, Drop Bear, and they come out onto the circuit again. Maniti going to be out first by the looks of things in the GT3 Pro class, but they're not on the lead lap. So they're going to get one of their 3 laps back. One of the LMP3s has come in as well. That was the leader, wasn't it? That came in. It was Effect Simulations giving up a load of track position there to come into pit lane. And then comes the traffic jam just afterwards. Grid and Go do get ahead of Visceral. Just about jumped in front. Number 33 will go well back in the train. They'll go back to 9th.
Decent race off the lane. Drago goes ahead of BS Cherner. Some wave around beginning to happen here. Simify exits the pit lane. Big picture for where it was. I think very thankful for finally getting that wave around would be Fiercely Forward Red. Will still be a lap or 2 down, won't they?
Fiercely Forward Red will be 2 down still. Yes. Yeah, still 2 down, but they've got 1. Yeah, so they were 3 back, they're now 2 back. Effectively, they just need that to happen twice more. But the fact they didn't get a lap back in that first caution since they went laps down, I think is going to be a bit damaging for them, because they're hoping on 2 more safety cars to be sort of come out in the right way for them, and that could be a little bit tricky.
I mean, what are the odds of 2 more safety cars in 5 hours remaining in a race that's had 2 already in its first 3 hours? I don't know.
So BS Competition are going to lead the way, and then it will be the Apex Racing team are going to be up to 2nd, Maniti Racing 3rd and 4th, Absolute Motorsport restart from 5th, and then Movano Rosso number 1, the last team to stay out actually. Orbit Drop Bear came in, so did Solpec. Movano number 33, championship leaders, Fast Repair Motorsport, P1 Docks, although they're 1 lap down. Obviously they were in because they didn't get fuel in first time round. Yaobaz is 2 laps down along with Keanu Leto, and they are the last ones in the race, we believe. Williams Sim Racing Academy and Team Hoisingveld, the latest retirements, to bring our number to 4 so far. The most puzzling of the stops there for me, it was in LMP2 that time round. Effect Simulations, Joe Spencer deciding to come into pit lane and give up a load of track position to go from 1st to 9th place for this restart. Let's see where they or how far they can make their way back through the field when we go back rating again. 11 teams out of the 12, by the way, in LMP2 still on the lead lap. In GT3, nobody stayed out, so Door Esports have retaken the lead. Grid and Go jumped ahead of Visceral for 2nd. Team PGZ just in behind them. They'll continue to watch that battle. Then it'll be WSR Esports in 4th place, ahead of Jürgen Frank for SimRC in 6th. Apex Racing Team are next in 7th, ahead of BS Competition, Maniti Racing and Impulse Racing to round out the top 10. Drago Racing are in 11th, ahead of BS Turner, who led earlier in this race, but they're now down to 12th because of the pit stop and safety car bad luck they've been having. Simify Esports the same, they're 13th, ahead of Hydro Geodesic Racing. German Sim Racing are in 15th place, ahead of Instinct Mechanics Racing, with Williams Sim Racing Academy in 17th, ahead of XPD Racing. Absolute Motorsport Aslev, Scuderia Volpe and Composite Performance, the last 3 of which, by the way, just got the wave around back onto the lead lap. WSR Esports number 216, a 1 lap down. Ryan van der Grip for Maniti Racing Red just got 1 of those 3 laps back, and so they are now only 2 down. They've just taken an extra pit stop as well, by the way, after getting their lap back, so they're going to be towards the back end of the train, but that is all normal. We will have a restart with the GTPs up front, the LMP2s next, and the GT3s at the back as normal. And that restart will be coming up in the next couple of moments' time, as Owen Carroll will bring us to the green flag in just one more lap's time. We've just gone over 3 hours now gone in this race. Big thanks to everyone for tuning in, everyone who has tuned in for this broadcast, the TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa in the IVRA Endurance Series for season 2024-25 here on RaceSpotTV. I'm Ewan O'Leary alongside David Haynes at the moment for the next couple of hours. Jake Sparrow will be back a little bit later on as we get towards the end of this race. But it's been a lively first few hours here, David. It's had almost everything, really. We've had of course, safety cars and the big crashes that sometimes you expect to see. We've seen some wonderful racing and what we always like to see from endurance races, some good old strategy as well to bring us to halfway. There's a lot of that strategy playing itself out right now.
Yeah, plenty of excitement at an absolutely fantastic racetrack. It's so good for these type of cars and this style of racing. You've got that elevation change, you've got them sort of dipping tires into the gravel, taking many high-speed corners like Pouin, like Blanchimont, like Eau Rouge Raidillon around here, but then also big stops in a couple of places, like into the bus stop, like into the Source. Slipstream, you know, not everything needs to be the Daytona 500. When there's just a little bit of a couple of long straights, a little bit of a slipstreaming opportunity, and it gives an interesting character to the race. So some of the positions gained, and I think when we go racing again, might be a little bit of a fuel save game from the GT3 pros to see who makes it to the halfway points.
Are you surprised nobody stayed out to do something a little bit different there and try and make it to halfway with better points, or not?
Well, if you're confident you can make it to the halfway with having to stop now, it'd be a massive handicap to stay out under the safety car and not take the slam dunk opportunity. So yeah, either there's a fuel save needed and it'll be interesting, or there's no fuel save needed and we're going to have quite a sprint to try to make sure you've got that track position in 58 minutes time.
Yeah, I suspect actually now that how long it's taken for us to get back green here and roll around to a restart, I suspect that pitting probably was the right call and everybody's got it right. But I must admit, I'm slightly surprised nobody's stayed out. But as you say, if the others can make it, then it's a huge disadvantage to pit in under that latest safety car. Our third of the day, by the way, in this TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa. We've seen roughly one every hour, although we did get one on lap 1 and then a very long green flag run towards the start. Myself and David stint here in the commentary booth. It is another restart though, this time for Owen Carroll. Andrea Casson was in charge of the last one. It's Ricardo Chiavon who is now driving that Absolute Motorsport Aslev Acura, by the way, but they are no longer at the front, and Owen Carroll is going to have to keep that car between 60 and 70 kilometres an hour until he finally decides to go. And you'd imagine he's going to go a bit sooner than what Casson did. He left it until even after the bus stop chicane, never mind accelerating out of it normally. He left it until afterwards. Now, when is Carroll going to go? He's in full control of the field now. 4 hours 57 still to go as we get ready for a race restart. Still holding. Still making the way, and now he's going to go just a little bit before that final braking zone, and there's going to be a little bit of a stack up further back as they all try and figure out quite when they need to actually get going here. But Carroll does get them off to a fairly orderly start over the line, and the start of another lap, another restart in this race. Carroll has nailed it quite well, but this time he's got Daniel Sivisabo right behind him, and the pressure is on him much more intensely than it was last time round.
Sivisabo had him read like a book on that restart, to be honest, just 2 tenths behind, heading out of the bus stop chicane and going to be so close onto the Kemmel Straight this time around. Similar things happening in the other categories with Fiercely Forward Purple leading LMP2 Tour Esports McLaren. taking some interesting positioning compared to Grid and Go Esports, who I think are also going to try to get a run up the straight this first time around. I guess competition just hold on to the race lead.
There was a bit of lappery going on in the background, an Orbit Drop Bear and Absolute Motorsport Aston are going side by side. That's not lappery, that is a legitimate battle, and that was Siobhan going backwards. Sutton has got back into the top 5 again there. Sam Sutton through Lecom, Dory Sports and Grid and Go meanwhile for the lead in GT3. It's all going on out there on the circuit at the moment. 247 championship leaders trying to take the race lead as well. We've just less than an hour to go until we get to the halfway points being awarded. Fiercely Forward 115 leading LMP2, having stayed out under that previous caution. They're 15 laps into the stint though, and that is going to be a pit stop pretty shortly for the Fiercely Forward team, leading at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, longest stint that I've seen from LMP2's 26 laps, so Fiercely Forward are 15 in at the moment. A little bit of that under full course yellow, but so was the longest stint that I think I can pick up on the starter as well. Owen Carroll gives himself a little bit of breathing room. Daniel Sabo is now on the back foot, potentially. Got 2 Maniti cars hunting him down with 1 lap's car in between of Orion.
It's always disconcerting when you've got that right in behind you. Daniel Sabo would be looking in his mirrors more than he'd like at the moment, but Jauβaz is trying to get himself back onto the lead lap. He's currently 2 down, along with Kino Leotud. Zilska Soltero, by the way, finds himself back past Camden Craft. He's all so close at the moment at the front of the field in all of these classes. Here is the battle for second. Dory Sports have not had a brilliant restart, to be honest. It's Luca Bunks now driving instead of Jonas Rutten, like was earlier on, but this lead has been very short-lived for Dory Sports. Jonas Koch has immediately taken the lead there. Championship leaders, now race leaders as well, here at Spa.
Also with the driver change, a lot of GT3 Pro teams took driver changes for the reasons of those that I'd called out that hadn't made one yet this whole race in the first 3 hours. So now it's fresh faces up the front of GT3 Pro with Jonas Koch, Luca Wunsch, Daniel Sobrero, Mathieu Victorino. And I'm thinking Sobrero is the one to watch here because that's a great run.
It certainly is. This is going to be a big chance, and he's got to take it here. Sobrero onto the Kemmel straight. He's actually going to get slipstream, and there goes Koch. He's going to help Luca Bunks as much as he can there, but I'm not sure there's much he can do. David Sobrero roars through on the outside line. The 2 championship contenders are 1 and 2 again, just as they have been so many occasions this season, most notably at the finish of the Circuit of the Americas race, where they were like this at halfway and at the finish as well. Jonas Koch leads David Sobrero, just over 3 hours gone.
Few other GT3 cars were battling for position back there because of course they will be. There's so many of them and they can be so close. This is where the gravel redistribution comes in. There, kicking up all of that dust that the wind will then blow away at 12 kilometers an hour right now. So in this battle for second, Sobrero with that great move. Is there more pace to come from it? Our eyes on the gaps right now.
It's by far the liveliest restart in GT3 compared to the other categories, to be honest. GTP has quietened pretty quickly here, surprisingly so, actually, I would say. In GT3, it's one long line, all the way down to 13th place, you could argue, and that's just overall places. Don't forget, there's still a couple of lap cars involved in the train here, although Maniti Racing are off the back and didn't actually start as part of this group. They took on a late pit stop to top off on fuel, but they didn't quite get to the tail end of the train before we restarted here, and so they are a little bit further back in the field. This is the midfield, and this is the other Maniti Racing car. This is Davide Lanzini on the back of Jürgen Frank. Their teammates have had a pretty awful day, and so they're flying the flag for Maniti Racing in GT3 in 9th place at the moment.
Keep your eyes on this. Is there any fuel saving happening from everyone? What's their read on with 51 minutes to go to the halfway points? Are they going to need to conserve a little bit to still be on track to take those halfway points? Or is that safety car long enough, the restart deep enough into the hour? This is flat chat. I'm kind of getting flat chat vibes at the moment. But even if you did need to save a little bit, you'd probably flat chat the first couple of laps after the restart, then try to make your numbers because there's positions to be gained right now, as we've seen.
And this is the best chance to do it as well. Tom Rea is right alongside Crofton Woodhatch as well. That's what you can see further up on your screen here. Apex versus WSR. And Tom Rea is going to go straight through into the top 5. This is starting to allow the top 4 to get away. And maybe that's what Apex were a little bit concerned about here. And they felt the need to get past that Mustang to try and stay with those 4 leaders who are being led still by Jonekok.
Race lead gets yet more spicy from GT3 Pro. Sobraro's looked like the driver of the class at the moment, drove past RaceSports easily sort of in the end, now driving up towards the back of the race leader. They've just had that gigantic slipstream that they always get on the old pit straight up Eau Rouge and then onto the Kemmel Straight. If you can stay close through this mid part of the lap, and I think the Mercedes in these conditions, with a big tank but fresh tyres, it's looking super racy.
It is.
I think older tyres, the McLaren was looking pretty good though. So maybe this flips around later.
Maybe, yeah. And the fact that RaceSports are staying tough for the moment is a good sign for them as well. Even if they can't run, fastest lap speed every time, which of course you wouldn't expect them to, but even though they can't quite manage that, they are still at least managing decent speed to stay with those 2 out front just for the moment and using that slipstream. Here comes Sobrero in towards the bus stop chicane, and no, he doesn't do anything there. Look at that lift off there. We didn't even have to be on board and listen to that. You could see the Mercedes just backing away from the Acura there, and David Sobrero is playing the fuel game here. That's almost perfect for him sitting in second in that sense. The amount of fuel he can save here is amazing.
On board with Mercedes in second again to the source, and this is where he just needs to get a perfect run.
Now let's just sorry, I was just going to listen in here.
Right place to be.
Just going to listen in here to see is he fuel saving or is he overtaking? Well, there's your answer. He's overtaking on the inside line. He's not fuel saving anymore, and Jonekok's going to let him have it. Well, I thought Sobrero was going to be lifting off down the straight. That's why I stayed quiet for a moment, but no, not on this occasion. Now they exchange lead, and I don't think that'll be the last time that happens before the 4-hour mark.
The pace of this top 4, though, breaking away. So you got that gap now to Apex Racing Team. We knew that 5th and 6th were battling each other. WSR Esports versus Apex Racing Team, but it did just let this top 4 begin to string out the GT3 Pro field, which I guess is good news for 1st and 2nd in the championship. Also good news for when the GTPs come through, if there's sort of more open spaces for them to slot through to use as they go through this traffic later on.
Yeah, we will let you know when that starts to happen, by the way. It's not happening just yet in GTP. And so we'll continue our focus up towards the front in GT3. Luca Vunks has certainly stemmed the bleeding here. He's just got a bit wide at Stavolo there, but he is very much in keeping the slipstream here with those 2 up in front. 4 different manufacturers involved in this battle between 4 at the front of the field. Mercedes, Acura, McLaren and Ford Mustang down towards the back of this group. Absolutely wonderful to see at the front of the IVRA Endurance Series again. Exactly what GT3 racing is all about. Different manufacturers, different engines, different body shapes, chassis, all sorts going on. And of course, 4 different and fantastic teams as well in this series. They go into the bus stop chicane, nose to tail again. Jonekok with another opportunity to respond to David Sobrero's overtake 1 lap ago.
Well, there's a nice GT3 field, isn't it? Down the front straight. 4 together. Tom Rea finally getting a little bit of his pace back. 217.8, while the race leader did a 217.4. I think the pace of this top 4 on average was a sort of 217.8. You had that swap between 1st and 2nd that flatters David Sobrero just a little bit. So is there anything that brings that next couple of groups of cars back into this? Drago Racing could be an interesting one to watch as well. Manuel Troncoso now driving that Ferrari. They led at points and they're trying to gain a couple of positions. Here we go. There we go. He is one to watch.
Yeah, he is, and he does get through on Jürgen Frank as well. And further up front, you will have seen Kai Kashube getting past Crofton Woodhatch as well. Crofton Woodhatch, rather, in that Mustang, the WSR Esports Mustang. So Manuel Troncoso through as well. You'll notice in the background, by the way, Ascari Rene still in 11th position. For BS Turner, that's only 1 place gain since the restart for him. I've got to say, I was expecting a few more, but he's not particularly worried about points or anything. BS Turner and BS Competition will just be going for the race victory after having a very miserable mid-season. BS Competition went 3 races without finishing inside the top 18 in their 289 car, so it was a mid-season to forget for them. They are just going for race victories as they managed to kick off this season. And indeed, the BS Turner team have come close to doing on a couple of occasions so far. But right now, they're running in 6th and 11th position, with Ascari Rene not really making much progress.
Maybe we'll get a couple more laps into this GT3 Pro battle and get a sense of what sort of aggression and body language the teams are bringing to it, because this, like he had the opportunity and went, no, I'm not going to.
Yeah, I think Sobrero lifted off and almost ushered Cock through, and he said, no, I'm saving fuel as well. Luca Wunsch will have probably done the same. And now all of a sudden, you know, we really start to think about those halfway points, especially for these front 2. I don't think the rest of the teams are that bothered, to be honest, because whether you finish, you know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, whatever in the championship, I don't think it's as high of an importance as winning this race is, although it may be important to those other teams who are around those positions. I think for the front 2, the importance they're putting on these halfway points is actually quite a lot higher than those around them. So there could be a bit of a meeting of ambitions here in the next couple of moments with these leaders. As we come down the Kemmel Straight again, the good thing for Sobrero is that this Mercedes seems like it's got pretty good straight line speed up the famous straight, and there goes Johanna Cook lifting off again, not getting any closer. But so far, Luca Wunsch has just been happy to let them do this. How long is he going to let this happen for, though? They're really being slowed up by the fuel saving going on up ahead of him.
Yeah, they dropped about 4/10 last lap, but then Apex Racing Team in 5th didn't roll out a banger, so I don't think this top 4 is quite being caught by the rest. I think they realise, you know, this is how group is this for. We're not checking Jaw Esports, we're not checking Team PGZ. The question is, will we be caught by those next cars back there in 5th, 6th, 7th, where BS Competition's gone ahead of WSR Esports, and Drago Racing might be the next to try to make that move.
And as you say, just how many is that going to invite into the party there in GT3? We'll check back with them. Let's just briefly look over LMP2 though. Fiercely Forward Purple are leading here by nearly 4 seconds over this battle between Composite Performance and Nürburgring Esports. Composite though will be in very soon. About a couple of laps after the race leader is in, that team will be in, and I can't imagine it's in very many laps time. Of those who pitted under caution, we haven't really seen any progress made, but Delasters Automotive have been moving through the field. Thomas Imborg with a fantastic restart, and he is now 2 positions behind his championship rivals. Delasters Automotive rescuing their situation, and they're only going to lose a few points at the halfway stage, and that is if this indeed holds, because you've got to remember there's still quite a way to go until the 4-hour mark.
Yep, 21 laps in the stint for the leader in this class, 15 in for Composite Performance, 13 for Nürburgring Esports. So this is Forward Purple not too far away, and then this will become the battle for the race lead, at least for a couple of laps, the way that I'm reading the situation.
Owen Carroll's in. Now, that could be tactical, because they are just coming up onto the GT3s. I did notice, by the way, that Owen Carroll short fueled slightly under that last stop. Don't forget, it was a green flag pit stop the last time BS Competition were in GTP, and so it made sense at the time. It does now mean that he's got less fuel on board, of course, but very interesting time to come into pit lane. I think that's a stroke of genius, personally, because all the other GTPs are about to come through that GT3 traffic once again. Daniel Civisabo leads, only by 7/10 though ahead of Tom Hooper, and then the other Maniti Racing car in behind as well. We've got a 3-way battle for the lead in GTP, handed over by Owen Carroll.
Yeah, IndyCar IMSA type strategy here to sort of make your stop early as you can, now if there's an unexpected safety car between now and the halfway point, they cycle to the front. So I can see why they've done that, and maybe it gives them a bit of clean air as well for just a little moment. Owen Carroll stayed in, not a massive surprise to me.
No, at least for one more. And here we go.
Get that LMP2 stop as well that moved Composite Performance and Nürburgring Esports to the lead of their class.
Yeah. Yeah, so stops are happening and traffic happening now as well. Look at this. Maniti Racing going either side of GT3s. In fact, Orion Race Team have been put back one lap down now, by the way. They would love a safety car at this very moment. That would get them right the way to the back end of the field and join them back up again. Oh, dearie me, as Norbert Thomas there goes 3 wide. XPDMO Racing didn't have a very good run at all, as Sam Sutton there went in the grass to come through on a couple of those GT3s as well. Every single time we have a restart, we have a mad bit of traffic a few laps later. It's wonderful to watch, but you do wonder at some stage there's going to be some sort of hideous accident.
Sam Sutton to be getting a bit sick of fiercely forward potentially. The traffic from GT cars significant at the moment. Through the source, you can just see there's just so many of them. All the way down the pit straight here and then towards the Kemmel Straight. So you're looking at 1 or 2, hold back and then get a run up Eau Rouge Radion is exactly what Fiercely Forward did there. That was so smart and tactical of them. You don't want to lift and check up at the top of the hill. You do it at the bottom of the hill and then you power your way up, get some momentum, try to pick up a slipstream. That's exactly how I was thinking you should do it, and Fiercely Forward done exactly that.
They've done this racing before, and they making the most of this traffic. That was a moment in front of the leader as Ilka Happler, not Ilka Happler anymore, excuse me, it's Yao Vaz, of course, for Orion Race Team. Just got slowed up by a bit of traffic, and Daniel Civisabo is really trying to get through on them, and there's going to be a discussion, blue flags wise here now. Yao Vaz is trying to stay one lap down. He doesn't want to be lapped by the new race leader, but he's going to have to cede this position at some point because Civisabo is quicker than him, and he's putting a lot of pressure on through this traffic. Again through Pouhon, they're going to be on the outside, no, inside. They'll switch to here as they go past 5th and 6th in GT3. Civisabo is going to start to ask the question here, at what point does Yao Vaz have to get out my way?
Thinking maybe after we've worked through all of this traffic, please, and it is super difficult right now. See that swap from around the outside of one car to the inside of the next from Maniti Racing Black. Norbert Thomas just in behind his teammate Tom Hooper, now who now also makes the swap one side of the road to the other and a dive down the inside of the GT3 Pro race leader.
That was close into Blanchimont there, but they get away with it. And they make their way through on traffic for the first time. This is a bit further back in the GT3 field where the championship leader is number 33, that's number 1, excuse me, the championship leader's teammates side by side with Jesse Lyon, who was briefly inside the top 5, and there's contact there. A little bit of contact, but Dennis Robin Wolf back into the top 5. This is Movano climbing through the field for the first time. Really all race. They qualified quite well, but fell through the field pretty quickly. And now Movano finally rising to the fore when it matters, trying to get number 33 a few more points before halfway.
Oh. That could be considered forcing another car off, and he gets no momentum as well.
Oh, there's a huge crash. It's going to be massive down the straight, right in front of the championship leader, and somehow 33 misses it all. It's huge on the Kemmel Straight. Jesse Lyons in the barriers. There's nothing left of that Solpec Cadillac. The number 1 car's pretty badly damaged as well. The Apex Racing team are also off to the side of the road in their Mercedes. That might be another safety car here, as very smartly, one of the LMP2s, Caden Richardson, just came in. I think he had to come in, but it could look like a very smart move in a couple of moments' time. That was absolutely massive down the Kemmel Straight.
Well, they were banging their prototypes together before that, and then some space perhaps needed to be given with 2 battling GTPs trying to both get around a GT3 Pro. Big difference of momentum running up the hill remain green for the moment. Perhaps both of those cars are still moving. Race Control are very much monitoring what's happening on the Kemmel Straight and if it's clearing itself up. I thought it was going to be more, I thought it was going to be more cars into that pileup, but I think 2 significantly damaged cars and 1 lightly damaged car.
Yeah, I think so. We might have got away with that. I think everybody has limped away from the scene of the accident. Number 60 even, Jesse Lyon has managed to get away, which is a bit of a miracle. We'll get some replays lined up in a few moments' time, but that is going to be the end of the day for so many competitors in the GTP class. Unfortunately, I think Solpek are going to be out of the running after that, and I think number 1 are going to have repairs that they're not going to come back from either. You can see immediately, not only you can see that it's damaged, you can also see that Dennis Robin Wolf doesn't have the speed anymore because of that damage to the Accurate. So I think that's going to be 2 contenders that could be out of the running for a race win here. And the irony is, we'll debate in a moment, David, who's really at fault, if anybody. But the big picture, first of all, is that number 1 was very nearly involved in a big crash there that took out their championship-leading teammates.
I mean, the repercussions of everything are massive in a situation like that.
It's a huge accident, and as I say, we'll line up some replays in a moment, but the battle for the race lead, they'll be blissfully unaware about all of that. Some of the LMP2s that have stopped will now have to be lapped. Here's a first look. So you immediately said that was going to be a problem there for number 1, forcing another car off the circuit potentially. And then he tries to skip past an Apex Racing Team car, goes straight into Solpek. Somehow, Absolute Motorsport Athlev miss everything. To be fair, number 33 do a great bit of avoiding driving by doing something that most drivers are not particularly keen to do, which is hitting the brakes. And in the end, they get away with it. But for me, that is Dennis Robin Wolf trying to get past a Mercedes lap traffic-wise, and not having the space to do so. And I think he's going to be judged or at least in my mind, he's the sort of root cause of that.
Well, he hit the BMW first on the way up the hill. He dived for a spot that wasn't really going to work, and that caused car contacts, checked up his momentum. Then he's being passed, and I mean, it all starts here. He's trying to squeeze his way around the outside and trying to squeeze on the exit.
So I hadn't fully understood that actually from just rewinding a bit there. So first it was a bit physical into the bus stop chicane. That's all fine into La Source, but it's here where it starts to go wrong. I mean, you just got to understand as a prototype driver that the GT3s just don't have as much downforce, and the BS competition are going to have super trauma from this corner after the end of this race. There's the skip over the Radeon, and the fact they've got a slowdown is probably a blessing in disguise in the end because of this eventually. I mean, unfortunately, Dennis Robin Wolf has got a big case to answer for there. I think he's taken 2 pretty good cars out of 2 different categories there out of the running for this race.
You remember just a couple laps ago, we saw Fiercely Forward be in a similar situation where they lifted before Eau Rouge to try to just then get a run out of the corner onto the Kemmel Straight. And even then they had a car behind them going in and they still lifted. And it's maybe what needed to happen from Movano Rosso in that situation. Because when you look at it from the helicopter, it's like 2 car lengths behind the BMW GT3 at the left-hander of Eau Rouge, and then he's like, well, I want some space at the apex of Radeon on the right-hand side, and he's from 2 car lengths back, projecting himself forward to just move GTs out of the way. I know the kind of pressure you're under there, but it's not, it doesn't work like that. You can't demand that kind of space and be shoving cars off.
Yeah, it's a great point. You highlighted it just a couple of moments before it happened. And yeah, there is just no. I know it's easy for us to sit back and look at it from the helicopter like that, but everyone can see that wasn't going to happen in towards Eau Rouge. The GT3s just don't have the downforce to facilitate that kind of thing, and unfortunately, Dennis Robbie Wolf flew in there anyway. It might be about to see another example of it here, by the way, in towards Eau Rouge. There's a flash of the lights and a bit of contact. Race leader Daniel Sivisabo down the inside of a fiercely forward prototype LMP2 it was. I think that is, it's Aiden Mates who's stopped in 1:15, not the championship contending one, but nevertheless, shouldn't be making contact with either of them. And that was another 50-50 almost from Sivisabo towards Eau Rouge.
Yeah, see, that was a true 50-50, not a 90-10 like we have seen in some other circumstances. Perhaps I'm being a little generous there even as well, because they are level at the apex going in rather than 2 car lengths back and then, you know, assuming the other guy's going to move. What about that pace of the leader GT3 Pro, huh? Sobrero 2 seconds ahead.
Last lap, another 10th taken. And Jonne Koch's going to be under a bit of pressure now from some of these guys who are not quite as worried about making it to 4 hours to go as he is, I would imagine, unless you look at Luca Bunks is playing the long game anyway there, and it looks like he might be in the battle for second. But yeah, Sobrero is pulling away. He does need to gain some points, as I mentioned earlier on. 81 points behind coming into today. If it stays as it is, it'll be 77 behind with just the finishing points to come. That means that a 13th place or better for Grid and Go would be enough. However, when you look at where 13th place is in the field, 13th is only 11 seconds behind where he is right now. So it sounds easy, that, but one mistake and you could be in big trouble there, even with such a big championship lead as Grid and Go have got.
Yeah, so a couple of groups forming in GT3 Pro. BS Competition and BS Turner in that next group. So after all the excitement they were subjected to, we've also got Draco Racing, Manuel Troncoso making a couple of spots. Those have gone ahead as SimRC. Simify Esports, Gabby Montoro, the Lamborghini, leads another group, 9th in this class with Impulse, WSR, Maniti, and then the 13th place, Williams Sim Racing Academy.
There is that second group, or third group, or whatever we're going to call it, back there. Headed by Montoro on that slightly different strategy. He's had to do some of the overtaking, same as Sky Rinne, who now has got some of those overtakes done. There was a change for the lead, by the way, in the last couple of moments between Nürburgring Esports and Moradness M Squads, and that is Marius Holly-Tykes taking the lead there. This is for 8th among those who have stopped. Maximilian Fritz now ahead of James Gill. 2 driver changes that have just happened there. Of those who stopped under caution, Delatraz Automotive are out first. 54 with Gold are only out in 10th place, so they'll be a little bit concerned about where Delatraz could get to in terms of points, as Nürburgring Esports now come into the pit lane. Anyone who stops from here in any of the classes can make it to halfway.
So that's the strategy. Also got Hyperion Racing's spaceship a couple laps down, coming in for their stop here as well amongst LMP2. Delatraz going to need to stop soon, 22 laps into their stint. Moradness 19 laps into their stint. It's not also that far away from another stop. This is this group. Well, I think Composite Performance are going to say that they got shoved off at Lacombe. Definitely went out through the runoff there and are now right back with Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's 162.
Didn't quite break in late enough to win it back there into that chicane, and Geodesic will keep 8th place for the moment. Will they get ahead of Nürburgring Esports? I think the answer is probably no. And yeah, Sasha Engelhardt is already out onto the circuit. Good 10 seconds up the road, so even the cold tyres is not going to bring him much closer to these two. One of the GTPs just in behind them there briefly as well. It's the Fast Repair Motorsport Acura that might well split them up actually, or get through on both. Going to be a bit of a squeeze, but we'll just about get through on both before that long run down the Kemmel Straight. Maximilian Fritz a little bit disrupted as well. You can certainly get tunnel vision up the hill there following one of these high downforce GTPs, but Composite may have had the run anyway there, and so through will go James Gill inside line, and that was one of the easier passes of the day for 8th.
Yeah, interesting to see that these will become third and fourth in class, I think, once we get some of these other stops. Unless it's a really quick splash from Maradnes or Delatraz, which they might do if they're sort of 20 minutes from some halfway points, and that's what they're banking on. Hence, do you want to do this? It's getting hot then for the GTP lead as well. Civisabo looked so quick early on the restart. Now Tom Hooper is closing him in. Not Thomas just back there.
It's still all really close in GTP, despite the incidents and accidents of this race restart, and indeed the lap traffic stuff that's been going on as well. João Vaz is still just ahead of these guys, and Keanu Leartod is not that far behind either, so these two will both be hoping that they can get a well-timed safety car so that they can get back onto the lead lap, but it might be a bit difficult for them to do that as we continue to run aboard with Tom Hooper here. 4 hours 25 still to go in the race, and Hooper is going to get right into the slipstream here onto the Kemmel Straight. He's not going to get past on this occasion. They're not that far away from a clump of the LMP2s and what's left of the GT3s either here. I say what's left because the Apex Racing team, I think, might have become our latest retirement after the incident, the last couple of moments that we saw on this long straight. Tom Hooper can't get through this time round though. There's the gap to their teammates, by the way, 1.5 seconds. That's all that covers the top three right now, just under 2 seconds.
Don't know if it's hybrid stuff, if it was the slipstream, but Needy Racing, basically from the Kemmel kink the whole way around, the whole way down the Kemmel Straight, 5-6 k's an hour quicker, so they got a really, really good run. Definitely was sniffing to take the race lead, and it didn't quite work out. Came from just a little bit too far back. The end of straight speed was north of 305 kilometers an hour for Tom Hooper.
That's the battle for second in GT3 Pro, by the way. Aztec Visceral still looking quick at the front of the field, and they've now pulled nearly 2 seconds over the rest in that class. Number one just came in, by the way. Movano Rosso, Giuseppe Lofero is now driving again. Served that 15-second time penalty, though, and so we'll drop a long way back. It's actually a minute off of BS Competition, who are likely to be race leaders by the time we hit the 4 hours to go mark. And Carroll take on enough fuel effectively to change tyres in that pit stop. That was an inspired decision in my mind. He's now in a bit more traffic than maybe the others are, but even so, I think it's been a pretty good call, as they look like they're carried on again there, the three leaders, despite the fact they're about to embark on all this traffic again, and despite the fact they need to pit in the not too distant future, they are carrying on.
"20 laps in for Daniel Civisabo. I think 25 to 27 laps is the longest that GTPs have gone. Bit of a check-up for the GT3 pros here, as everyone says, oh, here comes Movano Rosso. Better get out of the way.
Yeah, that's number one. Reigning champions who are going to give up that number one this evening. But are they going to give it up to their teammates, is the big question. There is the car. Actually over 1.5 minutes off the lead right now. 11th place in the standings this season. It's just not been their season, really. They haven't finished on the podium in a race yet. It's been like that from the very beginning. First race of the season, finished down in 10th. 11th place at Sebring in round 2. Got their only podium of the season on Circuit of the Americas. And that has been that. So sorry, yeah, Pesselhoek third, not fourth. Pesselhoek third, just one podium this season, but nowhere near where they were last season, where they were pretty dominant, really, our first GTP season. But as I say, will they be giving that mantle up to their teammates? Well, they've been in a better position since the incidents in the race so far. Williamson Racing Academy being out of the race is going to leave them at the end of the season on 527 points. That's probably going to drop them to 6th or worse this season, which is going to be disappointing and maybe a little bit unfair on them. Orion Race Team, who are third in the championship, are still a lap down. and they're only just 1 lap down, so there might be 2 down if this next pit stop cycle doesn't go their way. The Apex Racing team are currently leading, so that's not particularly ideal, and the BS Competition team are also running very, very well, but I think they'll be relatively pleased with these first 4 hours, Movano. At the very least, they've had no incidents, and that's more than at least 4 of these teams can say in GTP.
Radness M Squad are just pitted from the lead of LMP2. I was keeping an eye on it. Was it going to be a short stop or is it going to be full service? And it's looking pretty close to full service for Nathan Olsen there. So Nix Esports go to, or we get a change in the LMP2 lead.
Oh dear, that was PGZ off the road. Yes, Nix Esports just ahead of Effect Simulations for the moment, for second place behind Delatraz Automotive. You can see that battle for second actually on your screen in the battle for second in GT3 Pro as well. It is all going on out there on the circuit. It is very, very close between both of those battles, but they are 18 laps into a stint, so they're not going to make it to halfway with 20 minutes to go. Not quite. They're going to get quite close, but I think Delatraz are going to have to pit before then, and that will drop them behind number 113. Maybe. We will see how short their last pit stop is, but number 113, 57 seconds behind the race leaders at the moment.
RaceSpotTV once again giving you second-by-second coverage of IVRA Endurance Series.
A lot of numbers flying about at the minute in my head. Meanwhile, side by side for second again. Effect Simulations trying to go around the outside at Blanchimont, but that's just going to be too difficult for Joe Spencer on that occasion, and he can't quite manage it. The bus stop chicane is a better chance normally, but not close enough for that either this time around, and Oscar Soltero will keep that position. I make it about 7 laps probably until they will have to stop. Oh no, sorry, we're in LMP2, aren't we? So a lot less than that actually.
We're waiting to see what Delatraz do to sort of work this one out.
Yeah, how short's that stop going to be?
Effect Simulations have been looking aggressive on the previous lap. Now they get a run. The Kemmel Straight ends just a couple 100 meters too early.
Yeah, just as it does on occasion. No chance that time for Joe Spencer, but he's mightily close in towards Bruxelles again. Not close enough though, and to the downhill right-hander. Further back, Sasha Engelhardt just in front of Daniel Antonez and Maximilian Fritz, by the way, for 8th position. Those are guys who are going to be going to the halfway point, as in the background, GTP leaders again, nose to tail. They are only a few laps away from stopping themselves as well here. And that goes for all of the top 7. The top end of the GTP field looking a little bit different to how it is going to by the time we get to the points being awarded. So on the bottom of your screen, we go back to the battle for second in GT3 Pro. Still losing time to David Sobrero out front.
Yeah, we've seen a commitment to a bit of fuel saving from Grid and Go here in GT3. So I wonder if that 2-second lead, if Visceral just are throwing a little more caution to the wind than this next group, and it might be super touch and go. And again, for GT3 Pro, you get towards that halfway point, and it's dependent on where the GTP leader is. You could actually cross the line after when the clock strikes halfway. That'll be 2 pit stop top of screen.
Oscar Soltero for Nix Esports is the one who stops. And we'll see whether he drops behind Fiercely Forward Gold, who are fighting it out for the championship. In fact, Fiercely Forward Gold has just lost a couple of places to Fritz and Engelhardt, actually. So this is not looking particularly great anymore for that championship chasing team. There they are. In the back end of this group now, all of a sudden, after that, into the slipstream, on the way towards Blanchimont. Soltero might have another 10 seconds yet before he actually gets going here. If he is taking on a full set of service, and you'd imagine that he is, going to be quite close in that case for these guys getting past, especially when you consider Soltero will have those new tyres to get used to. That is the Hyperion racing car behind them, by the way, not for position. Alex Caruso is back onto planet Earth and back onto the back of these guys. There goes Oscar Soltero just in front of them. Can Fritz now close that margin on the cold tyres? Well, he doesn't even need to wait for the cold tyres to take effect. They will all shuffle up one place.
Go United right into the group battle amongst LMP2 with a couple of other pit stops still to come. Marian looking for a tiny bit more here. Nürburgring Esports is the team that's most going to want to make a move.
Oh, they just get shut out there in towards their comp. And Engelhardt can't go anywhere. What about Antunes now? Does he have a look? He's forced to the outside line. It's a long way round there at the right-hander. The downhill off camber. Very difficult right-hander, and he's still there in time for no-name corner. Oh, a bit of a budge, but Nürburgring Esports won't budge, and they keep 8th position as Telestra's Automotive come in from the lead.
Effect simulations as well, so where will they blend? Perhaps ahead of this group that is still a while away from rounding onto the pit straight. Taking a little bit for Nix to get up and going, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I wonder whether the same will be happening for Remy Legrand, or whether he might just short fuel and not even bother with tyres here. Maybe that would be a bit too wasteful to just put 8 laps of fuel in and go back out. Looks like he's doing a full length service here. There's Joe Spencer, who's also been in, as has David Barraclough. So it's 40 seconds for Remy Legrand. I'm not sure he'll be far ahead of these guys we've been following. Fiercely Forward 115 are going to get past. Moradner's M Squad will as well. Remy Legrand will be at least 3rd. Composite Performance will be through as well. When the cold tyres take effect, certainly James Gill will be right on the back. So Teletras might be 4th, but even so, they're going to gain points on Fiercely Forward, and that's the important thing here.
"15 minutes to halfway, an Absolute Motorsports Asolith stop from GTP. This is that LMP2 group. Now heading up the hill.
Oh!
No.
Again, just trying to force it side by side at Eau Rouge, and it's just not going to work. Antunes is going to punish him for that. Perhaps inside line at Lecom. Well, it's not easy, but he will get through. Again, I don't understand what it is with these prototype drivers going side by side through Eau Rouge, but it's so obvious that the GTs can't maintain that because of their downforce.
And Nürburgring Esports got a slowdown penalty off of that anyway, so kind of passing off track in a way as well and putting himself in a super dangerous situation, and there's a lot of downsides to that. There's always going to be a downside to waiting and not shooting your shot if you thought you could get through, but gee, I thought that was... Is there a better alternative? Is there a better way to do it?
Yeah, baffling really. But there you go. Antunes is through into 7th position. He's trying to get whatever scraps of points he can now. A couple of points for each pass in this part of the field. And he's going to have one maybe on Maximilian Fritz here on the inside of the curve. Paul Frere. It's going to be close through here. Oh, and they just about squeeze through. But Antunes makes 2 places in the same lap by the looks of it. Great driving from the Fiercely Forward competitor. And he's now into 6th position, just in front of Fritz, who's effectively pushing him in towards Blanchimont. That's a dangerous game, as we've seen in the past in this category, based on the crashes. In towards the chicane, a bit of a block. Oh, it's all happening here. Hyperion off the road down there. They're a lap car, by the way, getting involved. It's Engelhardt now on the outside, turns to inside on Maximilian Fritz, and they will continue side by side, letting Fiercely Forward go up the road.
A couple of other pit stops in GTP. This is electrifying LMP2 racing. It's just hitting the GTP pit stop window 12 minutes before the halfway point of this race. We're going to have another heart-stopping moment at Eau Rouge Radion? Probably not.
Not this time. Especially not when you saw last lap from Engelhardt. They will all just staying very close with one another again. No GT3 traffic just before the braking zone. That will all come into the middle sector this time round for these guys. As Engelhardt moves to the outside line of Fritz into Lecombe again. Is he going to get the space? He is. He's going to stay there. Oh, a bit of a push between the two. The Hyperion car almost can't slow down enough. Just let these guys get on with this. And they may have touched to get there. Engelhardt off into the gravel. Doesn't slow him down that much. So Tero's trying to get through here as well. And there, through on the inside, it comes the Hyperion Racing 104 car of Alex Caruso, getting himself very much involved in this now.
Yeah, and suddenly Knicks are on their game and closing right in on this, stopping from the lead of the race. Apex Racing team, Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, Manidi Racing have had both of their stops, so where that all cycles out, because it was super close in GTP before these stops, could be important as well. LMP2 just trying to figure out who's got what and what's the pecking order. Is that P1 Docs on the lane? Keep an eye on them on their outlap.
Yes, we'll keep an eye on them. That's 4 on pit lane, as you can see. Sam Sutton, Bella Shuraji and Marcus Salm. Orbit, Drop Bear, Maniti and Apex Race Team. P1 Docs are a lap down, don't forget. Orion Race Team are also 2 laps down now after that stop. Movano Azuro have taken the lead. They surely can't do another 5 laps after this one to take them to halfway, though. This is Luke Wallace in the 11th position. This is actually for a position. This is the Hyperion car who can make places, and he will into the top 10. Outside line turns to the inside, and that's how to make a move into the bus stop chicane.
We're going to have to defend it at the source, but I suspect he's got enough pace advantage, got it covered. Absolute Motorsport Hassel of the GTP looks down the inside and perhaps just checks up Hyperion a tiny bit more than they would like. The GTP cars are at least 200 kilograms heavier than an LMP2. So that's how that goes. So I think Apex Racing team are going to end up still leading GTP.
Sorry, I thought there was going to be a crash there, but we've got away with it. Absolute Motorsport were seeing a wall of slower traffic in front of them, and they did negotiate it in the end. Still, pit stops to come in GTP. It should give BS Competition a very big lead in that class as we head to the points. The championship contenders, though, number 33, yet to make their final pit stop before that stage. BS Competition will gain as a result, as will the Apex Racing team as well. So it's going to be a gain for those chasing in GTP. It's going to be a loss in LMP2 for those chasing as Telestrat Automotive take points away from Fiercely Forward. It looks like it's going to be 5 points as things stand. Although, having said that, Antunes is catching up to Joe Spencer, and that could reduce the deficit to 3 points at this stage. I'll try and tell you where everybody needs to finish if the results hold after the halfway point, but first we need to do the maths on that when they even get to it, which of course we are not quite there just yet. Into the Curve Pour Frere for all 3 categories on your screen at the moment, all in very, very different battles as well. That's Nix Esports just about down the inside, so Tero just about on the inside of Sasser Engelhardt here. Where are they going to go with regards to the Williams Sim Racing Mercedes? Just in front of the ball, dear. They just about decide between the two of them. They'll wait behind and then they'll go. Now it looks like there's a Hyperion car coming through, though. That is the one that can gain places. Through, 3 wide. Engelhardt was playing with fire there a little bit, but he does go through. That was quite a nice move in the end, up to 8th position.
Shadows of Ricardo Zonta still haunt Circuit Spa-Francorchamps.
Certainly was more than a shadow there.
Yeah. Oh, it was a mirror, it was a reflection, it was a ghost, and Escalainen, I think, had to do a little bit there to not put his nose to the rear quarter of the LMP2s that were swamping either side of him into the braking zone. So I think he might have lost a little bit of time, but he did what he needed to do to not be part of a big accident.
And Luc Marchand has decided to take a very short fuel there and take the points from the first stage in this race. So 12 seconds in the box only. That will probably only take him about 7 laps, but that's all he needs to get to halfway. and he will do it in second position by the looks of things, behind Owen Carroll, who's leading by 17 seconds. As things stand, the Apex Racing team are going to lose out on a few points by the looks of things. We already know that Williams are going to be out, and we already know that Orion and Fiercely Forward are going to lose out on points. But interesting strategy from number 33 to put themselves so off cycle there in the name of a few points.
I hold my breath right now. I continue to hold my breath.
Oh dear, and it has happened. Into the fifth path chicane. So Tero's off, Luke Wallace is off by the looks of it, and David Barraclough is going to gain 2 places. That was a classic bit of, oh dear, classic bit of lappery there as Fiercely Forward and Delaware Automotive go wheel to wheel. The 2 championship contenders side by side into Blanchimont, and that is Daniel Antunes through. Not only has he made his move on Joe Spencer, he's come flying through the traffic here, and now he's ahead of Delatraz. A symbolic but important 3 points perhaps going the way of Fiercely Forward to just reduce the deficit ever so slightly to the championship leaders.
Just 5 minutes to go to that group of points, and Antunes pretty pleased with that. This is what happened elsewhere for those other LMP2s. 3 wide, you thought, gee, what's going to happen here? Well, the answer is donk.
Yeah. And did they all get themselves out of the gravel there, actually? Yes, they did. So no concerns there. But Luke Wallace in a bit of a chain reaction, really, through Piff Paff, and that sends him off into the gravel. There is Legrand, though, passed by his championship rival Daniel Antunes for that 4th position. Now, can Antunes get anything else? Nearly 4 seconds up to composite performance. I think if the teammates were a bit closer, they might reverse those two cars, but at this stage in the race, it probably isn't worth it for just 2 points. So they're going to keep it how it is, but it's a really impressive drive in the last few moments from Fiercely Forward to come through like that.
So now you got to ask, are all of those GT3 Pro cars going to the hour? Do esports have a wobble? We saw quite a bit of after you know after you know after you at points in time amongst the GT3 Pro cars, suggesting that it was maybe going to be tight to make the margins. It's Release Sports 24 laps into the stint, so yeah, it'll be close.
Don't forget, it's not frozen at the time of 4 hours for the results. It is like it is at the end of the race. It's the first time you cross the line afterwards. And with Owen Carroll going over the line when he did, there'll be 3 laps to go at the end of this one. We're just following them here, and they will have to do 3 more laps. So I guess the question now becomes whether we think they can do 27 laps on a tank of fuel with that start of the stint, of course, done under safety car.
I reckon they can, but it's just always a question of, you know, is there someone who saved a lot early that now pushes harder? Are Visceral going to need to coast drastically, and Grid and Go could come back towards them? Grid and Go having left Team PGZ and Door Esports behind somewhat as they've sort of negotiated the traffic. Rego Racing have gained to 5th.
That's Homo Troncoso making overtakes down there. Drago Racing, 6th place in the standings, by the way. If you're interested, they've missed a race at Suzuka as well, so they could have had a much better season. But it really has all been about that front 2 in the championship season. They have been inside the top 5 in every race so far, have Grid and Go, and every race but 1 for Visceral. It's been remarkable consistency, although not quite as consistent as LMP2. It's been pretty remarkable from these guys at the front of the field. 2.5 minutes to go, and Owen Carroll has just come over the line again, so 2 laps to go until halfway.
Yeah, interesting the timing on that, because it's sort of 20 seconds slower and it'd be a lap earlier. So that means it's actually going to be about sort of 3:58:40 when that gets paid, and then it's after, is it after then the 4 hours for each class leader. Either way,
I thought it was an overall thing.
Yeah, either way, it's not just, you know, when the clock strikes 4, it's when you cross the line after your class leader, after the clock strikes 4, and so all of those things can sometimes, you know, the little remainders can all add up to something significant sometimes.
Yeah. All these
Has left
small
these guys
details.
with dust.
So yeah, it's quite complicated. I won't read the full. There's whole different clauses and rulings on that, but it's quite complicated. We'll get to the bottom of it, and as I might have said earlier on, we'll get some confirmation from Race Control here, because it is the final round. We'll get some confirmation on halfway points from Race Control themselves to try and get something official to you at least before the end of this evening. In the final few hours, we'll try and focus a little bit on who's going to win each title, because I think it still could be close, especially in GTP, and maybe a couple of the other classes as well. But all three of them are going to go right the way down to the checkered flag here tonight, instead of being settled even a race early or maybe even at the halfway point here tonight. This is Nürburgring Esports versus Hydro Geodetic Racing, completely unrelated to all of that chat. They're battling away for 7th position, and that's Sasha Engelhardt round the outside and through into 7th position. Not for very long. Fritz down the inside. Contact. It's getting very, very well, Aggie, I think you could say, in the bottom end of the LMP2 field.
Yeah, a bit bruising there in this exchange between the two of them, rubbing side by side into La Source, definitely nearly making some contact there at Rivage, definitely rubbing side by side through Malmedy as well. So the two of them got super close, and it was tough work for Nürburgring Esports to try to move ahead past the 4 hours.
Close to a bit of a small disaster, but they get away with it. So we do get across halfway, but Owen Carroll's only in the first half of the lap here as we complete the first 4 hours of this race. But it should be BS Competition taking the full 34 points ahead of Movano and then Apex. So the three closest championship contenders are all going to be taking the maximum points in GTP. In fact, in all three of the classes, the championship leader is going to lose points to at least one of the other contenders who are mathematically in the game. There's Door Esports in the meantime coming into pit lane, and Sobrero does as well. So, well, he's going to be hoping that that is enough to secure 34 points. I'm not sure it is, but they maybe didn't have a choice, because he might have been out of fuel, and now he's serving his penalty as well. This is going to all cost him a lot of time in a lot of places.
Is the penalty box before the start-finish line? Yeah, it's before where the checkered flag is, where Barney is. You can see even in the pit lane, it runs across. So there's the timing line, and he crosses the timing line now. Penalty served, so that's potentially costly. BS Competition are in as well, so they fueled it to get them just to this 4 hours. So the race leader from GTP, I suspect, has now just crossed the line at that halfway to take the points.
I suspect so, yes. And that will give us some rough points. If they have done, then they will have moved ahead of Apex if those results have held in the way that we expect. That puts them 101 points behind Movano, which would be out of the game as things stand. We'll get some official confirmation of this a little bit later on, but if that is to be the case, with Movano in second, they have put both the Apex Racing Team and BS Competition out of the running for the championship, and we've got a safety car out on the racetrack.
Car 107.
Yes, Effect Simulations, Joe Spencer is stopped in the second sector towards the latter end. And so I think that's caution number 4 of the day.
Well, there are some that it comes at an incredibly convenient time for, as always seems to be the case. what has happened to affect simulations? We're about to find out. Battling, with Delatraz. And then they roll and flip, digs into the gravel. And they, I guess, don't stick the landing.
That's very unlucky.
Wow.
Oh, dear. That is exceptionally unlucky. I've not seen that happen in racing quite like that before.
Oh, no, I mean, I've seen, you got the blowovers and stuff at high speed on super speedways and such, but yeah, going sideways and then it's sort of skipped as it's left the pavement and it dug into the gravel and flipped. And it's not something we see very often, but as you watch it, it's not incredibly unrealistic sometimes that you do dig in and roll into certain types of gravel traps.
Yep. Yeah, it's not, but it's very unfortunate for a really good car here this afternoon, by the way. That affects simulations. LMP2. Joe Spencer have been driving well. Pretty cruel that they've been taken out of contention, at least for now, as a result of that. Well, Dylan Lombardi's now back into...
tow?
Sorry, go on.
Fiercely Forward Purple, another LMP2 are asking to tow.
Oh, they are. And they have. Aiden Matej. So did they run out of fuel? Maybe. They're on lap 20.
I mean, say what you will. Is IVRA Endurance Series boring and predictable?
I mean, has there ever been a boring and predictable IVRA Endurance Series race? I mean, goodness me. Absolutely fantastic once again. A great end to the season. The TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa. We've still got nearly 4 hours left of it this afternoon. Thanks for watching wherever you are in the world. Myself, Ian O'Leary, David Haynes, taking you through another few moments here before I'll take a short break. Jake Sparrow will be back with us before too long. Now, just trying to work out... Yeah, so Grid and Go in GT3, Dylan Lombardi had to pit there. They were going to run out of fuel. Same for PGZ. I do wonder, because that was definitely entering a closed pit, I do wonder whether that will send them to the back of the train.
Yeah, so it was kind of convenient, I think, for BS Competition and some others in GTP, but for everyone who was trying to stay out to take the halfway points in GT3 Pro, I think it happened just a little bit too late and inconveniently for them as you raise.
As always, very convenient for some and very inconvenient for others. Movano at the front will be hoping that they can bring a lot of others with them, but if they don't, then they'll be in trouble. That's what happened to Matej. I'm going to guess this is fuel.
Rude of the other guys not to just, push him around at 80. help a guy out.
That puts, by the way, 1/3 of the LMP2 field are now off the lead lap after a very close start in that class. It's got very unclose quite quickly there. 8 on the lead lap now, but the 2 championship contenders are still there. As I mentioned earlier, once we have confirmation of the halfway positions, I'll tell you what the point situation is. But Grid and Go might be quite close to have sealed that championship with Visceral having that penalty just before the start-finish line. I think they actually finished halfway, actually outside the top 10 after all that.
Trying to make sense of these wave arounds and where Grid and Go and others are actually going to end up in the GT3 train. It might not know for a little minute.
As you can see here, by the way, they are a long way at the back end of the train, so pretty much everybody who's actually in the queue right now who's a GT3 is going to be passing the field. And so this wave by period is going to take quite a while before the pit stops begin. And there you can see in the background, a bit of side by side, a bit of an argument about who should be getting a wave by and when. As always is the case here in any series with a wave by. I don't think there's ever been a race with a wave by and safety car or whatever where there hasn't been a team who've slightly misunderstood what they're doing.
Yeah, race control, you know, if the school principal says your name, more than once a week, it's probably not great. Race control said 295 a couple of times and may have, at some point, had to figure out what was happening around some of the GT3 wave around. Some were eligible for it but weren't going for it. 295 is BS Turner.
Yeah. We've had a word, by the way, on that big crash down the Kemmel Straight earlier on, and this is the biggest penalty we've had for some time. Dennis Robin Wolf gets a 1 minute penalty for causing a major collision with Solpeck. As far as I'm aware, that is the biggest penalty today. Sorry, no, that's not quite right. 100 seconds for not slowing in time for car 203 at the Delta Sport Sim Shop, although they retired from the race anyway. So of those who are actually still in the race, that is the biggest penalty. And I can't think, that is too undeserved for Dennis Robin Wolf, unfortunately. He certainly did cause that incident coming onto the long straight, and he's got a penalty that fits in with that.
The combination of things, isn't it? Because it was, he made contact with two GT3 cars and a GTP in the space of 100 meters there. Sort of a double whammy of reckless and could have avoided this and that. Did exit open for our friend in LMP2 there? I think it was.
Was that
to work through this caution?
I think that was 115 coming back out after a tow.
Yeah, if they had no damage, they were just out of fuel, then all they'd need to wait on is the length of the tow and one fuel fill.
Yeah, as they've done that now.
Not like Hyperion, who had to wait for their orbit to decay and their speed to then open up the parachute and splash down.
I was glad to see on the pit lane last time the car did come back with its pilot rather than without. That was positive this time round. Still unbelievable, they're only 3 laps down, as you said at the time, but I can't still quite wrap my head around that.
New record for longest time in space by a Dallara LMP2 is 14 minutes. How long did Katy Perry have?
I can't say I know the answer to that.
I can't say I care.
It's the kind of thing I thought you'd know. Anyway, as you can see on the track map, most of in fact all of the GT3s have actually been sent around now. And so the pit lane may well be open next time. And I wonder who's going to come in. I think Movado Rosso, number 1, will be in from GTP, and I think Movado Race Leaders will be in as well, because I think they're probably sipping fuel right now under the caution, looking to make it home. But other than that, some of the other GTPs might well stay out and decide to take track position instead here, to be honest. We'll wait and see. BS Competition is certainly going to stay out. They were in pit lane when the safety car was thrown.
Go.
Oh, hello. Yeah, that's early. Matches. Is that in again?
Maybe they towed, added 5 litres, got out there, lapped around to the back of the train, and then pitted again. That might...
Yeah.
Because they just stayed on the lap. They would have short-filled it just to stay on the lap, zip around, come back in again. Sometimes this happens on a safety car. You're actually better to, split your pit stop up into 2 things so that you don't lose a lap. They've saved themselves. They've saved themselves from losing a lap full stop.
If that is what they've managed here, then that is very, very smart. And if that is allowed indeed as well, that is very, very smart. I don't know if pit lane was actually open for them to come in that time, though, to be honest with you. But anyway, it looks like it was. They're in for a minute as well here, so there's clearly something else at play right now.
Oh, Fisley Ford Purple have a black flag. Yeah. Okay, maybe pit exit was closed.
Yeah.
When they went.
I suspect it might have been.
Or was it speeding or unsafe pit entry? Or
yeah.
Do you know, the number of times I've seen someone tow to pit lane and then speed on pit lane because they didn't engage their pit lane speed limiter driving into the pit lane. And so normally you're just in pit lane with your speed limiter on, but if you enter a different way than usual, you might forget.
Yep. Especially if you're in the middle of a race when you're used to coming in and the pit limiter's always on, as you say, when you accelerate away. In practice, you get quite used to it because when you get a new car or whatever, you have to put it on. But yeah, in the middle of a race, that might be what happened there. As Luc Marchand does come in, and not many followers. So Movano are going to have taken some great points from that halfway stage, and I believe they've taken everybody out of contention for this championship, apart from Williams Sim Racing Academy, who are not going to be in contention anyway, and the Orion race team, who are still 1 lap down, or 2 laps down now rather, but they are going to lose a lot of track position here, are Movano Azuro. Orbit Drop have come in as well. Faster Pair Motorsport followed them. Movano Rosso as well, but all the others are either staying out or they are laps down. In LMP2, everybody's in apart from Delatraz Automotive. Is that a mistake for Remy Legrand, or is that an ingenious, inspired decision? Grid and Go are in again, so are Team PGZ. I think they're accepting the fact they'll start from the back of the train anyway, and so they've decided they might as well top those cars off. In all, though, not that many drivers coming into pit lane this time around. A bit more of an empty pit lane than we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the GT3s, if they all head to pit lane, that's when it gets really, really crowded. This is our pit exit queue that's about to launch out. There's only 5 or so GT3s taking fuel, only a couple of LMP2s, and not many of the GTPs needed to.
So they are a lap down now, the 115 team. Unfortunately, 1 lap down for them. I can't quite explain why Delatraz Automotive decided to stay out there. Remy Legrand has got 11 laps on this stint already. Surely when we go back green, he'll only have about 10 laps left maybe, and he'll be very much off strategy compared to the rest, but he clearly thinks that that is the way forward in this race for the championship leaders, who saw their lead slightly reduced in that first part of the race.
Apex Racing, Manidi back to the lead of GTP. Those that had stayed out to try to get the halfway points, as we've covered off, Movano Azuro dropping back somewhat. Absolute Motorsports Asalith pop up in the top 5 once again, as they so willingly do. Now, the timing of this has cost Orbit Drop Air Jupiter and Fast Repair Motorsports just slightly as well, but they brim the tanks, so maybe they're ones to watch getting towards the tail end of this next stint when we do go green flag racing.
Is it inconceivable to say that the guys who just stopped would need 3 more stops if we go green? Is that too little? Maybe they wouldn't make that.
We're calculating 102 laps remaining, and they're never reaching 33 laps to a stint, so we would need a couple more safety cars.
Yeah, 102 laps, that's 4 stints, I guess, then. Yeah, 3 stops. About 55 minutes each.
I reckon probably 3 more stops for the race leader, who's 9 laps into this stint, so...
Yeah, I think as well, it's pretty difficult for the teams to actually even think about that kind of thing at the moment, because we've had so many cautions, I say average of 1 caution every hour so far. It's such a difference to what we saw at Portimao, where there was a safety car very, very early on in that race, and then a green flag run right the way to the very end. In fact, we were we had a 7-hour time limit, as we do for the 1,000 kilometer races. Only needed less than 6 hours of that race time to actually complete the 1,000 Ks. Such a big contrast. I think a lot of these teams are going to have very little trust that this race is going to go green, and the thinking about strategy from now to the end is going to be limited, I feel, because of that.
Yeah, got to be super dynamic with regards to that, and how you react to the unfolding race and your strategy. And you've always got to have your iron in 2 fires, or 2 irons in your fire. I'm mixing the metaphor here, but just like, okay, if it stays green, this is what we do. But if we think it's going to go caution, this is what we do. And you sort of have in your mind that if you see something that looks like it's about to cause a yellow, you know, oh, if we have more than 15 laps in our stint, we take it. If not, we stay out. You have your sort of 3 options in your playbook based on what might happen, so that you know to react quickly when something happens. And end of line penalties are being issued now, and I think they're all to how we would expect.
Yeah.
So Grid and Go GT3, PGZ GT3, Empyrean Racing, Fiercely Forward Purple. Geez, there's a couple of them.
Yeah, there is a bit of sorting out going on back there, as you can see, in LMP2. Some teams will be dropping down the line. As you say, Grid and Go and PGZ will start 18th and 19th down towards the back end, so it's going to be quite close. It's going to be a big moment for them to try and move through the field as quickly as possible. In terms of what Visceral might have just lost in terms of points, by the way, it could have lost 20 or so points, which would put them out of the championship as things stand. We will wait and see for confirmation from Race Control what the halfway points are going to be, especially in GT3 Pro, because it was very close with that penalty, and with Grid and Go staying out on the circuit, we don't quite know what's going to happen just there for the moment. So we will get word on that in a few moments, but Grid and Go may have taken this title even on the 4-hour mark, but let's wait and see. The drivers are weaving around again now, and with 3 hours 39, looks like we're going to get a restart in the next couple of moments.
You Brits being as fond of queuing as you are, I assume an end-of-line penalty is basically capital punishment in England.
I think that's just what we do, just like normally. We always start at the end of the line. And don't
start
don't interrupt it.
Yeah, that's how it works. So we're at just 9 GTPs on the lead lap now, aren't we? We've had all sorts of incidents. A lot of the safety cars have been the GTP incidents. I mean, we think back to Movano Rosso, some of the other ones.
Unbelievably, the biggest one of them all for on the Camel Straight was not a safety car. Didn't require a safety car, so it's weird how these things work sometimes. But yeah, GTP has played a big role in this one and the safety cars we've had. It's 2 of the closest championship contenders who are one of those laps down or 2 of those laps down at the moment in GTP. Williams Sim Racing Academy, who are out of the race and therefore out of the championship as well. But also Orion Race Team, who need to find those 2 laps back again before they can even start to challenge Movano here for this title, as they just start to take one hand on that, really. Remy Legrand leading in LMP2 is a very, very interesting one as far as that title fight goes. So we'll try and get some more word and confirmation on that as we continue on with this race. But We are just over 3.5 hours away from the finish, and we are ready to go back green flag racing again as the drivers now make their way into the final corners and indeed getting underway all over again. Marcus Sohom into those final couple of turns, out onto the start-finish line again, and he leads for the Apex Racing team. And into the pit lane indeed for Movano. Number 1 actually, Giuseppe Lafaro, will not be taking the start of this race from the circuit like everybody else. He pulls straight into pit lane, but Marcus Sohom has got off to a very, very good restart there indeed. 1 second rather ahead of Tom Hooper immediately there out of turn 1.
Yeah, perfect. Just a little bit earlier, making the jump into the bus stop chicane and then being able to take the full racing line through there. He stretched out his lead. Looks like Remy Legrand is slightly stretching out his lead in LMP2 as the lead in GT3 Pro has Draw Esports Luca Wunsch. Not a bad race start for him either, so all of it spreads a little bit. But Drago Racing, Manuel Troncoso, he's been a man on a mission the last hour and he's restarted in 2nd place.
He will be looking threatening there as well. The Impulse Racing car is just staying out of the way as things stand. Impulse Racing, currently Tobias Grunkotter driving that car. Looking to move back a bit further back down the field in GT3. It's almost all change at the front now with Drago Racing, as you say. We'll see now back in the top 5 as well. Both BS Turner and BS Competition cars are back into the top 5 again as we now follow the Absolute Motorsport car, again restarting in the top 5. What a great race they're having, but they're under big pressure again now. Jose Miguel Galea and Harrison Lilas and Tanguy Billon just in behind for this 5th position.
Yeah, so this is last cars on the lead lap. Basically, Movano Rosso came in and I'm pretty sure served that big penalty. So that dropped them to last car on the lead lap. But of the rest of them, it's this group. It's Absolute Motorsports, Fast Repair, it's Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, and it's Movano. Oh, and there's Lillis down the inside.
Pretty deep down the inside as well, but he gets through on Galea. That was quite well executed in the end from Harrison Lillis, as the lap 50 forward car stays out of the way. Kino Leotud 2 laps down and remains as such as well, as Harrison Lillis tries to move further forward. Now Ricardo Skibon will be next in line as they come down the hill in towards Eau Rouge again here over the top at Radion. And Lillis is going to be too far away on this occasion with just over 3.5 hours to go, but you'd imagine he's looking good here. You'd imagine he'll be working his way past in the not too distant future.
Looking at that amount of time left, the speed that they're picking up. And that's the race lead in GT3 Pro, Troncoso on a mission.
And Fuchs deciding to defend the inside, although he doesn't actually take that all the way to the corner. He does tuck back into line in behind Manuel Troncoso for the lead in GT3 Pro. Through Mawadi, he's not too far in behind on the exit, and he'll apply that pressure, but not for too much longer. Lillas having to get back past Galea again, so those two continuing to exchange places, and now he goes deep into the first part. Galea's going to go around the outside of the second. Battle for 6th in GTP, providing some surprising entertainment there. I thought when Lillas went through that would just be it, but clearly not. Galea back through again.
Yeah, a little bit spicy, but it's costing some time to both of them. The car's on sort of the prime strategy at the moment. The only GTPs that stopped under that full course yellow rather than 2 or 3 laps before that full course yellow, or indeed 10 laps before that full course yellow in the case of sort of Apex Racing teams. We have another one, another caution.
And did Lillas get that position change before or after? I thought they were pretty much dead alongside as the caution came out, to be honest, from what I was looking at, but let's see. Looks like he's giving that back again. We'll try and find out what this one's for on this occasion. I can't see a car stopped, personally.
113? 113 just towed, I think.
Wow. That is the championship contending LMP2. If that is indeed true, But they are back in pit lane, that much is definitely true. Mohamed Yanko has now changed over to Daniel Antunes. And this might be why. Down in towards No Name Corner, composite performance on the inside of them. Fiercely forward, backwards into the wall. Race over, maybe championship over.
That left rear suspension is horrible. No wonder they couldn't drive that. Couldn't steer that. They lost all the body panels and fiercely forward 113. The reason that we are under safety car again, but it'll be a quick one apparently. So I guess we haven't really had GTP catch GT3 Pro or intermingle in any way, so class splits, wave arounds shouldn't be much of a problem, and I guess, yeah, hopefully we get racing quickly again, because when we are racing, it's so good. We saw a great pass for the GT3 Pro lead. We saw everything that was happening between Orbit, Drop Air Jupiter and Fast Repair Motorsports in GTP.
Fiercely forward Red have had to stop in GTP for a very long time. They've lost another lap. They're 3 down now. And I can't really tell you why at the moment. Giuseppe Lafaro took on a very long stop as well, by the way. Seemingly just to serve a penalty. Race Control currently looking at about 1 million things, so there's plenty to go out there. But
I think it was clever of Movano to serve that penalty when they did.
Yeah, maybe.
So the number 33, like at the safety car restart, serving the penalty, remains on the lead lap, last car on the lead lap. Then boom, another safety car comes. They're currently motoring up towards the tail of the train, and you know, you say, okay, well, 3 hours left. We do what we got to do from here.
Yeah, it's not a bad call to try and get that out of the way.
It's such a big penalty at a safety car restart that it then put them, you know, half a lap back behind all the LMP2s, the GT3 Pros. It was actually going to put them in clean air as well, and it did.
Now that that's been done, by the way, there aren't actually that many penalties that are pending for teams still in the race. Cameron Kraft for number 144, sorry, has still got to do one. That's for Hyperion. That's only 5 seconds. Same, just 5 seconds for Nürburgring Esports as well. So these are minor penalties that are the only ones left, really, apart from the ones that are going to come through from Race Control in the next few laps. But yes, it is going to be a short yellow flag here. Short safety car. Will be back racing again very, very shortly, as the Movano team do just travel their way back to the rest of the GTPs. But not quite in time, I don't think, for us to go green flag racing this time around. So one more lap under caution, and then we will be green flag racing again with about 3 hours 25, probably a bit less still to go in this race. And hopefully we can get a bit of a green flag run together here at the 8 hours of Spa. This is our 5th safety car of the day, and we've slightly gone over our average now of 1 safety car every hour. That's put us over our average.
Lane's closed, but Movano Rosso are in either way. Is it still just
end of line anyway?
Yeah. So if you're already end of line but you enter a closed pit, is it still just end of line again?
I guess so. I don't think in this series you can be put to the very, very, very back.
So if that's the way that it happens, then the pit entry is not closed. The pit entry is closed for everyone except the last car on the lead lap of each class.
Yes, technically. And indeed, Nick Davis has come in GT3 as well. I've noticed. Fiercely forward, Gold are still in. So that's the same as before. But Nick Davis and Matteo Vittorino have decided to come in because, as you say, they are already end of line. It's a bit like, say, though, crimes that only involve a fine are only or not crimes. They're just rich people just are able to do them. See what I mean?
Yeah. Like if parking illegally is only enforced by a fine, not by towing your car, then the fine is just how much it costs to park there.
Which could be quite a lot, to be fair. But especially for a parking place. But still, the same kind of idea.
I've never had a parking ticket, but my brother got one like the week after he got his license.
Oh. Don't think I've ever had one either. There you go.
It doesn't sound like fun. I think I'm going to spend all of my life trying to avoid ever getting a parking ticket. And that'd make me happy.
Could be a long way to go on that. But yeah, it is annoying. I can imagine. Who is that still stuck on? Oh yeah, it's still Daniel Antunes stuck on pit lane. You imagine he'll be there for a while. I can't work out why Fiercely Forward Red are still in. I wonder whether they've just pulled the plug here this afternoon and decided that enough is enough for them. They've been struggling to get laps back here today. Yeah, as you can see, Fiercely Forward 113 are still here, but number 11 I don't think is still here.
Yeah, Liutau has gone, and Scrivens is still connected to the server, but not in the car. There's the 113. Has a mechanical black flag.
Yeah. No,
All the drivers present.
I can understand 113 being there. The damage has got to be very large. The hilarious thing is that they might actually spend longer there than Hyperion did for flying through the air, but
I mean, that's the top trick is if you're in the void, you can't hit anything.
That is true. There's not much to hit in space. Or at least there's more space in between the stuff to hit. But anyway, let's get on with another restart, shall we? Just less than 3 hours 25 to go. Marcus Soholm just had to do one, so he'll be well practiced as the LMP2s very nearly hit each other. Temperatures continuing to fluctuate this afternoon as the sun just comes back out again. 27 degrees Celsius now out on the circuit again, just after 5 p.m. It's supposed to be finishing just after 8:30, so we are certainly going to be getting into sunset time as the sun will set on this season of the IVRA Endurance Series. Without championships that look like they're settled now. We've got 3 belting battles for a race win, though, in all 3 of our categories. Marcus Soholm not quite getting us underway just for the moment. 2 Minitis right in behind him are on the lead lap with him, and they are also battling over podium places with him as well. As he weaves around, just tries to deceive those behind him just for a little bit, and now he hits the gas and goes in towards the final bus stop chicane. Monsters, that first bit of curb there, and Tom Hooper doesn't quite. And again, much like last time, Hooper gave up a second immediately. Soholm has been able to steal a march over the others this time as well. It's more than 7/10 of a second again this time as they go over the start-finish line. Out of the other side, Hooper is closer this time, but it's still a good restart for the Apex Racing team.
Decent enough start from the LMP2 leader as well, Remy Legrand, and then you look at Manuel Troncoso, leading GT3 Pro. Does not have a whole lot of breathing room to the McLaren behind Tour Esports Vukovic. LMP2's getting spicy there with their last cars on the lead lap as well. Whichever LMP2s that was battling down the old pit straight.
Yeah, that was Luke Wallace versus Aiden Matic, by the way. They're both 1 lap down, but they are battling over at 9th position down towards the back end of the LMP2 field, and Wallace is just going to get his nose in front and get through into Lecom. Yes, he does. There you go. No changes in a GT3 either, actually, as you look all the way down the field, or in GTP. Movano Azura and Movano Rosso apply the pressure to Harrison Lillis, but they're not going to get anywhere. There's Troncoso soaking up the pressure from the lead of the GT3 class as well.
Both of the BS cars going very wide out of Malmedy and through some of the gravel. They're a little bit behind the race lead, flying in formation 3rd and 4th at the moment in GT3 Pro. BS Turner ahead of BS Competition. Scary Rina and Keita Shube watching what unfolds in this race lead battle. Seems like Troncoso and Drago Racing's Ferrari is quick in these conditions right now, so they might just lead us from the front or try to stick with them. See if BS Turner can close that. SMRC in 5th. Simify up and down through the field perhaps a little bit with how topsy-turvy the strategy's been at points. Lamborghini is in 6th.
They've been a bit of a yo-yo today, but they're just coming up towards the top of that cycle of yo-yoing, if you like. They're up to 6th for the moment. Gabby Montoro still behind BS Turner. Both of those two teams were really on the wrong side of a strategy call in one of the early safety cars of this event this afternoon. They have pretty much made those positions back up again. That's the beauty of endurance racing, safety car sort of interventions. Does provide a lot of strategy opportunities, although the last hour and a half, 2 hours has been rather filled pretty plentifully by those safety car interruptions. There goes Troncoso over the line, still with a nice lead. Zorm only just in front of Hooper on the way down in towards Lecombe as well, but he'll hold on to that lead as well. Nose to tail in all 3 of our categories all over again. There is Zorm. And Hooper's applying a lot more pressure this time than he did on the previous restart.
Yeah, I wonder if Soholm had a little bit of a bobble through La Source on that opening lap as well, because he had a lot of space through the bus stop, but then they headed down towards Eau Rouge and it had evaporated a little bit. And then Hooper's keeping some pressure on him again, but drops from 2/10 behind to 5/10 behind through Jackie X, no name speakers, too many names for that corner.
Same for every corner, really. They're all over the place with the naming of this circuit, as we know.
Jackie X, absolutely one of the best Belgians of all time, because here in the French-speaking part, they've named a corner after him, and over at Zolder in the sort of Flemish-speaking part, they've also named a corner after him. So he's managed to unite the nation in what a great driver Jackie X was.
Based on his name, I can imagine which part of the Belgium he came from, if I could give a guess. I don't know, but I'm going to take a wild guess he's from the Flemish part as well, with a name like that. Far too many consonants lined up next to each other.
It says he was born in Brussels, which is sort of the DMZ.
That is outrageous. Anyway. Here's Harrison Lillas we're on board with. Just in behind Jose Miguel Galea in the battle for 6th position. Lillas, you'd imagine, should be favourite to come through here, but he has made hard work of some of these overtakes in the last few minutes on these last couple of restarts up the hill at Eau Rouge again. Over the top at Radion. Now into the slipstream with that Acura, but if the Absolute Motorsport Acura from earlier on is anything to go by, it's going to be quite a difficult pass to make, and indeed Harrison Lewis is going to find that impossible to make indeed in towards Lecombe this time.
These two, it's interesting to watch this happen because they will cycle through to the lead of the race at some point, but they're battling each other, they're costing each other a little bit of time. They're dropping a little bit further behind, Apex Racing Team, Maniti, etc., giving a little bit more space to those other teams. If they worked together, they could achieve more, but isn't that sometimes difficult to make happen?
Right now, they are together losing time to those in front. 2 seconds up to Absolute Motorsport Aslif, the other Acura on the lead lap. The other of 2 out of 9 are Acuras on the lead lap as things stand. That's good. There's a couple of others at the back actually, isn't there, with the Mavanos? Not quite accurate, but yes, this is Lillas versus Galea out of Curve Pourfret, and he's got a really good run there, Lillas. Outside line on the way towards Blanchimont. Are they going to go through with this, I wonder? Lillas surely is going to be through. He's got his nose in front, but will Galea keep it in there just about? In the end, he will be forced to yield. And Harrison Lillas moves up into 6th position for Orbit Drop Bear, a move that was coming for a few corners there.
Yeah, and then seems to have done well through the next couple of corners, which is important to not immediately get passed back, which is what had gone on back and forth between the two of them in some previous occasions. Nirvana gets super close as well as that battling plays out. So this is last cars on the lead lap. Nirvana 0, Nirvana Rosso, 9 GTPs and 15 left on the lead lap.
Still a very, very competitive class indeed. Still more cars on the lead lap there than there are in any other. As we continue to follow the two battles on the two halves of the screen as it stands. Troncoso still leading in GT3. Wunsch, Rene and Koshube. The next one's in line. Further in the background, by the way, it was side by side between Gabby Monturo and Ethan Critchley there in the final chicane. It still is in towards turn 1 by the looks of that. And Monturo keeps the place, only just though ahead of Ethan Critchley. Maybe that is why there's a bit of a gap opening up from 5th place on backwards. They're squabbling a bit, letting these 4 get away.
Yeah, Sim RC stays ahead of Sim 5, but then just behind them is exactly where that action is, WSR and Impulse. See, I think you could watch an 8-hour race just from that camera angle.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, there are times like just then where it gets a little bit quiet. Under safety car, maybe a little bit quiet, but broadly speaking, one of the most picturesque parts, the most challenging parts, the most questionable moves in traffic, the most exciting passes for position. It's all there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of the great grandstands in motorsport as well to watch there. I don't think oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, as this closes up, both of those BS cars getting just a little bit closer to this idea that maybe Drago Racing have let off the throttle a little bit. Door Esports, we saw, very happy to sort of follow in 2nd or 3rd in previous stanzas of this race as well. So 2:17.6 last lap from Troncoso, 2:17.2, 2:17.3 from those BS BMWs behind. So they picked up about half a second the pace that the Drago Racing are doing.
So all of a sudden got a bit dark again now. The sun is poking in and out all over the place this afternoon. The overcast conditions have returned. 24 degrees now on the circuit, dipping track temperatures now from the low 30s earlier, and another caution. 67 stopped this time round. That's the German simracing.de by ACV car. Jan Schultz has stopped at the latter portion of the middle sector. Well, we only had one safety car at the 1,000 kilometres of Algarve, and it seems we're making up for that by having 6 now in 5 hours of this race.
Man, yeah, there is a meatball flag in that car as well, so that had an incident. We are going
see what happened.
to take that.
Oh, and that was quite rude. Down in towards... Ouch, down towards Piff Paff. That's rearwards into the wall pretty hard, and that car would not have been going anywhere with some rear suspension damage. So that would be the end of that for Jan Schultz and German Sim Racing out off of the lead lap, unfortunately. A real shame for them. And we're back under caution again. Now, a short safety car procedure can't be followed by another one, as far as my understanding of the rules goes. And so we are going to have pit stops open this time round.
Yeah, it's probably about time for this top 3. I reckon you'd think about taking this opportunity.
Yeah. Agreed. I mean,
whereas obviously,
even though
the back half of the lead lap,
sorry,
it's like half a second between us, and I'm aware of it. And I'm so sorry. Yeah, the back half of the lead lap are going to seek to stay out. Oh, the safety car driver zipping out of the lane, sort of reaching deep enough into the stint where the leading cars would want to.
Yeah, so 22 laps, the most that anybody in GTP has done as of right now. 22 laps for Absolute Motorsport. Maniti number 17 done 21. Maniti 78 and Apex Racing Team done 20. I mean, even though realistically they haven't actually done that many laps under green in those stints, you know, I just don't really see the point of them staying out, to be honest. You know, they should be coming in here at this stage. It doesn't make it particularly nicely lined up for the rest of this race in terms of pit strategy. I think you've still got an awkward short stop somewhere and you might need another safety car, but based on what's happening so far, you might get another one pretty soon.
Yeah, and even if you don't burn much fuel behind the safety car here, it eats, you know, 10, 15, sometimes 20 minutes out of the clock, and then you're looking at how much time is left in the race going, oh, now's a good time to make a pit stop, to then only have one more to go after that, or whatever your situation would be. So even if you don't need the pit stop because you're running out of fuel, sometimes the safety car sort of moves the story along in terms of where you're counting backwards to in terms of time.
This is so much unlike the other races this season in so many ways, not least in the amount of cautions, but we haven't done very many races to a time limit this season in the IVRA Endurance Series. For the first time, I think ever, certainly in recent memory, not ever, but first time in 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, the IVRA Club Sport Series took on races all of a timed persuasion, but the Endurance Series mostly laps based this season. We started off the season with 300 laps around Motegi. We did then 200 at Sebring and Circuit of the Americas. We did 1,000 miles at Sebring, at Silverstone rather. We did 6 hours at Suzuka. That's the only other timed race so far this season. We did 1,000 kilometers at the Algarve, and that was only 3 weeks ago. And now we come here to the 8 hours of Spa. I mean, if we were doing, for example, a 1,000 miles of Spa or something with an 8-hour time limit, I think we'd be very, very quickly saying, yeah, this race is going down to time based on the limits we normally get for these races. You normally get about an additional hour based or increased on what the race time should normally be. And so whether this was going to go to laps or time, I think we'd already have that timer up by now because of the amount of cautions we've had so far.
Yeah, I could sort of back calculate what distance we're projected to get to, though. So looking at just beyond 200 laps in this 8 hours. Opening a calculator rather than my mind.
1,500 Ks? Something like that.
Yeah, I think about 1,430 or something is kind of where we were going for, depending on whether it's going to be sort of 205 laps, 210 laps. And of course, we don't know. The drivers don't know. It's why the strategy is a consistently evolving and dynamic situation. Speaking of, I feel they're just coming past pit entry, and I think it should be open this lap. Yeah, there's a few that are going to go for it.
Wow, only Apex are in. Wow. That is a lot quieter on pit lane than I was expecting. Both Maniti stay out. I guess sticking to that strategy, wanting to reduce the amount of times on pit lane rather than taking the opportunity to do those stops that they are going to do under safety car. Drago Racing are in GT3 Pro, but are they going to be followed? Is that going to be another race leader hung out to dry almost by everybody else? It looks like it might well be. Goodness me, this is a quiet pit lane. All three leaders of all three classes are in, but nobody else. Now finally, some more. Grid and Go and Team PGZ from GT3. 5 pit stoppers from a field of over 45. That is one of the quietest pit lane openings we've ever seen.
Yeah, and the surprise to me is I think if you look at this, if you're GT3 Pro, you're making it to the end on 2 more stops from here, because it will be another 5 minutes, or maybe like 2 more safety car laps before you actually get racing. It just opens. So I don't mind this from Drago Racing. PGZ are always big fans of some odd fuel strategy across a number of championships. I think you'd agree with me.
Yeah. I'm kind of shocked they're the only ones, though. I really am. I guess I can understand the concerns in GT3 because what have the leaders done? Only 16 laps, most of which haven't been under green. So, you know, they could probably do another 20, maybe. Maybe that's pushing it, but they can probably do another half an hour out there on the circuit and really put themselves into a comfortable situation. I think the guys who have stopped there would for their strategy to really work, they would need this race to go 3 hours green to the end, and I just can't see that happening at the moment. I can understand it's certainly the less risky thing to do in my mind to stay out actually on that occasion in GT3. Sam Sutton in YouTube chat says pit entry wasn't opened by race control, so maybe that's why.
Pit entry will be open this time by. Okay, so maybe it's a misunderstanding from a few of those teams.
Apologies for that. Yeah, I was absolutely sure that that was the lap.
Normally it would be. I guess that's why have jumped before being asked.
Well, either Apex have made a mistake, or they couldn't go any further on fuel. But that's got to be a mistake, hasn't it? They must have had more fuel in the tank than requiring to stop there. Well, that is a very puzzling one indeed. But anyway, let's focus in on the pit stops that we are going to have, and indeed are supposed to have at this stage in the race when pit entry is opened by race control, as it should be this time around. Should be led in by Tom Hooper, and you'd imagine there will be some more takers this time around, but who knows after what we just saw in the last couple of moments. This safety car in that case is definitely going to take us below 3 hours to go in this race, by the way, as we come to the conclusion of the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2024-25. Here comes Tom Hooper then, surely into the pit lane for Maniti and Durs. Pausas Torres follows, as does Daniel Alves Lorenco, who will have a little bit less fuel to take on board here, by the way, so I think he will come out first, unless there will be some of the others who take shorter stops. And there will, of course, be those who stay out on the circuit as well, and as a result, Orion Race Team will now go just one lap down. P1Docs.com will get back onto the lead lap. It's prototypes everywhere into the pit lane because everybody on the lead lap is in, apart from the Apex Racing Team, who will be given the end-of-line penalty anyway. In LMP2, 3 drivers are into pit lane. Visceral are in from GT3, but the top 7 have all stayed out. And then further on back, there are a few more takers, which I can certainly understand. Now we've had a bit of more of a delay, I can certainly understand those calls. Oh, who got out first there? That was close. BS Competition and Movano, very close, but number 33, no, not quite just in front there. It was Movano Rosso did get just in front, excuse me. Number 1 followed by number 89, then Orbit Drop Bear, then Movano Azuro leading them out of the pit lane. No jam at the end because pit exit was open pretty quickly, and so we'll get away with that. But what a puzzling pit stop cycle. Eventually all the GTPs are in.
Yeah, I suppose just the timing of it. I was kind of surprised to see Orbit Drop Air Jupiter stop, because they perhaps could have stayed out and gone to the lead of the race, but what they've had is a fractionally shorter stop than some others. They have jumped a tiny bit of track position, so too will Movano Rosso. Fast Repair, their stop was a tiny bit longer than I might have thought, and so they haven't gained as much track position as Orbit Drop Air Jupiter have and will.
And have some very, very short stops up and down. But it's effectively tipped the field on its head in GTP. No wave buys other than a couple of exceptions. As I mentioned, I mentioned the ones already. Orion Race Team and P1 Docs will get one of their laps back. Orion Race Team now just one lap down. P1Docs.com are on to the lead lap. So the Orion Race Team are now in with a chance, maybe, of getting a good result here this afternoon. We will have to wait and see whether they do. But that gets us 10 cars back on the lead lap in GTP, still 8 in LMP2, and we have still got 18 in GT3, despite the crash we just saw for German Sim Racing, who are our latest retirement on the day. 8 retirements so far in 5 hours.
Some of those retirements more voluntary than others.
Yes.
Not everyone got a severance package.
I think number 11 literally just gave up, to be honest. I'm not blaming them, but I think they just decided that that was enough, and they are out of the championship running as a result. Unfortunately, all 3 of our championships have got huge favourites now, and it's really about the race win we're focusing on. But it's, I mean, despite the real flood of safety cars in the last hour or so, David, I've got to say I've very much enjoyed this race so far. It's been excellent action, but we'd like a bit of green flag racing now, if possible.
Yeah, it would be nice. LMP2 class split goes on now. So as far as all of the procedures that race control goes through, we've had pit entry opens, we've had GTP split, we're having LMP2 split. You were already sort of covering off the wave around situation. Race control working through all of it. Have you noticed how slippery the rear end of the iRacing safety car seems to be? Even at 80 k's an hour, it really kicks the tail out.
I can't say I have noticed that, to be honest.
Look at this. Whoa.
It just doesn't seem like it behaves like a real car, really. There you go.
No, but they're better than they used to be. They used to behave like they were stuck on rails. Now they will actually slow down a little bit. Which is why the upper limit should be increased at tracks like Motegi. It's a very well-used soapbox. Very, reduce eco-friendly soapbox that I've been on.
Can't remember if we were on that broadcast when the very few safety cars that came out that day were thrown. I remember there being just 2 safety cars, one very early and one very late. Well, very late. There was about 2 hours to go. The second safety car that really did close things up and give us a very exciting finish as we had that day. But I'm sure that we have mentioned it many times in the past. We're taking quite a permanent fixture on the IVRA calendars, whether it's Club Sport or Endurance Series. And there is the Apex Racing team dropping to the back. As we expected, they will have an end-of-line penalty. When you get an end-of-line penalty, though, in this series, it is only to the end of your classes line rather than the end of the overall line. So not quite as damaging, but still quite a costly error for the Apex Racing team, if indeed it was just that, just an error, which I suspect that it was. But I'm still trying to wrap my head around why and how they would have managed that. As you say, I suppose, the race control did delay opening the pit lane by 1 lap compared to what they normally do. So maybe that is one of the reasons why they made that error.
It's not just... Look at the angle. I'm serious. Watch the angle on the safety car, how it seems to kick the tail out at low speed as if it's, a shopping trolley or something. But end of line is not just end of cars on the lead lap. It's actually going to put Apex behind some others as well. Although we've ended up with more GTPs on the lead lap now. than we had earlier. We had just the 9 of them now, and then Orion Race Team, have not quite. Still remain 1 lap down. I think P1 Docs might have got a lap back.
Yep, they did. So we have 10 now, and there they come, just in the background. So Orion just 1 lap down. They've got very, very slim chance of overhauling Movano for the title here. Number 33, they're really the only realistic candidates, to be honest. Now that Apex and BS competition have been knocked out, with Movano's 2nd place at halfway, we believe. Again, still waiting for confirmation on that. But if indeed that is the case, then Orion just need to get that 1 lap back, and be a great story for them if they could win all of those laps back and then still be in contention for the win later, as they may well be, because there are still 3 hours to go. So, Giuseppe Lofaro is going to become Giuseppe Low Speed in a moment as he backs the field up into...
Hey.
Sorry, I'm stealing David's
now,
jokes.
buddy.
How much do I have to pay?
Well, how much is a Great British Pound worth these days?
It's better than
Can
it
I
used
have
to
a
be.
2005 one?
But anyway, that's a very cheap joke there. Anyway, he's just backing up the field and getting ready to restart from the front. I don't think he's done this since the very start of the race. He's certainly not done it for hours. That's Giuseppe Lofaro. And now less than 3 hours to go. It all of a sudden feels a lot more serious here for the race lead. Although, if the safety cars are going to come with the frequency that they have in the last 90 minutes or so, then they are best not to worry about it too much before they have to do it all over again. They've all just been in. Movano team having a shorter stop than most, and that has given them the race lead. Oh dear, we've got carnage in the background. There are some LMP2s who have hit each other down here, and there could be an almost immediate re-safety car. It looks like we're going to get away with it, but let's just hope for the moment as Giuseppe Lofaro gets us underway again here with 2 hours 55 to go. The green flag now does wave. Just pause for a moment there as it was delayed, but the green flag now does wave. There is carnage at the back end of the field. At the Hyperion Racing Luke Wallace driven LMP2 has gone for a spin. They are 1 lap down already, and we'll get some replays in a few moments time once this restart has really calmed down. But Daniel Alves Lorenco is getting really close here, flashes the lights immediately, and he goes to the outside of Giuseppe Lofaro here on the way towards Lecombe, and he gets through pretty easily. BS competition lead the race again.
BMW goes front after a relatively slow restart from Movano Rosso. But has that caused a check-up and some dramas deeper in the field? Lowest speed that I saw from Movano Rosso was 57 kilometers an hour before they put the foot down, and you saw the extent to which BS competition were wearing Movano Rosso as a hat on the way into bus stop.
James Gill's just got past Costa Soltero for the lead in LMP2. Another change there as well. 2 out of our 3 leads have changed on this restart. There it is. Competent performance through. And we've got one of the Hyperion cars unlapping itself there as well. Unlapping itself once. That's Alex Caruso's car. The one that was in outside the atmosphere earlier on in the day is now just 2 laps down rather than 3. The Apex Racing team just up in front of us are making places as well. That is Absolute Motorsport going down 1 place, and the Apex Racing team going up 1. Just in front of these LMP2 leaders. It is all happening out there at the moment on another one of these restarts. Hopefully, though, despite the carnage on the way towards the bus stop, we've got away with that, and we're going to continue on racing green here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know more about exactly what happened, if it had any effect on the GT3 field. This is it. It's just going to be a checkup on the restart, isn't it?
Someone believing they've gone and they haven't yet. Oh, there you go. Well, you'd think the amount of practice they've had at these in the last few moments that they would have been prepared and ready for that, but Luke Wallace spun around, and I don't think, to your point there, I don't think it affected the GT3s particularly on their restart.
So Dor leading. BS Turner. Very expensive for, I guess, Visceral and some of the others to have pitted when they had. That end of line for Drago Racing has them down in 14th at the moment. They've, I think, passed 2 or 3 or more cars since we've restarted. Nicholas Matteo now driving the Drago Racing 269.
He might go to the end as well with that. Although maybe there'll be one more change before the end, to be fair. Troncos has only done one set of stints before getting out again. As you say, the Matteo is up to 15th place. So far he's now up to 14th, ahead of Leon Kohler, actually, in towards Lecom. So Luka Vogts still leads in GT3, ahead of Oskar Irinek and Kai Kasube, 1, 2 and 3 in this race. 2 hours 51 to go. At number 8, by the way, Nick Jelicic is now behind the wheel because they're having another long stop. P1docs.com just got back onto the lead lap, but now they've lost their rear wing. They were having some connection issues as well, by the looks of it, so it might be difficult to see, but they are back in pit lane all over again. There you go. There was a bit of blinking going on there, and then there's the contact, this time with the Apex Racing team, and that is very disappointing for them. Just back on the lead lap. They might be back off it again very soon, and they are.
For those of you keeping track, I think they're now on their 3rd rear wing. That one was far more complicated and an incident. Yeah, they had gotten on to that, and now it goes away from them. Vano, who I think played their strategy really well, serving their penalty when they did, hitting when they did, cycling to the front of this field. They do not seem to have the car pace that BS Competition have got. St. Lillis is looking for 2nd place. They also gained quite a bit with their strategy, and therefore taking a very short stop under safety car, jumped them some positions in the queue, as it was a queue to leave pit lane. That had them restarting in 4th or so, now 3rd, looking at 2nd.
Well, we've had a penalty, by the way, for one of the top running LMP2s. Sasha Lehman has just gotten effect simulations into 3rd in LMP2, but they have also just been awarded a 20-second time penalty for sending messages through iRacing, which is not allowed in IVRA, and that is a fairly needless penalty, really, for them. They will drop from 3rd as a result of that. You know, really good running car here today. The 107 is back on the lead lap now, back in the game, as it were, after Joe Spencer's issues at the end of his excellent stint earlier. But there are a couple of issues and penalties and stuff that's starting to catch up with them a bit now.
Yeah. Go split screen and staying close in GT3 Pro. Gains for BS Turner and BS Competition.
I think that leading 3 in GT3 are going to stay like that for a while, to be honest. They could well be nose to tail like that in the duration of this stint, but let's see. Fast Repair Motorsport on Maniti, who are just side by side as well there, by the way. Jose Miguel Galea just ahead of Paujas Turagi, then Philip Schiff, then Marcus Solm as well, actually, all within a second or so. This is Movado versus Orbit Drop Bet, and they stay as they are. Further down, it is side by side actually between the two Manitis. Is Philip Schiff getting ahead of Turagi maybe further down the field? It looks like he might well be. No, not quite. The two Manitis stay as they are just for the moment. As that Hyperion Racing LMP2 that spun round on the restart is now getting itself in between these GT3 cars.
So you've got Maniti GT3s together, you've got BS GT3s together. Squeaking through on the GT3 Pro leader, but it's going to cost a tiny bit to draw esports. And
here comes BS Turner, Oskar Irinek, completing their run to the front of the field. Hours ago they were leading, but a caution period put them towards the back, and now they're fighting over the lead again here. This time with Luca Vunks of the Door Esports McLaren team. Through the Lecombe chicane, absolutely door to door, and off into the gravel for both of them at times there. Rin's still on the outside with his teammate Kai Kasube watching and waiting. Vunks tries to run him deep in towards Ravage here. Can he keep the inside line for No Name here? He might well just do it, although he's not very far alongside him. Vunks rips round the outside. Great bit of defensive work from the Door Esports man. And Luca Vunks holds on to the lead.
Here comes a group of Mustangs then, as they've lost a little bit of time battling side by side. Very exciting though, through a series of corners, brings SimRC, WSR Esports and Impulse right into the picture, and you can sort of gently chew your popcorn in Kei Kashube's position.
He absolutely will. Well, say he will be. I would be in this situation, but of course he's trying to see how he can help his teammate here and maybe even follow him through. But for, well, I don't say the first time in this race, but one of the first times, one of the early times in this race, actually seems to be some urgency at the front of the field. Beforehand, there's been all sorts of fuel saving and waiting around, but this time around, they're absolutely going for it, and both of these two look like they want to lead right now.
I wonder if just the timing of that safety car restart has given everyone a little more desire to try and sprint. Racing gaining a couple more positions there. Their rise through the field after what we've got to assume was a race procedure error was when they did it. Interesting to see, so they're up to 12th now, and really not too far away from the lead with the battling that's been going on over the top 7, 8, 9 positions.
Same for the Apex Racing team in GTP. They've just got up to 7th. Ahead of Philip Schiff, as again Rin versus Vunks in the top of your screen. Vunks is much further ahead this time round. Oh, he's quite deep, but he'll pull it up in time, just about. Dear me. So, what is it? Top 7 all in the line now in GT3. This is absolutely fantastic stuff. This is what we hope to see. And down the bottom of your screen, battle for 5th place, involving 5 different drivers, although Orion Race Team are a lap down compared to all of those around them. It's exactly what you hope to see from a nice green flag run, which we're hopefully building here at Spa.
Forecasting 207 race laps in this 8-hour window at the moment. Keep an eye on how that one goes and how much distance that is. And up the hill through Radion, I reckon Apex are not quite close enough to worry Fast Repair Motorsports just yet. Pace is super strong, multiple tenths of a second quicker than some of those cars around them at the moment for Sohol.
How close Green is again there as well at the top. Coming out of Kerpel Frere this time round, as it's just a brief change in LMP2. That's just for a connection thing into Blanchimont. Absolutely nose to tail, and looks a little bit wider there. Doesn't really matter. Flat out corner, and here comes Rin on the outside line. He'll get the inside for the second part. If he can stay there, and he just about does. Oh, door to door between the two, and they're 3 wide off the corner. Goodness me, 3 wide for the lead in GT3 Pro. Amazing stuff here at Spa, as Kai Kasube tries to take advantage from his teammates' work. Outside line at La Source. Rin is still there, and Vunks is going to have to give him room here, and he just about does. They'll get single file in time for the run down into Eau Rouge.
Shube just realised, oh, I'm 3 wide around the outside, not a great place to be with my teammate. He backs out of it, lets this battle continue up Eau Rouge and Radion. 5th, 6th, maybe those guys are just along for the ride in the popcorn positions. The top 3 battle it out, and again, Vunch wanting to keep this race lead, defensive to the limit at every opportunity.
And more aggressive this time as well. Ascari Rene more aggressive as well, though. Side by side again. He breaks late enough this time. And Vunks has got his nose just in behind here, but he's still on the inside in time for Malmedy. Great bit of defending from the Door Esports driver, and he's still got it here. He chases him across the road in towards Bruxelles. Outside again for Ascari Rene. They both really desperately want this lead right now. And that's the first time we've really seen that in GT3 today. In leading battles in the past, they've been willing to give it up if the other wants to fight too hard. But this time, they're not willing to give it up. And now the teammates are side by side into Pouon. BS Competition get ahead of BS Turner, and Oscar Irena's got to make sure this doesn't turn bad. It could be a freight train here as the two Mustangs in behind. WSR Esports and also Sim RC are getting involved now. Around the outside into the Piff Paff chicane. Ethan Critchley on Jürgen Frank, still side by side, and Gary Montoro in the backgrounds in the gravel. It's all happening out there, and Jürgen Frank keeps his place for now. Dear oh dear, it's kicking off now. The lead of the GT3 Pro field is absolutely lively, and you can certainly tell we're approaching the final third of this one.
Montoro driving the new Sterato GT3 from Lamborghini, it would seem. Renault was putting so much pressure on for the race lead, but then he had that slide through Jackie X. He had another slide through Dawn. Suddenly it looked like he'd gone from the man to having no grip. That's how it happens like this. Down the inside for 2 positions and hitting a third.
Montoya into Gami Montoro into Jürgen Frank, and it's just a classic misjudgment. When you're trying to make a move on one, you don't think about the one in front of him, and you end up hitting them in towards the bus stop chicane. Gami Montoro is probably going to find himself with a penalty for that.
Yeah, trying to make one position, outbrakes that car, outbrakes the next car, hits the next car in front. Pretty plain what happens. Sometimes this happens, you're sort of looking a little bit sideways, like I'm going to brake later than this guy, and then you do, and whoops, there's other cars involved. It's densely packed, there's a lot of traffic and multiple moving parts to it. Just a little hit on the Sim RC Mustang, loops it around and out of some positions. Super sneaky, Scuderia Volpe there in 7th. Was there not a time they were 1 or maybe 2 laps down? And now they're not just snuck into the top 10, but into 7th.
They were definitely 1 down, yeah, definitely. I remember them getting a lap back quite early on. So yeah, great job from them. Luca Nadeo is the driver, by the way, for them. 7th place. Absolute Motorsport are in 8th, by the way. Maniti and then Visceral round out the top 10. Matteo Kunzens back to a 10th position. That's the first of those who pitted under the previous safety car. Jürgen Frank still going slowly here, by the way, and he looks like he might have damage. He went straight on at Lecon there. He might not have realised he had damage before he was way past the pit lane there.
Monitoring the ongoing dramas for Sim RC's Mustang.
Montoro! And now he's spun in front of the field. This could be massive. Oh, he's just been avoided. Thank goodness for that. Gabby Montoro is having a yo-yo day, and unfortunately, the yo-yo has just come down to the floor now, and that Simify Esports is crashing itself down the field as well. He's probably better off coming in now and just taking some fuel and some new tyres on board. There's no disadvantage in my mind to doing that. Here's Drago Racing. They're completely on different strategies. Drago Racing with one less stop to do, and they're absolutely nose to tail. You know, Montoro is very much rattled by what's gone on in the last few moments, and unfortunately has now dropped down to 10th position. Just to make everything even better, by the way, the GTPs are now coming through as well.
Better is subjective. That's the battle for 2nd and 3rd in GTP. Harrison Lillis still stuck behind Giuseppe Lofaro, and they work their way through their traffic. And I think both of them exercising the right amount of caution from what I saw there. An opportunity from Ivano Rosso to dive bomb the source that they didn't take, and that's growth.
Oh yeah, it very much does depend who you are better. I was very much speaking for myself. It's going to be a lot more lively here. Not that it wasn't before, to be fair. This GT3 race has suddenly sparked into life again with a bit of a green flag run here at Spa. 3 seconds still the gap for Daniel Alves Lorento, and then it is Giuseppe Lofaro who is in 2nd and Harrison Lillas in 3rd, and that's the battle you can see on your screen. 2nd versus 3rd coming through the traffic again. This is the most recent Gabby Montoro been. Does he hit the back of Critchley? Maybe, yes. And then goes for a spin. Good avoidance from everybody there, my goodness.
There's a Manidi car there that went through the grass. My general rule is if you want to miss a spinning car, aim for where their rear bumper is right now. They're spinning, their rear bumper will not be there by the time you get there. Normally, I'd want to go behind a car, then try to hope they hold the brakes and roll by in front of their nose.
Thankfully, they just about got away with that, Maniti, despite not really taking that advice. This is Ryan van der Grip. Oh my word. Didn't really lift either, did he? My goodness. Meanwhile, Harrison Lillas again close, this time into the bus stop chicane and no way through. BS Competition, though, getting out to a very good lead. They've been pretty dominant so far today. Just after halfway, when they had a bit of pit strategy going on, they were down towards the back end of the field because of a mistimed safety car, but now they're back at the front again. They don't look like they're going to look back, really. And this could be a pretty dominant victory for them if they can keep it going like this. 5 seconds their current gap.
Just 3 more GT3 cars for this battle to pass, and you see check up at the bottom of the hill and try to launch onto the Kemmel Straight. Great way to approach it. Going to clear 3 cars at once. And that contacts on SimRC has really split up the GT3 Pro group. You've just got the 3 at the lead there, while obviously Simify, SimRC, they all lost quite a bit of time, and it caused a rift between what was otherwise a really exciting sort of 7-8 way fight up front. LMP2 cars stopping.
Yeah, it was very exciting. Unfortunately, that has come to an end in GT3. In LMP2, as you say, we have got Geodesic, Composite Performance, and Fitzy forward into the pit lane as well as Hyperion Racing 2. So those who stayed out under the last caution where you could pit have now had to come into pit lane. Nix Esports will have to come in next time, I'd expect. They are currently leading the class, and so we've got classic split strategy now in LMP2.
So if they get a bit of clean air, it might not last long because they might be about to have LMP2s rejoin in front of them, but I wonder what will happen in this battle between Movano Rosso and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter. Just slowly pulling away from some of the rest of the field, but not catching BS Competition, who seem to have the pace on everyone. And have the fastest lap of the race as well to their name, that number 89 car. So when the strategy's right, when the clear track's there and push comes to shove, that's the fastest GTP at the moment. Yeah,
I think that has been the case for a while now, but we haven't been able to see that quite with the strategy games. So Jan Alves Lorenco now is looking good out front. Johan Shirazi, meanwhile, is battling away a lot further down in the field. This is against Leon Kohler, the last 2 on the lead lap in GT3. We're not joking when we say there are literally battles going on everywhere on this racetrack. It absolutely is the case. That's a little bit wide from Shirazi. And Kohler will try and take advantage. We've recently had, by the way, a 1 or 2 minute penalty in GT3. It's come for the XPD Racing GT3 car. Pablo Alvarez is currently driving it, but the driver at the time was Roberto Fraser, who caused a collision on a straight with car 246, as we'll just speak of this on a straight. And Kohler trying to get past Johan Shirazi. Can struggle around there. Outside at Lecom. Gravel being kicked up all in front of them. And they still continue. Good battling between the two, and now we'll have the door shut. So Shirazi will hold on. Another battle through that section of corners in GT3 that has been very lively since the restart, as has this one. In fairness, Apex Racing Team still looking for more places, and 6th place is next on their list. It has been in behind Fast Repair Motorsport a lap or two now, not quite
able to get it done. But just because you can't pass them this lap, you can't pass them the next lap, doesn't mean you never will. So many opportunities to spring up around traffic, around whatever happens.
Side by side again. And they are absolutely locked together. It's Marcus Owen trying to get past Jose Miguel Galea, who's got a bit more straight line speed in that Acura again on the way towards turn number 1. Is Owen going to go round the outside for the cutback? There's your answer. It's round the outside with the Orion race team just closing in behind in that position. Now down the hill over the endurance start-finish line, if you like, just before the Eau Rouge and Radiant section. Over the top of the hill. He is almost too close here, Marcus Ohm. Can he get that slingshot required to actually get through down the end of the Kemmel Straight? Galea now sticks to the racing line. Is that because he's got confidence in the machine or he's given the place? Well, it looks like he's just given him the place, and the Apex Racing team are now in 6th.
So much more straight line speed for Apex Racing team. They tripped at 312 kilometers an hour just then, as they went past Fast Repair Motorsport. So might have just saved up a little bit to go and have an attack, and now they move up into 6th. Not too far up the road to Manidi Racing Black, the next car that they'll be looking to pass.
And we've just had the halfway points awarded, by the way, and given to us. Thanks to Race Control for that. Despite all of the other things they've got to do over the course of an afternoon, they've been able to provide us with some points as well here this afternoon. Movano, unsurprisingly, are leading. The gap 85 points to the Orion race team. So Movano only need to finish in the top 16 here, and you'll notice that there are not that many GTPs in the race here today. So as long as they get classified their points, then they should be fine to score those points. He must be classified, as I say, to score those charity points. So you can't just be entered in the race to be classified. The number for that is 75% of the laps of the winning car in class. So another half an hour or so of driving towards the lead lap, and they should be there for the title in GTP. We've gone back to LMP2 in the meantime. Nix Esports and Hydro's GT6 Racing are battling away for 6th position very, very fiercely indeed. We're aboard with Anthony Eng, who is trying to get back in front of Franz Schmitz, and through the middle, Harrison Lillas comes through in the Orbit drop bear car, and it will be still remaining side by side in LMP2. Can Anthony Eng finally get through on Schmitz? Well, it's still not quite decided. Still side by side, and finally Anthony gets through in towards Malbody. That was very long and drawn out.
Well, it nearly decided the battle for 2nd and 3rd in GTP for a second, didn't it? As they eventually managed to slip on through. Just makes you take a sharp draw of breath whenever, you know, you've got cars battling too wide, and then along comes a GTP car at speed, and, well, which way am I going to go? This way, that way, through the middle, all right, split the middle gap, and you've got 3 wide heading straight in towards the braking zone there, and that's where things could go wrong very, very quickly, and indeed have once or twice in this race.
For LMP2 points, by the way, the Delachas Automotive team now know that they only need to finish in the top 9 to win the title here tonight, with their closest rivals now down in 12th though, and likely not even classified here, depending on the amount of laps that they score. That maybe pales into insignificance. And in GT3, we can already award the title to Grid and Go after the full halfway points went to them. Only 9 points went to Visceral. That was a 13th place finish for Visceral, and at the halfway point, so 106 points now the gap. The GT3 title is now settled, so that's 2 of them down. I think in about half an hour's time, number 33 Movano will be beyond any reasonable doubt that they have won the title as well. Certainly in an hour's time that they will have done, as long as they don't have a big crash between now and then. And so we'll be focusing on 3 great races for the win. And, well, we don't have any title fights here, David. It is going to be 3 great fights for the win based on the action we've seen so far this afternoon. It's been wonderful. Now that we've got a green flag run together again, we're starting to see that racing up again here.
you got to ask, as we were approaching the halfway point, why did Visceral pull away from Grid and Go, stop that 1 lap shorter, and, you know, it was confusing to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grid and Go made the fuel saving, Visceral didn't, pulled away, just drove, you know, 2 seconds ahead clear, and then had to stop 1 lap before the halfway points were awarded.
And it wasn't like they couldn't have let them through. You know, they were behind at one stage. You know, they could have said, no, I'm not coming through at all. And they could have got engaged in a bit of a sort of slow bicycle race, if you like, but that would have been fine if they'd have made it on fuel. Maybe the Mercedes is not quite efficient enough, and maybe Sobrero wasn't confident in his fuel-saving abilities, but I'm absolutely with you. I don't understand why they didn't try just that little bit harder, because at the end of the day, it's a title they're trying to save, for goodness sake. It's not no small thing. They're trying to save their title credentials, but I agree. I don't think they gave that enough of a shot, really.
Yeah, and if just scoring a couple more halfway points keeps you mathematically in it, we've seen who knows what'll happen in the final 4 hours, and we have had, I think, like 3 safety cars since then, at least 2. Contact retirements, cars going to space, cars running out of fuel, etc. So we get another wave of GT3 stops.
Montoro out of the Simify car. I can't but feel that's a sensible choice based on the stint he's just had. You know, don't disrespect to him at all, but it's just very difficult to bounce back from the trials and tribulations he just had. This is quite a battle for the lead in LMP2, isn't it? Goodness me. 3 for the lead. Adam Brockway, Remy Legrand, David Barraclough, all on the same strategy, by the way, all going to be out there for at least another 5 laps. What a battle this could be in LMP2.
Eyes on it. Muradnis have to just hold a little bit tighter through the exit of the corner. Gives Delatraz a bit better of a run at them.
And they all squeeze through on the composite portion. No. Barcliffe would just have to wait, but can Remy Legrand make his way through on the brakes here into the bus stop? No. Brockway brakes just about late enough, and he absolutely nails that braking zone as well, by the way, gets that stopped right in time. In terms of traffic, that is going to be the last of it just for the moment. Because of all these GT3s coming in, they're actually lapping a lot of people without actually having to pass them on the racetrack, which is a very positive thing for these prototypes to have. Only the top 4 or so, they're not the top 4 in the race, but they are 4 or so GT3s are the only ones who are right in front of them right now in LMP2. So they've got some clean air just for the moment until that is the GTPs come through and pass them all over again. Remy Legrand might well take that opportunity now, though, to take the position for the lead here in LMP2 into the slipstream. Moranda's M squad under pressure once again, and Brockway lifts off early. He's going to let through Legrand by the looks of it. Telestra's Automotive lead again.
So a lot of great racing happening as we sort of work through a GT3 Pro pit cycle. LMP2s have still got a while to go, so this is true and pure racing, and Muradnis find themselves again a little further on the back foot, losing that race lead. Traffic not working completely to their favour. David Barraclough, who ride on board with, is able to hold the car a little tighter through Moore, but drop a car length or so back.
I'll take a look at this middle sector, not where you need it. 3 GT3s all in a line. Legrand doesn't know whether to go left or right. In the end, he goes neither. Brockway doesn't get alongside him either, though, in towards Stavolo. And now the gap is going to increase just into the curveball threat as he gets past the PGZ car, I think that is, just on the outside. Now they'll all slip through before Blanchimont. Dear me, it's all a bit nervy. Brockway goes through. Oh, it's all a bit of a squeeze, isn't it? Barraclough there, just slightly on the inside with a bit of an overlap there on the Drago Racing Ferrari. They all get away with it, though. That, by the way, was the battle for second place they all just passed on the way through. Up ahead of them here is the Aztec Simsports Visceral Mercedes, back in the lead again with 2 hours 22 and 22 seconds all to go.
2 and 2, 2 and 2. We're watching the battle for the lead of LMP2.
All the twos. Thankfully, it's a battle for number one in the class, LMP2, but Remy Legrand just separates that out for the moment as they go over the top at Eau Rouge. That's half a second. Oh, and Brockway's going to be under pressure here. That wasn't a very good negotiation of that Mercedes, and so Barraclough's going to be alongside him here, unless he wants to keep this lead battle close. And he does, so he stays behind, and the three will stay together, but Brockway maybe didn't have a particularly ideal negotiation of that Mercedes that time.
Yeah, it was the point where the leader sort of got to pass them just before the corner, but Murad and his M squad had to just check it up a little bit, but luckily it also checked up SRN TFR Alliance behind them as well, and so it's just an unpleasant moment, but not a position lost. It's Drago Racing looking to continue to gain more.
Number 107 has just served a penalty in their most recent pit stop, by the way. It's just been awarded another one when Sasha Lehman was at the wheel. He's been awarded at fault for causing the collision at the restart, I think. Yeah, it was. So the stack up on the restart, he's been just at fault for. It's another 20-second penalty they'll have to serve at their next pit stop. As we're being reminded in the YouTube chat, I probably didn't make it clear enough. It's the battle for the lead for now. It won't be the battle for the lead later. It just depends which way round the strategy flip-flops by the end of the race. But yes, it is worth reminding that the top four are all yet to make a stop. And in fact, they will do so in 3 or 4 laps' time. We're enjoying the battle while we can have it for the moment, but they're not going to be the race leaders in about 10 minutes.
Exciting news is that my race predictor says that the leader has 69 more laps to go.
That feels like too many, but I'm going to go along with the joke.
Well, they're doing about
few,
30 an hour.
Yeah, sorry, I meant
so.
more, sorry. Yeah, but yeah, it's probably about right. Yeah, again. I'll trust the computer.
LMP2 spicy, top of screen. GT3 spicy, bottom of screen. Very spicy, bottom of screen.
Was the race leader overall, getting past second place. Drago Racing off the circuit. That might well give them a bit of trouble, but they get away with it on that occasion. Again, just a bit of miscommunication over the top of the hill, just over at Radion there. The gap, by the way, might be worrying BS Competition, the leading gap. 4 seconds now, it's certainly coming down.
Yeah, last lap good for Movano Rosso. I think occasionally some of the traffic plays into it, because you look at BS Competition, their last lap was 3 seconds away from the fastest lap of the race that they have set.
And there is that chasing Movano. Oh, not quite going to get through there. That's going to cost them a little bit of time there as they negotiate this battle for second in GT3 Pro. Feels like a proper green flag run now, this one. Hopefully it will continue. We had a real string in an hour and a half or so, maybe even less than that, of 3 safety cars all in one go. But we're just about getting ourselves back to the average of having 1 an hour so far this afternoon in the TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in so far. Still got 2 hours 18 remaining of the day. As Drago Racing again have traffic to think about in the mirrors. That is the champions in waiting, number 33, just separating this battle again. Go just in behind. I've got to say, don't look like they're too interested in getting past for the moment, but Drago Racing certainly, you can tell they're looking in the mirrors a little bit. Although, having said that, they are not letting that affect their speed. Less than 2 seconds now to Visceral, who are being caught a little bit.
Manidi are going to have to wait heading up the hill. That's sort of a very non-optimal timing to be catching GT3 cars like that. Last lap Visceral 17.9, last lap Drago Racing 17.7.
Just relentless pace at the front of the field and continuing like that all day long. Only a few of these teams have managed to get in the 16s at all today, by the way, but we're certainly not getting to that that kind of pace at the moment. There goes the Apex Racing team just down the inside there into No Name. Number 99 trying to chase those positions inside the top 5. Fast Repair and Maniti running nose to tail in the background, by the way. That's Jose Miguel Galea and Philip Schiff as well through Pouon. And there they are. Battle for 7th on the left and 2nd on the right. Oh, and there goes Drago just trying to squeeze for the racing line there in time. Maniti will get to the inside for the second part though, and they all end up losing time. It will be couldn't go the beneficiaries really. They get a little bit closer. And just in the background, by the way, P1 Docs are in 11th again. Unfortunately, after that incident, they spent so long trying to get back on the lead lap, they're straight back off it again. They're 1 lap down again.
Oh, everyone from LMP2 coming in, Delatraz, Muradin M Squad, SRN, TFR Alliance, that whole group that was so exciting to watch on track, now are going to also have a race on pit lane.
Driver changes as well. Brockway's staying in, but Stephen McGarvey is into the SRN TFR Alliance, and Tom Einburg is at the wheel of the Delatraz Automotive car. You'd imagine 2 hours 15 of the season, that will be the last driver change of the campaign as well.
Yeah, and interesting with the sort of 20-ish lap stints that LMP2s are doing, they've still got about 62 laps to go if it stays green. So it's a touch and go, perhaps with a little bit of fuel saving needed for those cars based on where they are. Anyone who stops in about 2 laps time is maybe in a slightly more comfortable 3 stints to go position. So that could be Nürburgring Esports. Could be Effect Simulations.
It depends, because
Nürburgring through the second. Yep.
It depends. Nürburgring Esports came in under that safety car with the others, so it depends whether they can continue doing another 21 lap stint without a safety car if we don't get another one. So that's going to be the difficulty for them. For those who stayed out under the safety car though, and they've had to come in subsequently, you know, Nix Esports, the first of them, only 2 seconds in front of Geodesic, who are the next to them, Composite Performance. I think those guys are much more comfortable and safe, given that they are 8 and 9 laps into their stint already, that they're actually going to need to take a couple of laps off their final fill somewhere.
I suppose the question is, do Nix, Hydro-Race, Geodesic Racing and Composite Performance, if they've got 2 and a splash stops to go, are any of the teams that we've seen just pitted have 2 stops and no remainder to go? That could be the case for M Squad or Delatraz or those.
But how much saving is it going to take? That's the only concern I've got with that. It's not a short lap. I'm not sure how much it's going to cost them in terms of... So, although, to be fair, Nürburgring Esports just did it and they weren't that far away from the 3 who were battling for the lead. So, I don't know. Maybe it won't be that bad, but there's definitely some decisions to be made there. And maybe it'll all get thrown up with another safety car, but there's definitely some decisions to be made there as far as, do you save, do you just let that go?
Yeah, as the song famously goes, should I save or should I go? It's a predicted 63 laps remaining for the LMP2 leaders. Maybe as Nürburgring Esports pit and Nix go through the lead, that will recalculate. But it will require big savings from Nürburgring Esports, but not impossible. And then I'll also, once we get to the GTP pit window, sort of try to calculate that for them. But I think the maths is a little bit easier for the likes of BS Competition and Ravano Rosso and Orbit Drop Bear Jupiter that they do have 3 more stops to go.
It's a bit more uniform in GTP. So now is the time and the point in the race where you just decide to think a little bit more about how you're going to strategize your way to the end of the race. I said it just after the halfway point that there was a safety car at that stage. You know, you're probably expecting there to be another safety car from that point, but you know, we're at a realistic distance now where we could get green all the way to the end. It would be the longest run of the race if we were to go from here to the finish, but it's not inconceivable at all. Doesn't mean though we are without battles. Second for GT3 is at the top of your screen, and 6th in GTP as well. I'm somewhat surprised in Maniti's inability to work themselves back through the field, actually. I know Bowser's Turgis just got to 3rd, but that's partly because Orbit Drop Air just come in. Philip Schiff has not really been able to move up from 7th here, still stuck behind Jose Miguel Galea.
There's been a couple of points in this race where we've looked at the Maniti Racing Porsches behind an Acura and said, the Maniti car looks quick, but it looks like it doesn't have enough straight line speed. And maybe that's their sort of undoing that's got them stuck.
A pretty big penalty in GT3's just come through, by the way. Sorry to change the subject. Going Montoro, we already probably were expecting that one. 15 seconds for Lucas Perez to serve at the next pit stop. I don't believe he served it there. No, he didn't, so well, I don't think he could have done. But the bigger one, I think, is 295 getting a penalty. That is BS Turner with a 10-second penalty. Yeah, 10-second penalty for appearing to move to block the 107 from overtaking through turn 15. Now that is a big penalty. They will have at least another couple of pit stops to serve that, but for BS Turner, as far as their ambitions for winning this race, 10-second penalty is going to set them back a very long way.
Yeah, just entering a phase of GTP stops as well, but with how close GT3 Pro is, how difficult it is to get any kind of advantage. 10 seconds is a pretty punishing penalty when you're battling for at the front of class.
I mean, this race is going to be won by less than 10 seconds. I'm fairly certain of that in GT3. Although maybe I shouldn't make predictions like that. I've set myself up for a fall there. But anyway, Drago Racing just had to go a little bit wide as one of the LMP2s came past, and same will go on again there. For
BS Competition have just completed a 24-lap stint. There's 64 to go projected. So if you split that in half, they got to do another 23 and another 23. Seems like it should be feasible. Well, maybe it won't be.
Do you mean another 3 stints? You mean 2 stops?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. So the 21, 21, and 22 actually.
Yeah. So they might start to just knock a little bit off the top of the field. Not quite yet. They've done a full fill that time around, but they just might start to knock a lap or so off those fuelings. Maybe not for the moment, because the safety car could really throw it up into the air, as I mentioned earlier. But Harrison Lillas did only 38 seconds off the pit stop that time around for him. So yeah, they're just starting to knock a couple of laps off there, just to gain a little bit of time. Try and keep the fuel load as low as you can across the race, rather than all in one go in a splash at the very end, as the battle for 3rd in LMP2 gets very lively here with some cold tired GTPs trying to get in the way. This could be interesting over the top of the hill. There's a GT3 in there as well for PTZ. The Orion race team, BMW, is right in the front of these guys. Caden Richardson's going to get a lovely slipstream, and he's going to stay in 3rd ahead of Moradness. The first of those on the alternate strategy, now starting to meet up against some of those on the strategy that is on lower fuel for now, at least. The guys who've been out there for 12 laps.
Cars of different speed, dust getting kicked up, some new drivers. They're settling into their rhythm now. Movano, Rosso, who've run long, making their stop. Maniti Racing 17 still need one, but they're going to be sort of looking for an overcut there. And Fast Repair at the 95 in, so that sort of closes most of this window of stops. P1Docs.com Black will end up back on the lead lap as for at least a couple of laps here, which is critical for them.
Yeah.
Drago Racing getting muscled around.
All three classes again. And Nicholas Matteo just trying to facilitate these moves as best as he possibly can. Anna Brockway didn't have a very good run of things through Nathan Olsen, I should say. Brockway got out the car. Didn't have a very good run of things through the middle sector that time round. Just traffic getting in his way slightly. Not really much you can do with it. Thomas Imburg closes in as well. Stephen McGarvey not that far away either. LMP2's really livened up in the last couple of hours or so, I've got to say. After a fairly quiet first half of the race, I thought GTP and GT3 were possibly the more entertaining of the classes, but this is livening right up in LMP2. Split strategies, great battles, and it's continuing here. Olsen continuing to try and find his way past Caden Richardson.
Tough run through the traffic for these LMP2s, the way that their pace difference is to GT3s. They don't have the same straight line speed advantage that GTP has got. They've got to be a little bit more cunning as to how they get their momentum up, how they outbrake and place themselves around the GT3s, and eventually they get by Visceral and Drago and the others, and it keeps composite performance ahead of Muradmus M Squad, ahead of Delatraz. This is the three-way fight we had, and then they pitted, and now it's a three-way fight again, with SRN TFR Alliance being part of it. A chance to close in on this if it gets, as you like to say, a bit lively.
Do I say that a lot? Maybe I do. Anyway. So many of the words I say in a day are broadcasted these days. I don't really know what I've said sometimes. So there we go. Anyway, in a way, Caden Richardson's actually doing some of the work for Nix Esports and Hydrace Geodesic Racing. Not because he wants them to win. I'm not saying that, but it is helping them. The more he holds these two back, because I get the feeling that these two, and maybe Steve McGarvey as well, are quicker than him right now, but he's holding them back from doing their potential speed. That is a Maniti car off just in front of them. And here comes Olsen. No, he can't go anywhere. He can't go to the right there. The Maniti car's in the way. And he can't really go to the left. There wasn't any space. It does open up for him now, though. He's on the inside in towards Blanchemont. And the Maniti car's still in there as a GTP. Round the outside for Richardson. He's not going to get anywhere there. And Nathan Olsen's going to come through here, surely, as they go onto the bus stop chicane. He's going to brake late enough to have this move done, surely. Richardson still keeps alongside, though. He's got the overlap, but he's not going to be given too much room. And Thomas Imburg is going to come straight through as well here for the Teleton Automotive team. And they very nearly squeeze straight into the Maniti GTP as well. Richardson's not going to take that one too easily here. And Imburg's going to come down the inside of Nathan Olsen. Side by side for third position. Caden Richardson loses both. Who's going to come out the other side with that podium position, though, as they come down the other side of the hill in towards Eau Rouge again. Imburg on the inside. They take really different lines here. The two of them locked together over the top of the most famous corners on this circuit. Now down the straight. Where does Richardson go? He looks right. He's going to have to go through the middle here. Surely he can't win these both back again. Three wide he will do. Through the middle. Squeezing as much as he can into Lecom. They just, oh no, it was always going to end in disaster. And it has done for Nathan Olsen, who also loses his rear wing. He's clipped by Stephen McGarvey on the way past. And Nathan Olsen has lost his rear wing and his engine cover here for the Muradmus M Squad. It's gone from podium place to disaster for Nathan Olsen.
Wow, continually unfolding drama here, and I guess it all started with the Maniti car getting involved there. I saw that Fast Repair were also going slowly. The outlap on the cold tyre is difficult for those cars. Is that a block? Maybe, a bit late. But then, I mean, you're squeezing down the inside. You're trying to get those spots back. The car on the outside is always going to lose in a three wide.
Oh. How do you like to judge that one? if you're race control. Dear, oh dear. That's hard. I mean, I'm somewhat surprised they got that far into the corner without contact, to be honest with you, based on the fact that what we've seen from 3 wide so far, even 2 wide into that corner. But for me, I'm not sure. It's going to be very hard to actually pin the blame, but I'm not sure Thomas Imburg really gave enough space for a driver who had 2 cars on his outside there into the first part of Le Combe going into the second. I'm not sure, to be honest, that he was the one who gave enough room actually there on the inside to 2 cars. Certainly gave enough room for 1. I'm not sure whether he facilitated a 3 wide though.
Is it... Whenever there's a... They were always going to crash because they were 3 wide. I look at who's the driver that was, you know, is the last one to arrive at the table picking up the bill.
So, yeah, is that on Richardson for going down the middle? I mean, you could certainly make the argument it wasn't the smartest thing for him to do, but I guess that's a different argument.
Yeah, you can make lots of arguments, and everyone, I think, bears some of that. Like I said, yeah, I never want to be... If I'm the driver on the outside of a 3 wide, I'm backing out because I think that's what's going to happen. Whether the other drivers should leave me more space, I imagine that they're not going to, and yeah, they didn't. So that's what I would do if I was Maradna's M squad, is not be the 3rd driver on the outside. If I was composite performance, I probably wouldn't try to go down the middle 3 wide and think that was going to end well. And if I was Delatraz Automotive, I would have not thrown that block on the Kemmel straight. So everyone is, you know, out of control. There was contact.
That was out of control as well. Yeah, that was right at the very start of this sequence. Philip Schiff was, touched around there. Was that
the
Sergio
LMP2 is quicker in
Fernandez?
the corners than an outlap tyres GTP. That's what happened. As even fast repair is being caught by these LMP2s, and they weren't part of that. They're just slower than an LMP2. Doesn't realise, oops, I've clipped him.
Yeah. Well, it's a big moment, and Race Control were briefly clear of any incidents, by the way. There hadn't been anything reported for 20 minutes, and they had got through everything in the last couple of moments. But unfortunately, that has come to an end now, as Nathan Olsen tries to regain some of those places he's just lost. He's on the outside of Stephen McGarvey now, not deterred by being on the outside of a 2 wide, even though before it was a bit of a different situation, I suppose. He's on the outside again there, and he's through into the top 5 again. He's got his bodywork back again, by the way. There was only a small bit of contact, and so clearly no damage. And just after that, by the way, Caden Richardson repassed Thomas Imburg, and then he got repassed again. Now Delatraz are into 3rd place, and they are going to keep that, I would imagine, for the next few moments, as the one half of the LMP2 order get mightily close to another round of pit stops.
Side 2 hours to go. Gee, is there a gravel trap that they haven't gone and explored? Nope.
Don't think so. There are a few more these days than there used to be, but even so, they have been very eagerly eagerly visiting, I suppose is the word. It's the battle for first now on your screen, by the way, the bottom of your screen in GT3. We've just seen a stop for Visceral Esports, actually, in the last couple of minutes. Terry Sobrera's on an outlap at the moment, so that's another change there. Trigo Racing and Grid and Go still out there, and they've made it past the hour at least, but Visceral, again, dangerously close to the hour. I wonder whether that Mercedes just doesn't have very good fuel consumption, maybe.
This is coming to the end of 20. This is coming to the end of 27 laps for Drago Racing. Predicted is 52 laps remaining for GT3 cars. So it's a race on track, it's a race on pit entry. It'll be a race by the crews, Drago Racing versus Grid and Go. What penalties are in play, if at any, for these GT3 pros? I think we said most have been cleared. GZ follow them in after 27 laps as well. So from here, not too much fuel saving required, but if you pitted 1 lap ago, 2 laps ago, 3 laps ago as a GT3, you could be getting into some trouble.
Driver changes as well. Manuel Troncoso will finish out the season, I think, for Drago Racing, and Yannick Cook will finish out the season for Grid and Go. Luc Rabier, the same for Team PGZ. Benoit Tapie will do the same for the Instinct Mechanic Racing team, and that will be it as far as pit stops are concerned for the next few moments. Jonas Rutten will get to the front. So this will be the way round it works this time round. So Dory Sports leading BS competition by 3.5 seconds, then 2 seconds to BS Turner. That's the way it works round one way, but I think if it stays green, then Grid and Go and Drago Racing are battling for the race win with Visceral, if I'm honest. I think they have probably got their noses in front as long as it stays green, but that feels like a big if.
Yeah, if you let me choose which team to jump on and drive the final stint, I'd want to inherit the situation that Drago Racing have got right now, with 1 more stop to go compared to Door Esports. A little bit more track position, but 1 stop and a splash, unless we get a ludicrously long safety car.
Well, yes. You can't count anything out in this race so far. But we will see. And this is Fast Japan Motorsport versus Absolute Motorsport Aslif, the two who are quite far down towards the back end of the lead lap in at GTP. They're now ahead of number 33, by the way, which is down to 9th place after a 2.5 minute pit stop. They're still on the lead lap just about, but that's a very, very long stop from them 9 laps ago, and it's put them right the way towards the back end of the field. It's a good job. They don't really require anything else now in the final 2 hours to close out this title. All 3 titles look like they're pretty settled here in the final 2 hours. I'm not sure there's anything now that can be done for the Orion Race team to overhaul Movano Azzurro. Movano as a team overall going to take their 2nd title in 2 years, although not with their reigning champions car. The number 1 will just be transferred over to the teammates in 25-26. But it's been another impressive season from Movano, who look like they are going to take the title again this season.
Stop after 20 laps for effect simulations down there. Joe Spencer driving the 107. Still too early to get an LMP2 to the finish, with just 1 more stop after that as well, though.
Yeah. Unlike the stops we're now seeing in GT3, which is this 1 and 1 more. Starting to get to the business end of this race, the TFRLAB 8 hours of Spa. Penalties coming in for that 3-driver incident in LMP2. First one is for a block on the Kemmel Straight from Thomas Imborg. You spotted it at the time, said maybe there was a block there. Race controller said yes, there was. And Thomas Imborg has got a 10-second time penalty for that judged block on the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was poorly timed. It wasn't really meant to cut them off, but he went, actually, hang on, I want to be all the way to the right-hand side of the road here, but he decided that just as the other guy was coming along.
Well, Antonino Seguro gets through into 7th, ahead of Sergio Fernandez. That's Absolute Motorsport Aslif moving on upwards. Whether they're going to be able to get any further here is a mystery, and as the 2 side-by-side in front could have blocked them, but they get it sorted out. Simify, Visceral and PDZ all fighting it out, and on different strategies for the most part as well, although PGZ and Visceral are on the same strategy. David Sobrero had a bit of a longer stop, so now he's behind Trago Racing and Grid and Go, who, as we mentioned, have now just got one stop to go.
Fast Repair going around the outside of Simify there, trying to stay ahead of those other teams that you mentioned, Visceral and PGZ. Asalith have just down the road after making the move on Fast Repair. A couple more GT3s up the road.
I know we're not supposed to support teams here in the broadcast booth, but I'd love to see Scuderia Volpe finish in the top 5 here in this one. Gouthier Fagnan-Polis is driving fantastically at the moment. He's got Riccardo Lamogli just in behind in that Corvette. Don't see very many Corvettes actually this season, but they're doing a good job as well. From one lap down very early on in this race, Scuderia Volpe are legitimately inside the top 5, and they are 4th placed of a fairly well-attended strategy, I may say as well. The top 6 are all on that strategy. We've got 11 overall of the 19 remaining GT3s. That is the majority of the GT3s remaining in this race using this strategy, and Scuderia Volpe are 4th of those even. What a fantastic drive from them this afternoon.
Yeah, what they need to do is be able to maintain more car speed than that Corvette behind that's going to try to use the traffic. And also they need more speed than Impulse Racing, and that Mustang is beginning to loom large as well. Corvette versus Mustang is the classic battle now, I reckon.
It is. And side by side into Pouon as well. That's pretty brave from Lamogli. And they, just about give each other the room. Door to door on the exit and into Piff Paff. Fagnan-Polis holds the inside, but as you say, some perhaps faster teams are coming up. Tobias Grunker especially for Impulse Racing in that Ford Mustang, as suddenly Lamogli will look around him and think, where have all these tall buildings come from at Spa, because he's got Mustang either side of him right now.
Lap down, Acura Maniti Racing Red, I think, also closes in on this just to add yet more complications. Still many cars running, and even though 7 kilometers of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps is a lot of real estate to play with, it can feel very crowded at times when you've got 40, 50 cars out there.
There's Casper Ummerlund 2 laps down, but still running, as there are plenty of them running still laps down in all 3 of our classes still, with 1 hour 49 still to go. Volpe now, Scuderia Volpe up the hill again. He provided a big slipstream now to Riccardo Lamogli just in behind, and he will surely look for another attempt here on a move. Will he move to the middle, the inside maybe? Or will there be no attempt to the move at all? No, there will be. Lamogli leaves it late, but he does get to the inside in towards Lecom. Not quite contact, and Fagnan-Polis on the outside, holding firm. Oh, into Malmedy, he just had to check his line there. Grunkotter tries to follow through. Lamogli, I don't think, was expecting that. And Grunkotter had to take to the gravel there.
Ummerlund doesn't know what to make of it. He's like, well, if you guys are off the road, I'll go through. But then he rolled out before Rivage there and let Impulse stay directly attached to the fight. He's sort of like, here's your chance to make some moves, and if you don't, I am going to be looking to unlap myself, I think is what he's doing. So far, strong defense. Looks a little sideways through Pouon for white, black and purple car of Volpe.
And that bit of breathing space will be a big relief to them as well. It's 107 coming through on the outside line through Stavolo. Now curve pull for it. And the for them, as you were, pretty much as they were at 1 lap ago. To remind you, Fanian Pulis is on lap 17 now. He's just coming to the end of on this stint. There could be another 10 laps to go before a pit stop. And I think a safety car would suit that strategy at this stage, but if a safety car comes when they're further down the field, they could be in a bit more trouble. We will wait and see, though, as they come into the bus stop. Absolutely locked together. He's certainly the slower of the four, you would say, but defending well for the moment.
Oh, it's... So, did he run deep there, or did Asselith just have an absolutely astonishing outbraking performance? Lemogli moves into fourth for the moment, but that angle is angry.
Certainly is. And here comes Grunkotter as well. Is he going to get the slipstream off of Lemogli, or is he going to be boxed in here? Oh, he is going to get it, but he might well be boxed in. He might well get both here, as he has Fanian Pulis on one side, and he's got the Corvette just up in front of him here. Scuderia Volpe will hold the inside. Oh, that was close. The Corvette felt short to take the racing line, though. Grunkotter will try and come through as well to get that top 5. Will Scuderia Volpe suddenly be outside the top 5 here? Oh, a little bit of a shoulder barge. And for the second lap in a row, I think, Grunkotter finds himself off into the gravel, still side by side. Outside through here is going to be difficult, though. We've seen it done before, but not many times. And Fanian Pulis at least holds on to a top 5, but Lemogli, in the end, gets through quite cheaply in that Corvette.
Rear of that purple Mustang's moving around a lot in some of the faster stuff. Look at it through here. Is it out a bit sideways? Now got let Delatraz through. It's been robust and fair defending, I'd say, so far. But there is a little bit more pace from some of these other cars and drivers.
Unfortunately, the dream for Scuderia Volpe might well be over pretty shortly. The amount of GT3s catching them is quite large at this point. Thomas Lindborg has retaken the lead in LMP2, as you can see, by the way. 6 seconds ahead of Nathan Olsen. That's because of a pit stop cycle that's happened there. Nix Esports still leading the other strategy, only by a second over Maximilian Fritz, and we wait to see which of those is going to prevail here this afternoon. Lindborg just got himself past these guys, indeed, on the way through that middle sector. In towards the final chicane in the background. Grunkotter gets close again to that Scuderia Volpe Mustang, but still no way through. And the amount of time they're costing them is starting to cost them race-wise as well. Manuel Troncoso leading those on the other strategy, starting to catch up to him as well now.
And I said that that other strategy was actually the one that I prefer, and now suddenly there it is, right behind this battling group. So that's incredibly promising for Troncoso and some of the others on that strat as well. So that means Visceral as well, potentially.
I mean, especially when you consider they've got one less stop. Or should do.
I mean, they're ranging up on the back of cars that are going to need one more stop than them. So,
yeah,
you can grin and rub your hands together with delight if you're in that sort of position that Drago Racing, Grid and Go, and Visceral are rapidly finding themselves.
Or indeed, if you made that prediction, which of course you did. So.
Oh, I'm not counting my chickens just yet. I'm just saying
no.
how I read it, not necessarily exactly how this will play out, because there's a lot of racing still to happen.
There certainly is. Over 100 minutes left here at Spot. And indeed in the season as well, in the IVRA Endurance Series 2024-25. Had a brilliant season of racing across the world, across different circuits. 3 great championships that have had twists and turns within them, but 3 deserving champions they're going to have at the end as well. And the individual races themselves have been absolute barnstormers. Here's another great battle. Tobias Grunkotter on the back of Gottlieb Fanian Pulis, just up in front of him here, looking left and right, but no way through in towards Monstramon that time round. Big left hand, a bit of a jump over the curb there for Grunkotter actually. So now get on the brakes. He's going to have to lift off a little bit, and Casper Ummerlin still watches on with the best seats in the house. Van Empel is still doing a decent job of keeping Grunkotter behind, but I just get the feeling watching him that he's on borrowed time, to be honest, in this top 5.
At the moment, for sure. Last lap for Drago Racing actually dropped a little bit of time, didn't close in on this group any further. So I wonder if they're looking at sort of the fuel number if they go flat out and suddenly there's a little bit of management needed from Drago Racing Grid and go visceral if they're capable of it. And then an example of a team on the David Haynes preferred strategy versus the Volpe preferred strategy. Team PGZ are just behind Simify, and they're not making much progress there. Then it suggests even PGZ think they need to drop about half a second a lap of pace in the name of fuel saving and cutting out that pit stop.
I think the David Haynes preferred strategy is a good way to refer to it, and I'm going to continue to do so from this point, I think.
Oh, it's like Porsche certified pre-owned or Mercedes-Benz Select. It's David Haynes approved.
Yeah, exactly. It's got to be the right one. That's Philip Schiff, by the way, who's just gone off the road. Just slightly through Stavolo, but he'll get away with that. And he will continue to run, by the way, in 8th position, rather, just behind Sergio Fernandez now, actually. In what's turning into a bit of a disappointing finish to the season for Maniti. I mean, they were running really well earlier, both on the podium at stages, but just the way the cookies crumbled so far, it's not quite happening. I should have started to note down how many cars have led this race, by the way, because I reckon we've got loads in GTP. It's been such a topsy-turvy race. Been switching around with safety car after safety car. But we find ourselves in this situation now with 100 minutes to go. BS Competition controlling the race out front in GTP, where everyone's on the same strategy. We've got 2 very exciting races in LMP2 and in GT3, where the strategies are very much dictating who's going to win, but within that also there are plenty of battles going on, and it's a lot less simple in our 2 slower categories.
Yeah, so we're back to Delatraz leading LMP2, but with a penalty looming over them. Muradin's M squad as they're in TFR Alliance after that. And then Nix Esports, who stopped 4 laps ago, down in 5th. About a minute, about half a lap behind their class leader. So that ends up looking, you know, very close. They need one less pit stop, but are they within a pit stop of their class leader? It's far less cut and dry, I think, in LMP2 than in GT3 Pro. I know what I feel.
Yeah, agreed on that. It's just that LMP2, I feel like LMP2 always ends up like that, doesn't it? It's so much harder, it feels to me, to work out where everybody is in LMP2 because their stints are so short and they're so irregular as far as GT3 goes. It's basically 1 hour, and that's very easy to work out. But in LMP2, it's really hard. It varies massively, it seems to me, between circuit to circuit as well. And it's the class certainly that keeps you guessing strategy-wise longer than the other 2.
Yeah, and then the tyre sets is something to almost start talking about at this point, particularly with as many safety cars as we've had. GTP and LMP2 get 8 sets, GT3 get 6 sets. Well, LMP2 cars are stopping more often than GTPs, but have the same number of tyre sets allowed. So if you stopped every 45 minutes and behind every safety car and filled the tank and took tyres, you'd be out of tyres by now in LMP2. So who's keeping one in their sleeve? Who's got maybe just 1 tyre change left? Track is going to keep cooling. You notice how long the shadows have gotten. We've still got the sun, but we continue to get cooler.
We're approaching 7 PM virtual standard time, by the way. Which is why the Track temperature is dipping quite in the way that it is now, although not to say it hasn't been dipping in whatever earlier. 23 degrees now on the circuit. In towards Eau Rouge again, that's Marcelo Caserta, who's going to drive the Absolute Motorsport Corvette for the final stint of the season. Final hour and a half or so. Svante Polis again under pressure here. Briefly gets his 4th place back, but is Tobias Grundkotter just going to take that immediately back away? No, not quite on this occasion. The two Mustangs continue to run single file, one after the other, and Grundkotter cannot find his way past for now.
Critically, these guys keep doing 217s. Everyone who needs 2 stops is doing 217s. Everyone who thinks they can do 1 stop left is doing 218s. You'd think the pace that we've seen Drago Racing have, surely they'd catch up to 2 Mustangs battling and tripping over each other. And they were. But then they've started to drop back smaller in the back of these pictures, in the back of these shots. There's Drago Racing just ahead of Grid and Go. Neither of them have got are going flat out based on the numbers.
Well, is it that, or is it the fact they're a lot more full of fuel and they can't go as quick rather than won't?
No, because Drago was catching and now isn't in the last couple laps.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. There might be a bit of both going on there, but either way, yeah, they're certainly not catching anymore. In fact, Drago Racing set last time round the slowest lap in the top 11, which is very unusual for a race favourite like Manuel Troncoso. Owen Carroll, meanwhile, is leading overall by some distance now, nearly 10 seconds for BS Competition to really put a positive uptick on the end of their season. The first part of their season, unfortunately, was disastrous. And especially at Sebring and Circuit of the Americas, especially Sebring, where they've been running quite well all day, really, but ended up in the wall quite late on at Tower Corner, if I remember correctly. Their last 4 races, though, have all been on the podium. 2nd at Silverstone, 3rd at Suzuka, winners with 134 points maximum at Portimao. They look like they are going to take another victory here today with possibly another 134 points. A great end to their season, nothing less than what you'd expect from BS Competition, but it's the first 3 rounds that they'll look back on with disappointment at the end of this season, really. For Telesis Automotive, they cannot say the same. An unbelievably consistent season that they are looking to cap off here with another podium, which will give them 7 podiums out of 7 races this season.
The penalty's still coming, and I think not far away from their next stop, Delatraz, Maradnas, SRN, TFR, and Nürburgring Esports. And this is the leader in GT3 Pro at the moment, Tor Esports, and Jonas Rutten has been going quickly. 2:17.3 last lap matches the team's fastest lap of the race. So this is about all they've got, and that's what they're giving it, trying to build some gap to teams like Drago Racing, trying to keep BS Competitions, BMW and GT3 behind, trying to keep BS Turner behind, and they are demonstrating a little bit of their speed these last couple of laps as the track also cools off down to 23 degrees Celsius, and Longchamp is in the shade. Delatraz pits from the lead of LMP2.
Only 19 laps on that stint, by the way. They can't make it on one more after this, can they? This is too far out.
The prediction for LMP2s is 44 more laps to go. So,
yeah, no way.
Yeah.
Same for McGarvey. Did he do his penalty? I think he did, yes. So Thomas Imburg had a penalty of 10 seconds for blocking the composite performance car in their 3-way battle earlier on. So he served that 10-second penalty. As you mentioned there, loads of penalties coming in. They're all in LMP2, actually. Not only that 10-second one, which you've already spoken about, but also a 40-second penalty for the 104 car. That is Hyperion Racing, who are already 3 laps down anyway, in fairness. Stop and go penalty for 115, Fiercely Forward Purple. They're now 1 lap down, though, as a result of the 5-second rule violation. And 107's got a 10-second time penalty as well, Effect Simulations, for causing a collision in turn 18. So that's 4 teams in LMP2, 2 of which were already out of contention, but even so, a couple of contending cars there with 10-second penalties that, in a race this close, could take them right out of contention.
90 minutes to go. GT3s are not making it from here. They are going to need one more stop. LMP2s are not making it from here with 2 more stops based on what we're seeing. So Menigzi and Volpe and others gonna expect a couple more laps to Door Esports race leader, and Ruben Bonga here in second with BS Competition, his teammate just behind of Rainer Talver in the BS Turner car.
Talbot's still got a penalty to serve, remember, as well, so he'll be 10 seconds further behind again. That won't actually cost him any places, at least not with Impulse Racing. It put him right in front of that battle between Impulse and Scuderia Volpe and Absolute Motorsport from what we just saw earlier.
So my hopes have got to rest on Nürburgring Esports here in LMP2. They're 18 laps into their stint. If they can go another 2 more, and then they can, so if they can wrap this up as a 20-lap stint, and then do another 20-lap stint, and then do another 20-lap stint, they're home. So they could challenge for the win and leave Muradness and some of those other ones behind. And they just need to worry about trying to cover off Nick's Esports.
Has the predicted laps come down then? Because I thought Nürburgring Esports needed to do another one more 21 lap to be safe, and then 120.
The predicted remaining laps for an LMP2 car is sort of 4 or 5 laps fewer than what's predicted remaining for a GTP.
As in, they're going to be lapped 4 or 5 times?
In the next 90 minutes, yeah.
Crikey, are they?
Don't make me get the calculator out again.
It's about 8 seconds a lap if we're being generous. 45 laps, 8 seconds a lap is about 360 seconds. So I'll maybe give them 2 laps. Not going to be lapped 4 or 5 times. I would understand more if you mean the total lap count for them is going to be about that much shorter.
GTP's lap, LMP2 is approximately once every 18 or 19 laps. So I think a GTP is going to lap an LMP2 at least 3 times between now and the end, and that's why the LMP2 predicted remaining lap count is fewer than for GTPs.
Okay, well, I'll believe it for now. I just seem to remember earlier thinking that Nürburgring Esports would have needed 121 laps to and 120, but we will wait and see. They're about to come up towards the line, actually, by the way. We're about to see whether they are going to do a 21 lap stint anyway here, or whether it's going to be 20 laps. No, it will be 20 laps. So if another couple of these, and Nürburgring Esports might be able to make it home on 1 less stop than the others, and maybe pull off what I think we could describe as a slightly surprise victory this afternoon.
Because as they cross the start-finish line, the predicted laps remaining for an LMP2 car drops to 40, and that is what Nürburgring Esports are on track to do. That's clearly their goal. I think it's driver change tomorrow is Rommelfanger now.
Yeah.
He's got a...
Just worry about there being a surprise extra lap for BS Competition or something if they cross the line with a second left.
So you can't win big if you don't put your poker chips on the table.
It's true. I still think it's a pretty unlikely scenario for them to win, but it'd be great to see it happen for Nürburgring Esports. It would be really great. A nice strategic win. Be very enjoyable to see, but anyway, let's find out. GT3 Pro battle is on for the lead here after the pit stop for Door Esports. BS Competition and BS Turner have got a lap or 2 of leading the field, and it looks like they're going to spend the lap battling away. And it's going to be the last lap I think they spend this season running nose to tail, because as I mentioned, BS Turner are going to have a penalty to serve. And if they don't do it this time, I think they're going to run out of time to serve it. So they will drop 10 seconds in this pit stop phase, I would imagine.
On board with the now second place BMW. With that recent pit stop for Door Esports. Luka Wunsch stays with the car. In this lap, or the next lap, I reckon, for these two BMWs. Wouldn't be surprised if it's this lap, because got nothing to lose, and they're trying to go flat out, as are most of the other cars on their strategy, like Volpe was. Okay, there goes one.
Yeah, I don't think that's the decision. I think they would have just run out of fuel had they carried on. So, yeah, I agree. They're just pushing on as much as they can here, but pitying when they have to. And Ruben Bonga now absolutely has to. 1 hour 26 still to go. I've got a challenge to your maths in LMP2, by the way. Someone saying that a stint is only 43 minutes, so with Nürburgring Esports coming in with more than that to go, more than 43 minutes times 2 to go, they're not going to make it.
Yes, and I've written down their username, don't worry.
Just putting all the, putting all the options forward. Trying to work out this race outcome together, if at all possible. Impulse Racing followed BS Competition in, by the way, and Kai Kashibe is going to get back out onto the circuit. Very experienced iRacer in endurance races like this. I'm pretty sure he won the Nürburgring 24 Hours, didn't he, about 10 years ago on iRacing? Have I got that wrong? Something like that. Maybe just
sounds right.
Doesn't want to be reminded of how old he is, probably. I apologise for that. But
sounding like someone who might have won is all you're in it for.
He definitely won it 1 year. Whether it was 10 years ago this year, I'm not sure.
So these guys are just off the lead lap, but if they make it to the end one fewer stops, then... So if P1 Docs makes it to the end one fewer stops than BS Competition, they would get back on the lead lap. Orion Race Team on the same strategy as BS Competition. Both stopped 21 laps ago. P1Docs.com Black have a 3-lap offset that they managed to sort of engineer for themselves compared to the leaders and a lot of the other cars in class here, which might just squeak them to one fewer stops, particularly with some management, if Ruben Paulino can do that.
He's won it 3 times, by the way, Kai Kashibe. First time was 9 years ago, not 10. Of course, the iRacing Nürburgring 24 Hours did not exist in 2015, which is should have been my first realisation, but never mind. There you go, 9 years ago that he first won that race. Anyway, Orion Race Team versus P1 Docs, 10th place. Only battle in GTP for the moment, as they close in on the end of another stint here. Orbit Drop Bear have been in already, though, and so it technically is already started, I guess, as Reina Talbar does now come to a stop after having served his penalty. He'll be hoping the final penalty for his car of the season.
Yeah, interested after that where BS Turner will end up on the track.
I think right about here. See them in the distance?
I think they've
No,
deliberately done the fuel fill between Turner and Competition so that the two BS cars end up together on track again until their final stop.
Maybe, but why is Rainer Taubal so much longer and he's actually ahead?
Which car had a penalty?
BS Turner had a penalty, and their lane time was longer, which reflects that, but BS Competition have lost loads of time somewhere. They're actually behind. And their last lap time is not coming through, suggests they had an off-track or car contact. And speaking of car contact, these two are back together again. Moradness and Composite Performance fighting over third place. Nathan Olsen versus Caden Richardson, round 2, with Thomas Imborg here as well. Good speed. It's like going an hour back in time. Moradness, Composite and Delatraz fighting their way onto the Kemmel Straight again. We could well see 3 wide again here.
In the octagon to defend his world title. I don't know, that's sort of what we've got here. Rinse and repeat, third, fourth, fifth, these guys. Don't do it again. Don't do it again.
Well, we're going to do one part of it again. This time Moradness on the inside. Oh, late braking from Caden Richardson. Good effort around the outside here. He's going to get the inside, the second part, shoulder barge through the middle of it. And Thomas Imborg might well take them both here on the exit. Oh, he is going to. Through on both, maybe in towards Bruxelles. Looks towards the inside, and he does get to the inside of Olsen. Caden Richardson's not going to be particularly pleased about being served up some gravel on the exit of Malmedy, but he's going to have to take it here as the two in front of him battle again. Imborg round the outside, and he's through. Olsen loses a place, but not to the driver he was expecting it, I wouldn't imagine. He loses it to Thomas Imborg, and Caden Richardson drops to the back.
Oh, they nearly did it, didn't they? What's with these three? How come when there's trouble, it's always you three? But that was much better, I must say. That was well timed. Delatraz held back for a little bit and then got a better run down and towards Rivage. Really muscled from there to go ahead of Moradness M squad. And for a car that we thought maybe had a tiny bit more pace in Delatraz, they finally showed it there very, very effectively.
That was a lot of fun to watch, and you get the feeling it might not be over yet. I do worry slightly for these three, though, that they're slightly staring each other into the abyss, in that they are battling so hard between themselves. They're going to end up with somebody else winning here, or somebody getting the position that they otherwise might have done. Are they all going to finish off the podium at the end of all this? I do worry slightly that they're letting that happen to themselves here. It's all reformed, by the way, because of all sorts of different things going on here. Caden Richardson's got a mighty undercut on them. Thomas Imborg was faster than them, but he had a 10-second time penalty, so effectively he's been pegged right back to where he was before. But the fact he got both of them there on that lap could be really, really helpful for his race, as Delatraz Automotive try and finish on the podium in every single race this season. It looks like they are going to achieve that, unless Nathan Olsen can do something here. He's flashing his lights. We all know that works in terms of distracting the driver in front of you. And this time round, they all stay single file in towards Lecombe.
Yeah, because they've got to be careful they don't end up in the no man's land between Nix Esports, who are out in front at the moment, and Nürburgring Esports, who are sort of 20 seconds behind, but fuel saving to have one fewer stop than these guys if they can manage it. It's definitely what Nürburgring Esports are aiming for. So for Delatraz, it's the speed to move up the road, put some pressure on Hydro Race Geodesic Racing 8 seconds away, 7.8 seconds away, and also on Nix Esports just 4 or 5 seconds ahead of that. So you've either got to save or you've got to have pace. If you're not saving and you don't have pace, you won't be on the podium.
Yeah. I think the two in behind here are going to be realising very shortly that Moradness and Composite Performance are not going to be on the podium. That was pretty unlucky for Caden Richardson. He got shoved right out there by the Impulse Mustang, who he won't be pleased with, I would imagine. There is the Orbit drop air car, meanwhile. Now, where are they in relation to the others? Sam Sutton is ahead of the Movano and the Apexes of this world. Dennis Robin Wolf out in number 1. There are the other Manitis. The one Maniti, I should say. Philip Schiff down at the back. Tony Civi Sharbo is going to be 5th, although he'll get passed by David Adam pretty quickly there, so be outside the top 5 pretty quickly. Fast Repair Motorsport now the only team remaining to come into pit lane from 2nd place, so one more stop after this one, I would imagine, for everybody.
Yeah, that's the vibe of it in GTP. Owen Carroll back to the race lead.
What's this all about for Tom Hooper? Why is this taking so long? Nearly a minute now.
No black flag. There is some damage on the car. Oh, that pops out a little bit. Were they just waiting on tidying up the car as far as damage is concerned?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe they just got it. You got to end of the season. You got a spare front clip lying around. You're going to go whack it on. P1 Docs have taken the same strategy to rear wings, so
Not on purpose, I feel. Although maybe. Yeah, they've got nothing to lose here, Milici, by doing that. They've got a big gap behind them. They're still ahead of P1 Docs despite doing that, and P1 Docs have got to make a stop yet, so they're not going to lose anything at all out of doing that. An hour 16 to go in the season. Just shoring things up here. Maniti, with drop there, meanwhile, get past Fast Repair Motorsport, who are into the pit lane. Sergio Fernandez will take that car in for its second last stop of the season. So, BS Competition continue to control this race. And you may notice the gap is a bit smaller back to Sam Sutton, but that's because Orbit Drop Air have been taking a few seconds off their fuel fill for the last couple of times now. They're going to lose all that at the final pit stop of the day. So BS Competition are going to be comfortably leading here. But the other two classes are still very much up for debate. Tiger Racing currently leading GT3. But is there going to be a safety car that just throws their strategy into the bin? What about LMP2? Hydro's Teardesic Racing Gold have just been in after 19 laps, and that's a penultimate stop for them as well here. But where are they going to end up? I mean, we've got no idea in LMP2 at the moment.
Well, they were only 4 or 5 seconds behind Nix Esports, who are one of the teams in contention to be taking the win, i.e. head of their strategy. So they're still in competitive position because they're on a similar strategy to Composite Performance, but ahead of them. Similar strategy to Nix, only a couple of seconds behind them. They were 8-9 seconds up the road from Delatraz, so that's kind of one of the teams they might need to be checking and covering off against what pace they've got, what pace Delatraz has got, and how much pit stop time is remaining, because that's kind of what it is. It's how much pit stop time you've got remaining.
Yeah. Next in, by the way, will be Effect Simulations, but they're effectively out of things now. They're already a minute off the lead, over a minute off the lead. It is a first stop, though, for Composite Performance of those who are really in contention. Nix Esports will be a lap behind them as well, and then we'll have a little bit more. What's going on there? Luca Vunks there, just in front of one of the Porsches, just gets in front of Instinct Mechanic Racing. And that's a fairly recent stop for Luca Vunks, who is trying his very best to get up towards the front here and challenge the Drago Racings of this world, but they've got 30 seconds to catch and only just over an hour to do it.
Again, leader of their strategy, though, find themselves significantly clear of BS Turner and BS Competition for whatever those reasons may be. Did we get any idea on BS Competition?
Nope, not at the minute, to be honest with you. I need to investigate that a little bit further, because Kai Kashubi has certainly lost some mystery time somewhere, and you can see it with the gap to Luca Vunks as well. It's obvious, 15 seconds. That's very unusual. So we'll try and get to the bottom of that. Anyway, 1 hour 13 still to go in this IVRA Endurance Series season. You're watching the TFRLAB 8 hours of sport. We haven't shut up in a while, so we'll do that for a second. Myself, Ewan O'Leary, David Haynes with you here on RaceSpotTV to bring you to the conclusion of the IVRA Endurance Series in season 2024-25. We'll let you listen in to the BMW BS Competition GTP of Owen Carroll as he continues to lead here at Spa. There are a couple of laps on board with the race-leading BS competition BMW GTP. Owen Carroll doing a great job at the front right now. 9 seconds his current lead over Sam Sutton. Dennis Robin Wolf is on the podium for the reigning champions Movano team. Meanwhile, in that onboard section, Tour Esports got past Composite Performance, and that could be a legitimate battle for position, although with everyone having one stop left, Luca Vunk's having such a short stop remaining compared to the others. It's got to pale into insignificance slightly. He should jump in front of PGZ as well, but whether he'll jump onto the podium, I think, is another question entirely. He is certainly the most realistic of the contenders in the GT3 to jump forward. In LMP2, we've seen a couple of stops. Effect Simulations have been in. Nix Esports, not yet. Composite Performance have been in, though, as well. Brandon Walker is now driving that car in 7th. We'll see whether they can rescue a podium. An unlikely podium as it is for them, really. We will wait and see, though, for the remainder of this one. With just an hour and 7 to go. You can see the sun setting now over the Spa-Francorchamps circuit. A beautiful evening as it is. We're approaching 7:30 virtual standard time. Myself, Ian Leary, David Haynes with you at the moment. It's poised quite nicely here, David. Tour Esports getting through in Composite Performance just while we were away is a good news thing for them, for Luca Vokes to get into the top 5. Now he's got to stay in front, and I was just thinking amongst myself how far they can get up this field here today with such a short final stop compared to the others who are about to make their final stop, and it's going to be very long. Just wondering how far he really can make his way through the field here. We'll see where he can get to in this final stop.
Yeah, because we're just sort of approaching what, at least in Australian motor racing parlance, gets called sort of critical lap number. So for GT3s, it's sort of just as we're approaching that hour to go. And then for GTP, it's sort of around 50 minutes-ish, and then LMP2, 40 to 45, 45 definitely on the high side of that. And as we tick over those numbers and we see cars stop, we'll say they're going to the end from here and begin to know sort of a bit more about where we stand and what's possible.
Yeah. As I was just saying, I think Vunks is going to be 4th, personally, but he could have more by the end of this day. Tiger Racing, Grid and Go and Visceral are 1, 2 and 3 as it stands. In case you weren't with us earlier, by the way, gridandgo.com esports are our champions this season. They picked up enough points at halfway. Frankly, Aztec Sinsports Visceral's strategy towards the halfway stage was a little bit strange, I've got to say. They're now 106 points behind, 106 points behind, and that is more than the 100 points that you can score for winning a race this season. Nix Esports, in the meantime, into the pit lane as we expected. 20 laps for Anthony Young, and that is going to be definitely penultimate stop for them. But again, where Nix Esports come out, we just do not know at the moment.
Yeah, so definitely still in the penultimate stop for LMP2's category. So Esports a little offline through Radeon. It's going to compromise their performance. It compromises you the whole length of the Camel Straight, longest straight on the racetrack. Thinking, can I get a little bit of a push here, maybe? Not really what you want in an endurance race like this. A couple more LMP2s are going to come through and keep the GT3 drivers perpetually on their toes, as they always are in races like these.
Yeah, certainly are. Well, a little bit more gravel kicked up through Malmedy again. And Thomas Imburg, the new race leader in LMP2, will just dive himself in between these guys now on the downhill right-hander at Rivage. Just got Nathan Olsen just in behind him there. 1.4 seconds, by the way, the new leading gap in LMP2. It's not quite the battle that we saw earlier on. 3 wide and all sorts happening in towards Lecombe all those laps ago, about an hour ago now. But it is still close between Olsen and Imburg. They are on the same strategy as well, so I feel for Moradner's M Squad and Durst's Automotive, it is a lot easier to grasp where they are in this race. I mean, Moradner certainly know they're not winning this race because someone on their strategy is beating them right now, and that's got to be the main focus for Nathan Olsen right now, and worry about those on other strategies a bit later.
Yeah, that's what we're covering off at the moment. If you don't have the pace to beat Delatraz, you're not going to win. And then you also need enough pace to put a splash and dash sized pit stop between yourself and Nix Esports. perhaps even between yourself and Nürburgring Esports.
Wow. If we think Nürburgring have got one stop left, and also Nix have, then this is bad news for Nürburgring as far as their winning their race goes. They've both got one left, and Nix Esports stop's going to be a lot shorter.
Yes.
I think the dream might be over.
Nürburgring 11 into their stint here. They go 9 longer. They might just be within range. And we go 3 wide with LMP2s, which always makes me... it raises my heart rate, that's for sure.
Never mind all the sensible business about needing to save the fuel or whatever. Let's just go 3 wide in towards Blanchimont anyway. Down onto the brakes, and no, Nix Esports will stay in front on this occasion. Oscar Soltero, the driver there, ahead of Marius Rommelfanger, who got behind the wheel of the Nürburgring Esports car last time round, and he will do to the finish as well. But I would have thought he'd just sit behind Soltero and save fuel, to be honest. Clearly, nothing of the sort based on what we just saw there.
Surprised me as well, to be honest. And after this most recent round of stops, looks like HydroRace Geodesic Racing slightly short of Phil, slightly closer to Nix Esports as well. Because they're that LMP2 just behind as well. Knowing that Nix and Geodesic are on the same strategy as well. Geodesic doing what they can just to get a little bit closer. See, now it's massive coasts again from Nürburgring. What got into them earlier? They were hungry or something. But now they're themselves again.
Just not thinking, I guess. But yeah, that's really weird. I mean, it's even more weird than just continuing to attack them, to be honest. Changing your mind now is the strangest thing. But anyway, 5-second penalty has gone all round in GT3 in the last few moments, by the way. Number 220, the Door Esports car, has got a 5-second time penalty for contact with number 144 into turn 14. Also into turn 14, about 25 minutes later, Rainer Tauvar, another penalty, 5 seconds to be served at their final pit stop as well for BS Turner. That's 15 seconds of penalties just in the last 2 hours for them. And Ethan Critchley as well for WSR Esports, also 5-second time penalty, although they're quite a long way back now. Are they? Have I misread that? Let's see. I can't find them in the field. Anyway. Oh no, they are out the race. That does explain a lot. That is 5-second time penalty for making contact with car 104 and pushing them off track. This is Noah Riedler going for a spin, meanwhile at Bruxelles in the fiercely forward number 115 car.
Yeah, so very dirty off the line there as well. So just marbles, gravel, continuing to accumulate in numbers, and you get just a little bit wide out there and the grip drops away. Find that happening. Crossing that hour.
What's going on there? Escalina's disconnected. Okay. A couple of these small technical problems happening towards the end, but as you say, we are into the final hour now of the season, the TFRLAB 8 Hours of Spa, which ends our IVRA Endurance Series calendar in season 2024-25. I think we're entering the final hour with not much doubt as to who's going to win these championships. That's going to be Movano in GTP. It's going to be Fierce Automotive, in LMP2, and it's going to be Grid and Go in GT3 Pro. But as far as the race win goes, especially in those lower 2 categories, this is a very engaging final hour.
Yeah, so it's predicting 27 to go as Drago Racing are just crossing the start-finish line. Only 25 laps into their stint, so this looks very comfortable for Drago Racing, Grid and Go and others to just have that one stop left. Visceral Esports are going to make what looks like their final stop.
Oh, is 26 enough? I'm not sure. I like that.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't like that from Visceral. I like it more Drago and Grid and Go going one lap longer. But I mean, if you've got to make it work, will you find a way to make it work if it still looks like the best strategy? If at least this is the Grand Prix pits, a splash and dash on the endurance pits takes like a minute and a half.
I mean, just purely, it's going to be close, isn't it? Very close for Visceral. I just think what's been the undoing of that Mercedes here tonight. Oh, that's a late defence. That is a move in the braking zone for Marius Rommelfanger. I will be amazed if he gets away with that.
So late, being closed quite quickly by Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, and wow, if you're going to cover the inside, you've got to cover the inside earlier than that and not be just making that move because of your mirrors.
Into the driving school of a certain F1 driver, by the looks of that. Anyway, that might well be a penalty. We will wait and see from race control. It is already under review, I think. Or is that something else? Oh, that is something else. Sorry. That's another LMP2 incident that is under review. I think it's the spin we saw not so long ago. But oh no, not even. So anyway, I'll stop speculating. It's for something else completely in LMP2. But yes, that will be looked at, I am sure, as well. Let's have another look here from the air.
That's almost two moves. Like, they're looking for the inside. Okay, I'll close that off. Oh, they're still looking for the inside. I'll do more. Drago Racing are coming in from the lead of GT3 Pro, and I just feel like that was a little, like, you're not on the same strategy. Feels unnecessary from Rommelfanger, unless maybe he's got a history with Fritz.
Especially unnecessary, because I don't think the outside at the first part of the bus stop is actually that bad of a place to be, especially when they're lunging from that far back. You know, you can more than easily defend the outside first part, inside at the second, but he really wanted to protect that inside line, and I think dangerously so, actually.
Maybe they're neighbours, and one of them, you know, parks and blocks the other guy's bin in. And so he thought he'd park and block him into the bus stop. Now, if you block a bus stop, you'll get towed.
That is, yes. That is a cardinal sin. This is Koch versus Matteo out the pit lane. Oh, and Grid and Go come out first. These two might well be battling for the race win this afternoon, depending on how the strategy turns out. They're certainly winning of their strategy. They're 1 and 2, that's for sure. And Jarno Koch is ahead of Nicolas Matteo with a shorter pit stop by nearly 2 seconds.
That's a great jump and a great get from Grid and Go. Themselves ahead of Drago Racing. Maybe put a bit of traffic between themselves and Drago Racing now. 5 minutes to go. It didn't need a complete brimming of the tank. I think you could underfuel by a lap, or maybe even 2, but definitely underfill by a lap and make it from this point. And that's what Grid and Go looked to have done, and gotten just a little bit of a jump on Drago Racing. Absolute Motorsports, that Corvette is just behind them, but still owes a stop. Same for Volpe, just behind them. Then you've got
what is certainly true.
And others.
Sorry. What is certainly true, Nicolas Matteo absolutely packed that car full of fuel when he didn't really have to in that Ferrari. 41 and a bit seconds of fuel is absolutely packed full. And there's... Oh, no need! Dear me! Jarno Koch with one of the Manitis down his inside, and all of his advantage from that pit stop wiped away instantly.
But there'll always be some uncertainty to the end. Where are you relative to the overall leader? How many laps does the overall leader do? This is definitely a position here where Drago Racing can push, and Grid and Go might need to conserve just a tiny bit, and then things like that happen, and suddenly you're sniffing the slipstream at all the high-speed places of the racetrack, heading towards Blanchimont, heading down towards Eau Rouge, heading up the Kemmel Straight, everywhere. Drago Racing are now in that little slipstream zone. Will give them a couple of tenths a second. They're already a quick enough car, and that'll help them stay with and challenge what could well be the race lead. Here's how it happens. Yeah, not outrageous. That's just how it happens sometimes.
Yes, it's kind of late, but not outrageous, as you say. I can certainly predict Jarno Koch's views on that one, as there was just that late move down to the inside. Absolute Motorsport, by the way, absolutely hanging tough with these guys. They're not going to finish with them for the battling for the race lead. That much is pretty clear. But the fact they're sticking with them quite nicely for the moment is a wonderful reflection with how they've driven this afternoon. They've done a wonderful job in that Corvette as they go over the top of the hill again. Setting sun in the background. Approaching 8 p.m. virtual standard time at Spa. And Grid and Go Drago Racing are fighting over the last race win of the IVRA Endurance season. For now, I think they're going to put it on hold. But when they know they are 1 and 2 and they've got an advantage over Door Esports, they are going to fight in a brilliant battle for the race lead. I'm hoping this is going to be fantastic entertainment to the finish between these two.
So it's all final stops for GT3 Pro right now when they make them just about 1 or 2 laps away from the GTP window opening. 24 laps has been the normal thing to do in green flag conditions for those GTP cars, and it's still predicting 26 to go. So in 1 lap or 2, perhaps teams that have got sets of spare tyres to throw at the car might make their final stops. Now SRN TFR Alliance LMP2 stopping, and it is not yet LMP2 final stop window. That is going to be 1 and then another stop in this final 50 minutes for SRN TFR Alliance LMP2. Grid and Go look like they've got good pace though right now. Like they've taken enough fuel that they don't need to save, but they've had just that tiny short fill that bought them a bit of time.
Yeah, they are looking good. It's a question whether Nicholas Matteo can stay with them now at the front of the field. He's got the final win of the season all riding on him for Drago Racing. Currently 6th place in the standings, by the way. They missed a round at Suzuka and they only scored 9 points at Motegi overall. That's through halfway and at the finish. So it will be a big result for them. They're probably going to finish 6th in the season standings, by the way, but it gives you an idea of how they've been going this season. There's been so many different race winners though over the course of the season. BS Competition, Share Esport, Grid and Go, Visceral, Grid and Go again in the last couple of rounds as well. The only repeat winners, and they've done it 3 times, looking to make it 4 out of 7. And on the result sheet, it's going to end up looking like a maybe more dominant season than it really has been for them. But what a fantastic achievement it would be if they could do it. Drago Racing, though, looking to become different winners again as they rev it out in 5th gear in the Ferrari. One of the LMP2s down the inside. They'll be hoping that Jarno Cook is overtaken by it as well, and he is. So Matteo can stay right up close to that Acura into the middle sector. Again, 50 minutes to go.
You know, the coloured buttons on the Ferrari steering wheel are a customer option. The default factory is white.
Can you change it in our racing?
No, I don't think so. Whichever real-world car iRacing have scanned, they've brought over some
Yes.
customer modification that's not the wheel as it comes from the factory on the Ferrari 296 GT3.
Fair enough.
There's a couple of little Easter eggs around exact like scanned chassis and stuff on iRacing.
Marius Rohrwanger is under pressure from Maximilian Fritz again here, by the way, as he's let Oscar Soltero go. Rohrwanger now in danger of losing his top 5 position, although he only has 1 stop to go. So does Fritz, in fairness, and again, it's going to be a shorter stop. Unfortunately for Rohrwanger, it might well be only a top 5 finish at very best. Might not even be that here for Nürburgring Esports, but fair play to them for trying something a little bit different and making one less stop than we think than some of the others. There goes Fritz to the inside, in towards turn 1 and straight through. This strategy is maybe looking like the wrong one for Nürburgring Esports now in the last hour.
I think moving under braking and blocking was the wrong move as well. They get a good run up the hill. Feisty is Rohrwanger right now. Feisty top of screen as well.
It's all happening. Rohrwanger absolutely side by side, door to door in towards Lecombe. He's not letting this one go for the moment, and it is a legitimate fight in the end, I suppose. Great pass in the end as well. He threw that in hard, and Maximilian Fritz won't be pleased about it, but I don't think there was anything wrong with that. There certainly was something wrong with his move into the bus stop earlier, and we spoke about that. He's got a 10-second time penalty just through for that as well, by the way, but that was a lot better. Meanwhile, for the lead in GT3 Pro, it's outside line for Matteo. Has he gone a bit too deep there? No, not quite. Yannick Koch is still there, though. Still alongside, just in towards Malmedy. This could be for the win in GT3. They're not waiting to see if their strategy is going to work, though. They're just going for it immediately here. And Nicholas Matteo is through. There's very little contact, but he's through ahead of Yannick Koch, and Trago Racing now lead.
Super close stuff between the two GT3 Pro teams and drivers. They'll be going to the end. Door Esports and BS Turner are only 12 and 18 seconds up the road and still need another stop. That wouldn't even cover a drive-through, let alone however much fuel they're going to need to take on board. This will become the lead of the race in these current circumstances between Drago Racing and Grid and Go. And at the moment, it's advantage Drago Racing. I don't see Yannick Koch giving that one up for free, though. And because I think he'll now be into the slipstream, and he'll clearly want to fight that one as he did in that previous engagement.
There is Nathan Olsen out of the pit lane for the penultimate time. Yeah, he's not making all the way home, is he? Tom Lindbergh just gets ahead of him. So there'll be a splash of fuel there, but a little bit less for Olsen. However, he did take 3 seconds less that time. Meanwhile, Yannick Koch again close ahead, or behind, sorry, of Nicholas Matteo into the final chicane. Just a bit in front of him, by the way. Door Esports and BS Turner, both of whom haven't stopped yet, but they are within 20 seconds of them. So I'm not sure either of them could actually even take a drive through and come out in front of these guys. So they must be confident they will be 1 and 2 as this pans out in the next 45 minutes.
Rommel Fanger stayed out another lap, so it'll be about 44 minutes and some seconds remaining in the race if he comes in at the end of this lap, which we expect he will. Then you factor the penalty, which you assume they're going to take now rather than post-race, or are you already in a point where things get converted to post-race? Drago stay ahead.
They do. Just about. The great thing about this battle, I think, as well, between manufacturers, Ferrari and Acura, is that I don't think either of them has such a monopoly in a straight line that if one gets ahead of the other, then it's going to be impossible in a straight line to get through. Both of these manufacturers are just about fast enough in a straight line compared to the other, especially when they've got the slipstream, that they can definitely make a difference and definitely go for a pass. And same maybe can't be said in GTP. And we might be about to see that between Movano Rosso and the Apex Racing team, who fight over what might be the final podium spot. I know it's second right now, might be the final podium spot later on this afternoon.
Final stop window underway for those GTPs. Orbit Drop Bear, Jupiter, Sam Sutton in the lane. And then I think you'll see a few others follow in not too long as well.
Yeah. It's pretty uniform across the board in GTP, and there isn't going to be too much change in that field. They've pitted on exactly the same lap, actually, these two as well, by the way, on your screen, so they're not going to change even too much in the pit stop phase either. At the top of your screen, look at that getting close again. Yannick Koch getting really, really close through Blanchimont now. One of the GTPs come through, and he just tries to duck in behind them, very nearly hit the side of the Maniti car. He couldn't get alongside, though, from Nicholas Matteo, who decided that he wanted to keep the racing line on that occasion and make Yannick Koch do all the work on the braking, but he didn't want to that time round. And Matteo leads the two of them again. This could be a very, very long battle for the lead if this goes all the way to the end. Goodness me.
Yeah, they do seem very, very evenly matched. It sort of comes down to driver style, it comes down to comfort, it comes down to setup, and also the difference between the cars. But I'm seeing Drago Racing, I guess, pick up the throttle a little better in some of the corners. That Acura, particularly down into Rivage and some other places, it seems to brake and turn in that last phase, really.
Sorry, Dennis Robin Wolf there very nearly found himself off at Blanchimont. He was in the gravel. Meanwhile, Nicholas Matteo does give up the lead to that Grid and Go Acura. Couple of changes then. Apex up to second overall, and Drago up to what will be first. in GT3. Here comes Dennis Robin Wolf, though, straight back down the inside again on Daniel Civisabo. They're now battling for the lead because of the pit stop just up in front of them. It will only be temporary, but this could be a huge battle. Daniel Civisabo with the run down the hill in towards Eau Rouge once again.
Perfect run for Movano Rosso up the hill. They'll clear this traffic, hopefully, on the way into the next braking zone. We'll get 3 wide, because of course we will. And the momentum is key for the Acuras.
They've got such good speed in the straight line. He's missed the corner. Dennis Robin Wolf has missed the corner. And it wasn't even close, really. He's taken Daniel Civisabo off with him. And surely he's going to have to give that place back. There's no way he can keep that, surely.
Apex Racing Team with a slowdown that they've just cleared. It looked like both cars just in way too hot. And Apex were in hot, but then Movano in even deeper sort of held them out wide, and there's a redress being ordered from race control as well on this one. Yep. Apex were going to just make the corner. Movano were never going to make the corner.
Nope. Absolutely not. Well, they've still not given up the place yet. I wonder why, to be honest.
Maybe this traffic, they just want to get clear of it.
Right. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. By the way, David Adam in third, just in behind them, is for position as well for Maniti Racing. So the more they trip over each other here, then the more that he will get involved. Oh, that was close. Civisabo will now go through, though. He will get the place outside line. PS Competition car doesn't quite want to give him space just yet. Don't have to. And so the front 3 are together again, with Apex back in front.
If you were rude and vindictive, you'd just make your final pit stop now as Apex Racing Team and not allow them to redress and return the position. That is not great for a Maniti GT3. Not for the first time yet.
Samu Smetsler, I think he's back again though, which is good. Hopefully they can get to the end of the race and the end of the season therefore as well. Here comes Dennis Robin Wolf again. Hopefully he can make the corner this time. The Acura so good in a straight line and therefore good at passing as well. And there's just about enough space there. He couldn't quite cut back to the racing line as he wanted to, but now he will do. He puts Civisabo out into the dirt in the outside line, out into the dirty line, that is. And Movano are back to the lead. Maniti not quite able to get involved, but Movano, number 1, into the lead as Marius Rommelfanger goes off in front of them.
Rommelfanger on an outlap after a 21-lap stint. He is making it to the end, James G, but with a penalty and clearly a mistake on the outlap.
He's remembered, he's got receipts. Anyway.
I'm glad that tickled you.
Yeah, it did. Meanwhile, I'll focus on something else. The battle for the lead, Movano, Apex and Maniti. Of course, we've got to keep an eye on the battle for the lead in GT3 as well, but it feels like it is going to be a bit more temporary. Daniel Civisabo won't be long into the pit lane, by the way. Only was in the fueling bay 35 seconds or so last time around. And, well, he's not pitting this time because he's going for the outside into the bus stop chicane. He can't get into the pit lane from there unless he's feeling very brave, and no, he can't. He just missed the second part of that corner slightly, and that allows Maniti Racing to get a little bit closer again over the line. Again, I do wonder how long they're going to take it, but it doesn't really matter in some way. PS Competition are going to be out in front of all of these guys by some distance.
A little bit of LMP2 traffic to help Movano Rosso this time. Checks up Civisabo and the Apex Racing Team Porsche. Does it give a bit of a run to David Adam in the Maniti Racing Black Porsche? I think it does.
Is it enough? Not quite. I think it's Giuseppe Lofero in the YouTube chat, although I could be wrong, telling us that, or trying to claim, I'm going to call it a claim, that the Acura is actually missing a few kilometres an hour compared to BMW and Porsche in a straight line. Based on what I've seen in this race down the Camel Straight so far, I'm going to say that's rubbish.
I'm going to say the speed trap end of straight speed for the Movano Rosso Acura and the Maniti Racing Black Porsche are both 311 kilometers an hour. It's never the whole story to speak about the end of straight speeds, though, because some of them might pull really well to 300 k's an hour and then begin to sort of top out there, and some will more slowly just continue to accelerate towards a very strong end of straight speed.
Giuseppe said it's not a claim, it's a fact. I'm presuming that is who it is, because he's not corrected me. So yes, that is, there you have it. I don't know, either that or the Acura teams have got some very trimmed out setups going on, especially where Absolute Motorsport were leading earlier on. They were very hard to pass, and they found passing quite easy as well, so maybe that is a team thing rather than a manufacturer thing, but just something I've noticed, that's all. Meanwhile, it towards the bus stop, 37 to go. Will Sivisaba be in this time? Yes, it had to be coming. He hadn't put in very much fuel in his previous stint, and so that battle was always going to come to an end fairly shortly, and it does now for Daniel Sivisaba, who's in for the final time this season.
Aerodynamic mapping is also not identical between cars in class on iRacing as well. For a while it was known that the BMW GT3 picked up the same amount of slipstream off of other cars but created less hole in the air for other cars, and it can be the case that in clean air, if the Acura might be missing pace, it might suck up better in a slipstream situation, which is where we're seeing these passes and this overspeed come from. Maybe the Acura does better in the hole in the air than it does in clean air versus a Porsche and some of the others. So this creates an opportunity for Apex Racing Team to try to tyre undercut if they've still got a set to throw at it. But we know that first outlap is difficult. You need to undercut by 2 or 3 laps, and by going first, your rival, in this case, Dennis Robin Wolf from Movano Rosso, can react on this lap and overcut you.
Yeah, I think based on all of that, and indeed where Sivisaba just come out now, I think Apex Racing Team are going to be in 5th here, and they're going to be hard pressed to finish any higher than that as well. Although they've got more than half an hour to change that. There's Dennis Robin Wolf right on the back of the leading battle in GT3, and I've got to say Jan Koch is doing a very good job of putting Nicolas Matteo at bay at the moment. That's one of the bigger gaps we've seen so far in that fight in GT3 Pro, and just putting Grid and Go into a position where they might be able to win from there. Matteo has got to stay in the slipstream, got to stay close, got to keep applying the pressure, but look at those car lamps now just emerging between the two of them. It's not only the pit stop that's quicker for Jan Koch, but also the pace out of the gate here in this final stint.
BS Turner are in the lane as well, just looking for their stop. So Grid and Go and Drago are going to move ahead of them quite convincingly. And so it's just Door Esports that they're waiting on a stop for to cycle through to the race lead, which is what we believe they will be battling for, taking this all the way to the checkered flag in the end of the race.
If it stays at this distance, Drago Racing are going to get nowhere near. As the BMW GTP comes through P1 docks, making their way past. So, BS Competition, BS Turner now down the field again. Looks like BS Turner are going to see their final penalty of the season applied after the oh no, they're not. They've served it, excuse me. So nothing to add there. Nürburgring Esports versus Effect Simulations, meanwhile, into Lecom. Oh, pretty aggressive. And Rommel Fanger does just about stay in front. Entirely pointless battle, really. Sasha Lehmann has still got a stop to make, and Nürburgring Esports don't. But there you are, they're fighting for 7th place.
Based on the pit stop time, Nürburgring Esports have taken a penalty, I think. Definitely taken their last set of tyres, I think, as well.
And Lehmann gets close into fifth path, but no way through again for him. He'll just trail that LMP2 closely through the pit path chicane, heading towards Stavelot. Now then, this is live, I'm pretty sure, for Dennis Robin Wolf. Jumps over the curbs, and no, doesn't come in. I thought he was actually, but David Adam is the one who's in. And I'd imagine this is going to confirm Maniti in 4th for number 78.
So if there's a chance of an overcut, Nirvana Rosso are kind of going for it. There were a couple of shots we had of Apex Racing Team on their outlap where you go, gee, these new generation of GTP cars are a little ungainly in the slow and fiddly stuff because they've become quite heavy. But then on cold tyres, my goodness, is it magnified to a significant effect where the GT3 cars are sort of cornering a little quicker than you. Has built a bit of temperature since then.
It's unbelievably difficult on cold tyres these days, those GTPs. And Norbert Thomas is about to feel that. He is going to be far in front of Sibisabe to begin with, but as you say, how much is that going to sort of dissipate now? And did they even change tyres? They might have kept the warm ones on, and it looks like they may have done actually.
3 seconds shorter stop as well. Taking a little less fuel, pitting a little bit deeper for Maniti Racing Black. That might also be kind of close to something Movano Rosso have in their back pocket when they stop at the end of this lap.
Well, it continues for 7th position, despite the pointlessness of it, as I was mentioning earlier on.
Futility, that's a good word.
Yeah.
Chuck that in
is it a word?
Your vocab. Futility, yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about pointlessness. But yeah, anyway. Well, that might not be a word. Anyway, Dennis Robert Wolf is certainly into the pit lane, and that is going to hand over the lead now to BS Competition for the final half an hour by the looks of things, but where is number 1 going to come out? Could be quite close with Maniti.
Yeah. So, watch for tyre jacks or no, because we're entering calling this splash and dash territory, aren't we, with 30 minutes 15 laps to go and not needing to take a full tank of fuel. The car immediately goes up. And how long is it up for? Now crossing 10 seconds.
Got to take 4 or none, I would say.
Seconds of service there. Now we're just waiting on fuel.
Samsung gets past, so 3rd now in the offing. How far ahead of Maniti is he going to be? Well, a decent amount in front, but as I mentioned earlier, Maniti are going to have warm tyres. They should be able to stay in front though by a couple of seconds, I would say. Dennis Robin Wolf has 6 seconds over Norbert Thomas, and then 3.5 further over Daniel Sibisabe. That should be enough for Movado, to be on the podium at the end here.
He's trying to get that tyre temperature desperately, and Door Esports GT3 have just made their final stop. Come out in 4th place, just ahead of Team PGZ. So Door Esports are going to be the highest running car on their strategy. PGZ are 4th on their strat, and not too far behind Door right now.
Change for the lead in GT3, by the way, as well. So Drago Racing, Nicolas Patel ahead of Yono Cook, but how long is that going to last there? They're only a 10th or 2 apart. I thought that was starting to go the way of Grid and Go, but Drago Racing have yanked it back into their favour here. And there's still half an hour left. What a fight that could be to the very end. We're still not sure where LMP2 is going to go here, by the way. We have not yet had the final stops there at all.
Well, not for the cars out front, because we have for SRN, TFR, and we have for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing and for Composite Performance, but you've got the top 3 cars there. Still need to O stops. We don't know where they'll blend back. It could be still in the podium positions for those cars currently top 3.
There's number 1. We pass these two battling for the lead in GT3, and Nicholas Matera is just compromised slightly on the way in. Oh, and side-to-side contact indeed. Jonakog is going to try and take advantage here. Straight into the side of him, just nearly. The two of them nearly making contact in the Acura and the Ferrari. Can he make his way through in towards La Source, maybe? He switches from the outside to the inside. Is he going to brake late enough? He has just a tiny bit of an overlap, and Mateo gives him half a car width on the inside, but he keeps in front and cleverly moves himself around to try and keep the Grid and Go car out of his slipstream down towards Eau Rouge.
It just goes to show that if it was just these two cars on track, it could be a very, very exciting finish, but stuff like that happens and just misplaces Drago Racing, puts a little bit more pressure on them. They deal with it impeccably. Sounds like we're pushing at like 99% at the moment.
Yeah. Is there more to give here? Goodness me. Remarkable stuff.
Just like when you think you've lost all hope and then something happens and you realize you were still holding on to a little bit of hope that you didn't know you had. You might think you're pushing as hard as you possibly can, and then you realize in a circumstance like this that there actually is more to give.
Yeah. And it's especially at this end of the race that you're likely to find that kind of thing as well in an endurance race, especially you've been driving for 8 hours now. Obviously these guys haven't done the whole thing, but they'll be absolutely flying around here. Very minimal mistakes. Super comfortable with the car, track combination, the conditions as well as they've evolved with them in the evening time here. It's a very long sunset at Spa, and they will have evolved with the track conditions as it's been going on here. Down to 22 degrees now, by the way. It's just slowly come down with them here in this race as more prototypes coming through. Inside line through Bonchemont. They're both just slightly slowed up as you can see there, just approaching 8:30 in the evening. The sun's setting on an IVRA endurance season. What a grandstand finale it's going to be, especially in LMP2 and GT3. We don't know where this is going to go.
Delatraz Automotive and Effect Simulations both heading to pit lane. Fast Repair Motorsports 95 for their final stop. Sergio Fernandez, 25 minutes to go. All final, last and final offers.
Up on the jacks, even for 25 minutes.
You might be, break glass in case of emergency on your 8th set of tyres, so.
Now, Soltero does still have to stop, so does Olsen. Barraclough doesn't, but he's going to be nowhere near Thomas Imburg, so it's between Olsen and Imburg here, really. Moradness going a little bit further suggests they might need to take on a little bit less fuel, and maybe they will be close to the leader when they get back out again here. Nathan Olsen needs some absolutely huge pushing laps now.
Yeah, and if his final stop is fuel but no tyres, then if they're close, it'll be him versus Imburg, who will have 10 lap fresher tyres than what Nathan Olsen would be working with, depending on what the final stop looks like for this 170 car.
I think Olsen can only go about 13, 14 laps based on the fuel he put in last time.
So it might be coming relatively soon and actually be a pretty significant stop. One that might cover putting new tyres on the car as well. Everyone in GTP has made their final stop now that Fast Repair Motorsports has released everyone running on the lead 2 or 3 laps. The 11 running up there. Just a couple still waiting in LMP2 here. GT3 Pro, Drago Racing and Grid and Go are still oh so close, but we believe they've made their final stops. Visceral might be needing to do some saving back in 3rd, except their lap times don't reflect that. So, okay, maybe they're all good. And there's maybe XBD and Williams Sim Racing Academy are on the cusp having stopped sort of 1 or 2 laps earlier than these two cars that we're looking at, Drago Racing and Grid and Go.
They're not exactly race contenders, though, down the back end of the field. Those who are going to be fighting out for the race win, we do know, are safe on fuel, with the maybe exception of Visceral. This, though, is the battle. First and second, Drago Racing versus GridandGo.com Esports. Jonakok is going to not go for it this time round. Even in the driving down the grass there, down the Kebble Straight. He's biding his time for the moment, with 22.5 minutes to go. And that's the first time we've seen, I think, where there's been a definite chance to go past, but he's elected not to. Rather than couldn't do it, he chose not to on that occasion.
Yeah, this can get a bit silly, but there is 7 seconds in the bank ahead of Visceral Esports. And then Dora 5 seconds further behind that. Flying along as well, last lap 2:17.3, so plenty of speed for Dora Esports in 4th. The LMP2 leader getting towards the end of their fuel as well.
Yeah, every lap is a bonus for Nathan Olsen right now. So any lap he can squeeze out, it's an absolute blessing. Not only in terms of speed. Oh, it's a bit wide there. And, well, I was about to say, hope he doesn't have to come into pit lane. That's a very tight angle. He's been pushing very, very hard towards the end of that stint there. On low fuel, not only for lap times, but also for a reduction in how much fuel he needs to take on in this final stop. Now, does he need to take tyres for this final run to the flag?
I suppose if you had them, you'd use them. Do they have them?
No.
No. Nix Esports also coming in behind the 100, making their stop. Traz just coming out of the bus stop.
Just don't have any tyres either, by the way, but yeah, there's the important one. Delastr's Automotive coming down the pit lane now and down over the start-finish line. It's a shorter run through turn 1, don't forget, here for Nathan Olsen. And he's going to be ahead. He's going to be ahead for the moment, but how long's that going to last? As Delastr's Automotive get into the slipstream just in behind them. Both of these two teams with trials and tribulations, even in the last 2 hours, making contact with each other and all sorts in between. They are battling for the win here in the final race of the season. Mortis M Squad with a real bad run out of the pit lane because it's such a tight pit exit round this circuit. You can't do anything about it. Thomas Imburg will close in as a result, but he's not closing in quite enough, is he? In towards the inside at Lecom. They're going to make a little bit of contact. The first of how many? Into the gravel. Imburg off the road, and Nathan Olsen survives the first attack.
Wow, so we did end up with that tyre difference between these two teams, but no one told Nathan Olsen, and it was so close. It was like Imburg talked himself out of trying to make the pass and then talked himself into it and looked late. He's like, no, I'm not quite close enough. Oh, actually, maybe I am. No, maybe. But then he's always behind, ended up on the marbles. There wasn't even that much contact. It's just that Imburg was behind, off the line that he wanted, found a bit of the marbles, seems to have found a bit of pace, but he's going to find some marbles here again.
Look at the tyre difference between the two. Olsen and Imburg through Piff Paff. An unbelievable battle with 19 minutes to go. Olsen's on the inside before Stavilo. And if he can hold on from here, it would be one of the most extraordinary defensive drives we've ever seen in IVRA Endurance Series history, to be honest. It would be a miracle. But Imburg is giving him all he's got for the moment. The tyres are up to temperature now. He's got them underneath him, and he's using them to try and take the race lead away. Through on Dora Esports, who have to go wide through Bonchemont. Here comes Thomas Imburg again, in towards the chicane. He brakes later because he can, but not quite get past this time around. Nathan Olsen survives 1 lap. There's at least 9 more to go. This is absolutely astonishing. What a great end to this race we're going to have between these two.
Can I offer you a fight for the lead of LMP2, a fight for the lead of GT3 Pro? Maniti Racing Black catching Movano Rosso for the podium in GTP to send this season of IVRA Endurance Series to an amazing finale at the checkered flag.
Three huge battles for three huge podium places. And we're having all this excitement without even any championship drama either. Delatraz Automotive already know they're champions, but they want a race win to cap it off as well. And they flash the lights. They try and get into the head of Nathan Olsen. And by the way, only a few seconds up the road, they're about to put a lap on the GT3 Pro battle for the lead as well. It's where these battles converge on the racetrack that it's going to get super interesting.
They race out of the long, long shadows into just a tiny bit of sun at the top of the hill, and then sort of back into the shade of the hillsides. Visceral there, still just 8 seconds behind a ferocious race battle between Drago Racing and Grid and Go that we're soon going to catch up to in about half a lap's time with this LMP2 lead battle. Middle sector's got the most corners, and it's certainly where Delatraz looks to have the most confidence.
Yeah, and Imborg nearly looked round the outside of the first part of Piff-Paff again there. And that's where he's looking dangerous here, when he can really utilise that tyre difference to the absolute maximum. The problem for him is that most of the sections of overtaking around this circuit don't come after sections of real tyre performance. It's the straight line speed and the slipstream that you need around here, rather than the tyres underneath you, and that's what Nathan Olsen will be hoping for at the moment. Outside for Portimont, not quite this time. He'll tuck back to the other side, and then left and right, and then left again. Outside it, stop, oh, inside, he switches from left to right, into the chicane, but surely Olsen's going to hold that. A bit of a hip check between the two, and he survives again, Nathan Olsen.
Well, a great attempted move that just didn't quite come off with the audacity that Nathan Olsen has for the moment. It's still a lot of laps left to try to keep doing that every time into Lacombe, every time into the bus stop, every time into Piff-Paff. You've got to be perfect, because there does seem to be some kind of advantage to the Delatraz car.
There are the GT3s, by the way. And Yolo Cox going for the lead. Oh my goodness me! Where does this race drama end here? In towards Lecombe. They were side by side just in front of these guys, and who's going to pop out the other side in the lead? It's going to be Nicholas Matteo. On the bottom of your screen is the GTP third place battle, I meant to say. Side by side in the meantime for the lead in GT3 and LMP2 at the top of your screen. Yonakok couldn't get past, and Olsen is just about hanging on here. The Acura just about in the way and can't quite skip past Yonakok in the way that it wants to. It's just going to stay right out of the way. And in fact, the GT3 battle really separated by this this little moment here for the LMP2s. Again, Imborg closes in before Piff-Paff, as very nearly Nicholas Matteo finds himself off in the wall at Pouon. They all survive. Meanwhile, at the bottom of your screen, third place in GTP. Oh, and there's a spin. There's one of your three battles settled. Norbert Tamas goes around at the Lecombe chicane.
Drama in every class, everywhere you look, and the leader of GT3 Pro holds on, the leader of LMP2 holds on, and Tamas just oversteps the grip available to him. Which way do you go if you're Thomas Imborg into the bus stop this time? He's looked left, no success. Looked right, no success. Looked left, sold right, no success.
Oh, it's left again. Bus stop chicane again. But he's too wide again. Oh, he's going to come straight into the side of Olsen there. And you don't want this to be settled by race control decisions. But Magnus might well be asking for one there, because that was a very sharp angle that Thomas Imborg was coming up on. Oh, and that was a block as well, was it? A late move in the defensive braking zone. You don't want to see these races settled with penalties at the end. But if race control feel the need to step into them, they certainly will. Nathan Olsen is going to try and intervene himself here on the racetrack as he gets close in towards Lecombe. He's almost too close in towards Eau Rouge, excuse me. It's going to be the end of the straightaway. He's going to try and make this. He's almost, as I say, too close to get the slingshot. He's alongside now. Half a tenth. It continues to come down. They're both weaving around like you wouldn't believe it. Look at that. Contact on the straight. They're chasing each other across the road. More contact. Someone's going to end up in the wall down here. Oh, and just about Thomas Imborg holds on. But what will the stewards have to say about that?
This is what happened for Tamas, is he got out there, bounced the curb, spun as he was challenging for third. But Delatraz got in too deep to the bus stop, made contact with M Squad that was avoidable. We've had this sort of bumping, rubbing, sort of unavoidable contact, but I think we had some avoidable contacts at the bus stop last time through, and then a really late move across the line of the other driver into the braking zone at La Source. We'll see. I don't want it to be decided like that. It's been such a great battle, and Muradinus M Squad are giving it everything. They've ended up behind amongst all of this.
Well, they may well have to look to the stewards for help there. Otherwise, I think this is going to be won by Teletra's Automotive again here. 2 in a row. It would only be their second win of the season, if you can believe it. They've been on the podium, though, every single time. That is what's given them such a big championship lead by the end of this season. 12 minutes to go. And so far, the stewards are not looking into it, although they've just made a new line. So I don't know whether that's in anticipation or whether there is something else to look into. We will wait and see. In the meantime, the battle in GT3 Pro is hotting up as well. 12 minutes still to go. And they'll all be looking round as to where car 89 is. It's just made its way over the line, in fact. It's just ahead of these two in the GT3 field. So it's going to be 6 laps to go for 89. Does that mean 6 laps to go, perhaps, for these two as well on the bottom of your screen? Fighting it out for the race win in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, because we saw them get lapped by the outright leader in LMP2 for the LMP2 drivers, so I don't think GTP is going to come around and lap them again in that case. As for GT3 Pro, harder to know. Ooh. I think Grid and Go's given him just a little bit of a grid and hello there into the braking zone just before along the Camel Straight. Like, I'm here, there's still a little bit of a race and I'm waiting.
Yeah, that's the key thing. Is he just waiting for the last lap? Surely that's got huge risk attached to it, but for the moment we've seen a couple of occasions where Jan Koch has been close enough to make a move on Nicolas Mateo, but he's not gone for it. Now, normally you'd think championship leader, well, they must be thinking about the championship, but he's already got it won. So he can absolutely go all out for the race win if he wants to here, and he's a racing driver, so he will do. How is he going to try and make this move, and when is he going to do it as well? Because so far, he has not shown very many signs of wanting to make the move before the very end of this race.
Mix Esports third in class, waiting very patiently through the middle sector to tippy-toe by this battle. Eventually they do, and that's the sort of thing that could be a better opportunity for Grid and Go than, you know, a straight fight on the Camel Straight. Is, oh, you know, here comes an LMP2. Maybe this is my opportunity somewhere in the middle sector to aim to sneak by.
So 9.5 minutes to go. Again, should be 5 to go for these two in GT3 Pro. We're going to see the BS competition car just lapping the leaders in LMP2 in the next couple of moments, by the way. But that leading battle is now very much going away. And Teletra's Automotive look like they are going to win there in LMP2 to crown off an amazing season where they have not finished outside of the podium places in any race results. In fact, they've only finished outside the top 3 at halfway once as well prior to this round. It's happened for a second time earlier this afternoon, but what a great season for them. What a great end to the race we're going to have in GT3 Pro as well. Is it going to be Jan Koch just staying behind and bumping him in the rear, or is it going to be a fight? Side by side, Mateo versus Koch in towards Lecombe, and they do get door to door. Koch stays to the inside for Malmedy this time though. He's got the right line, and he's going to go make a bit of contact with the Ferrari. Mateo goes off the road. One of the Acuras going to try and come through as well here. It looks like a Movano car. And Grid and Go take the lead away with 8 minutes left.
They do, but now the Movano car's down the inside of them. Jackie X, Drago Racing, cross back, looking for the inside of Puon, heading down the hill, picking up speed. Side draft in effect. Drago Racing, the Ferrari 296 is nose ahead through the double left-hander.
Unbelievable. 8 hours of racing, and it's come down to 8 minutes of this. Drago Racing back in front again. Jonne Cook's on the better line before pit path, though. Surely he's not going to be able to go around the outside there, and he doesn't quite have the grip for that. But wow, that was aggressive, and I get the feeling that that's how this race is going to be played now between these two. Matteo ended up in the gravel out of Malmedy. Cook ended up out wide through No Name and then in towards Puon as well. And that's how this race is going to be played between these two. It's going to be aggressive as they try and take the last win of the season.
Again, it was sort of, oh, here comes a little bit of traffic. That's my opportunity. My rival's been put offline by a prototype coming through. That's my opportunity. Certainly how Drago Racing did it. Grid and Go sort of maybe didn't use quite as much of that as they looked to move ahead. Drago Racing definitely used that style of sports car racing to strike back.
And this could be helpful. Matteo's going to have to be wide at the source, and there you go. Oh, well, Jonne Cook's got the LMP2 in the way, though, and they're 3 wide off the corner almost. The Maniti GTP comes right through them as well. And that is pretty much going to be even Stevens off the corner, but who's going to get the all-important run up the straight here? 4 laps to go, including the one they've just begun here, in an extraordinary battle for the win in GT3 Pro. The final race of the season in the IVRA Endurance Series is coming down to this. And Drago Racing will hold on to the position this time around. Nicholas Matteo survives another lap.
Different paths, different drivers have the upper hand. They seem to always just meet each other, and then along the Camel Straight, Grid and Go looks strong. Drago Racing struck back here. So we had Maniti Racing Black, Norbert Thomas trying to challenge Dennis Robin Wolf's Movano Rosso for third in GTP. It didn't work. He spun out. Now Apex Racing are like, okay, Daniel Civisabo is going to come in, try to dislodge Movano from the podium.
Huh. Can anybody at this stage? Well, yeah, Daniel Civisabo is the latest to give it a go. Oh, he's almost grass cutting as well on the way towards Blanchimont into the bus stop. Surely Civisabo is going to give it a go down here. He's shown the outside line. No, he's not going to take it just this time around. God, where do you look at the moment? Third in GTP. Thank goodness the battle for the lead in LMP2's got away, because I don't think we can look at 3 things at once. So this is all too much at the moment. Here comes Jonne Cook again in towards the bus stop. Side by side again. And now maybe this is a dress rehearsal for the last lap. He can just get the inside that final part. There's a bit of a hip check again. And the Ferrari sent backwards. Here comes the Acura through into the lead with 3 laps to go. Grid and Go back at the front again.
Race leading BS competitions halfway around the lap, so probably won't catch these GT3 Pro leaders again. I think they've got as many laps to go as the outright leader does. And that also rings true for this battle for third on the bottom of your screen, where Civisabo's got a lot of speed. On the way towards Blanchimont last lap, Robin Wolf sort of showed him one side of the track, then covered it off, and then covered it off again when he looked for the other side of the road. So Civisabo's looking for a different way, a different part of the track to get past. He's not just going to pressure on the straight, he's going to pressure through every corner.
Matteo and Cook very nearly found themselves in the wall there, and they've broken super late for Lecom. They're battling super hard again in towards the second part. Cook's on the inside at Malmedy though. Is he going to give the room to Matteo? He is, and Matteo's going to use it to take the lead again, is he? In the Ferrari in the outside line. This is quite astonishing, and Matteo again has to back out. Wow, they were racing each other super hard down the straight, and the door checking, the door handle rubbing there just got slightly out of hand down the Kemmel Straight that time.
Civisabo takes third on the GTP podium from Movano Rosso's Dennis Robin Wolf. They went side by side, multiple corners through the pit path, through Puon, in fact, and that puts Civisabo up into third, who I think has got enough pace to now pull away and leave Movano Rosso behind. But it's an entirely equal fight, back and forth, tit for tat for your GT3 race win.
And that means the reigning champions, by the way, are going to end the season with just 1 podium to their name. a very disappointing defence of their title gained last season. It is going to be only a second top 5 as well. Absolutely remarkable. Dennis Robin Wolf not able to quite do enough there to keep Daniel Sivisabo behind, unless there is some post-race anything going on. No investigations in LMP2. It looks like Thomas Imborg is going to be okay. In GT3 Pro, there may well be more of a story to tell just yet. There are 2 investigations involving 2 battles going on at the moment, both involving number 229 actually. That's further down the field. Scuderia Volpe, who are still inside the top 10, and that's also a big battle further down the field. But we'll focus on the leaders for the moment as they get the penultimate lap of this season. Again, Matteo inside line and close, but he can't quite get down there, and that might have even hurt his run for the Kemmel Straight.
And the track is so quick right now. Lap times tumbling. Personal best lap times from Manidi Racing Black, from Orbit, Drop Bear, Jupiter, everyone low on fuel. Beautiful time of day. So much grip, so much speed, and they are exploiting it all. Fast lap times in GTP, but for this kind of battle in GT3 Pro. Toe off the LMP2 might help Grid and Go just stay ahead. And Drago Racing will be close, but not alongside.
David Sobrero is only 3 seconds behind these 2, by the way. He is not very far away from making a real nuisance of himself in this leading battle in GT3 Pro. Now then, LMP2 down the inside, that's fiercely forward, and they, oh dear, that's not what Nicholas Matteo needed at all here. He's got an LMP2 between himself and the Onocock right now on the penultimate lap. He's got to get closer than that now. He's got 3.5 temps. He needs to be closer before the next lap. He's going to see the white flag in second place by the looks of this. He needs to try and work out a way past on the very last lap. There is Daniel Alves Lorenzo on the last lap of the season.
Yeah, a lap of glory for BS Competition, 17-second lead that they've got right now. And not needing to take any risk and not looking like they're going to take any risk. About to put a few of these cars a lap down, which will mean 1 less lap for Asalith, and for Volpe there is the purple Mustang. So as they just sneak their way through, it's about to become the final lap to battle it out for these positions between these GT3 Pro cars as well.
Yes, it is a battle for position, and they won't have actually collected the white flag, but it is their last lap. Here comes Composite Performance on the exit of No Name Corner. They'll be on the inside in time for Pouon just in the background there, alongside Absolute Motorsport. It's the last lap of the season. They might well go for it. Why not? Into the fast left-hander. And they have made it out the other side. A bit of a flash of the lights. That one's going to be discussed afterwards by the looks of it. Half a second between first and second in GT3 Pro. They see the white flag. Is Nicholas Matteo close enough? I'm not sure at the moment. 5/10 of a second onto the last lap here.
LMP2 race leader Delatraz Automotive just a little bit behind BS Competition on track, so they will take the checkered flag in the order. BS Competition, Delatraz Automotive, and that battle for GT3 Pro yet to be decided.
Into the final few quarters, though, for Daniel Alves Lorenzo. He is going to be a winner here in the TFRLAB 8 Hours of Spa overall and in GTP for BS Competition. A fantastic drive from him and his teammates this afternoon to put a nice end on a difficult early season for BS Competition. 4 podiums in a row and 2 wins in a row with Portimao and Spa to end out the year. In GT3 Pro, you're not missing anything there for the moment. Onocock holds off Nicholas Matteo in towards Lecom. Further back in LMP2, Thomas Imborg is going to take the victory and indeed the title for Delatraz Automotive with a season of podiums. No finish lower than third, and there is their second win of the season, this time at Spa in a great finish with Moradness M Squad. Further back in GT3 Pro, it is going to be close between Onocock and Nicholas Matteo, but it looks like the champions are going to close out with a race win as well.
Drago have led so many laps in this final stanza. They were the leading car on a potentially winning strategy until Grid and Go jumped them at the very final stop. Since then, they've fought tooth and nail, but it looks like it's the box seat at the moment for the Grid and Go Acura. 1,442 kilometres completed by your race-winning GTP.
An unbelievable final part of the race as well. 3 hours green at the end after a run of an hour with 3 cautions. What do you make of that?
That's a good position, by the way, between Fast Repair and Absolute.
Yeah, that is another battle for position. It's just sent Yannick Cook a little bit wide as well here. He's got an LMP2 that he absolutely does not want alongside him right now either. But he's going to hold them off, and he will hope that that battle stays clean enough up in front of him. It will be Absolute Motorsport who takes that, but in GT3 Pro, GridandGo.com Esports take the final win of the season. It's their third in a row, and they're overall, they have taken this title by over 100 points at the end, and in a dramatic finish with Drago Racing, they win the TFRLAB 8 Hours of Spa by just 1.2 seconds.
Thrilling all the way to the end. A pass for position in the final corner as well between Fast Repair and Absolute Asalith, and this is the victory lap, taking it in. Spa-Francorchamps looks gorgeous at sunset, and it'll look even better when you're touring the countryside after a win. Hard-fought one, did not lead the whole way, but as the strategy fell from the final safety car, we had a long green flag run to the end where the strategy was all able to unfurl in the advantage of the speed and pace that BS Competition have.
Well, a fantastic fitting way to end the 2024-25 IVRA Endurance season with the TFRLAB 8 Hours of Spa. It looks like there's about to be some donuts for BS Competition. Oh no, that was rather rude. They've completed a lap of honour and then just exited to the pit lane, so fine. They've won the race by 16 seconds here at Spa, ahead of Sam Sutton and Orbit Drop Bear with a great performance to get themselves up into second position. That is their best result of the season. Apex Racing Team joined them on the podium after that late pass on Dennis Robin Wolf, who just about held off Norbert Tomas. Maniti Racing 5th and 6th at the end there, with Absolute Motorsport passing Fast Repair Motorsport at the line there as well. Movano number 33 will be champions after crossing the line in 9th. Ruben Paulino for P1Docs.com was one lap down in the end, as was Orion Race Team. Firstly forward, Solpeck, Williams and, Dalvaz on his own. He entered erroneously. That's not meant to be there. Williams were the last of the finishers, but they retired a long time ago. In LMP2, Delistras Automotive, the champions, have capped it off with a fantastic win, 5 seconds in front of Nathan Olsen in a great battle towards the finish. Nix Esports get their only podium of the season on the last day with a third place finish, just 9 seconds in front of SRN TFR Alliance. Maximilian Fritz brings Geodesic over the line for 5th, and Brandon Walker and Marius Rommelfang are the final drivers on the lead lap. Sasha Leben and Aidan Mattes were 1 lap down, Toby Prosser 2 down in the Hyperion car, who were 10th and 11th actually Hyperion, 3 down for the other car. Mohamed Janko finished for Fiercely Forward. Didn't finish, sorry, he didn't do the last third also of the race. Yannick Cook wins in GT3 Pro. 1.2 seconds really doesn't tell the whole story. A great battle with himself and Nicolas Botero towards the end, with Derek Sobrero not actually that far away either. Luca Vunch will get a 5-second penalty post-race applied, as far as I'm aware, and so that might drop them to 5th behind Matteo Vittorino's PGZ team. BS Turner and BS Competition finished on the lead lap in the end. The last couple of hours just fell away from them a little bit. Scuderia Volpi got onto the top 10 despite being 1 lap down early on. Composite Performance got past Absolute Motorsport Asliv on the last lap for 9th. Instinct Mechanic Racing finished 1 lap down, as well as XPD Racing, Simify Esports, Impulse Racing and Maniti Racing. 2 laps down for WSR Esports, Williams Sim Racing Academy and Maniti Racing were 3 down, with WSR Esports even Critchley, the latest of the retirements, about an hour and a half from the finish. Hydros Geodesic Racing, about 2 hours from the finish, retired. SimRC and German Sim Racing at least just over the second half of the race. Apex Racing Team, Team Hoisingveld, Delta Sport Sim Shop and Vulture Sim Racing didn't make it to halfway. Let's have a chat then, shall we, to a couple of the drivers who have been up there tonight, including the overall race winner, Owen Carroll, who got the pleasure of crossing the line a couple of moments ago. Congratulations, Owen, on a race victory to end the season for BS Competition. Let's talk about this race itself. First of all, a topsy-turvy race in so many ways, but when you found yourselves at the front, you seemed to have the speed. Was that because your car was maybe stronger in clean air, or was that just the way that the strategy was working tonight?
I didn't. We didn't really expect it, especially going in from qualifying. You know, it was a pretty decent quality from Daniel, but you know, in the mid pack, we didn't really expect to have the pace that we did. As you say, in the clean air. But yeah, the car just felt unreal as soon as we got into that clean air and was able to run our own race. Yeah, we were just pulling away more than we really expected to. And big thanks to Daniel and Lars as well for really knuckling down on that set, because it felt really good. And yeah, just no real mistakes was made, and yeah, controlled the race pretty well.
Is it a season you'll look back on with frustration that you could have done more with your first 3 races and therefore been up towards the championship? Or is it one you'll look back on pleased that you had a great run of 4 podiums in a row, including maximum points from the penultimate and final rounds this season?
Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. You can always look back and see what you could have improved on and change things here and there. But no, I think, I just say, with the last couple of rounds, we've really shown that we can, put our own foot forward and be really, really strong in this series. So, yeah, I feel like this is a good omen for the next season, that we're going to be real title contenders. And, yeah, I think it's going to be a good one next year.
And we look forward to seeing you there. Owen, congratulations on the win tonight at the 8 Hours of Spa, and thanks for chatting to us as well.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Owen Carroll there. The TFRLAB 8 Hours of Spa overall winners alongside Daniel Alves-Lamento in the BS competition team. The champions in GTP are Movano, who finished 9th this afternoon, but they have done enough to win the title here today. We're now joined by their 3 drivers. And let's start with the driver that crossed the line at the very end. Marcus Hamilton, congratulations. That must have been a fantastic feeling crossing the line at the end of the season there.
Thank you. Yes, yeah, quite a long season. Very interesting race. Kind of weird to sort of finish it off though, because I guess we felt we'd secured the championship by halfway. So it was a pretty chill end to the race. Unfortunately, I think we had a good shot at the podium, but had some technical issues. So yeah, it was just a sort of Sunday drive really to the end. But yeah, very nice that it all paid off and we could finish the line, celebrate, and win the championship back to back.
Absolutely, yeah, and Loic as well joining us, like Marchand. How was today's race? 9th place overall might be a bit of an anti-climax for you, but it's still at the end of a very consistent season for Movano again.
Yeah, exactly like Marcus said. Thanks to the P2 halfway, we secured the title. So, yeah, of course a bit disappointed because of the technical issue, but overall I just keep in mind the whole season, the work of the whole team, the races, different performances, and being able to step back on pace despite the mistakes, and that's what I remember. And yeah, super proud of being back-to-back champion.
And Tanguy as well joining us for the Movano team. It must be a great feeling at the end of this season to be champions, especially knowing that there were 5 teams who could have taken it off you here this afternoon. What was it like coming into this round with so many other teams to monitor and have a look at?
Yeah, it was a bit stressful season, not gonna lie, a bit stressful race as well, good preparation, and in the end we made it work with quite really great strategy to nail the halfway point of the race to secure it at this point. And it's obviously a great feeling to be champion, and I really want to thank everyone within the team for the work they provided. Always had great cars for the races, great strategy, and yeah, just thanks everyone in the whole team for that.
Well, congratulations to all of you on keeping Movano on top of the championship for the 2nd year in a row. Like Marcus, Tango, thanks very much for coming to join us tonight, and congratulations on the title.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks very much. That was Loic Marchand, Marcus Hamilton, and Tanguy Billon at the end of the season in GTP. Let's go to LMP2 next, where Remy Legrand and Thomas Imburg have taken race victory and championship victory as well. I'll start with you, Thomas, because that was a fantastic finish to the race. I've got to say, yourself and Nathan Olsen were putting on a great show for us as neutrals. How was that to race in those final laps?
Yeah, it was quite crazy. I think both drivers and team wanted the win quite bad, but yeah, it was a really nice fight. Nathan is really a really good driver. He defended really well. But yeah, it was really tough. But yeah, a nice race at the end, and it was yeah, we made a lot of preparation. We worked a lot for this to happen and to have a chance to play for the championship.
And Remy, you must be, again, so pleased at the end of this season. I don't think I've seen a season where, certainly not in endurance races, certainly not in IVRA, where a team has finished on the podium in every single race. Just how do you think you guys have been able to achieve that this season, keep that record going for 7 races this year?
Yeah, it's a great result for the team. Yes, thank you also to the race engineer Alexandre who supports us in every race. And yes, we continue to improve during the season our results. And thank you also to Thomas to his help that managed to improve my skill. And yes, good result for the team. It was a good championship. Yeah.
Congratulations on winning the title, Remy and Thomas, and thanks for coming to chat to us at the end as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the stream.
Thanks very much. That's Remy Legrand and Thomas Imburg at the end of the season. Winners in the race and overall in their title fights. Same goes for Dino Lombardi and Jarno Koch as well, who can join us now as well. Well, congratulations to you both. Jarno, first of all, let's talk about the end of that race, because yourself and Nicolas Bater were having a fantastic battle, I've got to say, to watch. Again, much like in LMP2, GT3 battle was very exciting towards the finish. Just tell us your approach to those final few laps with Drago Racing, how you were planning to get in front, and then how that eventually worked out on the road.
Yeah, hello, first of all. Well, it was a bit tricky. We lacked a bit of top speed, so I knew if I overtake him, I need to stay in front. And in the beginning, I was trying to stay in front and pull away. But yeah, it was impossible to go away from him because he was simply too fast in the end. And also, P3 was catching up, and I didn't want a battle for top 3, so I waited as long as I could, and also saved the tires as much as I could. And yeah, then I decided, okay, now I think it's a good time. I have the tires in a good window and tried to overtake him. Luckily it worked. It was very fair battle, I have to say, with Nicolas. I really enjoyed it. And yeah, then I was ahead, and I don't know, I did the best 2 laps of my life and somehow stayed in front of him.
And Dino, it's a win to cap off a great season where you haven't finished outside of the top 5, and you've now won 3 in a row as well. Just tell us your reflections on this season. Not only, of course, you've won the title, the obvious, but also just some brilliant results throughout the 7 races.
Yeah, we did a really good job for all the season. Also with a different car, because we start with McLaren. So I'm really happy for the work done with my teammates. I want to thank all my teammates in this season. So Jarno, Quintaillet, Sven, and Johan, all my teammates, really. We have spent a lot of time for the preparation for all the race, so we won, and I'm really happy for this result, especially for the last win. Jarno was really a master of Spa, I would say. So I really thanks to Jarno, and that's it.
Well, congratulations to you both. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us at the end tonight, and I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Congrats to both.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
Thanks very much. That is Jarno Koch and also Dino Lombardi for gridandgo.com esports at the end of a great season in GT3 Pro. And what a great season it's been overall in the IVRA Endurance Series, season 2024-25. 7 races as opposed to the usual 6, and it's been wonderful entertainment throughout them all. From Motegi to Spa, across the 7 races, 3 gate champions. Movado in GTP, with perhaps the most doubt over theirs at the start of the day. They get home comfortably in the end. In LMP2, Teletra's Automotive take their title with a victory as well. And it's 3 wins in a row, race wins that is, for Grid and Go, which crowns their GT3 Pro title as well. All sets us up very nicely for the future and indeed the seasons to come as well. I'm sure it will be just as exciting as this one. Big thanks to everyone who's been tuned in over the course of this season on RaceSpotTV as well. It's been a big pleasure to have you along for this season for 7 great rounds. I've been Noodle Leary alongside David Haynes, J.R. Gregory and Jake Sperry opened this broadcast many hours ago. And Ramiro Augustin Cisneros has been behind the cameras all afternoon. Once again, thanks for watching. We'll see you again in the next season of the IVRA Endurance Series. It's goodbye for now.